The Perilous In-Between, written by Cortney Pearson, narrated by Georgia Lee King. Freeze, freeze, thou bitter sky, that does not bite so nigh, as benefits forgot, though thou the waters warp, thy sting is not so sharp. William Shakespeare, As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7. Chapter 1. Of all the times for Lord Merrick to visit, he had to come when Victoria wasn't properly dressed. She had sloughed out of her corset and skirts in place of a pair of trousers and one of her late father's shirts, which was tucked in and had the sleeves rolled to her elbows. If Mama could see her now, she would pitch an entire tea tray across the room. Victoria smirked at the thought. That made this act of rebellion all the more appetizing. She'd slipped away to the shed behind her manor house. Mr. Tolbert often allowed her to tinker with things here where she couldn't anywhere else. She'd tried fiddling with her plain Elsie last week, and not only had she been caught, she'd gotten several demerits for doing so. "You're a pilot," Uncle Jarvis had said, "not a mechanic." He was under the delusion that working with the machine she operated in any other capacity than to make them fly was somehow beneath her, or that she wasn't as qualified as the men who fixed the planes at the aviatory. She wasn't sure which. So she secluded herself in the gardener's shed every chance she could. This visit home hadn't been publicized. She'd been certain no one knew of her exploits. So how was it that Lord Charles Merrick was making his way across the back lawns right in her direction? She had no mirror with which to check her appearance. There really was nowhere she could hide either. Chances were he'd already seen her through the greenhouse windows. Should have them blackened, she muttered to herself, wiping the grease from her hands with a cloth. Lord Merrick's knock sounded. She bolted to her feet and swore under her breath. She could ignore the knock, she supposed. But he had it in his head that the two of them were to marry, and a man as titled and handsome as Charles wouldn't take snubbing for an answer. Victoria paused. Forget the cloth. "He wants to marry me?" she said to herself, straightening and hiking her sleeves higher up her arms. She fluffed her hair away from her neck and set her shoulders. Then he needs to know exactly what he's getting himself into. Why should she try to hide who she was? She was a pilot. She also had a fascination with how things worked, and that wasn't something he could wish away. "Victoria," Charles called through the door. "Miss Digby, are you in there?" With the hopes that seeing her in her true colors might scare him away, Victoria rubbed a smear of grease on her cheek for good measure. And, ready for battle, she opened the door. Charles was dressed immaculately in a tailored suit coat, patterned waistcoat, and a cravat that was tied to such perfection Victoria felt she should congratulate his valet on the intense detail he paid to each and every crease. His face was the true work of art, however. Charles was a chiseled masterpiece of the male species. His eyes were symmetrical almonds. His cheekbones were the exact angle necessary to draw attention to his slate jaw and the idyllic shape of his lips. He was too perfect, far, far too perfect. Victoria loved to fix things. How could she be with someone who wasn't in need of any improvements? Anything that had this immaculate of an outer shell often hid a decayed interior, and she had no interest in being the one to unearth whatever dirty secrets he hid beneath his seemly veneer. "Miss Digby," he said, bowing and then straightening with imperial etiquette. He squinted at the angle of the sun in his eyes, which probably accounted for the reason he hadn't yet noticed her abysmal attire and state. "Good afternoon," she said, none too friendly. "What are you doing here?" "I went to find you at the aviatory, but was told you'd taken the afternoon off." "I have." He cleared his throat, pulled at his cravat. "Too tight, Lord Merrick?" "I suspected you would come home. Your mother told me you were speaking with the gardener and sent me in this direction. It seems I've interrupted something?" There it was. The disapproval she'd been waiting, hoping to find in his eyes as they swept down her form and took in the overlarge man's shirt, the trousers inappropriately showing the shape of her legs, and the scuffed boots she wore during protocol training. Why should he be so surprised to find her in trousers? She wore battle leathers during her nightly patrols, and those left nothing to the imagination. Once she was in the home sphere of Chuzzlewit, though, that changed things. Expectations were as they had ever been. Propriety for all young ladies, which included fine gowns and full-fledged modesty at all costs. "Did you need something?" Victoria asked. She wanted to get to the point of this visit so she could return to the automaton she'd been building. The small machine had the general composition of a person, torso, arms, legs, head, but was still fairly crude. She didn't mind that. She could improve its design, once she managed to align the sprockets and get its motor to run without smoking the way it had every time she tried. Charles's gaze fixated on the smear of grease. At least she hoped that was the reason he was suddenly preoccupied with her mouth. Blast, she should have thought better than to draw attention to that specific feature. He hadn't yet kissed her. Their meetings thus far had been properly chaperoned, Sky be praised, but she wouldn't put it past him to want to. Dahlia had told Victoria how eager most men were to explore that particular pastime, a fact her friend twisted and used her advantage more times than Victoria could count. Charles cleared his throat. "It's a beautiful day outside." He gestured to the winsome sunlight warming the greenhouse's windows and its cement porch. "I wondered if you'd like a stroll, but it seems you—" Wickedness sprouted within her. Victoria smiled. "What a fine idea! I would adore taking a stroll with you. Let me put a few things away and we can venture together this moment. Would it be fine to amble along the boardwalk?" Patches of red climbed his cheeks. "The boardwalk?" His eyes flicked down her person once more. "Wouldn't you be more comfortable in something a little less revealing?" She glanced down at her shirt and trousers. It was cruel, she knew, but the discomfort in his expression was too much fun. "Oh, this? It will take too long for me to change, Charles. I'm sure you won't want to waste the afternoon in Mama's parlor. A walk with you seems just the thing." She turned and bent for the rags sullied with grease from her tools and the metal pieces she'd been experimenting with. She continued rambling. "You men don't know how good you have it," she said, kicking the automaton beneath the wooden table, holding several potted plants Mr. Tolbert was nursing to life before transplanting on the grounds. A pair of shears and gloves were on the end of the table. "Trousers are absolutely the most comfortable piece of clothing, far more suitable for outdoor work than a gown would ever be. I'm sure strolling in trousers would be no exception. Be that as it may," Charles glanced behind him, as if wanting somewhere else to focus on than Victoria's backside as she bent to urge the machine farther beneath the wooden table and completely out of the gardener's way. "Is something wrong?" she asked, straightening once more and facing him. His eyes flicked down just enough before he yanked them back again. "Perhaps this evening would be a better time." "I'm afraid I only had the afternoon off," she said. "I'll be training with the knots in another hour, and then we must make for patrol." "Of course," he bowed in acknowledgement. "I'll meet you outside your dormitory once you're through. Shall I?" She withheld a groan. Couldn't he take a hint? "If you'd like," she said. "I can't give you an exact hour when I'll return. It's a hazard of being in the protection program." "I'm happy to wait as long as I need to for you, Miss Digby." Cringe. She screwed her smile into place. "How nice. In that case, I'm sure I'll see you around this evening." Rather, she would do her utmost to avoid seeing him at all costs. At least she had fair warning that he intended to drop by. He'd caught her unawares more than once. Really, with all the other eligible young ladies in town, he could find someone else, couldn't he? Someone who desired his attention? Wonderful, he said, bowing once more. Charles turned to leave, paused, and then turned back. Fingering some of the peeling paint on the door, he said, "If I may be so bold, please." He pulled at his cravat once more and rested his arms at his sides, resembling the toy soldiers Victoria had seen in one of the shops downtown. "You are exquisite, no matter what you wear, Miss Digby." Victoria was speechless at that. He inclined his head, bade her farewell, and turned to make his way back across the lawn. As soon as he was out of sight, she stomped her foot. He could compliment her all he wanted, but that still didn't change things. As a lord, he wanted a proper wife, someone who could see to his household while he sat in on the Chuzzlewit's town council and discussed politics and the state of the weather. That was a life she simply had no interest in. Why Lord Charles Merrick had his sights set on her, she had no clue. She wanted a man who would allow her to be herself, a man who would hang propriety and stroll with her down the boardwalk or in the middle of the street if they chose, no matter what she was wearing. A man who would accept her as she was, insufficiencies and all. She was fairly certain there wasn't anyone in Chuzzlewit who fit that description. Spinsterhood it was. It was just as well. As long as she had her plane, she didn't need anything or anyone else. Chapter 2. This would work. Victoria just had to get her squad to agree. Dressed in their brown leather trousers, dark boots climbing to their knees, and battle corsets cinching their waists, the four women's skeptical expressions didn't mirror the confidence shining through Victoria. "Trust me on this," she said, pointing to the diagram she'd drawn on the blackboard in the barren instruction room. "Ignore the crudity of my skills and try to picture what I'm saying." "The drawing could use some work," Bronwyn said. "I don't know." Dahlia hitched her chin in her hand and examined the drawing as though she had a trained eye. The blonde curls piled into perfect confections on her head were the only obedient thing about her. "Something tells me you're in the wrong profession, Digby." "I call it the burst." Victoria ignored their jabs at her rough artwork. She'd drawn an X for each woman's planes and a squiggly line along the bottom to represent the ocean. Honestly, if the girls wanted artwork, they could waste time in the gallery near the boardwalk. They had a town to save here. Another reason she couldn't give Lord Merrick's advances any kind of leeway. To her relief, he hadn't been anywhere in sight as she'd made her way back across the countryside to the aviatory for their training session. "The 5 of us will come at the creek from this direction. We time our blasts so that they alternate rather than hitting all at once like we usually do." She pointed to the X's in turn. "The order will be me, then Dahlia, then Bronwyn, Maisie, and Emma last. That'll give us time to recharge in between. We'll hit the beast with a constant barrage of flames, so it won't have time to react. Then," Victoria lifted her chin and did her best not to let the pride bursting in her chest manifest itself. A grin would suffice. "We scatter. While the beast is disoriented and trying to go after each of us at once, I'll dart in and try to find a weakness." The girls remained unmoved. Emma captured her bottom lip in her teeth and glanced at the others. Bronwyn's formidable brows drew together. Curse it. Victoria had hoped for a more favorable response. They were supposed to gush about this as much as she was. She drew in a deep breath and continued, forcing her voice to remain buoyant. "At least give it a shot. Worst case scenario, we throw the monster off course, confusing it and sending it back into the sea. Best case, we get a closer look or even a sample extraction. We could actually come closer to defeating this thing." "But that's against protocol," Maisie argued. Her brown hair, nearly the same mahogany color as their battle leathers, was bobbed short, curling over one cheek. "We're meant to stay at least 15 feet away from the creek." Victoria fought a scoff. She knew at least one of them would object. But if this was what it took, wouldn't it be worth trying? "That's the problem," Victoria argued. "Commander Digby is too cautious." You mean your uncle? Dahlia said with a smirk, earning a snort from Emma. Victoria ignored that. Her relationship to the commander of the aviatory was irrelevant, and his too cautious strategies galled her. Every time we beat the creek, it returns. Don't you tire of letting that thing have its way? We can't do anything else but push it back to the sea, Maisie said. I disagree. There must be a way to end it for good. Commander Digby has to know how ineffective our current methods are. Once he sees what we can do, he'll realize we can handle more. Don't you see? He'll realize we can stop it for good, maybe even kill it. Maisie pursed her lips. Besides, Victoria added quickly, the commander won't be around today. His duties with the council are keeping him occupied. We'll have plenty of time to practice and perfect this before he ever knows. She knew she was risking her position as head officer not, but she wasn't here only to be a leader. She'd fought for her place because she wanted to implement something lasting. She took her oaths to protect the town seriously. Bronwyn's brows lifted, and Victoria could practically read the stocky girl's incredulous thoughts. Her mouth plunged, her wiry brown curls escaping their knot. She glanced at Emma as if to say, "Do you believe this?" "It's worth trying," Emma said. She was the smallest of the dauntless squad, petite and slim with hair the color of wheat in the summertime. Arguments ricocheted among the squad members. They'd be risking their positions. They'd be risking their lives. The creek could attack them more easily if they got too close. On and on each word pricked the certainty Victoria clung to. Moments later, Bronwyn stepped into the center of the women and lifted her arms. "Victoria is our squad leader," she said, her frown transforming into a smile that was anything but pleasant. "We follow our squad leader. I say we move out." Victoria inhaled as much as her corset would allow. It was no secret that Bronwyn wanted her position. They all knew Bronwyn was waiting for Victoria to make a wrong move so she could pounce like a cat in the brush on an unsuspecting target. This wasn't a wrong move. Sure, she was defying protocol and all but performing a rude hand gesture to her uncle's mandates. He wouldn't listen to her protests. How else could she prove to him her certainty about this? Victoria forced confidence into her voice. "Let's head out." She led the way through the instruction room's side door and out into the late afternoon's yellow heat. The vast aviatory, a massive steel structure with a flat roofline, stood to the east. Victoria guided the knots toward the runway, a paved stretch of dark asphalt before a collection of 6 steel hangars. Each hangar was accompanied by its own concrete landing pad connecting to the runway. In the distance, near the fence line marking the boundary of the aviatory, was the simulated ground where they practiced maneuvers before tackling the real shore. Victoria removed her headgear from its hook on her belt and positioned it on her hair, adjusting the mic to the right level at her cheek. Uncertainty wrestled the exhilaration in her chest. She did her best to brush the former aside, repeating the mantra that'd been her battle cry since entering the program. The sky has no margin. The only failure is failing to try. Victoria was the first to lead the newly formed protection program. The creek's attacks were increasing, and Uncle Jarvis had initiated the program for that reason. After hours of training and extensive tests, Victoria had earned the position of head officer not. It was an honor to have made it this far. She was determined to make everyone see that. Her squad members, her uncle, her mother. Victoria had elbowed through thick criticism and thin doubts. She'd contested and conformed. She'd smashed nearly every competition. She'd earned her place. Now the trick was to keep it. "Rally at the simulated shore," she instructed. "Here we go," Maisie said, sliding wide goggles over her face while somehow not affecting the hair curling at her left cheek. Her headgear clicked with a bleep. She secured the mic with a grin and spoke into it. "If this goes wrong, it's on your head." "It won't go wrong," Victoria said, approaching her hangar door. She reached for the low handle. The door groaned and dug its feet into the ground, but she hefted harder until it finally juddered and gave way, gliding up on rickety chains to reveal the magnificent aircraft bunked within its wide shelter. "Afternoon, Elsie," Victoria said to her plane with reverence. She brushed a hand along its copper design as one would do to a beloved horse, patting its neck and whispering encouragement to the creature before a ride. Her fingers trailed along the sutures, dividing the pieces of wrought metal, and scraped away some dirty, splotching the golden bolts. She inhaled her favorite smell of rust and exhaust and stepped back for a full view of the plane's squat wings and a bubble of a hatch. All her life she dreamed of building a plane like this, of piecing the metal, assembling the engine, and making something out of seemingly nothing. She was ravenous when it came to learning how machines worked, and especially learning how to do it herself. But as a woman, she wasn't allowed in the aviatory mechanic areas, so she resorted to flying. It would have to do. Flying gave her a way to get closer to the creek, though. The creek was the ultimate machine. She'd give anything to find out how a beast of its magnitude and capability functioned. "You know planes don't talk, don't you?" Bronwyn chimed in through her headset. "What's taking so long, Digby?" That sounded like Dahlia. "Do I have to start giving the orders?" Victoria shook herself and jogged to the far wall. "Check in." The other girls answered in succession, voicing their names one by one as their headgear bleeped. A machine stood in the corner, ready to take her punch for their training that day. She inserted her hand and pressed slowly, imprinting her fingerprints onto the screen below. She snatched the goggles from their hook, tucked her brown chignon inside her cap, and mounted the ladder. Her boots clanked their way up to the open latch. The familiar scent of leather greeted her, quashing all thoughts of failure and of mechanics. This was her place. This was where she belonged. The machine read her entrance. The seat moved forward, conforming to her body and leaving space for another passenger behind, should she ever need to train a new knot. Victoria checked the gauges, ensuring the one on the left had the right balance between air pressure and fuel. She flicked several knobs, and the aircraft gave a few putters before chugging to life. With a smile, Victoria took the joystick in her right hand. It thrummed beneath her touch, echoing the resonance in her chest. She released the brake, and the aircraft responded to her knowing hands, creeping forward into the warm afternoon light. "Knots out," she announced. Several of the girls squealed their excitement. "It's about time," Bronwyn said. Victoria cranked her craft forward with such speed that she laughed as the impact thrust her into the seat. She moved the machine, feeding it with her own adrenaline. Before she knew it, she was in the sky. "And this, ladies, is why I fly," Dahlia called through the headset. Victoria laughed again with the others. The swirled sunlight-gathered clouds welcomed her. She guided the joystick in a quick motion. The plane responded, zipping through the air and providing a pleasant lurch in her stomach. "Show off," Maisie said. "Just doing my job," Victoria answered with a grin. Liberty erupted within her, almost as if that striking nothing but sky filtered through her the higher she went, filling her with its clarity. She could do anything up here, be anything, and she swelled at the thought. Pure freedom, pure, untainted, fully reachable freedom. They might keep her from tinkering down there, but up here there were no limits. From this vantage point, Victoria grasped a view of the aviatory's multiple buildings and expansive roof lines, of the distant ocean's wide belly, of the clouds cluttering on the horizon. The training ground's fabricated ocean loitered, waiting for their approach. It was mechanized and simulated, run by the men of the aviatory. Dauntless Squad's 5 planes passed on the south end of the sky, circling around from their various hangars on the aviatory's opposite side. "Think back to the diagram," Victoria called as the squad's planes flew together, hovering over the bleak stretch of dirt before the fake ocean. The training simulation was a poor substitution for the actual ocean, with its small size and choppy waves caused by some kind of machinery, but it gave the knots a safe place to practice. "The creek is attacking from the south end of the beach. The burst, ladies. We move forward and then scatter. confusing the brute. If only she could convince her uncle to arm the planes with explosives or to send a foot squadron out. They could use their planes to trap the monster and have men on hand to dismantle it. But Jarvis would hear nothing of that. He underestimated them. She would show him what they were capable of. Victoria maintained air, the plane rumbling beneath the seat. Let's show my uncle where the best squad he has. Dauntless? Dauntless, Dahlia echoed. Maisie and Emma added their cheers and followed Victoria's lead, circling to the far end of the training ground. Exhaust lined the air behind them, swirling in a gray vortex through the bright sky. The robot creek began to rise from the fake ocean at the far end of the training ground. Not only was the replica infinitely smaller than the actual monster, but its pieces were too smooth and pieced too accurately to match the real beast's disjointed appearance. A large open space was all that remained directly behind the pretend ocean, to avoid catching anything on fire when the girls shot their flames. She ached to see the real monster up close, to take a sample of its metalwork, perhaps, to learn its inner workings and weaknesses. Currently, their methods only drove it back into the sea. She wanted to do more. Even the strongest creatures had vulnerability. She was determined to find the creeks, to use that vulnerability to kill it. After all, she wasn't just another pretty face. She meant business. On my lead, she said into her headset. The fake monster flapped its makeshift arms in the pool, and Victoria steered in its direction. V-gull formation. From her periphery, she could see the other 4 planes flying out behind her as practiced. They kept a steady pace toward the pool at the end of the dirt. The simulated beast rose, cranked by the men within. The 5 planes roared in, closer, closer. Victoria? Maisie said with uncertainty. Steady on. This would make them uncomfortable, but it needed to be done. Pushing the brute back into the sea made no sense, not when they could do more. Study it, defeat it. Instinct from years of training warned her. Pulling back from this proximity would be difficult, but she had to keep going. Now, burst! Victoria cried. The 4 planes, 2 on either side of her, fanned in their opposite directions. Her fingers tingled. She stretched them out, but the tingling only climbed up her arms, her neck, to the back of her skull. She blinked, shaking her head, her vision blurred. Instead of sky dusted with clouds, a different landscape overtook her windows. Enormous buildings towered, crammed together at all sides. She wasn't flying, she was running. She was shouting, reaching. Victoria! Victoria! Dahlia's voice barely registered. The phony creek reared. The men working it must have seen Victoria's proximity and attempted to make it swerve out of her way before she collided. She slammed her eyes shut, fighting the images. In her panic, she jerked her joystick too quickly, flipping the plane in sideways circles. Her stomach sickened. She gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain control. The joystick remained unresponsive. She fought the controls, urging the stubborn joystick. Her plane continued to spin, addling her brain, making her lunch heave in her stomach. She's lost control, one of the girls shouted. This is why I should be in charge. Not happening, Victoria muttered, riled by Bronwyn's relentless remarks about her incompetence. Gritting her teeth, Victoria urged the joystick a little more slowly into the correct position. Gradually, the plane ceased its dizzying spin, straightening and allowing Victoria's thoughts to steady enough for her to make a rutted landing in the dirt. The other 4 planes landed at the far end of the runway, where they were supposed to. The ground rumbled as their wheels crushed against the earth. Soon they disembarked. Their small forms grew larger as they dashed toward her. Smoke emitted from her dashboard, making Victoria cough. The maintenance gauge discharged an obnoxious, repetitive ping. Victoria braced a hand on either side of the cockpit. Though the plane had stilled, her entire frame continued reeling and twisting. Alarm overtook her chest. "What the blazes was that?" she said in a breathless stupor, attempting to regain her equilibrium. She'd had the sensation before, a distracting feather tickling her mind, but it had never fully overtaken her like that, whisking her away to somewhere else entirely. She'd lost control. She never lost control. "Victoria!" Dahlia climbed her way into Elsie's wing and opened the hatch, releasing the smoke within. Victoria coughed several more times, inhaling, gasping for the fresher air. Her fingers fumbled against the clasps of her restraints. Dahlia tilted in to help release her, and Victoria pushed herself up with shaky arms. Dahlia offered her a hand. "We didn't call ourselves Dauntless so you could go berserk. Are you all right?" Victoria allowed Dahlia to help her amble out of the cockpit, down the ladder, and slid to the ground. The dirt was unsteady beneath her boots, and she clung to her ladder for support. "I'm all right." "What happened?" Maisie asked, her brown eyes wide in concern. "You've never lost control like that." Victoria scanned each face. Dahlia's pointed nose and downturned mouth, Bronwyn's disapproving grimace, Maisie's worried gaze, Emma's teeth gnawing her lip. Victoria opened her mouth, but she couldn't tell them what had happened. They'd think she was mad. She could tell Dahlia, perhaps. Dahlia Covington had been Victoria's closest friend since their training had started 2 years before. Dahlia's vigor had kept her neck and neck with Victoria and Bronwyn through their simulations, through written testing, even though disagreements had burbled up among the group of competing young ladies. But now wasn't the time, especially not with another figure making his way across the dirt. Uncle Jarvis stormed toward her. The tails of his stately gray jacket flapped in his wake. Victoria's stomach sank. "Just my luck," she muttered. "What did you expect?" Bronwyn muttered, folding her arms. "Steady on, old girl," Dahlia said with a sympathetic look for Victoria and a scowl for Bronwyn. Victoria pursed her lips and lifted her chin. Ensuring she could stand on her own, she ambled to meet Uncle Jarvis, not wanting him to approach her as though she were a petulant child. His upper lip curled. Left eye twitching, he glared at the women behind Victoria a moment before meeting her gaze. "Uncle, I can explain." His hand pinched her elbow and he pulled her aside. "I come to monitor your training session in time to see you pull a stunt like that. This was reckless. What were you thinking? If I can get closer, I may be able to collect a sample. Study the monster, find its weakness. You have to know our methods aren't working." "Our methods work well enough. It's not worth killing yourself over, Victoria. You weren't made squadron leader as opportunity to show off." "It will work, I'm certain of it. You lost control, Victoria." "No, really?" "I wouldn't have if—" He elevated his nose as if to look down on her that much more. "Please, go on," he said with derision. "Tell me the method behind your madness." Her blood boiled. Let's forget that he would only continue criticizing her. If she couldn't tell her squad, she certainly couldn't admit to Uncle Jarvis what had happened, not when she didn't understand it herself. He scoffed. Clasping his hand behind his back and shaking his head, he began to pace in front of her, a series of actions she detested. Here came the lecture. If they were at home, she would excuse herself. She'd refuse to allow him to talk down to her. But she wasn't his niece. Not here. She was the head of one of his squadrons. Protocol demanded she show him the respect of his position and remain where she was. "Last week you received a demerit for unlicensed tinkering with your plane. 2 weeks before, you went into the Exodus training squad and spouted your nonsense about stopping the creature. We can't give those young girls false hope. They're going to replace you one day, and it's your job to set the best example you can." "I'm doing my best," she said through her teeth, working to remain calm. Uncle Jarvis pinched the bridge of his nose. When he spoke again, his voice was treacherously soft. "This is your final warning, Victoria. We serve to protect, and we do that without endangering lives unnecessarily. My methods are the only methods we'll be using." Victoria didn't fail to notice the smug satisfaction simmering on Bronwyn's face as she and the other knots looked on. Undoubtedly, they'd heard his reprimand. She couldn't stand this. She opened her mouth to argue, but he spoke over her. I don't care how excellent a pilot you are. If you can't obey procedure, you're useless. This is your final warning. One more deliberate act of disobedience, and you're off the squad. Chapter 3. Honestly, Victoria was fuming. She couldn't believe Uncle Jarvis did this to her. It wasn't her fault something had taken over her mind, as though transporting her somewhere else entirely. She would never have lost control otherwise. She dismissed her knots to return their planes to their hangars, backing Elsie into its hangar before returning her goggles to their post, closing the door, and meeting the others outside. The four of them gathered around her. Emma and Maisie's foreheads were wrinkled with worry, Bronwyn sneered, and Dahlia was flat out smiling. At least he didn't give you the death penalty, Dahlia said. It's only a matter of time, Bronwyn sneered. Her brown curls had fallen from their knot and tangled to her shoulders. Keep coming up with these new maneuvers of yours, Digby. I'll be only too glad to help you out when the time comes. And by out, I mean out. Victoria didn't miss the threat. I earned my place, Bronwyn, and you know it. Sure, and you'll earn your way right out of it. Back off, Dahlia said. She has the ability to remove you from the squad. Bronwyn blinked in a bored sort of way. Yes, but she won't. And she sauntered off toward their dormitory. The large stone building was adjacent to the aviatory. Its elegantly manicured lawns and flower beds were in full bloom with delicate roses and pluming hydrangeas. Are you okay? Emma asked. She was the sweetest one on the Dauntless. If there was ever a scraped knee or wounded pride, you could be sure Emma would be the first to check on the invalid's soul. You've never lost control like that, Maisie added. Maybe we should let Bronwyn take charge if the pressure is too much for you. Ever the practical one. I'm fine, Victoria assured the two women, reaching a hand for either of theirs. But thank you for your concern. Why don't you get some rest before patrol? Maisie gave Emma a questioning glance, and the two of them fell into step alongside the other in the same direction Bronwyn had taken. Tell me again why you won't remove Bronwyn? Dahlia shuffled closer once the other two had left. Victoria dusted her hands and stared. Bronwyn joined the Exodus squad, basking in the sun on the green landscape surrounding the dormitory they all shared. Though built stone by stone, the building was otherwise unremarkable. Victoria and Dahlia sauntered closer to an array of flowering dogwood trees and paused. My uncle said it himself. I've stepped out of line one too many times. Dahlia nudged Victoria with her shoulder. If you did leave the squad, I'm sure Lord Merrick would positively injure himself. He's been by to ask about you every day, sometimes multiple times a day. Lord Merrick was the last person Victoria wanted to think about right now. He can do whatever he likes as long as he leaves me out of it. The last time I checked, he means to include you in his life in a very real way. I don't want to talk about him right now, Victoria said. She'd have to find a way out of the stroll she'd promised him earlier. Right now she needed to think aloud, to share her feelings with someone. The truth was, her experience during training rattled her. She had lost control. She couldn't figure out why. What was that flash in her mind? It wasn't uncommon to be fearful before patrol, especially since it hadn't been that long since she'd advanced from flight school and become an official knot in the program. The creek's poisonous breath tacked fear into the very air they breathed. Touching a person's skin, the breath had no harmful effect, but if someone inhaled the noxious vapors, they rarely survived to tell anyone about it. Victoria's father was proof of that. She hadn't even been able to say goodbye. Papa's body was so mangled by the poison that she wasn't able to get as much as a final look at him before they laid him in the ground. Victoria didn't want to admit to nerves. But what if this same déjà vu-like flash happened during an actual patrol? Listen, Dahlia. That's a shame, since he's waiting to speak with you now. What? Victoria's thoughts derailed. Sure enough, Lord Charles Merrick loitered beneath a tree, standing aloof and away from the other young ladies sitting on benches, sprawled out on blankets on the grass, or bending over flowers. He wore the same fitted suit and green waistcoat, and he was looking right at her. She fingered one of the corset's buckles along her stomach. The pressure seemed to tighten that much more around her strained ribs. Undoubtedly, he'd expect her to change into a formal gown before he deigned to take that stroll they'd mentioned. She'd stroll naked if it meant causing enough of a scandal to get him to leave her alone. "Look at him," Dahlia said, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially, "practically salivating over the chance to speak with you. As though he hadn't spoken with me only hours before. Tell me, when is the joyous wedding to take place?" Victoria snatched Dahlia's wrist, guiding the other woman in a different direction, southward, toward town, toward the sea. "It isn't," Victoria said, fighting the desire to glance over her shoulder. "I have no desire to marry anyone than I do to quit the aviatory. Let's head to the boardwalk. Hopefully he won't follow us." "Not handsome enough for you?" Dahlia had no qualms about peering over her shoulder or smirking at Lord Merrick. The two women crossed the street in front of a puttering hover carriage, taking long strides to increase their paces. Moving quickly was much easier to do in their leather pants and boots than it would have been in skirts and petticoats. "Charles Merrick is handsome enough," Victoria snapped. And he was, with his alluring smile, bright green eyes, and dark hair slicked perfectly back. Any girl would be ravenous over the amount of time Victoria was forced to spend with him lately. But Charles was a glint of silver in the grass, sparkling and alluring, and deep enough one didn't see the trap until it snapped around her ankle. Victoria saw it, and she wouldn't be baited. "He is just like my mother," she said as the two of them rounded the bend beyond the patch of trees, nearing closer and closer to the smaller homes and businesses beside the seashore. "He wishes me to settle, something I have no intention of doing." "But what if you do get taken off the squad? I mean, your uncle was livid." The air escaped from Victoria's lungs. Dahlia's usual knack for speaking her mind didn't eliminate the sting of her words. "I'm not getting removed from the squad." It had only been a few months since Victoria's position as flying officer Knott had been announced. She'd aced the final examination that awarded the top position over the 4 other ladies in her squad, alongside Orpha, who'd won the Exodus training squad. The 5 women from Dauntless were selected to protect their town. Their patrol later that evening was part of protocol, and if it went well, could only help to secure Victoria's post as leader. Dahlia's mouth dropped. "I only meant, if you don't succeed at this, your mother is pulling you from the program." Mama didn't see the program as an honor. She saw only a defiant daughter, willful and independent, determined to sully the name of Digby much as Victoria sullied her clothing every time she came near a wrench. She and Dahlia progressed, moving from open grasslands and trees to the smaller, more clustered homes. The two of them slowed their pace as they reached the boardwalk and its rows of shops. Waves crashed lazily in the distance as though gesturing in welcome. Victoria considered forcing confidence into her voice as she did around the other women on the squad. But this was Dahlia. "Mama will try, I suppose." Victoria was 18. If only there were some way to venture off on her own, but the only way to do that was to marry, and that was the problem. Once she married, her husband wouldn't allow her to fly. What man would permit his wife to patrol the shore to ward off a dangerous mechanical beast when the main duties of a wife were to run the household and bear children? "I think it's wrong for Uncle Jarvis to be so cautious. With the way things are going, the creek keeps coming back. Our methods aren't working. Something needs to change." "He won't like hearing that." Dahlia stepped onto the boardwalk's planks. Victoria inhaled the briny air. "If he wants to pull me from the squad for disagreeing with him, I suppose he can. I'm just going to continue giving it my best, to keep from giving him a reason to." "Then Bronwyn is right. You'd better stop with these new maneuvers. What happened up there? You told the girls you were fine, but it was like you were on a suicide mission. I didn't think you'd pull out in time." Now that things had settled somewhat, Victoria wasn't sure she wanted to tell Dahlia what had happened after all. She didn't know herself. I'm not sure." She couldn't help hearing Bronwyn's taunt in her mind again. She kicked a rock off the wooden planks, leading toward the ocean's sandy bank. "I'm only glad you're all right." Dahlia stopped to look directly at her. They didn't often get sappy with one another, but Victoria's heart swelled. She smiled in return, warmed by the kind words. "Are you going to walk for a while?" Dahlia asked, breaking their silence. "I think I'll head back to the dorm, see if Charles wants some company." Victoria snorted. Dahlia could have him. "Yes, I think I'll keep walking. I'll see you at dinner before patrol?" Victoria nodded and bade her friend goodbye before squinting toward the ocean. Her mind raced with questions. It wasn't the first time her thoughts had scattered, but to overcome her like they had, to dull her senses and blanket her vision, she couldn't afford to let it happen again. She refused to let it. Victoria peered at her reflection in the window of the bookshop on the corner. She'd always loved how fierce she and the other knots looked in their battle leathers. Fitted pants laced with thick-heeled boots to the knee. White shirt covered with a magenta corset that both emphasized her figure and protected her vital organs all at once. She looked daunting. She looked like the kind of woman she wanted to be. Fearless and strong. Too strong to be tethered or taken down. Victoria's boot sank into the sand. Waves crashed and she basked in the sky's beauty, marveling in the way it disappeared behind the ocean and yet lingered still, hidden in stretches she couldn't see. The sight was breathtaking, with the shore watchers shed on the small cliff overlooking the water, the gulls circling overhead, the sand inviting her to remove her boots and feel it between her toes. Peering behind her, Victoria tucked herself near the rocks and watched the waves crash, feeling the spray against her cheeks and arms. She should return. Evening patrol would be coming soon, but for the moment, she just wanted to be alone. Something glimmered near the wettest part of the sand. Curious, Victoria stepped nearer. She relished the sinking of her feet in the sand, wishing again she could remove her boots. A metal cog, circular and jagged along its edges, was wedged in the sand. It was marked, not with rust, but with swirls of gold and silver. A gasp lodged in Victoria's throat. Her heart began to pound. She'd seen this metal before. Not in the workshops of the aviatory where engineers worked to create the hover carriages and machinery needed to build homes and factories. No man-made metal she knew of looked like this. The colors were woven and melted in, blending like cream stirred into coffee. She thought again of her failed maneuver that afternoon, of her argument with Bronwyn and her uncle, of Dahlia's reminder that she would be removed if she wasn't careful. She wasn't sure how this piece had come to be here. There hadn't been an attack for a few days now. Perhaps the piece had dislodged during the last one. The modus operandi implied that Victoria turned this in. But where was the good in that? If Uncle Jarvis wouldn't allow her to find the brood, the least she could do was learn more about it. With a glance over her shoulder, she tucked the cog into her skirt pocket beside the wrench she kept hidden there and veered back toward the town. A new lightness was in her chest. If her suspicions were correct, she'd just found a piece of the monster she so craved to study. Chapter 4. Victoria waited behind a tree, making sure Charles had gone before slipping inside. It was nearly sunset, but she couldn't wait. She crossed through the hall and headed toward the abandoned instruction hall upstairs. She ducked into the third door on the left. The room saw little use. Several desks and a collection of tools forgotten in drawers were all that was left. Tools forgotten by some, that is. Victoria had stumbled upon the room and its implements when she'd lost a bet to Albert Tenneman and had owed him a kiss because of it. The kiss hadn't been anything to write home about, not that she would have, but the clanking tools she'd discovered when he'd thrust her against an open drawer during his passionate response to her made up for that. She quietly closed the door, lit a candle in the corner, and pulled the cog from her skirt pocket. A smudge of grease stained her fingertips. Something told her she should be ashamed at the sight, but the devil inside her relished the detour from expectation. The cog was beautiful. Giddiness filled her chest. Perhaps if she could figure out a way to destroy this component, they could apply whatever that method was to the larger creature. The flames she and her knots blew at the beast when it emerged obviously caused it no damage. No, it couldn't be flames. Chemical, perhaps? She hadn't taken any courses on alchemy whatsoever. What combination of elements together could damage metal? A piercing wail penetrated the walls. It stained the air, plunging her stomach and making her skin prickle. Victoria dropped the cog with a squeal. She knew that wail. "It's not sunset yet," she muttered to the empty room, bending to scrape the cog from the floor. She thrust it into her pocket, threw open the door, and ran for it. The creek always attacked at sunset. Why had the shore watcher sounded the alarm so early? Victoria raced back through the dormitory, catching up with the other frantic young ladies still in their battle leathers. They rushed for their hangars, throwing open the doors. She did the same. She clambered up Elsie's ladder and cranked the plane to life. Once she taxied out to the runway, Victoria accelerated, took off, and made for the shore. The sun had cheered and warmed the shore when Victoria had found the cog not more than an hour before. Now she flew through a bleak gray palette amid the clouds. A bubbling froth gurgled in the ocean's center. She'd seen those clouds and that burble too many times. "Hang back, Dauntless," Victoria commanded. The girl's frantic exclamations rattled in her headset. She gave them no reply. Her gaze was fixed on the burble. Though it hadn't yet emerged, the creek was twice the size of any building. It resembled pictures she'd seen of gorillas hidden in remote jungles, except no gorilla was made up piece by piece of brilliant, shining metal with claws on each hand. Cogs and wheels, circles and bars, nuts and bolts, all intertwined and collaborated to build the domineering 30-feet-high monster. Victoria's panicked glance shot to the boardwalk, where a few shoppers and sightseers stood in shock. She calculated the potential casualties and the time necessary for those people to seek shelter. Procedure clanked in her mind. She opened her mouth to give orders when the frothing tremor fired across the water, skimming its surface. The creek left a foaming white trail in its wake, and it was as though that surge sparked something directly inside of Victoria as well. She gripped her controls with cold fingers. The clouds loomed, creaking over the town and dimming any remaining doses of sunlight. The creek speared closer. 20 feet. 10. 5. Victoria sounded the call. "Line up! Get to the shore! Get in formation!" The other planes jetted toward the sand, following command. Hands slick on the joystick, Victoria steered forward to meet the enormous creature crawling from the tide, dripping with sea foam and gleaming with fury. Dauntless squad drifted over the edges of the shore. Victoria couldn't help but think they resembled large bugs waiting to be swatted. The girls' grid formation, 2 in front, 3 behind, was dead on. They hovered and created an airborne barrier between the enormous metallic creature and the town. Victoria joined the barricade on the south end, parking in mid-air. Though she was no longer moving, her pulse throbbed in anticipation, waiting for the next moment, waiting for the right time to make their move. "Why does this fiend keep coming back?" Emma asked, her voice high-pitched. For being so bashful in social situations, she had surprising gumption when it came to confronting the creek. "Some kind of vengeful desire to claim victims?" Maisie offered. "I don't know," Victoria said. It was a question she'd wondered too many times to count. While she was unsure of its motives, she knew the brute's tendencies. Typically, it lumbered along the sand. The planes would stagger and blow flames once they approached the designated 15-foot buffer. Any closer would expose them to danger. Any farther would be too far for the flames to effectively push the beast back. "Add that to your list of questions for dear Uncle Jarvis," Dahlia said. Bronwyn, Victoria noticed, was silent. She waited for another snide remark about losing her position, but it never came. Victoria did have questions she hadn't been at liberty to investigate. Though it kept to the same patterns with every attack, the creek's movements were somewhat unpredictable. But the Knots did know that whenever the creek regained its strength after an attack, it returned to claim its next victim, always from the sea's edge. "You know, your uncle is attractive for an older man." "Not now, Dahlia," Victoria snapped as the creek faltered, staggering backward in the sea as if off balance. "Looks like it's changing course. Circle around, let's form a line and be ready for it to emerge." She let out, circling to bear farther right than where they were. Dahlia, Bronwyn, Maisie, and Emma followed, straightening their line. The creek's massive jowls opened, steaming as if they'd been scorching hot before being immersed in water, and the creature released a guttural moan at the plain blockade. It pulled itself out of the water completely, its large claws impaling the sand. "Keep at its eye level," Victoria said. Over the rumble of her craft, she heard the creek's crackling, huge metal arms as it finally succeeded at prying itself out of the rippling ocean. The limbs were made up of gears and pieces so intricate, a familiar longing to steal a closer look swept through her. Just to see how they worked. Better yet, from this proximity, she could tell the segments were swirled, just like the piece she'd found earlier. "Hold steady," she commanded as the planes adjusted their height to stay directly in front of it. The creek rose to its full height, a good 20 feet over the roofs along the boardwalk, and shook water from its head. The resulting spray smattered against Victoria's windshield. She triggered her wipers to clear her view, glancing one way, then the other. Dahlia and Maisie on her right, Bronwyn and Emma on her left. "Now?" Bronwyn asked. "Wait for my signal." Victoria had been nervous her first several flights after she'd finished her training, especially the first time she'd had to help keep the creek at bay. But after 2 years, the sight of the monster's large mechanical body and stuttering movements motivated her more than anything else. "First round, now!" she cried. Her thumb smashed the button at the top of her joystick. Controlled jets of flames projected in pyrotechnic wonder from the barrels on Elsie's either side. The blasting tongues of heat shook her plane, rattling its frame. Though Elsie was reinforced so the flame couldn't penetrate her fuselage, the heat still breached the plane, enveloping Victoria and making her entire body bake. The other hovercraft ignited the air with fire, syncing with Victoria's, and the result was more powerful than dragons. Orange light exploded in the creek's direction, riding in a gossamer wave of rippling, tangerine tongues as it combined with the creek's putrefactive breath. The result was as breathtaking as a vibrant sunset. The creek howled a deafening shriek, careening directly into Victoria's eardrums. The sound grated like metal scraping into metal. Teeth clenched, Victoria rested her gun, letting the fuel refill the tank for another shot. If only they didn't have to take this time, but the rudimentary equipment needed time to reboot before she could propel more fuel to ignite. In the lapse of time, the creature crawled forward, its body barely missing the churning tide. Its claw-like metal talons sliced the shore, cutting into the sand as it hauled itself forward. "Prepare the second round," Victoria ordered. "Fire!" Maisie and Emma lobbed fuel with incendiary force from their positions, warding the beast back. Victoria took a moment to peer downward. People scattered below, scrambling like spilled marbles and struggling to secure their gas masks in the process. Some dropped their bags. One woman collided with another as she rounded the corner to take desperate shelter in the bookshop. Though really, if she'd thought much about it, placing herself under the mercy of so much kindling wasn't the best idea under the circumstances. Really, whose idea was it to place the bookshop so close to the shore? Victoria shook the dark thoughts away and frowned. She was stunned at the number of people still about, at the number who hadn't taken shelter the moment the shore watcher's alarm sounded. "What are you doing?" She muttered to them as if they could hear her. "Do you think this is a show? Get inside!" "Fools," Bronwyn added, for once agreeing with Victoria. One woman in a tan brocade skirt and hazel corset struggled to capture an excited toddler who kept evading her grasp. She reached for him. He gave her the slip. This happened at least 3 times. From the exuberance on his plentiful cheeks, he was thrilled to meet the overlarge monster. In a final, desperate attempt, the woman snatched the back of the boy's jacket. He wriggled free. "Come on," Victoria muttered urgently to them while preparing her fire gun and directing its barrels at the creature. Apparently, she wasn't the only one preoccupied with the struggling mother. "Someone should land," Emma said. "Perhaps we could help that woman and her child." "Steady on," Victoria urged, her training blaring in her mind. She could send one of them to land, but by the time the pilot got down there, it would be too late and would put her at risk as well as the woman and child. Breaking formation would allow the creek an opening to attack. Victoria refused to give it so much sway. Another demerit was the last thing she needed, not to mention the danger doing so would put over the town. The woman would have to manage her gas mask on her own. The gas was really all any of them had to worry about when it came to it. The creek wasn't all mechanical. It had a heart and lungs like any other creature, and the flames had a dousing effect on its pestilential breath. Aside from blowing people to death, what appeal did attacking the town have for the monster? Did it eat its victims? She didn't know. As if the thing could hear her thoughts, it rumbled, emitting with a shudder another cosmic amount of green haze. Victoria and the other Knots had protection within the glass hatches of their planes, but she watched the death-dealing fumes ooze toward the buildings on the shore, toward the woman and her child. Human screams joined the cacophony in the air. No! Victoria didn't want to look, but she couldn't help it. The child's form flailed on the boardwalk below, a small gas mask concealing his face. His mother wasn't so fortunate. Her mouth gaped. Her scream clattered against the rumbling of the hovercraft. Sickening helplessness struck Victoria, making her stomach curl. The gas mask the woman had failed to place dangled from her hand as she slammed against the mercantile's brick side, her mouth barreled open, her eyes widening upward as if something was being dumped on her from overhead. A man with garters on the biceps of his shirt sleeves dashed out, gathered the child, and pulled him into the shop. It was too late to do anything for the woman. The spots had already arrived. Massive and purplish, like hell itself was creating landmarks on her skin, the welts spread instantaneously. They expanded, pushing through the fabric of the sleeves of the woman's dress, overtaking her face, her eyes, her mouth. Victoria knew she should look away. Her fuel gauge was almost to its red line. It would soon be time to strike, and she needed to be ready if they wanted any hope of scaring the thing into its saltwater depths. But the woman fell so hard she slipped from the boardwalk planks to the street. She clawed the gravel as her skin slowly transformed from smooth cream to bulky bruises. With one last effort, her body sighed its soul and stopped moving. Blood trailed from her lifeless mouth. Victoria nearly vomited in her hatch. Fury rode on its own wave within her. She tore her gaze away, wishing she could wipe the memory from her eyes as easily. Papa had died from the creek's baneful breath. The spots, the weakness, the blood. Was that how it had been for him too? Her fuel gauge had recharged, but so had the ferocity in her bloodstream. She clamped her teeth to keep from releasing a vindictive rebel yell. Even in her fury, there was no need to blast the other lady's eardrums. Instead, with determination, she gave the signal to fire once more. "Back away," Bronwyn called. "We're too close." "We're fine. Fire." Too late. She realized Bronwyn was right. In her distraction, in each of their distraction probably, they drifted too close to the beast and were in breach of the 15-foot rule. Maybe this was just what they needed. Maybe they needed to test the limits if that meant saving lives. "Fire!" Victoria urged again. The creek lifted one of its mechanical arms with agonizing slowness toward a hovercraft in the center of the formation. Dahlia's plane. Sense slammed into Victoria. Bronwyn, Maisie, and Emma shouted, but Dahlia was uncharacteristically silent, as if frozen in panic. V-Gull! Circle back, ladies! V-Gull formation! It's too late. Emma squeaked. The metal arm collided with Dahlia's fuselage, tearing a hole in the steel with its claw. A horrible, wrenching sound split the air like beams groaning under too much weight. Though she was only adjacent to the attack, the impact jolted Victoria's plane, making it jigger. That was nothing to the way Dahlia's plane whirled like a fan before it crashed to the sand. Chapter 5. "Dahlia!" Victoria screeched. "Report in! Dahlia!" There was no response. The creek tipped its head back as if in conquest. It trundled forward, resting its weight on its claws, clockwork eyes bent straight in Dahlia's fallen direction. It didn't take much imagination to picture the monster's next move, claws rising, crushing Dahlia in a single swoop. "I don't care what my uncle says," Victoria muttered. "It can't do this." First the abandoned child, then the woman whose skin burbled and rendered her heliotropic human popcorn. She refused to let this mongrel take her friend. She broke formation and flew forward. Though her fuel gauge levels were meager, she hovered directly in front of the creature's white-hot teeth. Rather than blinking, its eyes swiveled like golden rims around a clock. Spouting words that would make her mother blush, Victoria lit the air just as the creek opened its mouth. The flame caught, following the trail of breath and tunneling inside the monster's mouth. Bronwyn, Maisie, and Emma did likewise, taking positions of their own and bombarding their holocaust directly at the monster. The creek unleashed a harsh but deafening moan. It reared back, tumbling, ambling, and slowly surrendered itself to the sea. Victoria hovered, her aircraft puttering, waiting for the fiend to return to challenge her again. It didn't. "Take that, you grisly brute," she said, panting as if she'd just exerted herself. Emotionally, she supposed she had. The ocean frothed and bubbled at its center. Eventually, one by one, the bubbles subsided. Trembling, Victoria tapped her earpiece. "Dahlia, check in! Dahlia! Ladies, is she okay?" A silent hum filled with non-committal murmurs filtered through her headset. They didn't know any more than she did, apparently. "Blast!" Victoria glanced to the woman's bruised, collapsed body, motionless, on the boardwalk. Oscar Radley held the child in his arms. He told himself the action was meant to comfort the child, who couldn't be older than 2 or 3, but in all reality, Oscar needed the embrace as much as he suspected the boy did. The woman's gruesome end scraped the inside of his eyelids. The memory numbed his skull, and he clung hard to the small, quivering boy, wishing there was something more he could do. The siren had sounded, and most of the shoppers had fled. Oscar had frantically herded people, guiding them to the exit. His father's mercantile simply wasn't built to accommodate shelter for so many. Intermittently, he'd offered several of the gas masks Papa had stored for purchase beneath the counter. He'd only just gotten his own mask in place when he'd glanced out the window at the woman and her son. He ducked out to nab the boy just in time. No son should ever witness his mother dying in such a horrendous way. Oscar's gaze drifted around his father's shop, at the bags of wheat and rice on display, the bolts of dark and brilliantly colored fabric stacked on pegs behind the counter, wishing he could somehow use that fabric to scrap the memory from his brain. Hopefully the boy was young enough the memory wouldn't implant itself into his mind. Frustration rioted through him. Why had he bothered returning to this infernal town? He'd forgotten how awful the attacks were, and the tactics were the same as they'd been before. He'd had high hopes for the Knots Academy's protection program, but the young ladies did nothing more than strike flames to scare it away. Something bled wrong about that. Here he'd been at university for a year, bettering himself in order to better others, and the unchangedness of Chuzzlewit upon his return disgusted him. The small boy stared up at Oscar with bright, stormy eyes. Oscar patted his dark hair. He set him on his feet and made for the counter to retrieve a sweet from the glass jar reserved for just such an occasion. He smiled as the boy took it, if only to conceal his own shock. Several women flocked around Oscar and the boy. Now removed, their gas masks dangled from the crooks of their elbows like strange octopi. A short woman with dark skin and wearing a light blue dress lowered her arms and lifted the boy from Oscar. "Where's Mama?" the boy asked, wrapping his tiny arms around the woman's neck. "She's gone to our Maker, sweet angel," the woman said with more tenderness than Oscar could have managed at the moment. "Let's go find your papa." Oscar gritted his teeth. His papa stared down at him in plain shirt sleeves, suspenders, and vest, his brow bent with worry. Another woman approached Oscar. Her expression was wilted, but she attempted a smile and made a few attempts at small talk. "I suppose we'll be seeing you at the ball tomorrow," she finished in a magnanimous attempt to salvage the one-sided conversation. He knew it wasn't courteous, but he couldn't bring himself to care about meaningless conversations at the moment. He gave her a small nod of acknowledgement, though the mention of the ball only riled him that much more. Without a word, Oscar crossed the length of the small store to the stone stairs sequestered behind the counter. Halfway up the narrow, steep steps, he rested his arm on the cool wall. Parties, celebrations, as though people could focus on anything else where there was a wretched monster killing people at the shore. "This is maddening," he muttered to himself. Why wasn't more being done? Once the monster had sunk into the ocean, the ladies in their hovercraft would dissipate as the danger seemingly did. As though they could settle for allowing that mongrel to continue to exist. They'd blown their flames, pushed it back, done their duty. Was that all this was? He wanted nothing more than to escape back to Wolverton, to establish a life for himself there. To establish a life anywhere but here, really. How could he leave, knowing what danger loitered so close to his father, to others? And as for the cursed celebratory dance the following evening, they could stuff it. He had no desire to attend. The party was being held in his honor, but he wanted no special attention, especially not after what had just happened. How could he receive praise and dance and parade when a boy had just lost his mother? Oscar knew how devastating a loss like that was. Mama had passed away when Oscar was 12 years old. Perhaps that was why this rattled him as much as it did. He knew just what the boy would face growing up without her. The worst part is, it could have been prevented. Anger surged beneath his skin. There must be a better way to handle these attacks. He was certain. Papa appeared at the base of the stairs. Weariness dragged at his eyes. "Can you give me a hand down here, son?" Oscar inclined his head and sauntered back down. He helped Papa sweep the rice that had been spilled during the attack. He categorized items and returned them to their usual places, accounting for the gas masks that had been used by the two he'd lent them to. He counted the money in the till to ensure it was all there, and all the while his thoughts raced. There was only one reason to attend the ridiculous ball, but even the prospect of seeing her again was futile if her father attended, which he was sure to. Perhaps the woman he once loved was like Chuzzlewit, unchanged. Perhaps it would be better to sneak back out of town, after all. Night's shade had fallen fast. Victoria landed her aircraft in the widest part of Down Street. Fingers trembling, she fought her restraints and knocked her palm against the hatch release. It took concerted effort to extract herself from the cockpit. Leaping from the wing, she landed on the street and ran for the soft sand. Evidence of the creek's attack scarred the beach. Canyons that had been carved into the sand now pooled with water. Maisie stood by Dahlia's disheveled plane, looking horrified at the cracks in Dahlia's windshield and the gash in her fuselage, below the left wing where dark fluids oozed and dripped to the sand. Victoria rushed forward as quickly as she could despite her steps sinking into the sand's fingerless grasp, and joined the others. At almost the same moment, Bronwyn approached, tall and stocky, followed by a timid, shrinking Emma. "Is she okay?" Bronwyn asked. Without a word, Victoria hefted her way up onto Dahlia's plane. Steam whistled from the metal's cracks. The steel was hot to the touch, but she persisted. She peeled up the sheet of crackled glass that had once been the hatch, and she gasped. Dahlia lay unconscious in the pilot's seat, her head tipped to one side, showcasing her prominent nose. Blood caked along her left ankle, close to where the creak had ripped through the plane's frame. The buckles along Dahlia's corset had caught on her steering wheel. One buckle was ripped loose and hung by a single thread dangling from the leathers along her stomach. "Dahlia! Are you all right?" Forehead creased in alarm, Victoria climbed closer, crouching to check for a pulse. Her fingers searched Dahlia's cold skin, pressing hard. She breathed in relief. Her pulse was there. It was light, but it was there. "Dahlia," she said again. "Wake up! Wake up!" "Is she okay?" Bronwyn's lower voice dragged Victoria's attention back to the sand, to the medic hover carriage and the workers tending to the woman's remains on the boardwalk. Shock raked over Victoria, hardening her muscles and making them tremor all at once. She wanted to run, to hide from this, to go back to an hour before when she'd been walking with Dahlia toward the beach and joking about Charles Merrick. "Help." The word barely clambered up her clamped throat. She forced it louder. "She needs help. Get the medic crew over here." Bronwyn took off across the beach, with Maisie following closely at her heels. Emma lingered, wringing her hands. Victoria glanced back at Dahlia. The fiery young woman didn't look this subdued even in her sleep. Her injuries must be substantial. A pair of nurses with white strips of cloth tied around their upper arms charged across the sand, chasing after Bronwyn and Maisie as they made their return. "Hurry!" Victoria called, leaping down from the wing. The first nurse who approached was older, her face lined and kind. "She's alive. She's breathing. Her leg is cut and she won't wake." "It will be all right," the woman soothed, climbing up the fallen plane's ladder. The next nurse joined, followed by the rest of the medic crew in the puttering hover carriage, which stirred the sand as it moseyed its way over. Several men with similar white bandages around their arms sprang from the contraption to help extract Dahlia from the plane and into the hovney. "They have her," Emma said, putting an arm around Victoria's shoulder. "She will be all right." Victoria doubted that. How would any of them be all right? She stared out at the sea, not realizing one of the men was speaking to her until he placed a hand on her shoulder. Sweat beaded around his receding hairline, and he wiped it with a cloth. "We'll take her to the hospital in Wolverton," the medic said. Wolverton. Repeating the word didn't make it sink in any deeper. His gentle hand slid to her arm, succeeding at drawing her full attention. "You acted heroically, Miss Digby," the medic said. "If you hadn't charged forward, who knows what more damage that beast might have done to our shores." Fighting tears, Victoria shook her head. She was no hero. If she was, she'd find a way to knock the monster out of its watery hold for good, and stop it altogether, rather than merely pushing it back again, to come another day. Chapter 6. It was all Victoria could do to park her plane properly in its hangar. She couldn't believe Dahlia had been injured. Injury was always a risk in this profession. Their training proved as much daily. But Dahlia. A hovney awaited her. Exhaust spewed in a small cloud and collected beneath the vehicle's iron drop ladder. The driver patiently held the door. With reluctance and unprecedented weariness, Victoria climbed in, settling herself on the velvet bench inside. She felt as though she were a wet rag that had been wrung one too many times. She sat limply on the bench, nearly forgetting to give directions to the driver. "Gingham Range, please," she said. She couldn't return to the dormitory, not yet. She needed somewhere she could have her own space. She needed somewhere to think. She'd have to report to Mama and Uncle Jarvis, that was true, But afterward, she could seclude herself in her quiet personal rooms and worry in peace. He bowed and closed her in. Once the vehicle began moving, Victoria rested her head against the cushion. They hovered inches above the road, past homes situated on the edge of town. Shops faded. The closely crammed dwellings of the lower classes began to thin out as they broached the countryside. Victoria stared out the window at the expanse of grass and trees that separated the packed, smaller homes from the finer manor houses. She had difficulty establishing her thoughts. The reality of it all consumed her. Dahlia was being taken to the hospital. Victoria didn't think she could ever forget seeing her friend like that, unconscious in her plane, blood streaking along her cheek and leg. They passed several stately manor houses, and the sight of one in particular caught her eye. Silverton Manor was long and rectangular, with many windows stacked beside one another beneath pointed arches. It was her childhood friend Rosalind's home, and Victoria's thoughts shifted there as they hadn't done in months. She had once been as close to Roz as she was to Dahlia. Suddenly, she'd rather go there than home. She nearly signaled the driver to turn around when Gingham Range came into view. The dignified manor was made of cream brick. 2 spires marked its outer sections, and a wide road passed between the trees marking the circular entrance. Even though Victoria grew up here, it didn't feel like home. She tried to recall happier times, but nothing she'd felt here during her life reflected pleasantly for her. Though she'd loved tinkering in the greenhouse and romping through the adjoining field, nothing compared to the thrill she'd had the moment her acceptance letter to the newly established Knott Academy for Girls had come. Or the flurry in her chest as she'd been shown to the room she shared with the other trainees at the aviatory. She belonged there. She could do more there than embroider cushions or be a pretty figurine for some man's admiration. Most other young ladies aspired to beauty, to skill at languages or dancing. Victoria wanted something different, something untouchable and only hers. The corners of her mind blurred at the thought. It was as though an invisible hand pieced part of her away from the whole. Despite the view of her home through the Hovneys' small window, another view flickered at the edge of her mind. It was a room whose wooden floor reflected in long panes of glass. Loose silk played against her skin. She moved in a fluid gesture, arms outstretched. "Miss Digby." The Hovney had stopped moving. Its door was opened, and Emery, the footman, offered his hand to help her descend the short ladder. With an inhale, the strange image fled her thoughts, and the footman came fully into view with his balding head and side whiskers. Tingling, stymied, she did her best to shake it off and gave him a grateful nod, sliding to the gravel drive. Each step to the range's grand front doors was like walking through sludge. She stepped inside and stared. The main entry was as tall as it was wide. A single table with a magnificent display of flowers pinpointed the entry's center over a circular floral rug. A curving staircase bent to the left, sticking its tongue out at her as it always did. With a sigh, she removed her hat and coat. "This is preposterous, Enid." Uncle Jarvis's voice boomed from the hall beyond the entryway. Their footsteps echoed to announce their approach, and then they appeared. Mamma wrung a handkerchief in her hands, her graying, mouse-brown hair coiled beneath a bonnet. Victoria couldn't tell whether Mamma was coming or going. Patches of red flushed along Uncle Jarvis's thin cheekbones. His usually composed graying hair stuck up in several places. His eyes popped wide at seeing Victoria. "I know it's wretched timing," Mamma said. "But what can we do? We can't turn the poor things away. Victoria, darling!" Mamma rushed forward and embraced Victoria, smelling strongly of cooking sherry. Victoria gave Mamma an agitated pat in return. She kept her gaze on Uncle Jarvis, who was seething. "Not now, Enid," he growled. "This is unexpected to have you return home twice in one day," Mamma said, ignoring her brother-in-law. "And at such impeccable timing, what with your cousins arriving in town this evening." The news shook Victoria just enough. "Cousins? I don't have cousins. Mama frowned. What nonsense! Of course you have cousins. You've never met them, but that doesn't mean the dears don't exist. Their mother died, poor things. They're coming to stay with their close friend, Miss Arkanshaw. They insist on visiting us. Isn't that wonderful? Enid! Mama sniffed and lifted her chin in the opposite direction of Uncle Jarvis's snappish reprimand. This made no sense. Papa didn't have nieces, neither do you. Really, Victoria? Has that aviatory made you forget your family completely? This was the wrong time to unleash this argument. I haven't forgotten anything. Mama continuously brought the matter up. It wasn't always forgetting the existence of certain family members that Mama blamed on the aviatory. Sometimes it was neglecting her responsibilities, like strolling with a handsome man, or dining with a handsome man, or marrying a handsome man. Basically, it was anything to do with handsome men. Victoria had no interest in falling in love. Mama couldn't fathom that. So, of course, the aviatory was to blame. I should think you'd show a little more concern, Mama began, sounding put out. A woman died today. Victoria's voice came softly. The woman had a child, Mama, a son who will never know his mother. And Victoria's dearest friend just left for the hospital. Mama gasped, placing a hand on her chest. Enough of this, Jarvis interjected. He rounded on Victoria. What are you talking about? What happened during patrol tonight? His cold demand came as no surprise. He was the head of the aviatory, after all. It was his responsibility to organize her protective attempts, a position he'd taken after his brother, Papa, had died from the creek's breath. The notion of escaping to her room became more and more fleeting the more time passed. If only she wasn't his niece right now. Let him hassle someone else for answers. It went as planned, she began. The recollection dragged her already low spirits lower. Our formation rose and blocked the city's edge, but people weren't as anxious to take cover as they should have been. Several of them lingered, staring at the creek's arrival as if it was some kind of show, instead of running or placing their masks as they should. Jarvis grasped his lapel as though it could help him deal with the news. I see. And that is how the woman... The child was running from her. Victoria fought the tightness in her throat. She wished she could ram away the re-emerging memory. She was trying to help him, to get inside, but the boy was so small, he probably didn't understand the danger. She pressed her eyelids closed, wishing she were anywhere but here. The more she spoke, the more her words hollowed her out inside. She hadn't yet cried over this. That was what her bedchamber was for. Jarvis's eyes widened, but he quickly reverted to his typical controlled calm. From the vein pulsing in his forehead, Victoria could tell he wasn't managing as well as he usually did. He was like bubbling water beneath a sheet of ice. And Miss Covington? He knew. She knew he already knew what had happened. Why torment her like this? Victoria clasped her hands together in an attempt to control her temper. She is on her way to the hospital. If we were allowed more freedom, she added quickly, if we could avoid such strict formations and use our own judgments, Dahlia wouldn't have been injured. His left eye twitched. That is out of the question, as you well know. You broke protocol, put your crew in danger, and risked your position as head of the Knots. I saved her. The monster would have gone after Dahlia again if I hadn't... Wait a moment. Risked my position? You heard me. Uncle, Hands clasped behind his back. He moved closer to the suit of armor positioned at the base of the curved staircase. Don't think for a twinkling that I will allow you to barge in here and lecture me, especially not when you yourself have questions to answer. She lecture him? She'd come home for refuge. Victoria should have gone to Rosalind's after all. If you would let me explain, my maneuvers will work. Your maneuvers are dangerous, he argued, straightening his jacket. And it's clear you aren't listening to a word I say. Therefore, Uncle, I was going to wait to deliver this information to you at a more convenient time, but I've made up my mind on this issue. I've told you before, nepotism will hold no sway over my decisions where the Knots are concerned. The board is waiting for my verdict, and I've just made it. Her confidence shattered. A bead of sweat trickled down her back. "What are you saying? Dahlia was being attacked. I couldn't hold back and not act. You know the same thing happened to my father, your own brother. Victoria Adele Digby, your position as flying officer Knott is stripped from you forthwith until a time when you can demonstrate loyalty to our standards and training. I did. Decorum." He barked at her. "Honor, Victoria. Remember your place. This is protocol. Be grateful I haven't removed you from your squad permanently. I need not remind you that is also within my power. You are not to fly for a period of 6 weeks. Is that understood?" "Uncle, please." "Is it?" Her eyes burned. She closed them, fighting the sting of hot tears welling there. "Yes, sir." He straightened his shoulders in superiority. He waited several seconds as if to compose himself before speaking. "Your mother is eager to have you here. I'm sure she'll want you to dress for dinner. She has invited guests." Victoria seethed. Mama hadn't mentioned when these supposed cousins were slated to arrive for their visit. That meant the dinner guest would be Lord Merrick, no doubt. She searched her brain for some retort, some way to counter him, but it was hopeless. He'd won, and he knew it. Dinner, decorum, as though she could sit quietly and eat with them after this. "Good evening, Commander Digby." She spat his title like a bad seed. His jaw dropped, but she turned heel and stalked out the way she'd come. Chapter 7. The harpsichord's black keys and their white counterparts stared at Rosalind Baxter, daring her to play them. The mantel clock chimed with a light, twinkling sound, signaling her designated practice time. But though Papa sat in his study down the hall, undoubtedly expecting to hear the sound, Rosalind couldn't bring her fingers into place. Instead, she stared at her hands in her lap. Evening had descended. Lamplight beamed off the harpsichord's beautiful painted wood in her corner of the music room. 3 elegant windows curved around the instrument, as if in homage. Even the tray ceiling above domed upward directly over it. The room's spring-green walls spoke of cheerfulness, of rebirth and newness. Usually, Rosalind loved this room more than any other in her home. But at the moment, the curtains, the floral rugs and potted plants, the welcoming chairs behind her, and the large painting on the walls were all obsolete. Perhaps it was the sound of the siren earlier. That awful wail made her feel as if she were in a cage, trapped and unable to assist while so many others risked their lives. Others like Victoria. Since Victoria had advanced as a pilot in the Knott Academy at the Chuzzlewit Aviatory, Rosalind barely saw her anymore. She couldn't fault Victoria for that, for her ambition to take life on barehanded. While she missed her friend, every time the siren sounded, along with the fear, Rosalind felt proud to know Victoria was doing something she loved. And then there was Oscar Radley, the man who'd taken music lessons from her own tutor here at Silverton Manor because there wasn't room in the apartment above his father's store. The man who'd snuck glances at her over the harpsichord as she'd plinked on the keys while he'd studied the cello. The man who'd snuck letters to her beneath the instrument's cover she folded down every night to protect the black and white ivories from collecting dust. The man who'd stolen out to her garden to kiss her late at night as a result of those letters while Papa thought she was sleeping. It didn't take much effort to remember the exact timbre of Oscar's voice, or the curve of his lips as he smiled, or the shape of his fingers as he teased cello strings, or sifted through wheat and tobacco in his father's mercantile. She could feel the ghosts of those hands holding her waist, stroking her chin. Of all the memories she had with Oscar, and there were many, one frequented her mind more than any other. The last evening they'd had together, Oscar had snatched her away from the dance into the curtained awning of the ballroom and away from Papa's prying eyes. He'd held her close. He'd kissed her tenderly, slowly, deliberately, wanting to make their final moments together before he left for university last as long as he could. She closed her eyes, imagining every interaction of their mouths, how he'd smelled, how he'd tasted. Too soon he'd broken that moment. He'd gazed at her with ardor and moved in a final time. But he hadn't claimed her mouth as she'd hoped. Instead, he'd placed a final kiss on her forehead. To pull down for later, he'd said with an uncertain grin before drawing away, leaving her alone in the small space. And now, a year later, Oscar had returned. 3 days ago, in fact. She could scarcely believe it. She'd been waiting for him to send for her, to contact her. But he hadn't. Did that mean he hadn't missed her as she'd longed for him? A sweet voice broke Rosalind's wandering thoughts. "Excuse me, Lady Rosalind." She blinked away the grim thoughts and glanced at the freckled maid in a black ruffled dress with white flared cuffs on the ends of her sleeves. She stood at the door of the music room. "Miss Victoria Digby is here to see you." Rosalind blinked in surprise. "Really?" She couldn't help the delight that swelled in her chest. Papa could hardly blame her for welcoming an old friend, could he? It had been so long since she'd seen her. "Thank you, Thomasina. I'll be right down." Rosalind's soft shoes padded along the carpeted hallway, past numerous doors to rooms that saw little use, past vases lush with flowers and inexhaustible paintings lining the walls, and down the main stairwell with its swooping banister. Victoria lingered near the generous front door, holding her cap and goggles in hand, and gazing at the tall clock's swinging pendulum. Dark tresses piled haphazardly halfway on her head, while the rest dangled down her back as though it had been recently disheveled. And she was still attired in her leather pants and corset. Her amber, almond-shaped eyes lit at the sight of Rosalind descending, but not with delight. Pain. Rosalind stilled. What caused that look? Had something happened? "Is everything all right?" Victoria placed a hand on the golden buckles snapping the corset tight along her stomach. The white fabric along her chest and shoulders was torn and sullied. Dirt scuffed the boots climbing to her knees, and what looked like blood smudged her cheek. "Hello, Roz. I know it's been a while, but I thought you might not mind a visit." Rosalind longed to pester Victoria for answers about her appearance and demeanor, but she would stay silent, knowing her friend Victoria would tell as much at her own pace. "You know I love having you visit. Please." She gestured for Victoria to precede her into the parlor. Victoria did so and sat in the velvet armchair. Rosalind followed, taking the settee across from her. "I hear about your patrols," she began, hoping to make Victoria feel comfortable. "What an adventurous life you lead." Thomasina stood near the door. Rosalind nodded, signaling a request for tea. Victoria's movements were small. Her head didn't hang, but it may as well have with how dejected she looked. "Oh, I don't know about that," she answered before falling silent. Rosalind frowned. This wasn't like her. There was a time the two of them had met in this space far less formally. They'd sat upon the rug, giggling over boys or blunders their tutors had made. They'd laid on their bellies, sharing a tray of tea cakes and reading the great spectacle, waiting for the other to finish so they could turn the next page. "I heard the siren," Rosalind said, thinking of the creature in its hiding place. She couldn't imagine flying out to face it, not when she'd been conditioned to apply her gas mask as quickly as possible and make for home. She supposed that was why Victoria's knot training was so important. Victoria didn't take the bait. Rosalind was dying to know what happened. "Are you still in uniform? I take it something went wrong." Victoria plunged her head into her hands. "Oh, Roz, it's horrible. I'm sorry to come here like this, but I had nowhere else to go." In an instant, the distance that had built so unnaturally between them shattered. Rosalind slid from her seat and knelt before her friend. "What happened?" She imagined how frightening it was, hearing the siren and knowing it was her place to protect the town. She'd wondered if the responsibility bothered Victoria at all, to have to drop everything and devote her attention to keeping the monster's fumes at bay. Here, it seemed, she'd been right. Not for the first time, Rosalind wondered why it was young ladies called upon for this solemn, hazardous duty. Wouldn't men, husbands, fathers, capable sons, be better suited to the task? Apparently the men were needed in the factories and engineering quarters. Young men were needed to work the nearby farms. That left this task to a few well-selected young ladies. Victoria took several moments before answering. The creek attacked this evening, and one of my knots was injured. Rosalind's mouth parted. Goodness. Who was it? Is she okay? It was Dahlia Covington. She has been taken to the hospital in Wolverton. During the attack, another woman died, Roz. I couldn't do anything about it. After that, Dahlia's plane was attacked by the creek itself. I broke formation in an attempt to save her, and now I've been suspended from the squad. A tear leaked out of Victoria's eye at this, one she quickly blinked away. Oh, dear. Sorrow filled Rosalind. I know how much that meant to you. Is your suspension permanent? Victoria shook her head and stood to begin pacing the elegant room. No, but it seems as though this is to be my lot in life. Charles Merrick was lurking outside my dormitory today. Undoubtedly, you've heard the gossip that he and Mama are arranging my life away. To have that hanging over me, then losing one of my squad, watching a woman die, and then having my post taken from me? It's too much. Her voice broke. She hung her head, allowing the tears to fall. Rosalind rose and went to her, resting a comforting hand on her shoulder. While her heart ached for Victoria's hardships, she was glad her old friend had come to her. Thomasina tiptoed in with a tray and placed it on the table before leaving once more. I know I've been a terrible friend, Victoria went on when the maid had gone. I've been so busy, I haven't been to visit you as I should have, but I wonder if I might stay here now. Stay? For how long exactly? Papa would tolerate a visit, but he'd never much liked Victoria. Rosalind guided Victoria back to her seat. She waited for Victoria to sit before taking her place across from her. Of course, you may stay here if that's what you wish, but how could she help her understand? Victoria sniffed. I can't stay at the aviatory, not while I'm suspended, and I refuse to be under the same roof as my uncle, not with his constant criticism and Mama so eager to marry me off, not with Mama welcoming Cordelia and Jane Baldwin. Rosalind paused in her reach for a teacup to offer Victoria. Who? Oh, that's right. Didn't you know I have cousins? Am I supposed to? Victoria laughed, though the sound was hollow. That's my response exactly. Mama only just told me of their arrival earlier this evening. Apparently I have 2 long-lost cousins who are moving to Chuzzlewit, and I'm to welcome them with open arms. How can you have cousins and not remember them? Are they staying at the range? No. Victoria accepted the offered teacup and took a sip. Thank heavens, they've received an invitation from a family friend. I'm sorry, Roz, I suppose I'm at a loss this evening. I apologize. She set down her teacup, the china shaking so badly it tinkled against the plate. Rosalind chewed the inside of her cheek, wondering how best to proceed. Victoria, you know I would love to have you stay here, but running away won't solve any of this. Don't you think you should speak to your uncle about your feelings? You're clearly upset, and from the sound of it, it isn't one problem, but many. Tell my uncle? Tell him and Mama I think they're wrong, that they're too restrictive, that we need to drastically change our tactics as a squad if we want any hope of actually doing what we're supposed to? You should have been there on the beach, Roz. I've never been so frightened. What good does spouting flames at it do? What good do any of us do? Victoria plummeted her head back into her hands. Do you know that I've never seen the creek? Rosalind kept her voice quiet. I'm always here, meeting with tutors, practicing my music. I take the occasional stroll or read a book or sit in my room. I've heard that siren countless times, Victoria. And yet the creek never makes it this far inland. Why do you suppose that is? Victoria sniffled again. Her moist amber eyes captured Rosalind's with a knowing realization. Because of the squad. Because of you. Rosalind confirmed. I know you've had a horrible day. It sounds like many awful things happened, things which don't normally happen. And you're having a difficult time dealing with it all. But what you do is effective, Victoria. Don't lose heart. One last battle doesn't mean the war is lost. Rosalind, Victoria said softly as though she didn't know what else to say. Feelings are heightened right now, but I'm sure if you took the time to speak with your uncle, you could get him to listen to your demands. Perhaps you could hold a council with your knots and see if any of them agree. Perhaps if you aren't alone when you confront him, he may be willing to listen. For the first time since she'd arrived, Victoria's face brightened. Her plum mouth spread into a smile. She scrubbed a hand across her cheek, wiping her tears. Now that we've solved the world's problems, Rosalind said with a business-like tone. Victoria chuckled and wiped another tear. Let's talk about Charles Merrick. Victoria laughed again, clearly grateful for the light-hearted change of subject. Rosalind had supposed drifting from such daunting, heavy conversation was necessary, and she'd been right. Victoria retrieved a handkerchief from within her corset and wiped her eyes. What about him? Are wedding bells to ring? Not if I can help it. But oh! Victoria gasped in realization. She placed her teacup down and squeezed onto the settee beside Rosalind, crushing Rosalind's hand with her own. Oh, Ros, what about you? I can't believe I didn't think of it before. Oscar has returned. What a terrible friend I am. Have you heard a word from him since he's been back? What about your wedding bells? Rosalind's pulse spiked. She worked to keep it in check. Another aspect of their last night together blazed in her mind. After kissing her forehead, he'd promised to write to her. As often as I can, he'd said. I expect he's been very busy, Rosalind said, failing to mask her worry. University is quite demanding, I hear. Victoria's eyes narrowed. It's not that demanding. It's too bad I've been suspended. You could come and patrol with me tomorrow night, get your mind off him for a while. Come with you? Rosalind had never considered such a thing. She had to admit she'd been curious about what it was like to ride in a plane, and it would be nice to get a break from her music, from her father. Is that allowed? Didn't you just finish telling me how frightened you were tonight? I'm not usually scared. Normally it's exhilarating. Besides, you've helped me feel so much better. I want to do the same for you. It's truly thrilling to feel such freedom and power. For a moment, Rosalind let herself get caught up in the excitement. What would it be like to ride in the craft? To fly above the town and look down on its citizens and buildings? To enjoy such a change in perspective? The moment faded quickly. Even if we could, I doubt Papa would approve. I'll be playing at the dance tomorrow evening. He wants me to be prepared. The dance was being held in honor of Mr. Oscar Silas Bradley, to celebrate his graduation and advancement. She would see him again. But she would be obliged to play the entirety of the evening, unable to speak with him or do more than glance at him while he enjoyed the company of other ladies. The thought hung on her heart, making it heavier than ever. You practice more than anyone I know, Victoria argued. How can you not be prepared? As if hearing the conversation, Lord Baxter's voice carried from the landing above. Rosalind! Rosalind stood so hastily she nearly spilled her tea. She lunged to the red chair for Victoria's hat and goggles, thrusting them at her. The last thing she needed was for Papa to come down. Good heavens, had he heard the two of them just now? Truly, I wish I could. Victoria had no idea how much. Rosalind smoothed her hands over her green corset before Victoria pulled her into a tight hug. Thank you so much for listening. You have no idea what it means to me. Rosalind hugged her back just as tightly. She basked in the warmth, the knowledge that though time and veering interests had separated them, their friendship hadn't faded. Victoria pulled away, her face somber, her eyes lit with a familiar, mischievous gleam. She leaned in, gripping Rosalind's elbow. It'll be all right. I'll be at the dance. I'll get you a chance to speak with him. The words made her want to cry. Oscar. What if he didn't remember her? What if he no longer cared for her? "Thank you," she said. "And I meant what I said, Victoria. Speak with your uncle. Tell him how you feel." Victoria smiled, checking her brown curls in the mirror and wiping her cheeks. "I intend to." Chapter 8. Victoria's steps were lighter than they'd been when she'd left home half an hour before. Though it didn't diminish her worry for Dahlia, or her sorrow for the woman who'd died, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. It was true, terrible things had happened that evening, but that fact only drove her with more determination to ensure they didn't continue happening. She returned home, grateful to find the entryway empty, and scurried up the stairs to her bedchamber. She fumbled with the laces of her corset. Sharing a room with the other knots required going without ladies' maids. She'd become quite adept at lacing and unlacing herself. The door crashed open. Footsteps bustled, and Mama peered around the decorative screen Victoria had hidden herself behind. "There you are! It's nearly dinner time and you aren't half dressed?" "I'm not coming down, Mama." "Oh, yes, you are. We've waited all this time for our meal because I planned on it. Everyone is hungry, including you, I'd imagine." "Mama, not another word. Stop thinking only of yourself. Get dressed and come down." And she swept out as quickly as she'd come in. It was useless to argue. Victoria sighed. The evening's strain wore on her. She longed to break from her corset and draw in a full, unhindered breath. But nothing about that day had been unhindered. She knew the consequences of the creek's breath, but tonight had been the first time she'd witnessed it firsthand. The screams, the child's cries, the woman's skin burbling and melting from her bones. Each scene was a plague that her brain refused to wipe away. The worst of it was knowing Papa had died the same way. How had it happened? Had it hurt him? She blinked away the renewed wetness at her eyes and forced her mind to Rosalind's encouraging words. Every other brush with the creek had been successful, as far as casualties were concerned. They'd managed to push the monster back. Even the time the creek had slashed through the old shore watcher's shed hadn't bothered her as much as this attack did. Something had to be done. She just didn't know what that something was, but she would figure it out. Victoria sat at the table, her teal corset digging into her sides. What was the point of eating when they insisted women wear these infernal things? Mama entered the room wearing a lavish emerald dress, so wide she had to turn sideways just to get through the door. She took her place across from Victoria and smiled up at Meyer as he offered a tray of steaming potatoes. Uncle Jarvis entered next, wearing a fresh gray pinstriped suit and yellow cravat. His hair was wet, and he smelled strongly of lavender soap Mama ordered from Black Lie Botanicals downtown. "Jarvis!" Mama crooned. "It's so wonderful that—" The bell gonged loudly, resonating over Mama's words. Mama froze, dinner tongs in hand. Her gaze slid slowly to Jarvis's, whose expression lit with anger. "Of all the times they had to arrive!" His coattails flapped as he made his way across the room and out to the main hall. Victoria blinked. How strange that she and her uncle shared sentiments. "They're here!" Mama rose and followed him out. It took several seconds before Victoria could convince herself to move. Her accursed cousins. Now more than ever she longed to hide in her bedchamber, having to put on social niceties and a pleasant expression after witnessing a tragedy should be outlawed. Undoubtedly, these cousins had heard what happened by now. They could have waited until the morning at least. "They come during dinner?" Victoria asked Mama as they stood in the main entry, ready to greet their guests. Mama shushed her and plastered a smile on her face. Victoria attempted to do the same, but the smile only made her tenser. Meyer entered the main hall in his black suit, followed by two ladies attired in tight-fitting corsets of brightest magenta and softest mauve, nestled to their hips. Black skirts bulged out in bulky ruffles. Gloves rose to cover the length of their arms. One woman tucked a parasol beneath her arm and gazed in appreciation around the grand entryway. These two were sisters. They looked nothing alike. The one holding the parasol was tall with vibrant red hair. Her pale skin was smattered with freckles. The other was quite shorter and curvier, with darker skin and thick brown curls reaching to her ears. Perhaps they had an unlucky past, Victoria thought, trying to list things in their favor. Maybe the older one's mother died and their father remarried Victoria's aunt before they had their second child. If that had taken place, Victoria would have known about it, wouldn't she? The same way she would have known she had an aunt in the first place. "If you please, ma'am," Meyer said, stepping forward and bowing. "This is Miss Cordelia Baldwin." The redhead gave a gentle inclination of the head. "And Miss Jane Baldwin." The short-haired woman performed an awkward bow as though unaccustomed to moving in her skirts. Gloved hand outstretched and generous smile in place, Mamma glided forward. "I am your aunt, Lady Enid Digby, and this is my daughter, Miss Victoria Digby. You are most welcome in our home, ladies." The redhead blushed with pleasure, moving forward to make her introduction when Mayor Goshawk entered behind the newcomers. He was tall, with his snow-white hair slicked back away from his lined face. He wore a suit that looked worn as though he'd been traveling and hadn't yet changed. "Mayor Goshawk," Mamma said in surprised delight, offering her already extended hand to him as well. The mayor took it and bowed to her, breathing heavily. "Dreadful business, isn't it, Lady Digby?" Mamma paused, looking perplexed. "Oh, of course we knew of the Baldwin sisters' orphaned situation. It was no small matter. As you know, their mamma was my late husband's sister." Her eyes darted to Cordelia and Jane. A soft flush climbed her cheeks. Goshawk dusted the top hat in his hand. "I was speaking of the attack, madam. The death of Mrs. Diana Powell is felt keenly. We're on the brink of stopping the creature, however, so you ladies mustn't be alarmed." Mrs. Diana Powell, that was the woman's name. "The creek, of course. Yes, dreadful indeed. We don't want to disturb our new guests with the day's events." Victoria pursed her lips, as if Mamma could mistake the mayor's meaning. She wouldn't if she pulled her nose out of societal affairs for 10 seconds and paid attention to things that truly mattered. If Mamma had seen Diana Powell's death, or Dahlia's attack, she wouldn't be acting so flippantly now. Jarvis glared at the suit of armor near the stairs, and she knew they were again sharing the same thoughts. "However, we have been blessed with good fortune," Goshawk said with a smile, gesturing to the young ladies. "You have 2 long-lost nieces here. I wanted to escort the ladies and see how you were holding up, Miss Digby." Victoria startled at having her name mentioned, yes, but especially at having the mayor show concern her own family hadn't. "I'm fine." "Of course you are," Goshawk said, his eyes twinkling. Victoria wasn't sure, but there was the slightest hint of exhaustion behind the look. It was no wonder. The evening had a similar effect on her as well. She directed a longing glance toward the stairs. "Indeed," the redhead interjected. Victoria thought this was Cordelia, but she couldn't remember which was which. She hadn't paid close enough attention to their introduction. "At least we know our long-lost cousin." She spread a smile as if hoping to receive some attention. Well, really, if Victoria were lost, she would be the first to know. She fought an eye roll. She wasn't in any humor to deal with this. Mamma coughed and widened her eyes in the young woman's direction. When Victoria didn't comply, Mamma intervened. "Welcome to Gingham Range." She shuffled forward and took one of each young lady's hands in hers. The lace of their black gloves didn't extend to their fingers. Jane and Cordelia each smiled. "We are delighted to have you here at last," Mamma went on. "And we're sorry you had to come to town during such dreadful circumstances. I trust you stayed indoors during the attack?" "We were fortunate to avoid it," Cordelia the redhead said in a high-pitched, sugary voice. "And we're sorry to hear of your loss." "You must feel it deeply," the shorter Jane added, more sincerely than her sister. "It is a shame," Mama went on, looking back at Victoria as if hoping she would chime in. "We had hoped to enchant you with a dance tomorrow evening, but under the tragic circumstances, the dance has been put off until Friday, the day after the funeral." Mama rambled on, asking whether the women had a chance to eat or not yet, and instructing Meyer to place 2 more settings at the table. "Mayor Goshawk, will you be joining us?" The mayor hadn't moved from his place by the open door. He shook his head. "No, thank you, Lady Digby. I have a few other calls to make before I head out of town." "You're leaving?" Victoria asked. "Didn't he just get back?" "To Wolverton. We must deal with this event as a community affair, unfortunately. This latest attack must be discussed in detail. The mayor of Wolverton is anxious to offer any assistance that he can." "How thoughtful," Mama said while Victoria inwardly disagreed. None of Wolverton's citizens had considered it their duty to help in the past. Then again, the creek didn't make it far enough to attack their town, thanks to Victoria and the other ladies of the program. Mayor Goshawk placed his top hat over his white hair and gave a farewell nod. He turned to leave when the last person Victoria wanted to see made his way up her front steps, saluting the mayor as he left a vacancy in her doorway. Chapter 9. Lord Charles Merrick strode up the walk, wielding a bouquet in his hand and a smile that, no doubt, had shattered countless hearts. He'd changed into evening attire. His hair was parted to one side, his suit perfectly tailored. His shoes, smile, and cufflinks twinkled as though each were polished hourly with the greatest care. "Charles!" Mama said. "What a delight!" Victoria slammed her eyes closed, as if the very act had the power to transport her elsewhere instantaneously. It was enough having to deal with Mama on a good day. Add distant cousins, worry for Dahlia, and getting removed from her squad into the mix, and that was enough. And now this? She couldn't do this. She'd already talked to him earlier. Wasn't once a day enough? Mama chatted animatedly with the 2 new arrivals as she led them to the dining room, leaving Victoria alone with Charles. Figures. Victoria should have known she'd get no help of escape there. Lord Merrick bent at the waist in a graceful bow. "Miss Digby." She couldn't force her smile any longer. She searched for the right words, but didn't find them before Meyer closed the door. "I hope you don't mind my intrusion a second time," Charles said, handing his hat and coat to the butler. "But I heard of the night's events and came to see how you were faring. How traumatic such an event must have been for you." He offered her the flowers. How traumatic for me? She couldn't hide her cynicism. She supposed he was trying to be polite, but after hearing Mama's heartless lack of empathy for Diana Powell and for Dahlia's injuries, she couldn't bear to hear callousness from Charles, too. Though the lily scent drifted toward her, she ignored the bouquet. "Lord Merrick, I appreciate the call, again, and the flowers are lovely, but it's been a trying day, and—" At least his grin had the decency to diminish. "Of course it has. That's why I'd like to give you something else as well. I'd hoped to give this to you during our stroll earlier, but as fate would have it—" Good heavens, let it not be a ring. She couldn't deal with a proposal, not now. This was Mama's doing, inviting Charles along. That explained why Mama was trying so hard to pretend their lives were peaceful instead of recently ravaged by a metal monster. Charles delved into his waistcoat pocket and removed a small bronze chain. On its end dangled a circular, handcrafted flower, the pieces bent in a pleasant, precise rendition, with little cogs remaining visible through the leaves. In spite of herself, Victoria's lips parted. Charles nodded encouragingly, and she reached out to press the tiny button at the flower's top. The front popped open to reveal an intricate clock, the likes of which she'd never seen. Its face glistened with flecks of gold, its numbers curved. Curse him! She didn't want to like this piece he offered, but her mouth dropped in admiration. She did like it, very much. "Thank you, Charles," she said, her eyes flicking upward to catch his green ones intent on her. He straightened, clicking his heels together and cradling his lapel. "I saw this in the window every time I passed St. Martin's Millinery on Lexington Avenue, and thought of you. It was the first time I'd gone into a lady's hat shop, but I think my pride will survive the encounter." He offered another grin. She mustn't allow herself to be ensnared. She knew what the ultimate end of such a relationship would mean for her. Even so, she was drifting off course on a route she thought she knew all too well. She fisted the necklace, torn inside over this sudden change in her emotions. She'd been so determined to be against Lord Merrick. She hadn't given him half a chance to impress her. And yet, he'd done so anyway. This couldn't happen. Charles Merrick was a shackle and a thief. He was captivity. Being with him would steal everything from her that she loved. Her position as flying officer Knott, her ambition to never do as Mama commanded. Why, then, did captivity appeal so much to her at that moment? "Very thoughtful of you," she said finally. "Victoria, darling." Her eyes flicked to his, less friendly this time. He swallowed. "Might I ask you—" She turned away from him. "I'm late for dinner. We have guests, you know." She wouldn't let him finish. She refused to hear it. He sidled around to face her, placing gloved hands on either of her elbows. "I understand you need some time," he said. "And put yourself at ease. That wasn't what I was going to ask yet." Yet. So he didn't intend to ask her to marry him. She'd always known, but the vocal confirmation only put her off that much more. She lifted her chin. "I don't know what you mean. I really must go. My cousins will think I'm ignoring them." "Please, Miss Digby." The proper thing to do would be to invite him to join them, but she couldn't do that either. Instead, she stared up at the ceiling, willing it to open, for the dark expanse of sky to whisk her away then and there. "Would you wear the necklace?" he asked after a tense moment of silence. "Wear it and think of me up there?" He said it like he knew that was where her soul thrived, and he wanted to be a part of that. "That's all I ask, that you give me a chance." The ceiling wasn't open. The sky wasn't visible from here. Pilots didn't wear necklaces, and married women didn't leave their husbands to fly planes every evening. She returned the necklace to his palm. "Thank you for calling, Charles, but I must return to Mama and her guests." Ignoring the astonishment on his face, Victoria spun on her heel and fled to the dining room. Chapter 10. Diana Powell's funeral passed with little fanfare. Rosalind was so grateful to sit with Victoria during the proceedings instead of with Papa, who'd opted not to attend. Aside from Victoria's recent visit, it'd been much too long since she'd seen her old friend, and Victoria had taken the open place beside Rosalind and linked her arm through the other young ladies as though no time had passed at all. "We weren't acquainted with Miss Powell or her family," Papa had said. "I don't see any reason to pay respects to a woman we scarcely knew." Rosalind had felt sorry, though. Her pity was deeper than a personal loss. The woman's death affected the whole town, whether Papa wanted to admit it or not. It could have been any of them out on the boardwalk that day. And now, in Silverton Manor, the ballroom brimmed with people, those she knew well and many she didn't. There was something hypocritical in that. Papa couldn't possibly know every person in attendance either, yet here they all were. Women in fine dresses of all colors, with feathers pinned to their hair, and gloves climbing to their elbows, pranced in the room's center alongside men who looked gallant and refined in their tailored suits, cravats, and polished shoes. The ballroom's columns were slung with vines, and some of the curtains parted to provide velvet benches for sitting. A refreshment table nestled along the back wall, serving as a gathering point for those resting from the dance's merriments. Others collected in the center of the elegant room, joining hands to the sounds of the music coming from Rosalind's tinkling, lively playing. Sweat and perfume filtered through while Rosalind's fingers did their own dances across the black and white harpsichord keys. And among the faces in the room, one stuck out to her more than any other. Oscar Radley held a drink in one hand while smiling kindly at something Duke Wilbur de la Cour said. The sight of Oscar undid her every time their gazes had caught from across the room. The first time it had happened, at the start of the evening, his eyes deep pools, his slim nose, his blonde hair tied at the nape of his neck, longer than had been the last time she'd seen him, had made her stumble. A few attendees had come to her aid, blocking him from sight. It was just as well. It had also blocked the effect seeing him again had on her. "I'm fine," she'd managed, though her body hadn't gotten the message. His presence lit a match to her blood and made it race within her even now. She worked to keep her attention on the music. The last thing she needed was for her concentration to slip. It would set Papa hovering for sure, and she didn't want another reprimand. She was 18, for goodness sake, but Papa still treated her as though she were puerile. Rosalind had resolved herself to the fact that she'd get no interaction with Oscar this evening, not with Papa around. Several times she'd noticed Victoria's attempts to lure Oscar in conversation toward the harpsichord. Each time, however, his attention was snatched by someone else wanting to congratulate him for his accomplishments. Someone else wanting him to meet their daughter. No, it was best to focus on her music. That was her future, after all, or so Papa continued to inform her. She was so absorbed in the song, in staying distracted, she didn't notice Oscar approach until he lingered nearer to the keyboard than anyone else had that evening. "Doesn't the accompanist get the pleasure of dancing?" That voice. It was the same as it ever was, low and alluring, striking a deep chord within her. Her stomach cinched like a gathered seam. She couldn't breathe. "Rarely." Her hands shook. The sheet music blurred before her eyes. She couldn't falter, not now that Oscar had finally made his way over. "But not," she stole a glance at him, "for lack of wanting to." "I see," Oscar said. Laughter broke out nearby. Her fingers trembled, but she maintained the song, not looking at him fully as she wanted to. He tilted down, sliding his hand along the harpsichord nearer to her music. "No one to replace you? Is that it?" His breath brushed her cheek. Heat barraged her cheeks while weakness overtook her limbs. Her fingers slipped off the keys, ending the quadrille too soon. But at this point, she no longer cared. With the slowness of anticipation, she met his gleaming eyes, intensity hid beneath the glance, intensity and questions and desire, sending a new wave of heat over her. Polite applause dispersed among the crowd, but she barely heard it. She saw no one but him. "Believe it or not, Mr. Radley," she said, "I'm not easily replaced." Not with the way Papa insisted she play every ball, every gathering, in preparation for a lifetime of servitude to the Chuzzlewit Theatre House and its renowned orchestra. Auditions were coming up soon, and the more she put herself out there, the more desired she would be for the position. Now that I fully believe. His eyes burned, and the strings cinching up her stomach only tightened. Throats cleared, dancers lingered and chattered, waiting for the next reel. "Rosalind," he whispered her name. Her heart threatened to erupt from her chest. She rose from the bench, placing herself closer to him. "Step away with me. Surely someone else here knows how to play." He'd never approached her so openly like this before, not with Papa watching. The fact that he did so now almost gave her the courage to do as he wished, as she wished, really, to abandon her responsibilities and run off with him. "Rosalind, dearest," Papa stepped over, wearing a suit older in fashion and yet still refined. His graying hair was pulled into a ponytail at the back of his neck, as Oscar's was. Perhaps that was why Oscar looked so different to her, so much more mature. Oscar straightened, unperturbed. He adjusted his lapels and gave Papa a nod of acknowledgement. "Lord Baxter." Papa ignored him but kept his attention on Rosalind. "Your audience is eager for the next arrangement." The spell broke. Rosalind took in the sheer number of people glancing in her direction. Seeing her ogle Oscar and drool much as a dog would. She saw the plea in Oscar's eyes and hoped he could read the apology in hers before she turned away from him. "Yes, sir," she said, fumbling over her pieces of music. "I was just deciding which to play next." "Then I suggest you do so quickly." Papa's gaze veered to Oscar, who pursed his lips. Disappointment was evident on his handsome face. "Mr. Radley," Papa said, stealing Oscar's attention from her. "You haven't yet, I believe, met our newest guests. They come from your very own Wolverton." A soft squeak escaped Rosalind's lips, but Oscar merely inclined his head in her direction before dismissing Papa's suggestion. "Good evening, Lord Baxter," he said, turning away and not allowing Papa to introduce him to Victoria's cousins. Instead, he made his way toward Maisie Flowerhaven and offered her his hand. Maisie's face pinked beneath the curl of her hair over her left cheek. She slid her peach glove over his white one and gazed as though the stars themselves were in Oscar's eyes as he led her to the dance floor. Rosalind's eyes watered, her hands clenched. She couldn't have felt more trapped than if Papa had secured actual shackles around her wrists. Still, what could she do? She blinked, forcing her fingers to the ivories. Her fingers danced as revelers cavorted in the room's center, and though the music sang out with liveliness, it was as though a withering flame in her chest died out. Chapter 11. Oscar rose before the sun and dressed quickly, stuffing notebook, pencil, and telescope into a bag and securing the strap across his chest. The chilled morning air seeped through the cracks of his small bedroom above his father's shop. He winced at the dull throbbing just below his left shoulder. The cool air only seemed to exaggerate the ache of the old injury. He rotated his arms several times, stepping lightly so as not to disturb Papa's snores coming from the room across the landing. How could Papa sleep so solemnly? How could anyone in Chuzzlewit sleep after what had happened? Their complacency astounded him, especially after a death. People should be up in arms. They should be in uproar about the attacks or packing their bags to move as far from this accursed shore as they possibly could. And yet, they slept. Oscar could barely relax last night. Days had passed since the attack, and yet he was still haunted by the memory of Diana Powell being killed in such a terrible manner. Something had to be done. He couldn't fathom how the town had let it go on this long. Several wooden planks creaked beneath his feet as he descended the stairs. Oscar winced and waited, but Papa didn't stir, so he continued into the larder for a slice of bread and an apple before stealing out into the brisk morning. He stood on the boardwalk's weathered planks and stared out at the sleepy, yellow-gray sky. His gaze shifted to Down Street. The familiar darkened stores stared back, until the sea waving from across a long bank of sand to his right captured his attention. He inhaled, basking in the sharp, salty air and the hint of freshly baking bread from Tatter's bakery a few doors down. Ironic, Oscar thought, how peaceful everything was. The shore was a place a family might picnic or where he might take Rosalind for a stroll. Rosalind. He couldn't stop thinking about her last night either. The sight of her had been dizzying. Over and over, he'd been forced to smile and placate others around him, and while he'd been grateful for the attention and praise for his recent educational advancement, Roz had been the only reason he'd attended the dance in the first place. She looked so beautiful. Her face had aged in the past year, not by much, but in that subtle way that a girl showed she was no longer a girl, but a woman. Her graceful neck, her face, her figure, it'd been all he could do not to touch her, not to pull her into his arms. Raven tresses had piled on her head while a small ribbon of curls had pooled to spill down her bare, bronze-skinned shoulder. And those inquisitive eyes and budding mouth. He'd practically begged her to join him. She hadn't greeted him, hadn't shown any sign of relief or excitement at seeing him after so long. Perhaps she was indifferent to him after all. Clearly, Lord Baxter had as much hold over her as ever. Oscar crossed the street, passing a few wandering gulls searching the sand for some breakfast. Behind Fenstermaker's bookshop, the draper's, and the bakery was a collection of rocks piling upward for several feet and creating a small cliff overlooking the shore. Oscar passed as light from Fenstermaker's flickered through the glass. Several other buildings in the lineup were awakening with the rising sun as well. Arms still throbbing, Oscar scaled his way up the path beneath the rocks that led to the shore watcher's shed. The pack strapped to his back wasn't heavy, but it weighed on him now. Sweat collected from his brief ascent, and he reached the narrow wooden shed atop the crest. A large window spread long ways down the shed's front, overlooking the sea. Oscar wondered if the bookseller's son, Harry Fenstermaker, was on guard, watching the changeable ocean all night long, ready to trigger the siren at a moment's notice. A group of young men had rotated, taking turns during their school years. Oscar himself had tried it, though one night was enough to tell him it wasn't how he wanted to spend his time. What good was sitting somewhere for long periods of time if reading wasn't allowed? He certainly couldn't read when he was supposed to be watching the shore. Oscar didn't enter or even knock on the single door at the back of the shed. He wasn't here to visit. He was here for the view. "Good heavens, but it's beautiful here," he whispered, perching himself on an accommodating rock and removing his pack. The ocean stretched on, a line against the sky. The sun peeked across that line, a half-circle of light spreading rays everywhere it touched, promising hope, promising change. He'd love to bring Rosalind here again. They'd come once. She told her father she was meeting Victoria when she'd shown up at his father's shop instead, breathless and flushed, and eyes filled with adventure. Oscar had snuck away with her, taking her hand and guiding her up these rocks to hide in the trees. He'd kissed her for the first time here, neither of them speaking, just breathing, existing, inhaling the other's exhale. He removed the case from his pack and carefully assembled the telescope he'd obtained during his studies. He'd covered all kinds of topics at school, philosophy, science, literature, but by far his favorite were those dealing with the world. Geography, geology, and especially astronomy. Instead of gazing at the vibrant hues bursting from the sunrise, he directed the telescope to the water's surface, notebook in his lap. Oscar waited and watched with bated breath. He analyzed the water, his back aching, his shoulder throbbing. He thought of school, of Rosalind. He was determined to sit all day if he had to. And suddenly, there, a bubble disturbed the water's surface. It was too substantial and too singular to be a single wave. Using navigational tools, Oscar marked the location on a map as exactly as he could. A scrape sounded behind him, and he rose so fast he nearly dropped his telescope. The watcher's shed door opened. A tall man wearing nothing but shirt and trousers ogled Oscar. His dark hair was tied into a thick ponytail. "Radley, what are you doing here?" It was Harry Fenstermaker after all. Oscar couldn't remember the last time he'd talked with a man who was close to his own 23 years. He scrambled to dismantle the telescope and return it to its case before any harm came to the instrument. "Just watching the sky, Harry," Oscar said. There was no way Jarvis Digby could deny what Oscar had seen, not this time. Oscar had been checking multiple times a day, marking the places he saw movement on the water's surface. Morning, mid-afternoon, midnight. The bubbles always rose from the same location. The creature never crept near the shore. It never swam around. It remained in the same place as though it was dormant in there. Dormant until something triggered it, that is, though Oscar wasn't sure what that trigger was. If that was the case, that meant they could make the first move. Why must the town always be on the defensive? Uniformed men on foot routinely patrolled the town as a police force, keeping citizens in line and seeking that peace was maintained. Why not train them? Why not have the aviatory design watercraft and venture to meet the monster instead? Catch it off guard for once. "See anything interesting?" Harry asked. Oscar placed the case in his pack, along with his notebook and map, and hurried to shake Harry's hand. "I'm sure you see all kinds of interesting things here," he said instead of answering, hoping Harry would affirm what he himself had seen. "I do. This town would be crushed if it wasn't for me." "Why isn't anything being done about it?" Oscar asked. Harry wrangled the suspender straps dangling from his waist into place on his shoulders. "What do you mean nothing's being done about it? The protection program is in force. We work together. I alert Commander Digby the minute I see anything suspicious, and he gets his knots out here." "And you think that's enough?" Oscar couldn't help the incredulity in his voice. "Don't you know we have many other problems? It's not like we can dive out to meet the brute, can we? Not if we want to return with our lives intact." That's where they disagreed. "Good to see you, Harry," Oscar said. Urgency pummeled him. He nodded a swift goodbye and bounded down the path. He needed to speak with Jarvis Digby himself. Unlike with Rosalind and her father, this was a matter he might have a small amount of influence over. Harry may be content with the metal beast reaching the shore whenever it pleased, but Oscar wasn't. Not if they wanted to prevent more deaths. Victoria decided to make the most of her probation. She had gone through the varying emotions. Stomping, huffing, screaming, throwing things. Removing her from Flying Officer Knott was one thing, but being denied the privilege of residing at the aviatory and of flying altogether was a difficult pill to swallow. Mama had probably insisted that was part of her consequence. It was undoubtedly part of her plan to wrangle Victoria into wedding plans and spending more time with a man she had never and would never agree to marry. She'd speak to Uncle Jarvis. She'd protest to the committee. Dahlia needed her help. They all did. The worst part was that Bronwyn had been assigned the head position in Victoria's place. 2 trainees from Exodus Training Squad, the intermediate level, were being moved up as temporary replacements. "Intermediate knots can't handle what we saw last Saturday," Victoria fumed, staring at the book she'd retrieved from Papa's study earlier. The thought made Victoria writhe. Bronwyn was a cocky nuisance, a chattering stuffed shirt who only ever cared about being the best, not about who she took down in the process or who was the best for the team itself. Dahlia was Victoria's true second, but her ankle still hadn't healed from the attack. She was still in the hospital. Victoria slumped against one of the bedposts, disturbing the sheer white material serving as a canopy. As the clock on the mantel chimed 3 o'clock, the desire to mount up for procedures itched through her. By this time, the girls would have been finished lunch and would be in the simulators, training and preparing for the next attack. She ached to sneak out and join them. As it was, books were splayed out across her room, along with papers covered in notes she'd been taking. The cog sat on her windowsill, soaking in the heat pouring through the glass. Victoria had suspected heat was the reason the creek only attacked at sundown. Did the sunlight affect the metal in some way? But there was no change in the metal piece. She hadn't cared much for chemistry before, but she studied it now, delving deeply into Papa's books and attempting to discover something that might help them. She'd tested the cog in the water, in flame, and in vinegar she'd requested from a perplexed maid, but she'd come to no conclusions about the piece. After reading about several different acids and their effects on metal, particularly something called nultric acid, Victoria was eager to get her hands on a vat of it, to dip the cog in and see if her suspicions were true. The creek had to have a weakness. There had to be a way to destroy it for good. There was a laboratory in one of the aviatory's wings. She knew she shouldn't risk doing anything to provoke Uncle Jarvis further. Doing so could mean never flying again, but she couldn't remain here like a sullen child. If she could sneak past the lab assistant and get her hands on the chemicals, if it worked, wouldn't the risk be worth it? Perhaps then Uncle Jarvis could see if another solution might be achieved. This was what they'd trained her for, what she lived for. What a stupid thing, to give her this mantle only to discipline her for acting to save lives. She wasn't about to stand by, especially since she suspected Charles would be paying her a visit any moment. She threw open her boudoir doors and paused. Aside from several gowns, skirts, and a collection of corsets in various colors, her battle corset hangers swayed, devoid of their contents. "No!" she gasped. Desperately, she dug through the gowns, tearing hangers away from one another as though the leathers could be interspersed among her daywear, but her knot attire was nowhere to be found. Curse him! Removing her gear from her closet, talk about low. She snatched her training corset, silk and steel instead of leather, and to her relief, her boots remained at the back of the boudoir. Lifting her black skirts, she secured her boots to her knees and hooked the latchet, then tied her hair into a tight bun. She grabbed the cog from the windowsill. She looked at the door. She couldn't look that way. For all she knew, Uncle Jarvis may be lurking, making sure she didn't do exactly this. Instead, she hefted the laundry chute open and stared down the narrow tunnel. She hadn't escaped this way since she was 12. As she lowered herself to the floor, her skirts bunched around her like too many bubbles in a bath. Her corset dug into her ribs. She gasped in discomfort. Footsteps resonated from the hall outside her door. Victoria scooted forward, the heels of her boots digging into the floor's wooden planks. Her skirt caught on the metal clasp inside the chute's door, blocking her way. "Blast!" she grumbled, reaching back to free the fabric. A knock pounded, and Mama's voice followed. "Victoria, Lord Merrick sent his card, darling, along with a note that he'll be paying a call later today. I thought we could visit dear Cordelia and Jane, and then be back in time for you to meet Lord Merrick in the gardens at 5. "Not on your life," she whispered. She struggled with the skirt, but the odd angle of her body halfway in the chute made twisting difficult. In frustration, she stood and removed the skirt completely. This freed her to bend and see precisely where the black fabric had caught. She crouched in her boots and white pantalettes, resting the fabric until it finally tore free. A small hole marked the place it had been caught, but Victoria didn't care. She tossed the skirt down the chute. Another knock. "Victoria!" The knob clicked a few times. "I'm indecent, Mama!" It was entirely true. In her brown corset, scuffed battle boots, and white bloomers exposed, Victoria plunged, feet first, down the chute, not hearing a word Mama muttered through the door. The drop was just long enough to send her stomach into her mouth. Her hip collided with the side of a large laundry cart, but several days' worth of dirty clothing and soiled linens broke her fall. "Miss Victoria!" Linny cried. A white cloth tied the serving girl's hair back. Her apron was sullied, with Victoria didn't want to know what, and her mouth hung open. She stood with her arms full of Victoria's bulky black skirt. "I'll take that, Linny." Victoria tumbled out of the cart and snatched her skirt, dipping her feet in to secure it at her waist. Linny watched in confusion. "Excuse me, miss, but—" Victoria pressed a finger to her lips. "Don't tell Mama." Linny gave a worried little shrug of acquiescence, and Victoria scampered out the back door. Despite the bright sunlight, a chill drifted in the air, serving to cool the flush on her cheeks and down her back. Mr. Tolbert, the gardener, bustled among the trestle work and small decorative bushes, creating a miniature maze around the back of Gingham Range. Victoria snuck a glance up at Uncle Jarvis's window. She wasn't sure whether he was home or at his office. The curtains were drawn, so either way, she was sure she wouldn't be seen, and she dashed off toward the aviatory. Chapter 12. Jarvis Digby stood before the window in his office, overlooking the lake separating the wealthier classes of Chuzzlewit from the working classes who lived above their shops near the ocean. It wasn't a true lake, Jarvis knew, having seen what an actual one looked like, but it served that purpose well enough. While the rest of the town wasn't aware of the fact, Jarvis knew it was man-made. Some repercussions were sure to arise that morning when men returned to work after the funeral the weekend before. Repercussions always occurred after an innocent person was injured. While most people were content to continue their lives as usual, there was always one or two who seemed to persist in stirring the pot. A knock came to his door. He opened it to find Maisie Flowerhaven, with her bobbed brown hair curling longer over one cheek as it always did. Instead of a bright gleam in the girl's eyes, a somber confusion resided there. "Maisie?" Jarvis said. "What can I do for you?"
"May I have a word with you, sir?"
"Certainly." Jarvis gestured to the chair, but she didn't take it. She closed the door behind her and stood poised and dignified in her training wear. "What's on your mind, Maisie?" Jarvis asked kindly.
"Sir, it's Victoria. It doesn't seem right to fly without her tonight."
Jarvis withheld a groan and worked to keep a pleasant expression on his face. It was always difficult dealing with ladies, especially young ladies. But he and the board had determined they were best suited for flying the planes instead of drawing skilled men away from their posts and building the machinery. There were only a handful of citizens who could do what his men did. These young ladies had proven their intelligence in the tests he'd offered. They'd proven their reliability and capability to him, and unlike his sister-in-law, he didn't object to the fact that not every young lady was satisfied with sewing and polite idleness. "I can understand why you're upset by her removal, Maisie. Victoria was your friend." Maisie nodded.
"She is, sir. But it's not only that. We haven't trained with these new girls you picked to replace her and Dahlia. We don't know Aline or Orpha well. We're not united as a team as we were before, and it's too sudden, sir. Bronwyn doesn't handle the stress of command well. Victoria acted quickly and saved Dahlia's life Saturday night. What if another attack like that was to happen again? What if the creek comes tonight and Bronwyn doesn't help us? I don't feel right flying without Miss Digby, sir."
She wrung her hands in front of her, her shoulders shaking. Jarvis stood from his seat. "Are you all right, Miss Flowerhaven?" Her jaw trembled. She turned away from him. He suspected this wasn't about Victoria after all. Something else was bothering the girl, and Jarvis couldn't blame her. Maisie was 17, one of the youngest in the program. Seeing Mrs. Powell's death up close and then witnessing her fellow not be attacked by the creature shortly afterward would have an effect on any feeling person. "What's really bothering you, Maisie?" Her hands wrung harder, her jaw trembling. "That could have been me." "And you don't trust Bronwyn to lead you? Or you don't trust yourself to fly at all, is that it?" Maisie's eyes closed.
"I'm not blind to the danger, sir. I've known it. I've trained for it. But I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't function, sir. Fear treads over me like a scuttling spider, a spider I can't flick off, no matter how hard I try." Agitation stirred in Jarvis's chest. These ladies were tested time and time again to ensure they could handle the stress of the attacks. They'd passed those tests. He made a mental note to check Maisie's scores again. "If I give you the night off, I'll also release you from your position, Maisie. Is that understood?" A tear slid out from beneath Maisie's closed lashes. "I understand, sir. I can't go back out there." Jarvis's throat closed. "Very well.
You wish to be relieved of your duties?" She stared at him, with tears glistening in her eyes. Her shoulders shook, and she gasped for breath in the confines of her brown corset. "I do, sir." Jarvis gave the girl the customary release forms. She signed her resignation with a shaking hand and sobs escaping from her lips. After Jarvis's instructions to clear things from her bunk at the dormitory, she left without a word. What is to be done? He questioned whether he was the right man for the job, or if he'd done the right thing leaving his home all those years ago to establish Chuzzlewit. He had done what he could to protect the citizens, but Mrs. Powell's death had unsettled him as well. Was he right in his methods? It must be done, he told himself. He shouldn't allow himself to get so forlorn about the whole mess. First Victoria, now Maisie. They'd been down 2 knots that evening. It wasn't as if he orchestrated the attacks, he told himself. And once the mayor returned to town, the mantle of responsibility could be returned to its rightful place once more. He moved to the window, ruminating over his dark thoughts. Movement caught his eye. His niece Victoria hustled along the path outside. She was a lovely young woman, but he stiffened at the suspicious combination of her black skirt with the old battle corset he'd left in her boudoir. And not slippers, but thick-heeled boots on her feet, visible with every step. "Oh, no, she doesn't," he muttered to himself. But he waited, watching as she paused to speak with Oscar Radley, who seemed momentarily thwarted at having to stop and say hello, especially as the 2 new arrivals trailing behind Victoria veered off toward the park by the lake. Pity how some things never turned out the way they should, Jarvis thought, watching his niece and the young man smile politely at one another. Oscar tipped his hat to the Baldwin sisters, and then each went their separate ways. Jarvis was lost in thought. He was disappointed that Victoria hadn't welcomed the 2 new ladies with open arms as he and the mayor had hoped. Something startled him. Unbeknownst to the young adults speaking beside it, the surface of the lake bubbled slightly, just in the center. It happened so quickly that Jarvis wondered if he hadn't imagined it. "Nothing lives in that lake," he told himself. His hands ached, and he realized too late how tightly he was clenching them. A sound from the speaker at his desk drew his attention. "Sir!" The voice of Harry Fenstermaker crackled through. "Sir!" Jarvis pried his attention away from the window. Any other time he would have rushed to his desk, but the creek never attacked in the morning. It was always at sundown. He supposed Saturday had been another exception. That attack had come in the late afternoon. What could Harry want? "I hear you, Harry," Jarvis said, pressing the button to speak into the receiver. "What is it?" I can't be sure, but..." "Out with it!" "Sir, the creek." "Yes?" Jarvis's patience grew thin. "It's rising from the depths." Jarvis froze, glancing back at the window. Something was changing. Something was off, and he wasn't sure what that was or how to stop it. He bolted for his hat and cane in their resting places on the wooden stand near the door. He returned to his desk long enough to press the button a final time. "Sound the alarm," he ordered before rushing out. The aviatory was a broad gray structure spanning the length of an entire field. It was flat on top. Unlike the other larger buildings in Chuzzlewit, a stone fence barricaded it from the town, encasing it from every side. 2 guards generally manned each of the fence's 4 entrances, ensuring no one but those permitted could enter. Victoria received a nod from the tall guard at the south gate and crossed from the gate to the long expanse of pavement surrounding the building. Several chimneys spewed out bulging stacks of smoke, and the smell of burnt metal stung her nostrils. She considered the best route to the laboratory and the aviatory's lower levels, while the rest of her thoughts flitted in every direction. Oscar had seemed so frazzled, so distracted. Had he been going to see Rosalind? She hadn't had the heart to ask him whether he'd gotten a chance to speak with her or not. though Victoria had tried her hardest to get him near the harpsichord at the dance last night. She didn't get the chance to figure it out. In an instant, the siren wailed, long and shrill, stabbing into every one of her pores. "Impossible," she breathed, taking in the sun's position. It wasn't yet sundown. The creek's patterns were changing. She darted back across the green, through the fence, and to her hangar, falling into place with the other knots dashing down the path from their dormitory. Their battle leathers weren't in place and pristine as usual, but mussed, as if hastily thrown on. Emma, Victoria noted, was still in her white camisole and had simply thrown a jacket over the top of it. "Finish that, will you?" Bronwyn snapped at Aline, a short girl with olive skin who munched on a pastry as she placed her earpiece over her cheek. "What's going on?" Orpha asked, twisting her hair up as she ran. Victoria looked around for Maisie. Her hangar was right next to Victoria's, but there was no sign of the slender young lady with her bobbed, short, russet hair. "Mount up! Mount up!" Bronwyn yelled in her deeper voice. Really, Victoria thought. Yelling didn't help a situation. That was what earpieces were for. Yearning swelled in her chest like a balloon. It wasn't fair. She didn't like seeing another in her post. She'd known Bronwyn had taken the position, but that still didn't make the sight of the other woman doing a poor job of management any easier. The planes began pulling from their hangars, soaring into the air and adding the roar of their engines to the siren's wail. Victoria ached to join them. She counted the puttering machines, whose exhaust spewed in gray spirals through the sky. With Dahlia injured and Maisie missing in action, and with Victoria prohibited from joining them, that made 2 ladies on duty. 4 total, yes, but only Bronwyn and Emma were truly qualified to defend the shore. The other night, their squad of 5 had barely been enough. It wasn't right. Sending a glance over one shoulder, then the other, she bent for the handle at her hangar door. She thrust it open, ready to mount Elsie despite it all, when she collided with Uncle Jarvis. "Goodness!" she exclaimed, her heart racing. Jarvis steadied himself with his cane. "I figured I might find you here. I hoped I wouldn't, but I figured I would." The smell of exhaust swirled between them. The plane's roars faded away, while the siren yowled overhead. Victoria couldn't take it. She stormed past him into her open hangar. "Uncle, this isn't fair. I'm the best pilot you have. I broke formation to do my job and get the beast into the ocean. Isn't that what you trained me for?" "You acted impulsively, Victoria. That's not a good sign of leadership." "It's not always about following rules." He stepped toward her, shouting over the siren. "When it comes to saving lives, it is. You are our best, Victoria. That's true, but you have a lot to learn. I need you to prove you can follow directions and adhere to protocol. That includes sacrificing your desire to fly." "We're down 3 pilots. 3! More lives would have been lost if I hadn't done what I did." She made for the ladder. He sidestepped her, barring her way. Victoria's back prickled. The siren call began to fade, but its chime echoed, warning people to prepare their gas masks. Who knew what kind of havoc that monster was wreaking on the shore even now? "Why is this happening during the daylight? Is it a real attack?" The creek always needed a recharge, once whatever its power source was wore off. She expected Uncle Jarvis to mirror her confusion, but he only appeared to be resigned. "Yes, it's real." That was all she needed to know. Her feet pushed past him to climb the rungs. Still, he didn't move. His arm continued barring her way. "I'll let you back on that plane." He hesitated. Victoria swallowed, hardly daring to believe what he was saying. Would he give her another chance? "I'll let you fly if you agree to leave well enough alone. Follow protocol. Stop talking about changing what you don't understand. Agreed?" The siren screeched on. The cog burned against her thigh. "Victoria!" he barked. There was no time to think it over now. "Fine, agreed." Satisfied, he lifted his arm from the rung, and Victoria made her way up the ladder. Chapter 13. Jarvis knew more than he let on. She could tell from the look he'd given her. But what was it? And why bother keeping it from her, from anyone? Goggles pinching her temples, Victoria flew low. The sensation of flying into direct sunlight was unfamiliar. She squinted, veering off course slightly in attempt to avoid the blinding glare. She passed over the curving lake, straying down the countryside, and toward the townhomes, growing larger with her increased proximity. She expected to find people running around, desperate for cover, but as she approached the town's outlying streets, she gasped in shock. A few citizens stood with heads tipped upward, their elephantine masks shielding their faces as they watched the plains sheer overhead. Others scrambled, pushing and shoving their way through, but not to get indoors, to get to the shore. "What is going on?" she asked, wishing she'd worn her communication devices that linked her with the rest of the team. At least she would be there. She would hang back and let Bronwyn lead. But she would be there if they needed her. The sight of so many people below reminded her of Diana Powell. Victoria closed her eyes for the briefest moment, praying the memory away. "Get inside!" she urged them, keeping lower than usual. The ocean churned at the end of Down Street, with its boardwalk marking either side. The creek rose, warbling out of the sea. People's cries joined the chaos as its mechanical arms dripped foam and tangles of seaweed. Sunlight glinted off its metal, giving off blinking, blinding flashes of light. The creature scaled the sand, its large limbs pounding down. The knots converged around it, spewing their flames to stop its advancement. A rush of adrenaline propelled her. Victoria knew she should steer forward and join them as quickly as she could, but the sight of a man held her back. He stood directly in the center of Down Street, hands stuffed in the pockets of a strange pair of trousers. Curiosity smiled on his handsome face, as though he found people's panic amusing. People were in danger, and he thought it was funny. He wore no gas mask, no suit coat, or even a dress shirt, and he just stood there, unmoved by the panic surrounding him. "Fool man," she muttered, maneuvering her joystick and hovering nearby. "What is he doing? Move!" His short sleeves displayed the length of his arms and placed him as an outsider. The trousers were of no material she'd ever seen. A ragged hole spoke through one knee. Victoria wondered if he meant to confront the large metal creature. Perhaps he had some weapon she couldn't perceive, and that was his reason for pocketing his hands. The 4 hovercraft near the shore maintained formation, spewing fire at the beast. The sight of hurling flame wasn't as formidable in the bright afternoon. The creek seemed to think so too. It charged forward like a newly freed animal. "It's too used to our tactics," Victoria mumbled. The creek lifted a claw, but at least the ladies were smart enough to avert it. The man turned in place. The humored, almost disbelieving expression on his face deepened, as if he wondered what could possibly frighten the people so. How could he not know? Victoria hesitated. She should make for the shore, but she would never again stand by and allow another person to die in such a grim manner. The creek's green haze curdled through the air, heading in their direction. More people scattered, vanishing within shops. Only a few in gas masks remained with the man in the middle of the street. With careful control, Victoria lowered Elsie beside him, hovering closer to the ground than usual and stirring dirt in flurries as she did so. The man lifted an arm and took a few steps back. She defied yet another rule and opened her hatch while the machine was operational. The glass lifted slowly as the monster's green haze closed in. Hints of its sulfuric smell coasted closer, and she covered her nose with her hand. There wasn't time for either of them to secure a mask, even if she had one. "Quickly!" she yelled over the noise of the engine. "What?" He covered his ears. Victoria rose from her pilot's seat and leaned out. The poisonous haze was feet away, thick and feral like rotten eggs. Its vapor tinted her lungs. Curse it! There was no time for this hesitation. "Get in, you fool, or we die!" The man climbed on the wing, spearing in his direction, and with impressive strength, he pulled his way into the hovercraft's cabin. Victoria lowered the hatch as he took his place in the empty seat behind hers, praying it closed in time. Green haze cast its ghostly fingers across the glass over their heads. She held her breath, grateful for the hatch's protection, and only released it once the air cleared. "What is that?" the man asked. Shaking the shock from her limbs, she expelled another breath and prompted the gears to lift the craft higher, to make for the horizon. Her hands were unsteady and sweat clammed in her palms. That had been close, much too close. At least the man had listened. She wasn't sure what she would have done if he hadn't. "That green mist was the breath of the creek. It would have killed us both instantly if we breathed it in." "Seriously?" "Seriously." "So your plane protects you from it?" "Yes." Victoria worked to keep her craft steady amid the next influx of green haze. She made her way past the shops, keeping her eyes peeled for the monster, which had momentarily vanished. Was it hiding? Did it know how to hide? "From the sound of your surprise, I gather you're not from Chuzzlewit?" she asked. Was he from Wolverton? What? She didn't answer. She caught sight of the brute at once. The creek emerged from behind the bookshop, crushing the corner of the building with its front claws. Smoke pilfered and debris scattered from the wreckage. At once, Victoria regretted the snide thought she'd had about the establishment the last time she'd been on patrol. Several people screamed, and the creek released a deafening roar. Its movements were jagged, rickety, and unfocused. It staggered past the remaining shops on Down Street. 2 hovercraft fluttered at its sides like insects blowing flames. The man behind her swore. "That's an approximate estimation," she said in response to how massive he pronounced the creek to be. She made for the metal brute, working to keep her hovercraft steady among the thronging fumes. The gauge levels were clear. She veered the joystick to aim her fire at the creek's exposed heart pulsing beneath its steel ribs. Her thumb smashed the bottom. Flames spurted out and burst through the air, catching on the emissions coming from the monster with explosive force. The creek's massive head clicked and whirred, cranking in Victoria's direction. Her stomach dropped through her seat. The monster lifted a mechanical talon. Victoria recognized the gesture from a few days ago when it had knocked Dahlia's craft from the air. "Drive upward and wheel around," the man behind her shouted. "Confuse it!" Victoria jolted the joystick hard to the right, whirling Elsie in consecutive circles. Her stomach gave several pleasant lurches. Taking the monster on like this was glorious, devising her tactics in the moment based on the creek's behavior. She pulled out of the loop with a loud whoop and shot upward as the man suggested. Sure enough, the monster swayed, frozen and confused. "Go for the legs!" the man shouted. Victoria responded instantly. She darted for the small gap between the creek's spring-operated legs. The beast tried to follow. The ground shook with earthquake force as the monster face-planted, smashing several gears into the gravel. It roared in rage, pushing itself upright again. The cogs and metalwork on the side of its face were bent and warped. Victoria wheeled Elsie around, reeling with adrenaline, heartened by the man's encouraging shouts behind her. "Any other brilliant ideas?" she asked, her heart pounding. "Kill the thing?" If only it were that simple. Still, this was the first time she'd ever seen it damaged, and that was progress. Finally, the monster was visibly damaged. Victoria ignored the man's offhand banter. His words made little sense, and she couldn't concentrate on them. As if sensing defeat, the creek retreated. Its head moved strangely, thanks to the components it lost during its fall. Someone had to have assembled all those parts, she muttered to herself. Who could it have been? An urge to barrel straight for the beast, knock it down and relieve it of a few more of its gear, prodded her. But her craft wasn't up for that kind of an attack. Not if she wanted to land with herself and her new passenger alive. She joined the other knots hovering in front of the creek's slow, backward progress. Several of them spewed fire in its direction, making sure it continued to the sea. Gradually, like a wounded soldier, the beast lowered itself into the ocean. "That's it?" She glanced back at the man's puzzled expression. From the confusion there, she suspected he thought she would actually defeat the metal nuisance. "You're just letting it go?" he asked. "For now," she said, though she was heartened rather than put out by his skepticism. The creek had been injured. That was a good sign, that it meant it could be defeated after all, even if that meant they knocked chunks of it off bit by bit. What if they separated its parts like the cogs she'd found, and those now littering the street? She peered at the crumpled heap of wood and bricks resulting from the gash that had been ripped in the corner of Fenstermaker's. Piles of books lay tossed, with pages floating in the aftermath. Her heart seized. Only days before, she'd mentally joked about the books within being kindling for the beast's fury. But had Mr. Fenstermaker or any of his patrons been hurt? "This is the part where you pinch me so I can wake up, right?" the man asked. Victoria wasn't sure what to say. Promptly, she fell in line with the other pilots, steering her hovercraft to its hangar while questions rolled through her mind. Questions too forward to ask a complete stranger. Who was this man? Where was he from? He would have died if she hadn't found him when she did. So why didn't he seem more afraid? Chapter 14. Blast these wretched skirts. Victoria struggled to descend the ladder after parking Elsie in the hangar. Each time her boot heels touched one of the rungs, they took a bite of her skirt with them. She nearly fell twice. The man's flat-heeled and admittedly strange shoes lingered a few rungs above as she threw caution to the wind and paused to collect her torn skirts more fully in one hand. At this point, she didn't care how much leg she showed, as long as she made it down the infernal ladder without breaking her neck. She landed on the concrete floor. Seconds later, he followed and faced her. In the intensity of their first moments, she hadn't been able to take in much about his appearance, other than how oddly he was dressed. But now that the danger was gone and he was standing before her, her breath caught. He ran his hands through his dark hair, which fell over his forehead. It wasn't only the curiosity in his guarded brown eyes, the sculpt of his strong jaw, or the pout of his full mouth that stilled her, however. Her reaction to him had little to do with his looks at all. When their gazes caught, the look was accompanied by something she'd never experienced before. A reaction fizzled inside her skin, heightening her awareness. He seemed just as interested in her as she was in him. His eyes were fixated on her hair, her face, her corset. She ran a hand over her hair, which hadn't been tied back as she usually would have before patrol. Her brown curls flowed wild and loose around her shoulders. "Who are you?" he asked. Something black winked at her from the crook of his elbow. Had he gotten oil on him somehow? I was going to ask you the same question. You aren't from here, are you, Mr. He glanced up at Elsie, taking in the plain steel underbelly. The scent of fuel and exhaust filtered through the open hangar. "It's Graham." He adjusted his short-sleeved shirt. Victoria had never seen a man's arms to this extent before, but she would venture to guess that his were finely formed, thanks to the way his shirt hugged his torso and accentuated their shape. He was beautiful. The intensity with which he looked at her sent a flicker in her stomach. What must she look like right now? And in a too-small training corset, no less. "So, should I just call you my pilot?" "Your name, Amelia Earhart. You saved my life back there, didn't you?" The question was confirming more than inquiring. "Amelia who?" "I did save your life, that is." She had to move away from his penetrating glance. Needing some air to clear her mind, she strode to the hangar door and reached for the rope to pull it closed. Mr. Graham, who was several inches taller than she, lifted an arm to assist her. This time she caught a more direct sight of the mark on his forearm. Not oil, but a tattoo. The image was a circle with points along its edges, reminding her of a star. She felt herself flush. Only sailors and pirates from stories had tattoos. Who was he? "Thank you," she said once they were both standing outside of the closed hangar door. She straightened, keeping her posture as composed as possible. She'd never cared about such things before around Lord Merrick, but for some reason, Mr. Graham put her on edge. "And my name is Miss Victoria Digby of Gingham Range." Miss Victoria Digby, as I live and breathe. The corners of his mouth quirked upward. Her brow furrowed. Was he mocking her? His hands delved back into his pockets. "Listen, Victoria Digby, you wouldn't happen to know of an A.C. Starkey, would you? I kind of need to find him ASAP." His lips popped at the end of the bizarre word. She decided not to ask what it meant, and considered for a moment skimming through the names of townspeople in her mind. Mr. Graham's rich brown eyes fastened onto her. She heated under the perception of such a direct gaze. Charles Merrick had never looked at her like that, as though she were intriguing. Instead of connecting a face with the name he'd given her, she found herself trapped in that gaze. Her thoughts seized. Who was this man? Where had he come from? And what had he been doing in the middle of the street during an attack? "My uncle might know him," she said, not wanting to bombard him with questions at present. She was already uncomfortable around him as it was. "Let's do it then." Mr. Graham strutted a few feet in front of her, as if he expected her to follow. Several of the other knots leaving their hangars stopped and stared, leaning to speak with one another behind their hands. Mr. Graham slowed. He jutted his chin in their direction, and then glanced back, as if realizing Victoria hadn't moved. "Right, sorry." He made his way back to her. "Just had a really weird experience. A couple, actually." He bopped his hands. How fidgety he was. "I suppose I can see how flying on patrol with me could be classified as weird," she said. "Look, Tori, I'm in a place I'm pretty sure doesn't exist. I don't know anyone here but you, and I'd like to find my friend. You're all I've got. Can you please help me?" Utterly bamboozled, Victoria nodded. She was all he had? She couldn't fathom how that could be. But for some reason, the words fanned the flame in her low belly. "Of course, you'd like to find your friend. My Uncle Jarvis should be at Gingham Range by now. Why don't you join me there?" "Great. Lead the way." The 10-minute ride to the range was a mixture of whirring hover carriage cogs and wheels, which Mr. Graham dubbed to be dope. Awkward examination of the carpeted floor between the blue velvet seats, Victoria tugging at the base of her corset, stealing glances at Mr. Graham, and Mr. Graham staring out the window as though he were attending a county fair and was determined to take in every booth on display. "What did you say this place was called?" he asked, breaking the silence as the range came into view. "My home, or do you mean Chuzzlewit?" "Bingo, that's the one. Isn't the name from a Dickens novel?" He spoke in such a hurried manner. His words were clipped and imprecise. His brows lifted, and a self-satisfied smirk played on his lips, as though he were laughing at a joke only he knew. The thought filled Victoria with indignation. It wasn't the first time she sensed he was mocking her, and she didn't like it. What on earth did he find so amusing? The hovney slowed to a stop. Mr. Graham opened the door and leaped down before the footman got the chance to get there. Victoria rose to follow, waiting for Emery to lower the ladder. With his assistance, she stepped to Mr. Graham's side. The hovney bobbed up and down just slightly as the driver shifted and prepared to leave. "The creepy sea monster?" Mr. Graham said, staring at the range. "Is he one of Chuzzlewit's attractions? You guys must get tourists in hordes." "Mr. Graham," Victoria placed a hand on her stomach. "I'm sorry, but I don't understand a word you're saying. Why on earth would the creek be an attraction that would lure tourists to visit? Any sane person would keep his or her distance if they heard such a creature attack their shore regularly. He glanced at the sky. He inhaled a deep, noisy breath. Remember what I said before about the whole weird thing? Still trying to adjust here? I don't mean to, diss your town or whatever. She blinked several times. Diss my town? I find you hard to follow. That makes two of us. He kicked a few rocks. Victoria's vision dropped as well. She couldn't imagine what troubled him. She had hoped to return to her room at the aviatory now that she presumed she was reinstated and had no desire to rehearse the previous evening's events. But she was here for him. He was clearly out of his element, and she also hoped she could glean some answers about who he was. Mr. Graham's hands delved into his pockets once more. He reared his head back to take in the expansive manor house with its cream brick, elegant towers and circular parapets. You live here? He said with obvious admiration. Sometimes. She could understand his fascination. Gingham Range was rather decadent and grand. She hadn't held much regard for her home lately. Falling out with Mama had made her despise the place, in all honesty, but she found herself seeing the home anew as an outsider might. It was truly a magnificent house. This is your uncle's house? It was my father's, but when he died, my uncle inherited it. Her throat closed. Talking about Papa was still difficult. Mr. Graham scratched his jaw. Then shouldn't it be your house now, if it was your dad's? No, that isn't how it's done. If you say so. She lacked the energy to wonder why this didn't make sense to him. Where was he from that estates weren't entailed to the next male relative if there were no sons to inherit? Shall we go inside? She said, making for the front door, without waiting to see if he followed. Uncle Jarvis paced before the fireplace. In fact, he hadn't stopped moving since Victoria had entered, relayed the events of the attack, and introduced Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham lounged against the wall near the door, looking surprisingly at ease despite his rude posture and unusual attire. He seemed so out of place against the mauve wallpaper and wainscoting at his back. He began fiddling with the doily on the table beside him, fingering the designs and the lace. "What did you say your friend's name was?" Uncle Jarvis asked. "Starkey," Mr. Graham said. A.C. Starkey. "A lost relative of yours?" "No, I worked for him. Mr. Graham hesitated for the briefest moment, long enough for Mama and Victoria to exchange glances. "He went missing, and if I want to make it back home, I need to find him." "And what is your full name, dear?" Mama asked. She sat in the chaise while Uncle Jarvis still marked the fireplace. "So I might use it when I make inquiries around town?" "Graham Jefferson Berkeley." Victoria's mouth fell open. "Wait a moment. Graham is your Christian name? I thought—" He grinned. "My name is Graham. Last name's Berkeley." "But you said—" He shrugged. "I told you my name was Graham." Victoria's nostrils flared. At every turn, he seemed as though he was purposely trying to get under her skin. Uncle Jarvis stepped in, giving her a look. She wondered if he knew how she'd broken protocol and attacked the creek directly. "I'd like to help you, Mr. Berkeley. Victoria tells me you were highly cooperative with her evasion of the creek this afternoon. I wonder if you might consider an exchange of sorts?" "You want me to help you in exchange for you helping me? Like work?" He shrugged again. "Fair enough. That thing was freaky." The hardness in Uncle Jarvis's eyes belied his friendly smile. "I'm glad we see eye to eye on the matter." Victoria was torn between resentment and curiosity. How could Jarvis be so calm about this, for one thing? He couldn't be pleased that she'd flown, or that this strange man had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, how could he be so happy about taking Mr. Berkeley's suggestions in defeating the monster when she'd been trying for weeks to get him to listen to her? The injustice stung. What made Uncle Jarvis suddenly so willing to listen to this stranger? "How dreadful it must be to lose your friend," Mama said, holding her teacup in her lap. "You have no idea," Mr. Berkeley said. Uncle Jarvis nodded. "Urgent indeed. I can't say I've ever heard of this man's name, but I shall inquire of the others at the workroom. In the meantime, Mr. Berkeley, I insist you board here with us." Victoria's head shot up. "What?" Mr. Berkeley looked askance at her, and then back to Uncle Jarvis. Discomfort rode at his features. "That's really nice, but—" Jarvis raised a hand to silence him. "It will be no trouble. Perhaps we can find this missing friend of yours, and I'll use your hand around the aviatory in exchange for room and board." Mr. Berkeley bowed his head, apparently taking this as an excuse to plop himself unceremoniously on the other end of the chaise Victoria sat on. She swallowed and straightened, nervous at his proximity. He pulled at the collarless neckline of his short-sleeved blue shirt. "Yeah, I'm good at working with my hands. When you say aviatory," he said as though trying the word out, "you're talking about those flying taxis we came here in?" "Hovercraft, Mr. Berkeley. I run the Chuzzlewit aeronaut hangar, or the aviatory, as we refer to it. We have the only factory that builds hovnies for miles, and the demand is higher than we can produce at the moment. We've had to use every available mail to build them, and we can always use more. I employ the workers who design and build the craft, and I oversee the program that trains the pilots." Mr. Berkeley's eyes slid to Victoria. From the lift in his brows, he was impressed. She lost herself in his direct gaze for a moment. Prickles of heat made their way up to her cheeks. She cleared her throat and placed her teacup on the tray. Her hand trembled, making the china tinkle. Mama narrowed her eyes. "I must dress for dinner." Victoria stood. Her skirt reeked of fuel, but that wasn't the only reason she wished to be anywhere but here. Was she still suspended? Did that mean she would also have to live here while this distracting stranger made her head spin at every turn? Uncle Jarvis inclined his head in her direction, but Mr. Berkeley slouched on the red chaise, as if testing his own flexibility. Jarvis cleared his throat. "A gentleman stands when a lady leaves the room, Mr. Berkeley." Mr. Berkeley's brow arched. "Oh, okay, sure." He stood tugging at the bottom of his buttonless shirt. "Where did you say you were from?" Mama set her teacup on the tray on the table without making a sound, just as a lady should. Halfway to the parlor entrance, Victoria paused, curious about the answer. "We can discuss all of that later," Jarvis said. "I'm sure the lad would like to be shown to his room. Although I wonder about this Mr. Starkey of yours. What did you say his vocation was?" "Remember, Jarvis, the young man isn't from here," Mama reminded. "But you have a reason to believe this Mr. Starkey of yours is here now, yes?" "Yeah, I do." "Well then," Uncle Jarvis said, "what is the man's vocation? That might help us know where to start." "He's an architect." Mama's lips pursed. Victoria tried to suppress the satisfaction of knowing something more about this man. If Mr. Berkeley worked for this Mr. Starkey, that meant he designed things as well. "Come now," Mama said. "You must be fearfully tired." Seeing that Mama had risen to her feet as well, Mr. Berkeley rose and bowed to her in a bizarre forward lunge that made Victoria mask a snigger behind her hands. The moment was so endearing she couldn't help but smile. He had been acting peculiarly since she'd found him. But from the sound of things, he was feeling as lost about the whole ordeal as everybody else was. "Victoria, ring the bell for Linny," Mama said, fighting a sniff of dismay at Mr. Berkeley's actions. Poor Linny, Victoria thought. She hoped whatever guest room they'd be giving Mr. Berkeley was in order, or Mama would be displeased. She gave herself a reminder to thank the servant for holding her tongue about Victoria's escape earlier. Lost in thought, Victoria realized too late that Mr. Berkeley and Mama were heading toward her. She turned on her heel, nearly stumbling into mire. "My apologies, Miss Digby," the butler said kindly. "It's nothing," Victoria grimaced. knowing he covered for her clumsiness. She wasn't sure what had come over her, but after ringing for Linny, she made for the stairs and closed herself in her bedchamber, her heart pounding in her chest. Chapter 15. 2 attacks in 3 days. Rosalind could scarcely believe it. She stood on her balcony, staring out over the small valley. The night air filtered around her, just cold enough to be a respite rather than a nuisance. If only she wasn't such a coward. If only she could do something helpful. Something instead of shrinking inside her manor the way she always did. Even so, what could she do? The creek had attacked at midday. Even if she was near the ocean, she would have run for cover. That was what the citizens had been instructed to do for as long as she could remember. What about those who lived closest to the shore? Those who lived on Down Street? Oscar lived there. He could have been injured or worse. Mr. Fenstermaker had gotten hurt. What if Oscar had been in the bookshop when it had been crushed into ash? The thought tormented her, seizing her limbs so she could barely move. Papa had lorded over her for a while, but she hadn't been able to lift her hands, let alone play a single note. Eventually, he'd given up and left her to herself. There was so much to be said. She hadn't spoken to Oscar at the dance like he'd wanted her to. What if they didn't get another chance? Urgency raced through her veins like a tonic, giving her the first bout of energy she'd felt all day. The moon bared down, exposing and illuminating her mind in such a rush she gasped for breath. She couldn't wait for Oscar to come to her. She had to make sure he was okay. As quickly as possible, Rosalind hastened to her bedchamber, closing the balcony's glass doors and reaching for her knitted shawl, which was draped across the end of her bed. She slipped her feet into slippers and tiptoed to the door. Her heart banged in her chest. The hall outside her bedroom door was bathed in darkness. She peered down one side, then the other, before sneaking her way toward the servants' stairs that led down to the kitchens, servants' quarters, and the back gardens. Exhilaration armed her and gave her the courage not to look back. She didn't worry about running through town after dark or what Papa would do should he find her gone. All she could think of was getting to Oscar's shop as quickly as she could. How could she have waited this long to see him? Life was too short to spend it caged. Rosalind ran beside a hedge that was as tall as she was. Branches snagged her skirt. She paused to free the fabric only to collide with a tree she hadn't noticed in her path seconds earlier. No, not a tree. A person. "You came down," the young man said, gripping her elbows and stopping her progress. A hat hung low over Oscar's eyes, but she would recognize the sound of his voice anywhere. "You're alive," she said, panting. "You're shivering." He removed his cloak and draped it around her shoulders. His hands brushed her shoulders, lingering. He was alive. He was here. His cloak was warm and smelled of rosewood. A dozen thoughts ambled through her brain. Wonder about the attack, about how long he'd been standing here. Had he been watching her at her balcony? She longed to wrap her arms around him, to lose herself in his embrace, to tell him how she'd missed him, how she'd wished she'd abandoned the harpsichord like he'd wanted her to. "What are you doing here?" she asked instead. He stepped back, gave her a slight bow, and offered his hands to her. "Unfinished business." You wish to dance?" She stared at the hedgerow concealing them. At the moon glowing down with its pale eye. She was somehow sure the moon had the power to convey a message to her father that she was strolling with a man in their garden wearing nothing but her night shift and a shawl. "I rather thought I made it clear the other evening." He secured his hands around her waist and drew her in. His warm body pulsed near hers. "Rosalind." "Mr. Radley, There was so much to say. His brow furrowed. He released her. "Mr. Radley?" You mean to adhere to propriety now, even when it's only you and me. Only you and me. Secluded corners, his breath hot, his lips tasting hers, his body too close and yet not close enough. Those memories couldn't matter, could they? Oscar was an accomplished, educated gentleman now. A gentleman who hadn't contacted her once in the year he'd been gone. How could she be sure his intentions were honest? She dashed out here because she wanted to see him, but now that she was here, her thoughts fled. I know, you wish to deny me the pleasure of hearing my name on your lips. This was folly. She was in her nightdress, no corset, no gown. He hadn't written to her. He hadn't kept his promise. Then why did he hold her so closely? Maybe I shouldn't have done this. She was surprised at how unsteady her voice was. I've been thinking the same thing, yet here we are. I was coming to see you. She lifted her eyes to his, which were still caught in the shadows below the brim of his bowler hat. Is something the matter? He asked. You seem troubled. Tell me. I missed you. Her knees grew frail. She reeled around, plunking onto the stone bench beneath the fragrant cherry blossom tree. She should have thought this through more clearly. Her breathing came too fast. She took several jagged breaths to regain control. You go straight to my head, Mr. Radley. I can't think clearly with you around. She kept her gaze on her knees, unable to look at him again. He said he'd missed her. How could that be? He lowered himself to sit beside her. I'm glad to hear it. She scooted to the edge of the bench. Much as she wanted to move in, to feel his arms around her again, she couldn't do it. Sitting even this close to him was torturous. Really, Rosalind, what's bothering you? Her throat closed. The admission would only make her sound weak. I can't say. Several moments of silence strung between them. A cricket chirped nearby. I understand, he said, rising gradually to his feet in a dignified fashion. You made it clear this past year. I should have realized your feelings had changed. What? I should have taken your lack of response as an indication of your indifference. I apologize, Miss Baxter. I won't take any more of your time. I'm sure you're tired. Oscar. He paused. Flickers of hope rested in his expression. I never suggested any kind of indifference. She rose to her feet as well, her heart chugged in her chest with the effort of holding back everything she'd like to say. How she'd imagined him every day, down to the minute, wondering what he'd been doing, if he'd been thinking of her, if he felt bad for not writing. She could never be indifferent to him. Her heart was entirely his, and had been since they'd met. You never answered any of my letters, he said. You wrote to me? I told you I would. That day, that terrible day, the day he'd left her. I did, he went on. I wrote weekly. I told you of my studies, of the tutors, the cab catching fire outside my dormitory, how a pair of rogue horses had nearly crashed through my window. Have you not received my letters? His eyes swam like glossy pools in the moonlight. I never received a word. His hand stroked her face. I wrote you. Do you believe me? She did. This made more sense than that he would have ignored her for so long. Before she could answer, his lips struck hers. His mouth was warm and firm, his touch reassuring her more than words ever could. She spun, anchoring herself to him to keep from letting the sensation take control. I thought you'd forgotten about me, she said when the kiss broke. My darling, he said, clutching her to his chest. She inhaled his scent of shaving soap and wheat from his father's shop. I could never forget you. Even when you didn't write back to me, I knew there had to be more behind it all. My heart told me so. Not even full pockets or a meeting with the Queen of England would have made me happier than if I knew I had your love. You have it, Rosalind promised, throwing her arms around his neck. This time he spun with her, never once letting go. I'm sorry I doubted you. I'm sorry I didn't dance. Oscar released a low chuckle, quietening and burying his face in her neck. He pulled in a long breath. Then let's do it now. Rosalind gazed into the promises resonating in his eyes. She soared inside. Oscar's hand was steady at her back, and he guided her in small circles on the grass, to music only the two of them could hear. Chapter 16. Victoria rushed to the end of the dormitory sidewalk as the medic Hovney pulled to a stop. The flowers on either side of the walkway beamed toward the bright sun above, basking in its warmth. At the sight of the bobbing hover carriage, she wondered about Mr. Fenstermaker and how severe his injuries were. It must have been bad to have him taken to Wolverton, too. Once the medics dropped Dahlia off, they'd be picking him up. She beat the footman to the door, opening it before he could. "Hello," she said, relieved to see her friend. Dahlia appeared as cheery as ever, blonde hair piled on her head and clad in a lovely pink dress. But she moved slowly. With a wince, she allowed Victoria to help her down, pausing to retrieve a cane from the paisley velvet fabric lining the hover carriage's bench. It had only been a few days since the attack. Victoria was both surprised and pleased to see Dahlia putting a small amount of weight on her injured ankle, and she kept her own pace slow as they headed from the street to the sidewalk. She considered what to say, how to bring up how awful she felt about the whole ordeal. "Don't be so silent," Dahlia said as they passed the flowering dogwood trees on their slow way to the dormitory entrance. "I feel so responsible," Victoria said. "Well, don't. It's not your fault. Besides, as my leader, you need to fill me in on what I missed while I was in Wolverton. For starters, the creek attack during the day." Dahlia leaned heavily on Victoria's arm. "Are you serious?" "And I was removed from the knots on a probationary trial. Now you're lying." "I'm really not." Dahlia's mouth pursed as if waiting for the punchline to sink in. Her mouth dropped, and she tossed her hands up. "I get injured, and the whole town chokes." Victoria linked her arm through Dahlia's and helped her friend mount the few steps leading to the door. "It's clear we can't function without you. And exactly how long will you be off the squad?" "That," Victoria said, opening the door and waiting for Dahlia to enter, "is no longer the case. This man came to town as well." "Oh? Oh!" Dahlia's smile lingered at the redness Victoria was sure was climbing her cheeks. "His name is Graham Berkeley. I promised my uncle I wouldn't interfere if he let me fly, and I ended up rescuing Mr. Berkeley before the breath reached him." "A rescue? He's delicious, isn't he?" Dahlia prodded. "You don't have to say it. I can tell from your face. You've never reacted to any man like this before." Victoria angled her chin. "Miss Covington, you don't know what you're talking about." Dahlia smirked. She rested both of her hands on top of the cane and stared Victoria down. "In all the times we've discussed Charles Merrick, I've never seen you get this flustered over him. You can hardly speak without turning red. Your Mr. Berkeley must be something of a catch." Victoria's mouth twisted against her will. She considered fighting this impulse to give in to Dahlia's chatter, but this was her friend. They'd gushed over the men Dahlia had trysts with plenty of times. Would it hurt to confess how Mr. Berkeley made Victoria feel as though pinwheels were beneath her skin? "He is nice to look at." Nice was putting it mildly. There was something rough and roguish about Mr. Berkeley that drew Victoria's attention to him like a moth to flame. "I knew it," Dahlia said. "So you flew then? You've been reinstated? Goodness, how much I've missed. Don't ever let me get injured again." They passed the open gathering room, the numerous floral chairs speckling the carpet empty for the moment. Beyond that was a dining room, and at the end was a twisted staircase leading up to the room the girls all shared. Victoria wasn't sure how Dahlia would make it up the spiral stairs. One at a time, she supposed. I don't plan on it. In fact, you coming? With one foot on the bottom step, Dahlia cut her off. Upstairs? No, I'll be staying at home for the next little while. I only returned because I wanted to be here when you got back. At home for the next little while? Dahlia chewed her lip, gripping the wrought iron banister with a knowing look. Tell me, where is Mr. Berkeley staying? I should like to meet him. Victoria wouldn't look at her. At the range. How convenient. It was my uncle's request. Dahlia's brows rose. Honestly. Dahlia smirked and tried for the second step. I follow your command, Digby. Make sure you're there to give it tonight. You mean you're flying? Dahlia looked down at her. She'd made it to the fourth step. As if they could keep me away. The doctor said I was well enough. I won't use my ankle all that much. I only need my hands. A genuine smile spread over Victoria's face. That's a relief. Listen, Dahlia, she said, thinking quickly and inching closer. Before you make your way up, I wonder if you can help me. Oh? Despite what you're thinking, the real reason I'm staying home is to test this piece I found. Victoria unearthed the cog from her skirt pocket. Dahlia inspected it with a single finger. The moment her skin made impact, she winced and hissed, as though the piece burned her. You okay? Victoria asked. Strange. It was cool to Victoria's touch. Fine, Dahlia said, frowning. Victoria explained what she'd been up to, the book she'd gotten from her father's study, the chemicals she'd like to try on the piece. The thing is, the chemical I need is in the laboratory in Section 2, and there is an attendant on duty at all times, a heartbreakingly handsome attendant. Victoria didn't know what his name was, but he was good-looking, and he'd been there every time she'd gone to scope it out. Dahlia's eyes twinkled. You need my help. I need your help. That injury of yours hasn't gotten you off your game, has it? Are you kidding? Dahlia smirked. I'm still as on as ever. The creek thinks it can come and go, causing damage as it pleases, but I'll do everything I can to show that beast just how wrong it was to attack me. If that means flirting, then so be it. Victoria grinned. It wasn't the first time Dahlia had acted as a distraction for poor, unsuspecting young men pitted to guard the exact place she intended on accessing. Is now okay, then? Now is great. Dahlia agreed, making her way back down the few steps she'd managed. Chapter 17. This leg is killing me. Dahlia's cane clacked on the hallway's stone floor. Victoria peered back in concern. She'd had to slow her step significantly. Are you sure now is a good time? We can come back later, after you've rested. Dahlia urged her forward. Now is perfect. The two young ladies knocked on the door Victoria hadn't had the nerve to approach. The young man in his long white laboratory coat opened the door. He was tall and well-suited to the coat, with his tan skin, dark hair, and well-proportioned features. Can I help you? Sorry to disturb you, Victoria said. She's just gotten back from the hospital in Wolverton, and they'd forgot to send her medication with her. I wondered if you had some of these items in your stores. She offered the small list she'd brought with her, as though he was welcome to take it. His eyebrow quirked at the note, then at Victoria and Dahlia's innocent expressions. Dahlia batted her eyelashes at him. I'm not an apothecary, he said, moving to shut the door. Dahlia reached out and touched his arm. Oh, we know that. I just wanted to see if you had anything on hand. It hurts so badly. She gave him an imploring look. You injured your foot? He asked. As if the cane wasn't proof enough, Dahlia lifted her skirt to display the bandage wrapped tightly around her left foot. My ankle, she said. He hesitated, keeping the door tight against his shoulder and making it difficult for Victoria to see past him into the lab. Dahlia simpered at him, and he shifted his weight, allowing Victoria a glimpse of the cold storage door directly across from them at the room's opposite end. They've broken for lunch, he said. I'm the only one on duty."
"Perfect." Dahlia flashed her smile. He stiffened, his jaw twitching. "We only need you." His gaze was calculating, but when her ready smile and friendly, inviting eyes didn't relent, his face softened. "Can you help me?" she asked. "I'd like to show you what we're dealing with." He peered behind him again.
"Very well, but only for a moment."
She slipped her hand through his elbow. Victoria heard their soft exchange of names, Henry, Dahlia, as well as his inquiry of how she'd gotten injured. He guided Dahlia to a chair, but instead of sitting at it, she took his hands and placed them at her waist, indicating she wanted to sit on the table. His breath caught, but he did as she requested, helping her to sit atop one of the desks. Dahlia batted her eyelashes at him again, said something that made him laugh. Then she lifted her foot, tugging up her long skirt just enough to show him her ankle. The poor lab assistant was hooked. Victoria snuck toward the storage door and slipped in. The temperature was frigid enough to give her goosebumps in here. Eye protection, microscopes, plants, hammers, pestles, and mortars lay in orderly rows on the counters. She couldn't help feeling she'd been in a room like this before. The cold prickled up the backs of her arms and neck. A white sheen slowly crept across her vision, carrying with it other images. Another room with desks like this. A man standing in front and offering a lecture of some kind. Victoria's mind blurred over. A severe pain gripped her heart like a fist. She bumped into one of the desks, rattling several beakers atop it. "Stop," she told the images, thrusting them away. She exerted herself, working her mind, attempting to clear it, to clear the inexpressible discomfort welling within her at the sight of them. "It's really been painful," she could hear Dahlia attempting to distract the assistant and imagined her gazing up at him with large, pitiful eyes. "It's nothing," Victoria told herself as the images faded from her mind. She paused for several long moments, attempting to recapture her breath and slow her racing heart. These instances made no sense whatsoever. She couldn't understand what they meant or why they kept happening. Victoria forced her attention back to the bottles resting on the shelves in the darkened, chilled room. She'd searched their handwritten labels, anxious for the sight of the terms she'd read about in Papa's books. Taurine, Cartic alloy, manganese fiber. Her heart gave a little leap as the knob behind her jiggled a few times, followed by a heavy thud and a giggle. What was Dahlia doing out there? Victoria rushed to the next row where several small bottles sat. There it was, HN45, nitric acid. Victoria snatched it, along with some beakers. She exited to find Dahlia propped against the assistant, using him for support. She twirled a finger through his collar and beamed up at him. His hair stuck up at the back, and his lips looked more swollen than they'd been when they'd first arrived. "Thanks, Henry," Dahlia said with a wink. "I feel better already." Henry cleared his throat and watched in a daze as the girls left his lab. "You took your sweet time," Dahlia said once they were halfway down the hall. "I don't think that poor man has been kissed in his whole life. Did you get what you needed?" They rounded the corner, nearly colliding with a pair of men in blue work suits. They tipped their heads in acknowledgement, and Victoria found herself eager to step outside and away from prying eyes. She gripped the handles of her bag, wishing away the memory of this most recent lapse in her mind. She still didn't know what to make of it. Perhaps she should mention it to Dahlia, but her friend was moving slowly with an aggrieved expression. "I hope so," Victoria said, glancing back, and praying Uncle Jarvis hadn't been alerted that she was here. "I'm going to experiment. Are you all right? Did I make you push yourself too hard?" "I'm going to rest my ankle," Dahlia said with a pained smile as they approached the exit and stepped back out into the sunlight. "Don't need any more favors for a while, will you?" Victoria laughed and shook her head. "I owe you one." Victoria walked Dahlia back to the dormitory and ensured she made it up the stairs before heading hastily back to the range. She could have done her testing much easier at the aviatory, but she wasn't going to admit to Dahlia that Graham Berkeley was the reason she was going all the way back to the range after all.
Despite the pain burrowing in her ankle, Dahlia felt pleased with herself. At least she still had her charm where men were concerned. She'd enjoyed meeting that assistant. There were times it took some effort, but Henry had been sweet and easy to talk to, and one thing had led to another quicker than it sometimes did. His kisses had been sweet, too. Dahlia would have to sneak down there another time, just so he wouldn't suspect he'd been used. Which he had been. Let's just call the kettle black. 10 four-poster canopy beds spread across the length of their bunk room in the dormitory. Each bed was paired with its own set of furniture. Some areas were slightly mussed, other beds had been hastily made. Personal items dotted vanity mirrors, and the occasional wardrobe door had been left open. Victoria's space, Dahlia noted, was a little too clean. Had she really not been back here since the attack? For once the room was completely empty. Normally there were at least a few knots dawdling, reading books, or primping. But every one of the young ladies was out. It was just as well. Dahlia didn't want an audience, and she desperately needed to check her bandage. Mama had insisted Dahlia return home until her ankle healed, but that would mean losing her position permanently, and she wouldn't stand for that. The town needed her. Gritting her teeth, Dahlia sank onto her bed, weary with additional weight she hadn't had to carry before. She lifted her legs onto the bed and rested her head against the headboard, letting the pain of such a simple movement pass. She slung back her skirt, carefully removed the bandage, and withheld a scream. Lesions that hadn't been there when she'd shown her wound to Henry now protruded through her skin like growths. They bubbled around her healing ankle, threatening to pop right through her skin. Dahlia's heart pounded against her ribs. She breathed in shallow, rasping gasps. "What is the meaning of this?" she asked no one, pressing one of the lesions with her finger. Pain shot through to her knee. She inhaled through her teeth, rearing her head back. The telltale clamor of footsteps climbing the staircase outside pinged through. Voices sounded, and Dahlia hastened to wrap the bandage around her ankle once more. "It's nothing," she told herself. "It's only healing." The door slammed open, and Emma and Bronwyn stepped inside. Dahlia put on a brave face, laughing with the other young ladies, doing her best to hide her misgivings. She wasn't sure what to do. She couldn't very well return to the hospital, not after what Victoria had told her. If the creek was attacking at all hours, then the town needed her. She couldn't abandon them. She would wait it out. Chapter 18. Papa's book said to experiment in clear light, and so Victoria decided on the sunroom. Not many of the other chambers in Uncle Jarvis's estate received as much light as this room did, and she wanted a clear view of the results. Vibrant purple hibiscus clumped together in containers beside speckled orchids, and burgeoning passion flowers in shade of buttercream and amethyst. Lavish green ferns mixed with whisper pink begonias near the windowsill. Their soft floral hints tantalized her senses. She'd always loved this room, and often found herself in here whether she meant to arrive or not. A pair of ladies were visible out the window, strolling past the range, fully adorned in lavish gowns and looking much too happy behind the boxy prams they pushed. Victoria had nothing against babies. They were adorable. But what did those mothers do all day besides walk and look pretty? With a sigh, she fingered the cog and the small wrench in the hidden pocket of her skirts and removed them both. She always kept that wrench with her. It was like keeping a piece of her secret with her always. Opening the case she'd brought in, she removed the wide beaker and placed it on the table, followed by the small jars of liquid she'd gotten from the lab. If anyone asked, she was planning a flower arrangement. In acid. The table tilted slightly under the weight of her assembled items, as though one leg were shorter than the others. Strange, she muttered. She didn't remember the table being lopsided. With a glance at the open doorway, Victoria knelt to inspect the table's underside. Sure enough, the screw on the left back leg was loose. She crawled, reaching, and with the movement, the ghost of a memory filtered in, intruding at the edges of her mind as it had done earlier. Her stomach hardened, spots flashed across her vision. The thought pressed in, rocking her. She flinched, pushing them away until they faded. Heart thundering, she braced her hands on the floor on either side of her and reoriented herself. It was happening more and more, this remnant of memory. Whatever it was, she sensed it was too overwhelming, too awful. Like someone trying to transmit an unwanted message, she couldn't allow it to come through. Think nothing of it, she told herself, wedging her wrench into the screw's flat end. Though it wasn't the tool meant for this purpose, it worked just as well. She began to turn. "Miss Digby?" Victoria startled, knocking her head into the table above her. The glass items on top clattered against the bottles of acid. "What are you doing under there?" A sliver of disappointment chipped its way into her chest. She knew that voice. It wasn't Mr. Berkeley's. "Lord Merrick!" What a sight she must make, ducked below the table as she was with her skirts pooling around her backside. She gripped the leg and pulled herself out, dropping her pocket wrench in the process. Charles bent to retrieve it and offered his hand, which she took. "What is this?" he asked. "Nothing." Victoria swiped for the wrench, but he withheld it from her grasp. He examined its narrow handle connecting the two fatter, gaping ends. "Miss Digby, this is a tool." "What of it?" She hated how defensive she sounded. He straightened his shoulders and handed the wrench back to her. He took in the open case on the table, the tiny bottles she'd extracted, and the glass beaker with a too-late smile. "It only surprised me. I suppose I shouldn't be astonished, considering your position." She didn't have the patience for this, not now that she had the chemical. She supposed she should apologize for her behavior the other evening when she rejected Charles's gift, but she couldn't bring herself to do that either. Instead, she said, "What are you doing here?" Charles took the end of the settee near the table. "You look enchanting today, Victoria. I think there is no other man as fortunate as I am to be in your company." She quivered in frustration. This blasted engagement was the last thing she wanted to deal with. It was as though Mama and Charles lived in another world. "How lovely to be thought of as a prize," she said. He winced. "I meant it as a compliment, Victoria." "What do you know about me, Charles?" she asked, surprising herself. After the last few days' events, she couldn't hold her tongue. He was shocked to have caught her beneath the table fixing its loose screw. Did he know she was building her own automaton in the garden shed outside? Or that she longed to tinker on planes as well as to fly them? Those certainly weren't ladylike. His brow crumpled and he released a laugh. "Are you going to pretend we're strangers?" "Please, tell me, what do you know about me other than my outward appearance and what a fine pair we'd make in a mantelpiece painting?" "It was only a necklace and some flowers." His tone sounded apologetic. "Will you deny that you intend for me to be your wife?" He fidgeted and then fisted his gloved hand on his lap and met her head on. "No, I won't." "Then what do you know about me?" Charles shifted and stared around at the entourage of flowers listening in on this increasingly uncomfortable conversation. "You are the head knot of your uncle's protection program." "Everyone knows that. It seems to me that a man and his fiancée should have a more intimate understanding of one another before they make a conjugal step together. I know practically nothing about you, except for the fact that your father was knighted for his military service in a long-past war." "I have tried getting to know you, Victoria," he said. "I understand you wish to know whom you are marrying." "I never agreed to this arrangement," she said. "You never asked if I'd be interested in courting you." She smoothed her black skirt and adjusted the fingerless lace gloves hugging her hands before lifting her gaze to him. She was surprised to find grief in his expression. "I'm well aware of what I have and haven't done where you are concerned," he said, rising to his feet and shocking her into silence. I apologize if you've gotten the wrong idea of my intentions toward you, Victoria. Whether you want your appearance to be an issue or not, you are beautiful. Any man would be a fool not to fumble in your presence, and I can't say I've acted as successfully as I've wanted to around you. I've asked you on carriage rides where you barely mutter a word in response to anything I say. I've come to ascertain your feelings after things I knew were emotionally taxing for you. I've offered you gifts you won't receive. What more can I do? Victoria's mouth hung open. You want me to get to know you? I'd like to as well, if you will let me, he said softly. Hearing his side of things turned the whole situation inside out. She'd been so angry at Mama's reasons for thrusting men at her. She hadn't given much consideration for Charles's feelings through all of this, and she should have. Still, she felt restless, eager to be anywhere else but with him. She faced him. Charles, you haven't done anything wrong. I assumed you had these things worked out with my mother and were playing all those assumptions without considering my feelings. I wondered if it was something like that. You should know I dislike having others make my decisions for me. This is something my mother has never understood. She wishes me to marry you so that I can no longer be a pilot. She turned away from him, toying with the wrench, hoping he would take the hint. She mentioned something like that to me, he hedged. Victoria whirled around, grateful for his openness. Then you must know that I love to fly. I love it as I do breathing. I'm never as alive as I am while in the air, and if you truly knew that, if you truly loved me, you would never seek to take that away from me. Miss Digby, I wouldn't dare. That savage creature killed my father. It continues attacking the banks of our town, and you and Mama think that marriage is enough to keep me from figuring out a way to stop it from happening. Charles Merrick lifted his chin, but kept his gaze on her. I see, he said with a humorless chuckle. I admit, when your uncle first encouraged me to pursue you, I was unsure. But the offer of a position on the town council was too much for me to turn down. You understand. At first I was uncertain, but the more I saw you, the more interest you held for me. I felt sure I could win your heart. Her blood cooled. My uncle bribed you to court me? Mama was in on it. She knew it. But Uncle Jarvis, too? Did he want her off the squad that badly? He paled. I only meant that I see your merits for myself now. You are a strong, capable... Lord Merrick, Victoria cut him off. This was too much. I insist you stop. It's clear you were part of my uncle's plan to get me to stop meddling. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Miss Digby, Charles said, rubbing the brim of his hat and trying to recapture the conversation. I didn't mean to say you didn't matter to me. Quite the contrary. Whether he coerced me to pursue you or not, I find you beautiful and mesmerizing, and would like to see if we would make a good match. You've said enough, she said, her heart stuttering. Thank you for your honesty. I must ask you to leave. An unhappy chord struck between them. Clearly he'd tried covering his tracks and failed miserably. He paused as if waiting for her to rescind. But she wouldn't. She couldn't. His words tempered the hardness in her. He'd been forthright in a way he never had been before, and for that she was grateful. Miss Digby, I said too much. You said just enough, sir. Please consider yourself unattached. I'm sure Meyer can show you to the door. If Uncle Jarvis was trying this hard to remove her permanently from the knots, he would be put out, especially now. Dahlia had recovered, and the knots needed to pull together more than ever if there was any hope of stopping that creature. I understand. Good day, Charles. Charles gave her an apologetic grimace. He turned toward the door, hesitated, and then turned back to her and offered her his hand. Good day, Miss Digby. Unsure, she slipped her hand into his. His touch addled her. She gasped. For the third time that day, her mind turned white. Images other than the decadent flowers surrounding her blurred into view. Chapter 19. Instead of boxy windows spearing to the ceiling and welcoming in gallons of sunlight, new windows appeared in her mind. These were small and circular and spinning like the creek's metal eyes. A man stood at the end of the lineup of spinning glass. He wore unusual dark clothing and a scowl, but he took her hand as Charles had and brought it to his lips. A crash awakened her from the outlandish vision. The whiteness unclogged from her brain, and she heaved a breath and found herself on the floor beside a shattered pot and its scattered bits of broken pottery and dirt. The hibiscus flower was sprawled on the floor a few feet away. "Are you all right?" Charles asked in shock. He knelt before her, concern on his brow. "You stumbled, nearly tripped over the settee. Are you unwell?" "What was that?" She stared at the potted plant's broken fragments. Fear had crawled under her skin at the sight of the man, at his very touch. And what had those windows been? The side of some strange building? Victoria dusted her fingers and shakily rose, staring across the room that had transformed moments before. She'd felt this outplacement. The memory had been threatening for days, and now that it made its appearance, she wasn't sure she wanted it there. "Shall I send for a doctor?" Charles asked. "No, please, Charles. I'm well, but I need a moment." Of course. He didn't leave, as she hoped he would. She tricked a smile into place, hoping it was enough to convince him. "I assure you, I'm well. Think nothing of it," he wavered. "If you're certain." "I am. Go. Go now, please." He gave a small bow. "Then I shall leave you." After staring at the mess she'd made, he headed for the door. Upon stepping through, he paused, looking back. "And Victoria, I'm glad we're friends." "As am I." She managed to smile long enough to wave him away. Her hand pressed to her stomach the instant he was gone. What happened? What was that memory? Once she was alone, Victoria opened the nitric acid. It released an acrid smell, like something fermented. She poured the fuming liquid into the large beaker. The air filled with that acrid, suffocating odor, and she coughed repeatedly before plugging her nose. Using a pair of silver tongs, she pinched the cog and dropped it in. It sank slowly to the bottom, gathering bubbles as it went. She waited with wilted breath for a reaction, for the metal to begin to dissolve or show some kind of response to the acid. But aside from the tiny bubbles popping near the circular, swirled cog, nothing happened. Blast. Disappointed, she covered the beaker with its lid, blocking out the smell. She waved a fan in an attempt to air out the space, praying the pungent odor had no adverse effect on the flowers. Victoria lowered herself in dismay to the settee. She tilted her head back and closed her eyes. It hadn't worked. The metal was stronger than she'd thought. Perhaps if she tried another acid. "You tired?" Her eyes shot open. The bright blue sky peeked through the ceiling's glass panes. The world closed back in around her, and Graham Berkeley stood near a tall plant with large fronds, wearing the same short-sleeved shirt and bluish faded trousers he'd worn yesterday. He traveled without packing? He hadn't had a trunk or a bag of any kind when she'd picked him up yesterday. Perhaps he left his belongings at the inn in town. His nose wrinkled. "What is that smell?" "Mr. Berkeley." She sat up, grateful that at least Graham hadn't caught her with her hind end sticking out from beneath the table. Nerves humming, she folded her hands in her lap. "You don't have to do that," he said. "Do what?" "Spiff yourself up just 'cause I walk in the room. Slouch if you want. I don't care." He crouched near the shattered remnants of the potted hibiscus Victoria had yet to call someone to clean up. Instead of investigating the damages, he interlocked his fingers and examined her. This was so different from Charles Merrick's possessive admiration. Graham's was a look of analysis, as though he were trying to find the parts of her she kept tightly hidden and welcoming her to share them with him all at once. Victoria had the sudden urge to run a hand through his tangles of black hair, or feel its softness on her fingertips. "Where is this place, anyway?" he asked. "Gingham Range?" Victoria wasn't sure whether the jitter in her composure was because of his presence or the flicker of thought she'd had moments ago. This house belonged to my grandfather. It was a wedding gift when he'd married my grandmother. Graham's brows rose, and he glanced around the sunroom at the various plants sprigging up here and there. This estate was a wedding present? He whistled. Some gift. It was a lovely gift. Victoria couldn't see the reason for his astonishment. Perhaps he was from the lower classes, and considering his dress, that wasn't too far off. Somehow the thought made him all the more intriguing. Houses are passed through families, Mr. Berkeley. As my uncle has no children of his own, someday I shall inherit Gingham Range and its outlying properties. If she married. And what about Chizazzle, or whatever it's called? Chuzzlewit? Yeah, that. What about it, Mr. Berkeley? Where is it? He asked, as if it were the most obvious question in the world. Victoria uncurled her spine. Graham fanned his fingers in her direction. You're doing it again. Slouch, please, for the love, just slouch. Against her will, a smile pricked at the corners of her mouth. She fiddled with a ruffle on her black skirt and tried to think of where to begin. Chuzzlewit is, well, what do you mean, where is it? It's... Her mind was wiped clean, a literal blank slate. It wasn't that she couldn't think of the answer. It was that she didn't know it in the first place. An uneasy twist lodged beneath her sternum. Here. Graham strode to the writing desk in the corner. To her relief, the powerful smell was dissipating. And he didn't ask her about the beaker. He retrieved a piece of paper and bent to scribble something on it. Curious, Victoria rose and followed the strokes of his quill. A thick black line outlined what appeared to be an animal skull with lopsided horns. This is the U.S., right? The United States? He added when the abbreviation didn't sink in. He drew a dot in the upper center. This is Chicago, where I'm from. Victoria had studied geography in her lessons. She'd spent countless hours in the room on the third floor of the range with her governess, studying Papa's globe, pointing to locations as Sophrina rattled off names of places Victoria had longed to see. Yet she couldn't recall the places Graham mentioned. Her mind was a dark room. I've never heard of either of these, Victoria said. Chicago, an interesting name. Not as interesting as Chuzzlewit, Graham said with a laugh. It sounds, I don't know, made up. Victoria's eyes narrowed. What are you insinuating, Mr. Berkeley? He shrugged and leaned his weight on the table. It was no longer lilted. She flicked a glance at the cog and its beaker, but nothing had changed. Even immersed in the acid, it was still as it ever was. Just that I feel like I'm stuck here for a while, and I'd like to know where here is. How can you be from a place I've never heard of either? Perhaps it is your town that is fictional. Graham laughed. No, it's there all right. How did you get here, then? If you claim this Chicago of yours is so easily located. Graham stared at Victoria with an amused, diagnostic expression. She found herself trapped in those eyes. The center was deep, warm, and brown, flecked with gold along the edges. You don't know? He asked, leaning in. Don't know what? Her question was breathy, heat pooled in her cheeks, and she lowered her head. A chuckle. How I got here? Should I? No, he said, sounding resigned. I hoped you might. I'm not sure either. You don't know how you got here? He peered behind as if to make sure no one was listening. Then he leaned in. His scent wasn't as flowery as Charles's. Graham Berkeley smelled like mischief and spilled ink. It's a little far-fetched, even for me. Victoria pursed her lips. This man made no sense whatsoever. She longed to pry, but he had shared as much as he was going to. She would have to wait for answers. My uncle will be back soon, she said, clearing her throat as well as her head of him. I believe he's making inquiries about your friend. My friend, Graham said as if affirming it. Yep, your uncle still hasn't heard anything? Not that I know of. Neither has anyone else in this town. Are you sure he's here? Victoria asked. Graham's brows rose. I saw him come, he said adamantly. I followed him here for Pete's sake. You followed him here, yet you don't know how? What does that mean exactly? He shook his head. Never mind that. He peered around the room, settling his gaze on her collection of oddities on the table. "What are you doing in here, anyway? I assume it's not the flowers reeking of that awful smell." The defensiveness she might have felt with anyone else was non-existent. Something told her Graham Berkeley wouldn't be quick to judge her actions as Charles, Uncle Jarvis, or Mama might. "Experimenting," she said. "Here?" He glanced around. "Experimenting with what?" "I found what I believe to be a piece of the monster we encountered the night we met. I've been trying to decipher a way to destroy it." His brows lifted as if he was impressed. "Any luck?" "None at all," she said on an exhale. "As you can see." She gestured to the beaker. Graham bent for a closer look. Victoria found herself doing the same, inadvertently moving close enough to brush his shoulder with hers. "Have you tried heating whatever it is you've got in there?" The only thing warming in that moment was her cheeks, especially as he looked her way. Their faces were much too close. She forced herself to reply, No, I haven't." "It's worth a shot." Graham crossed his arms over his chest. She caught sight of his tattoo once more. "We did this kind of thing in chemistry back in high school." You're a scientist?" His grin stopped her pulse. Goodness, but he was handsome. "Nah, I'm a skateboarder." Victoria couldn't grasp this. Her mind was still too muddled over his proximity from earlier. She shook her head. "Another term I'm not familiar with. Honestly, Mr. Berkeley, do you spend your time spinning tales? Is that why you arrived here in the far-fetched manner with nothing but the clothes on your back?" His eyes dimmed. She'd meant to come across as playful, but perhaps the unwanted déjà vu, rejecting Charles, and failing with the nitric acid, had her a tad on edge. "I apologize," she said. "That was too forceful." "You're fine. I just don't know what to say." He took a few steps back and then turned back. "I could tell you, I guess, but I wouldn't want you to think I was spinning tales." His smile was conflicted rather than genuine. He gestured to her beaker. "Add heat," he said before leaving her alone in the sunroom. Chapter 20. Either he was crazy or she was. How could Victoria not have heard of the United States, of Chicago? If that was the case, Graham wasn't sure he wanted to know where this place he'd ended up was. What were they feeding these people? He wanted to go home, to the traffic rushing along Michigan Avenue, the music, the bridges, the towering buildings looming around him. He missed the skate park. He missed the guys on the team. He even missed his classes at the University of Chicago. He only had a year left before getting his bachelor's degree in biological science and was preparing to apply for dental school. His parents would find out he was missing sooner or later. They'd probably call the police. Graham had wandered around Chuzzlewit that morning, seeing the destruction near the beach. Men patrolled like some kind of army. With that freak show in the ocean, with how backward all these people were, he wanted nothing more than to get away, no matter how cool their floating taxis were. He wanted to get out of here. "No luck today, Mr. Graham," Victoria's uncle said, entering their fancy living room and breaking through Graham's thoughts. "Pardon me, Mr. Berkeley. I'm afraid no one has seen hide nor hair of your A.C. Starkey. Perhaps if we knew what the abbreviation stood for?" Graham jerked to reality. It took a few seconds for Chicago's towering buildings, its bridges and blue skies to be pushed aside. He adjusted to the tea room in Gingham Range, with its dark purple walls and decadent fixtures. His heart sank lower in his chest. He should never have followed Starkey into that light. He should have left the old man alone. Sorry," Graham said, trying to remember what Jarvis had asked him. Something about abbreviations. These people spoke so formally. He had a hard time understanding them sometimes. It was like trying to read Shakespeare. "I'm not really sure what the AC part stands for," Graham finally answered, trying to keep his irritation down. He fidgeted in the fitted suit they got for him. The clothes were comfortable enough, but he couldn't remember when he'd worn this much at one time. How many guys he knew wore scarf things like this, or vests for that matter. The style was cool, very Tim Burton-esque, but still. It was too much. His feet would never thank him for these awful shoes either.
Pity,
Jarvis said, taking off his glasses and polishing them on a handkerchief. Would he really change his name, though? Graham asked. To the long version, the non-abbreviated one? He kept second-guessing his words around this guy. He didn't have this problem with Jarvis's niece, Victoria. Something about her put him at ease. The fact that she was hot didn't hurt either. He glanced around, wondering if she was going to come in. Had she finished her experiments? You knew him well, I presume, so only you would know the answer to that. Perhaps he's taken on another identity entirely. Chuzzlewit is not a large town. If he were here, his whereabouts would be known by now. Why would he do that? Graham asked, mostly to himself. Starkey wouldn't change his name, would he? You say he disappeared. Did you ever consider it was an intentional occurrence and maybe he doesn't wish to be found? The disappearance itself was intentional. Starkey had been working on that machine for years. Graham had just never known about it until a few days ago. He knew I'd be coming in that afternoon, Graham said. If he was dodging town, he would have told me not to come, or he would have left sooner or something. He would have gone into that purple light sooner. Sweeping and straightening up the old man's studio apartment had been good money. Graham had been doing it every week since he was 14, and now that he was 22, that was saying something. He'd gotten nabbed for stealing Starkey's wallet on a dare all those years before. Dad had found the wallet in Graham's backpack and insisted Graham call A.C. Starkey to apologize and to offer to work for the architect and pay him back for the anguish he must have caused him. I don't need an assistant, Starkey had said, but you could clean my house. An old man like me doesn't have time to clean. And that was that. Graham hadn't minded the work. He'd known what he'd done was wrong. Starkey's one-room studio was a wreck. Clothes lumped in piles on the floor, huge papers with drafts of homes and buildings scattered all over, rolled like scrolls and collecting dust in the corners. There were crusted-over dishes and garbage collecting along the banister of the single staircase leading to the landing where the bed lay. The smell alone was enough to make him regret stealing the stupid wallet. Graham used to wonder if Starkey was ever embarrassed by the mess, but if he was, he never showed it. That phrase about geniuses being slobs definitely applied to Starkey. I'll start paying you know, Starkey had said one day after Graham had been cleaning once a week for several months. You want me to keep cleaning up after you? Graham was stunned. He was sure Starkey wouldn't want him around once his end of the bargain was done. The old man shrugged. It was weird at first. I liked my mess. Now I'm not sure I could work with the clutter. Graham had looked around the room, at the massive amounts of blueprints he'd rolled up and piled in stand-up boxes, at the books no longer cluttered in piles, but on shelves, the clothes he'd washed and put away, the dishes he'd scrubbed until the room showed some semblance of organization. Starkey had trusted Graham, and that meant a lot. Graham's responsibilities, cleaning for Starkey, had changed after he'd graduated from high school and started college. Now he'd resorted to checking in on the old man, who'd become more like a grandfather to him than anything else. So when Graham had walked into the room 2 days ago, just in time to blink against the onslaught of hazy, purplish light in the room's center, and Starkey had looked back at him with a solid glance before stepping into that light, Graham broke for it to follow him and had ended up on a street in a completely different world. Starkey had always been one to defy the norm, but Graham had no idea this was even possible. And if he wanted to find out what was going on in this town and who all these people were, not to mention getting back home, he needed to find Starkey. Chapter 21. The Aviatory Assembly Center was a gigantic room, as large as a field. It was broken up by steel collected at various stages, mostly hovercraft in various points of construction. Men worked in shirt sleeves and suspenders over their oil-stained trousers. Some stooped over their desks, others worked with implements, and one man examined something under a microscope. Oscar adjusted his telescope and notebook and scurried toward the staircase leading to the landing above. The creek attack yesterday afternoon had detained him. He'd meant to come the moment he'd seen the creek bubbling to the surface. He wished now that he'd spoken with Harry Fenstermaker again. Had Harry not seen the creek? Several doors lined the top of the landing, and Oscar stopped at the one labeled Jarvis Digby, Commander. Oscar had gone over several calculations, but he still hadn't figured out why the beast had come during the day. The fact that the clockwork monster's patterns were changing made his meeting with Commander Digby that much more urgent. He knocked on the door. "Come in!" a voice barked. Oscar scrambled into the room. "Mr. Radley," Jarvis said in surprise, his face pinched in distaste, as if Oscar was the last person he wanted to see right now. "Good morning, Mr. Digby." Oscar gripped the strap of his pack. "I know it's early, but I wondered if I might have a word." "Not now, Oscar. I'm training a new employee this morning, and the man is slightly peculiar." Jarvis brushed past Oscar without a second glance. Oscar ignored the rage billowing at the dismissal and followed him down the corridor and to the stairs. The peculiar man, as Jarvis had called him, stood awkwardly near an almost finished plane, lacking only its engine and hatch above. Jarvis glanced back, his lip curled. "Still here, are you?" "Obviously," Oscar nodded. Jarvis sighed and signaled a hand in the man's direction. "Oscar, this is Graham Berkeley. He'll be staying with us at Gingham Range for a short period of time." A soft gale of laughter tittered from behind, stealing the three men's attention. Cordelia and Jane Baldwin, one thin with red hair and the other shorter with dark skin and curls, stared at a picture hanging near the commander's office. Jarvis cursed under his breath. "I forgot they were coming this morning to observe our Exodus knots in training. Excuse me." He stalked away. Insistence flooded Oscar's chest. He didn't know when he'd get another chance to speak with this man. "Sir, it will only take a moment, please." Jarvis inhaled, but didn't face Oscar. Instead, he spoke over his shoulder. "Mr. Radley, if you want any of my time, you will have to join Mr. Berkeley this morning. My time must be devoted to him. I have none left to listen to your proposals." Oscar adjusted his jacket and watched Commander Digby make his way to the two young ladies above. The three of them chatted before Jarvis directed them toward the knot training wing of the aviatory. Oscar's gaze then slid to the newcomers. Mr. Berkeley's brows rose in feigned boredom. Fine, Oscar thought. If Jarvis wouldn't see him, then he would slip his ideas in between whatever training the commander had with this other gentleman. "I take it you're not here to build planes?" Graham said, looking over Oscar's attire. Graham wore shirt sleeves, suspenders, and trousers like the other workers. Oscar shook his head. "I have a proposal for Mr. Digby, if he'd ever take the time to hear it." "He seems like a busy guy." Graham's hands were stuffed into his trouser pockets. He kicked a silver nut around the concrete floor. A few other workers peered at him amid the noises of grinding metal and whirring machinery. "How long have you been in Chuzzlewit?" Oscar asked, removing his pack and placing it on a nearby chair. "About 2 days." "Where did you come from? Wolverton?" "Chicago," Graham said. The name ticked a familiar region in Oscar's mind, but he couldn't place it. Not wanting to be rude, he went on. "I've only been back a short time myself. I was away at school. I was a student of astronomy and geography." "Cool," Graham said. Oscar's brow pinched. "Are you cold?" He glanced around at the floor. "It's an expression," Graham said with a grin. "Like saying how awesome something is. Cool. Man, that's cool." "Cool," Oscar repeated. "Perhaps you are right. Rosalind's, Miss Baxter's father, doesn't think much of my studies either. It's sensible, though. Honorable to impart education, especially with something as impressive as the framework of our world, the sky, the land, the stars. They're each a part of us in ways we can't fully comprehend without further study." "Sure," Graham said. "Learning about stuff is dope." Not for the first time, Oscar wondered if he shouldn't pursue a different ambition, something more impressive and befitting of a lady of her station. Not for her sake, but to impress her father and get him to agree to let Oscar court and marry her. Graham rested an arm on the wing he'd been examining. A smear of grease streaked across his sleeve. "You like teaching, right?" "Yes," Oscar said, wondering where he was going with this. He hadn't spoken his reservations aloud. Had Graham read the qualms in his face? And you're doing it because you want to? Not like your dad pressuring you or anything? Oscar paused for a few ticks of the clock. He loved the land, the mysteries of the sky. There was so much more behind the science of it all. It gripped him, and he longed to help others who shared his feelings. Yes, this is what I want. Graham chuckled at this. Then what more do you need to hear? Graham turned his attention back to the wing and reached for a screw, positioning it into a vacant space. Oscar bent down to hold the form in place so Graham could work faster. Already at it, are you? Jarvis Digby called through the noise of the machinery. He approached from the opposite direction, from where he'd left. He carried a thick metal tube with a flat piece on one end. It didn't look that hard. Oscar smiled at Graham's shrug and casual admission. This man was completely at ease with himself, and Oscar envied that about him. If only more people around here were like that. Put that down, Mr. Berkeley, Jarvis demanded. Come here. You're to learn landing gear first. Fuselages, engineering, and construction will come later if you choose, but for now you'll start with landing gear assembly. Landing gear? Tires, to be precise. Jarvis rammed the metal tube at Graham's chest. The man glowered at him. Sir, if I may. Oscar didn't waste a moment. He reached for his knapsack. He'd put together a few pamphlets outlining his ideas. He was no military strategist, but surely, after hearing of his discovery that the creek remained dormant in the ocean in the same spot until it emerged again, after seeing the drawing and his ideas for watercraft, Jarvis would have his crew help with the design and construction. Jarvis glanced at him. You want my attention, Radley? Build me a tire. And without another word, Jarvis Digby stalked off. Oscar stiffened. He ground his teeth. What an oaf. In charge of something that affected so many, and yet so unwilling to hear any kind of suggestions or improvement. How can he be so obstinate? Oscar growled. So ignorant. Graham sifted through metal pieces and eyed the diagram pinned to a board at their right. Why do you want to meet with him so badly anyway? Eager at the opportunity to share his ideas with someone, Oscar pulled the notebook from his pack. I've been tracking the creek since I returned home. Its patterns are irregular. No one has been able to pinpoint when it will attack exactly. We rely on the shore watcher to alert us, but by then it's nearly too late. However, I've caught sight of the beast bubbling up from the same location every morning. Do you see what that means? Graham's pinched forehead suggested he didn't. Oscar pointed to the map he'd drawn in his notebook. It stays in one place. It would be easy to find. We could assemble a crew. We could arm watercraft with weapons. We could take it out where it lies before it ever got the chance to attack again. He showed Graham the diagrams of the watercraft he'd designed. Nothing at all more difficult than what the men of the aviatory were already building. Graham lowered the metal piece he was holding. That's kind of brilliant, actually. Oscar closed his notebook. Unfortunately, as you've seen, Commander Digby refuses to speak with me. Maybe Victoria can help, Graham suggested, eyeing the diagram and snapping two metal pieces together. Oscar hadn't thought of that. You think Miss Digby would help my cause? Graham shrugged. That girl is lit, easy to talk to. Plus she's his niece and head of the pilots. She might have some sway. The last time I talked to her, she was experimenting with a piece of that thing, trying to destroy it too. A piece of the monster? She has a piece of it? Someone else in this town had more than an ounce of sense? Oscar stood there like an imbecile, staring at Graham as he analyzed the diagram for the next piece. Anticipation trickled over him. He stepped forward in a daze, handing Graham the long, cylindrical part he'd been looking for. I think I will ask her after all, Oscar said, growing more excited by the minute. Perhaps Miss Digby had also seen the changes he'd noticed in the creek's behaviors. Perhaps Graham was onto something, and Oscar could turn to her for assistance, unless Jarvis Digby was trying to cover something up. Oscar couldn't fathom what that could be. Jarvis was the head of the knots, of the town's safety and protection. Why would he avoid handling something as monumental as this? Oscar would speak with Victoria about it. If anyone could get through to Jarvis Digby, it would be his niece. They need a machine to do this, Graham said, staring at the collection of wheel pieces he and Oscar had spent the morning constructing. Piece by annoying piece, over and over, the two of them had been doing the same thing. For hours. It reminded Graham of the steel kits his dad had gotten for him one Christmas. Graham had never touched the assembly kit. Sports had always been his thing, not building stuff. His tendons ached. He shook his hand to relieve it. Oscar noticed. "Same here, old boy, same here." He flexed his own hand. So much about this place was strange to him, like the endless energy he felt. It was as though he'd been chugging Red Bulls since he arrived. Vitality razzed through his veins, making him feel so wired he hadn't been able to relax enough to sleep. Literally, he hadn't slept since he arrived. The strangest part was, he didn't seem to need to. It definitely made for long days, though. Graham had been nothing short of relieved when the Radley guy had shown up along with Victoria's uncle. At least he hadn't had to deal with the crotchety guy on his own. When the two stopped for lunch and joined the other workers in a large chow hall, servants of all kinds flocked around the tables. Some offered bread and bits of meat that were as bland as plastic. One of the servants offered Graham a platter which was thin and frilly-looking, like the one the servants used at Gingham Range, except instead of holding food on the silver tray, this one held a small folded note sealed with wax. Graham set his fork down and raised an eyebrow at Oscar. "You guys eat paper here?" Oscar chuckled, nearly choking on his string bean. "You received a message," he said after downing a gulp of water. Who in the world would send Graham a note here? His first thought was his mom, but that was impossible. Graham took the letter and looked around a few times before slipping his finger under the dried wax seal. The script was swirly and refined, and if it wasn't for the sway of the ink, and the fact that they had no computers here, he would have thought something so pretty was typed. "Mr. Berkeley, I'd like to invite you to join me on patrol again this evening. If it is convenient, please meet me at Hangar 12C when your duties with my uncle are completed, preferably at sundown. Victoria." Chapter 22. Victoria's palms sweated beneath her gloves. She wasn't usually this nervous before patrol, but the prospect of having Graham Berkeley with her again set her nerves into a frenzy. He had tipped her off about heating the acid. Though heating it hadn't actually done anything, she wanted to repay the favor. She'd taken extra care with her clothing that evening, even securing her cap so it sat tipped over her forehead in a more attractive way than usual. She paced before the open hangar door, staring at the building's exposed framework, willing her pulse to slow. For goodness sake, she told herself, stomping to the wall to retrieve her goggles. It's ridiculous to be so anxious. "What was that?" Victoria whirled around, dropping her goggles in the process. Graham Berkeley strode in wearing a cream button-up shirt tucked into trousers. The sleeves were rolled to his elbows, showcasing his tattoo. A smear of grease streaked on one sleeve, and a day's growth shadowed along his jaw. That stubble did strange things to her insides. "Mr. Berkeley, you startled me." He flicked the piece of paper in his hand for her attention, like a flag. "You knew I was coming, right?" "Of course I did." She made for the ladder, not wanting him to see her blush. "Come along. After tonight's inspection, I'll fly you to Wolverton. We'll see if your friend is there." Graham's brows crinkled. He made his way to her, rooting her in place. He placed a hand on the middlemost rung of her ladder, just above her head, and he stared down at her as though she were a work of art. "You'd do that? What about your uncle?" She inhaled. He smelled strongly of welding smoke, but she didn't mind. In fact, with him standing this close to her, she felt slightly dizzy. "He has searched all he can of Chuzzlewit. There must be somewhere else we can look." "He put you up to this?" Victoria couldn't quite read his tone. It was curious in a shy way, as though he didn't feel he deserved the extra help. Graham lowered his hand. "The guy probably wants me out of his house, doesn't he?" "Not at all." Victoria wished she could remove her gloves and wipe her palms. "I only wanted to help. After our conversation earlier, I'm sure being here must be difficult for you. You'll want to get back to your friend and your home." Graham's mouth parted for the smallest moment. Victoria tried not looking at its pout and failed miserably. Her stomach flopped when she caught him staring at her mouth, too. Wow, that's cool of you. Thanks. She smiled at him, unsure of what to say. I did try heat, by the way. And? She couldn't help the grin that spread across her cheek. It didn't work. Piloting Elsie had only ever come naturally. Victoria had been at home with the gadgets, the gears, the maneuvers. Fiddling with machinery her whole life probably helped with that. And it wasn't as if she hadn't flown with Graham before. But for some reason, his presence behind her back, she couldn't even see him for goodness sake, was distracting enough that she kept fumbling. She floated along the seashore, scanning the horizon, looking at the torn buildings on Down Street and the lavish homes beyond. She passed the spot where she'd first found Graham, the open gape in the corner bookshop which was still a mess of clutter and debris. The other hovercraft followed a similar pattern, lingering in certain places, then moving on at the lack of evident danger. She listened to the light fuzz in her earpiece, but no warning sounded. There was nothing aside from the knot's usual banter. "No activity tonight," Emma said. "It knows I've returned to my duties," Dahlia said. The other girls laughed. Bronwyn's voice crackled over the line. "I wouldn't dare go up against you again, either." Victoria wondered why they didn't go to the monster. It didn't make sense for them to always wait for it to approach. Surely there was an easier way of stopping the attacks before the creature made it to the shore. She made a mental note to mention it to Graham later. She wouldn't do so now. Not when he was preoccupied with finding his friend. "Looks like the all clear this evening, ladies," Victoria said. The other girls sounded their acceptance and retreated, soaring for their hangars. Victoria should do the same. She knew she was breaking procedure and couldn't help hearing her uncle's reprimand. But this wasn't for the creek. This was to help Mr. Berkeley. Surely Uncle Jarvis would understand. She lagged behind the others, watching their planes veer north. Hoping no one noticed her absence, she turned the joystick in her hand and headed east instead. "You sure this is okay?" Graham asked. She ached to turn and see his face, but she focused on her navigational duties, on her fuel gauge, and on getting to Wolverton as quickly as possible, without drawing too much attention to herself. She hadn't realized how it would look to others if one plane were still in the sky once patrol ended. People would think something else had gone wrong. Once the planes were called back, people knew it was safe to come out again. "It'll be fine," Victoria lied, more to assure herself than him. "Whatever you say." "I do know what I'm doing, Mr. Berkeley." "Sure you do." "We'll be there momentarily," she added. They were approaching Silverton Manor, Rosalind's estate on the edge of Chuzzlewit Green and near one corner of the lake in the center of the countryside. Stretches of farmland separated the two neighboring towns for 40 miles or so, but Victoria had never explored it for herself. She crossed the farmland, which was squared off and lined with rows and rows of tasseled wheat in one field, stalks of corn in another, and squat leafy beets in still another. Cows grazed along the open grasses in between. Farmers guided horses with plows attached to their reins, and a few homes speckled the fields here and there, giving Victoria a glimpse of a life lived more simply than her own. "You know a guy named Oscar Radley?" Graham asked behind her. "I know him," she said, thinking of Rosalind. "He's got some great ideas about building watercraft and attacking this creek thing head on. You might want to talk to him. Tell him what you're up to with that cog. I think he'll want in on it. He's been trying to talk to your uncle about it." Victoria pushed against the back of her seat, unease fighting the excitement rushing through her. Watercraft was genius. She was sure it could work. Once she discovered the means to destroy the metal, the two tactics combined would ensure their victory. But Uncle Jarvis, she'd sworn she wouldn't pester him about the creek anymore. If he was denying an audience with Oscar about it as well, something told her it would be madness to team up against him, no matter how good Oscar's ideas were. "I can't. My uncle would only be more furious. He won't listen anyway." "It's worth a shot," Graham said. "Are you sure this is the right direction?" Victoria glanced at the stretch of fields, the hills rising in the distance, the mountain breaking into sky. From every angle there was nothing but farmland. They should have arrived at the outskirts of Wolverton by now. "Quite sure," she said, keeping her eyes peeled for the Tinswool Bridge, where Papa had once had a Hovney accident. The sight of the bridge would tell her she wasn't making a fool of herself. She'd followed the coordinates for Wolverton. This was the right path. The plane rocked. The joystick quivered in her hands. Victoria let out a small cry and gripped tighter, struggling to maintain control. The sky was clear and azure. Her sky, the way she liked it best. But the wings swayed back and forth through a patch of turbulence, as though they'd encountered severe storm clouds. The vivid blue span blanked out, turning starkly white. Not again, Victoria thought with alarm. Every one of her joints stiffened. Her pulse skyrocketed, but otherworldly images didn't fill her vision. Victoria squinted against the brightness, working to keep Elsie steady, when the air itself warped. She gasped for breath. Her internal organs felt as though they were being squeezed through a tube. Graham called something from behind her, but she couldn't hear what. Her vision cleared. Color returned to the sky, painting it as translucently blue as ever and completely cloudless. But the fields below had vanished. Instead, a tumultuous ocean lapped angrily against the shore, just off from Down Street. Chapter 23. Victoria blinked, wishing for meaning to settle into her brain. This was no memory malfunction. Down Street faced them, complete with its various shops and the signs of the destruction that hadn't yet been repaired. Graham's confusion was evident. Victoria's pulse pounded in her ears. The sky, the farms, they'd disappeared. She checked her gauges. The coordinates read 45 degrees latitude, 79 degrees longitude, the exact location she'd entered for Wolverton. But they weren't in Wolverton. They were back in Chuzzlewit. "I could have sworn we were at least 40 miles away," Victoria said, fiddling with a few switches, trying to jostle the readout and see if it would change. Chuzzlewit's coordinates were 113 degrees longitude. How could the coordinates for two different towns bring her to the same location? "It's like this place is a tiny globe, and we went all the way around it and ended up back here. You sure Wolverton exists?" "Of course I am," Victoria sniffed. Cordelia and Jane Baldwin just came from there, and Oscar Radley recently returned from attending the university." She didn't have enough fuel. Otherwise, she would complete the same course of action and try it again. It wasn't possible. To blink and end up in the same place they'd started from? It simply wasn't possible. "Have you been to Wolverton?" Graham asked. Victoria pressed her mind, urging it to bring memories forward. "I have. I visited there once with a governess to see a traveling circus. Papa had a carriage accident there. But something was off. Though she remembered remembering them, the actual memories didn't surface. "I thought I had," she said again with insistence. She ensured her wheels were down before lowering the craft onto the landing pad and edging around to back Elsie into her hangar. She cut the ignition and opened the hatch. The smell of exhaust filled the hangar, and she inhaled deeply. Graham offered her his hand as she climbed from the cab and lowered herself to the ladder. His touch scorched straight through her gloves. After securing things for the night and closing the hangar door, they walked side by side in the moonlight. Victoria felt lightheaded. Her ears rang without explanation. That wasn't the first time something unusual had happened while flying, but unlike some far-off memory forcing itself into her mind, the landscape itself had changed. How could that be? How could any of this be? A hover carriage puttered past. Victoria didn't flag it down. Graham gave her a questioning look. "If you'll forgive me, Mr. Berkeley." She tugged on her corset, wishing she could remove it, that she could breathe. "I'd rather not return to the range just now." He shrugged and exhaled. "Fine by me. I take it that doesn't happen often? That warp back there?" "No, it doesn't." "What the heck was that? Has it happened to anyone else?" Her head spun. "I don't know. I can't very well ask my uncle. He's told me not to stick my nose where it doesn't belong." "But this is your town, your life. Why shouldn't you ask questions?" Victoria walked with him in silence for a few moments. "Perhaps you could?" she suggested. He promised to help you get home, after all." Graham pulled his cravat loose so it dangled from his neck. "That's the thing. If Wolverton doesn't exist, then from what I can tell, Chuzzlewit is the only thing that does." Victoria stared straight ahead, as if answers would appear. It was too much to take in, too much to think about. The lake glittered, returning the sky's reflection. Victoria walked with her arms folded. An utter sense of betrayal settled in. Her sky had let her down. For the first time in memory. It was the only reliable thing she'd ever known. And yet, how could the sky have something to hide? Graham tucked his hands behind his back and kept his eyes on her. He didn't speak, and for that she was grateful. She was too preoccupied with how something that should exist didn't. Plenty of people claimed to have traveled to Wolverton, recently, in fact. Were they all lying? And what about her own memories? If it was true, and Chuzzlewit was the only place that existed, she'd just proven there was no way to leave it. Ever. Graham rested a hand on her shoulder. "You okay?" You are from somewhere else." She barely managed the words. "Yeah?" The thought eased the pressure in her chest. They weren't completely trapped after all. Then what in heaven's name was going on? "I was mistaken in what I said before," she said. "What was that?" "We must speak with my uncle. Has anyone else tried to leave? We have to find out what is happening." "Now?" Graham gestured. She grabbed his hand. "Not just yet. I need to walk, to think." What a fool she'd been. A naive, trusting fool. She felt exposed as though she were on display for ridicule. The feeling etched into her heart, shifting into something it hadn't been before. As if only just realizing she'd taken his hand, Victoria flinched. She released her hold, but Graham didn't let her. He sought her hand again, a look of intention on his face as he laced his fingers through hers in a much more intimate grasp. "I don't mind if you don't," he said, voice husky. His thumb stroked her skin, addling her mind. 1,000 warnings pealed, telling her to release him, but those warnings weren't strong enough against the supple pleasure of having him claim even a small part of her. His hands were rough, his skin warm. Each of her movements took on a new glow as she guided him down the path, circling the lake's edge to her favorite cherry blossom tree. Its branches were just the right height, giving her the perfect spot to lean against the base of its trunk. "You sure you don't need to get back?" Graham asked, leaning a shoulder on the trunk and shielding her with his body. She attempted to right her breathing and slow her pulse. He was beautiful in the moonlight and standing close, so close. "Mama is used to me being gone. She's probably caught up with whatever the paper's gossip of the day is. I only hope my uncle didn't notice my craft not in its hangar at the same time the others returned. Yeah, he seems like he gets upset easily." "He does." Graham shifted. He rested a hand on the trunk above her head and stared down at her. Dark hair fell into his eyes. "What happens if you get in trouble?" With his forceful glance and the heat hitching between them, with the way she felt suddenly boneless, she knew she was already in trouble. Graham seemed to sense her resistance crumbling. He inched closer, his eyes closing to half-mast. His hand slid to her neck. His warm breath stroked her face. I get pulled off patrol," she breathed, her eyes fluttering. "And I love to fly." "I can tell." The words rumbled in his throat. Victoria shivered. She fisted his collar. He was going to pull her under if she wasn't careful. "You're kind of amazing up there," he said, sliding an arm around her and reeling her to him. "And I get the feeling you risked that extra flight just for me." "What are you doing?" The words were breathy. "I wanted to say thank you." "Is this how you say thank you in Chicago?" The corner of his mouth quirked. "Sometimes. Do you have any objections?" Her mind was gone, long gone. She was in a complete daze. Her heart was on a rampage in her chest, thudding hard and wild. She was feverish, in a hysteria of longing, and in that moment, Graham was the only thing that made sense. "I should," she said. "But," his mouth hovered a brush away. "It would be rude to ignore your customs." A wicked grin stole across his face, and he feathered his mouth over hers. His kiss captured her utterly and completely. He wove himself into her with every touch, with the press of his lips and the skim of his fingertips against her jaw. His other hand gathered at the small of her back, holding her so close their hearts collided. She was undone, in the air, on ice. Every move his lips made against her disconnected her from everything else but him. By the time Graham ended the kiss, she felt fragmented, like she wouldn't be whole again until his lips met hers once more. She clung to him, resting her temple against his chin, waiting for the world to stop spinning, waiting for the parts of her that he'd shaken to settle. "I'd never had a thank you quite like that," she said, deciding not to tell him her part in customs like that. Kissing a man the way she just had was certain to mean an engagement. Graham chuckled. His lips claimed hers for a few moments longer, and he held her to his chest. "How come I didn't see you at the aviatory today?" he asked, settling his hands on her hips. "To my uncle, the idea of being in the shop area of the aviatory is, well, shocking." "Why should it be?" "Me, a woman, in a greasy place like that?" she added with scorn. "But you fly the planes. Shouldn't be that shocking." "I'm a lady. According to my uncle, a lady doesn't dally in grease and mechanics." "Oh, but she dallies in flying planes? You act like it's beneath you to get your hands dirty." Victoria pulled back to meet the confusion in his gaze. "I assure you, Mr. Berkeley, I have no objections to getting my hands dirty." She pried the wrench from her skirt's hidden pocket. When Charles had seen it, it had been accidental and shameful. Sharing it with Graham was different. It was a step in owning who she really was. She was about to bare her soul to him in a way she couldn't do with anyone else. Chapter 24. "See what I keep with me?" Graham took the tool from her. The night's air was chill against the places of her body that had been with him moments before. "Why do you fly then? If you want to be a mechanic, you should fight for that." "I love to fly, it's true, but Mama doesn't understand. When she discovered me as a child in the gardener's shed with Mr. Tolbert, covered in dirt and paint while I helped him build my dollhouse, she couldn't understand my behavior. Or when Nurse Eleanor admitted the reasons for the stains on my pinafores were from the new fuel shaft I'd been trying to build." "So what?" Graham said, rubbing a hand on her arm. "Why does she care if you like to build stuff?" "It's the mess. That's all I can think of. It's why she's trying to marry me off." "Marry you off?" Victoria inhaled. If Mama knew the way she'd kissed Graham moments before, she'd insist on a wedding at the end of the month. "It's her way of grounding me to reality, I suppose. I'm 18, you know. It's time to get me out of the literal clouds and settle down." "Like somehow marriage will change you into who they want you to be?" Graham muttered. 18 is still young. I'm 22, and that's still young. Does your mom know how you feel?" Victoria swallowed despite the cotton building in her throat. "We all have our secrets. And even when I bear mine to her, she prefers the atrocity that I don't want a family of my own be kept to myself. Things like that are unnatural, you know, a woman not wanting children. That's all I see when I look at Charles Merrick. That I'll be forced to have a family with him when I'm neither ready to, nor am I in love with him. He doesn't know me at all. He wants the same thing Mama does. Why else would he want to marry me?" After their last conversation, and Charles' admission of her uncle's bribery, she supposed she could answer her own question. She decided not to share that with Graham. Papa would have understood. He'd always been kinder than Mama, softer spoken and more eager to hear about Victoria's dreams for her life. He never would have chastised her for wanting something outside the norm. Victoria was certain Mama was the only person in town who disapproved of young ladies as knots. To nearly everyone else Victoria encountered, they were heroes. Graham leaned against the tree trunk. "What is it about kids you don't like?" Her brows lifted. "You mean you wish to have children?" "Someday I do, yeah. I have a 2-year-old niece who is the cutest thing there is. And someday, if I meet the right girl, I want all of that. Not yet, but someday." Victoria stared at the moonlight gleaming on the lake, turning its surface golden. "I suppose having children wouldn't be all bad. I suppose my problem isn't the children part of things. It's that I don't think it should be one or the other. It isn't fair that, as a woman, I can't have both." "If you lived in my world, you could." "Then I want to go to your world, Graham." Especially if every thank you was as tantalizing as the last one he'd given her. He shrugged. "Don't get me wrong, it isn't all cupcakes and ding-dongs. But women have rights. Women have families, and they live their dreams too. All at once? Have you ever thought that maybe it's just this Charles guy you don't want all that with?" Victoria considered this. She'd seen a side of Charles that she'd liked. He'd shown her there was more to him than extravagant gifts and insubstantial compliments. She'd seen a realness in him he hadn't displayed before. Not only was he thoughtful and handsome, but he'd been genuine and forthright, traits that had so far been lacking in any of their interactions thus far. A pain she couldn't understand wedged beneath her sternum. She supposed there could be something between Charles and herself, if she'd allow it. And if he hadn't admitted how selfish his interest in her was. But whether she fell in love with Charles or with someone else, was it possible to have both? Would she love having a child, a husband, as much as she loved flying? It was selfish, she knew, but she wasn't ready to let go. "I don't know," she finally said. One thing was certain, however. She'd never been drawn to Charles the way she was magnetized to Graham. The tense lure to be near him was unfightable. To have him look at her, to be swept up in conversation with him, to have him kiss her again with so much abandon the way he had. Graham was vexing. He was an ailment she wanted more of. The corner of his mouth lifted. "Nothing wrong with not knowing, Tori." "Victoria," she corrected almost instantly. "Well, Victoria." Graham straightened and rested a hand on his side. "What do you say you join me at work tomorrow? We can ask your uncle exactly what is going on." She stared up at the stars through the cherry blossom tree's branches. Consequences rolled through her mind. But after what happened that evening, how could she not agree? "Very well," she said. Graham waited for Victoria to disappear inside the dormitory before arching his back into a long stretch. She said she'd wanted to speak with the other Knots before returning to Gingham Range. He could go back to her manor house as well, he supposed, but he hadn't slept since he arrived, and wasn't looking forward to spending the night cramped up in that room they'd given him. It was nice enough, with its fancy carved furniture and dated floral bedding, and who could complain about a servant cleaning up after him and lighting a fire in his own personal fireplace? But everyone in that house was so content to just sit and be. Graham couldn't just be. Not with such a slam of confusion over this crazy town he'd ended up in. That confusion was only compounded now that he and Tori had discovered its neighboring town that everyone talked about didn't even exist. He was that much more frustrated over not finding Starkey, the one person who could shed some light on this madness. And then there was that kiss. He hadn't meant to kiss Victoria. But when he'd found out she'd done something so decent for him at the risk of losing her position, that meant something. She was riveting and electric on any ordinary day. Seeing her in her skin-tight leather pants and that corset that accentuated all the right parts of her hadn't hurt either. There, under the tree, the vulnerability in her eyes, the tumble of her hair and pout of her lips, she'd been transfixed by him, and he'd gone for it without planning to. It was one of the best kisses he'd ever had. He was overwhelmed by her, by this town, by the general feeling of being trapped here. He needed to run. Fortunately, he wasn't dressed in all the clothes Jarvis had given him. He'd left the suit coat and the scarf cravat thing at the warehouse. The long-sleeved shirt and pants they'd given him would have to work. Don't even get him started on the shoes. Graham started at a slow pace, taking in the countryside around him. Air came steadily through his nose, out his mouth, and he headed toward the fields Victoria had flown him over. His pace increased. He pumped his arms, centering his focus on the fence at the end of yet another field, and another, and still another. He made for the dirt road he'd noticed from the air. Disbelief pounded with every drum of his footfalls. He'd been going for miles, more miles than usual, running, swimming, or skateboarding. He couldn't remember a time when he didn't get winded, or when his muscles didn't eventually begin to burn. Nothing burned now. Instead, a vigorous energy flowed through his limbs, propelling him forward. It was as though he weren't human. "Something is up," he muttered as he ran. "No one can maintain this pace and not eventually get tired." Beside the dirt road, stalks of wheat and their thin tasseled heads danced in the moonlight. He glanced behind, seeing nothing but fields now. The thought to recap the route he and Victoria had taken didn't occur to him at the time. He would never have guessed he could run that distance. But now that he was this close, why not try it? Running was easing some of his frustration. Graham pushed forward, eyes set on the road, on the bridge curving over the fields in the distance. There were no signs of life out here, not even the cows and farm animals he and Victoria had seen. No sign indicated that Wolverton was some miles out either. The way direction might have been given anywhere else. A few homes were positioned in the corners of fields, simple homes, with barns out back for their animals and equipment. But that was it. Did these people ever notice anything? Graham asked aloud, feet still pounding the dirt, arms pumping at his sides. We can't be the only ones who've tried to find Wolverton. A heaving sensation gripped his insides. It stopped his feet so fast the momentum would have flattened him on his face had it been an actual stumble. But this knocked him onto his back. Graham panted, his vision blanking. Overhead, the sky spun, flashing white. It was explosively blinding, all at once. The ground fell out from beneath him, and wetness pressed on him from all sides. He was in water? Graham scooped his hands through the water, propelling himself toward what he thought was the surface. Even then, he didn't feel the tightness in his lungs that he knew he should. He'd nearly drowned as a child. His family had gone to Lake Michigan, and he'd wandered too close to the shallows. The memory choked him in dreams sometimes, yet being in the water now was as easy as breathing. Pushing his movements, he emerged, kicking his legs to keep himself afloat. He was drenched, but he didn't gasp for breath as he normally would have. Gentle waves made him swell along with them. Graham blinked, attempting to reorient himself. Where seconds ago fields fenced him in, sure enough, he was in the middle of the ocean. Chuzzlewit's shore was visible with its dual lines of shops down the center street as well as the other streets beyond. He swam for it, his clothes sticking to him as he made it to his feet. The wet sand sucked each of his footsteps. He was pushed through the tide sweeping over his legs and stood. Dripping wet, he stared out toward the moon spotlight on the sea. His mind detonated with questions. Were they in some kind of bubble here? Stuck somewhere in the universe? What was going on? And how did any of them get out of it? Chapter 25. Victoria stood before the mirror inside her open wardrobe at the dormitory. The fires blazing in the fireplaces at both ends of the room did nothing about the slight draft breezing through. Several of the girls sat in their beds, some purely lounging, others reading books with ankles crossed. A few of them had expressed surprise at seeing Victoria, but at least they didn't mention her rogue flight with Graham. She had to bring that up with them, but wasn't sure how. Aline, Emma, and Orpha huddled on Orpha's bed and created a chain with their legs while they each sat in front of the other and braided one another's hair. Aline and Orpha had been elevated from Exodus Squad to Dauntless when Victoria and Maisie were removed. And apparently, they hadn't been demoted now that Victoria was back. Did that mean they would have 6 knots on the squad now? Victoria supposed she would have to make that call. Dahlia limped over and perched delicately on Victoria's bed, resting her cane against the tall posts. You know, I don't think your reflection is doing you any favors. Do your hair, at least. What would Lord Merrick have to say? It was true. Victoria looked as though she'd come unraveled. Her appearance hadn't seemed to bother Graham in the slightest, however. She thought again of that all-consuming kiss they'd shared and dipped her face to hide the blush. I see that, Dahlia said. Lord Merrick? Really? Has something happened with him after all? Victoria hurried to set things straight. She cursed her cheeks for giving anything away and rounded on her friend. I ended things with him, Dahlia. Dahlia's mouth dropped in delight. Did you now? Good. He was too handsome for you anyway. Now I at least have a chance with him. Victoria smirked and sat beside her friend. They hadn't spoken since Dahlia had helped Victoria sneak into the lab. How are you, Dahlia? Really? Dahlia shrugged and scratched her prominent nose. Tresses of blonde hair collected past her shoulders, and her hand traveled to nurse her left ankle. It aches, she said. I can walk and fly, but I'm not sure it will ever stop aching. And you went to the hospital in Wolverton? Dahlia's eyes darted around. Everyone knows I did. Victoria pursed her lips, unsure of what to say next. This made no sense whatsoever. Something had changed in her. She couldn't go on patrol and pretend things were satisfactory the way they were any longer. She couldn't hide her feelings, not from Dahlia. But what could she say? Even if she shared what had happened when she and Graham had tried to find Wolverton, she wasn't sure anyone would believe her. She could scarcely believe it herself. Footsteps thundered up the twisted stairs outside the door, and then Bronwyn trundled in. She was still in her battle leathers, her dark curls leaking from their bun. Victoria wasn't sure she liked the pinch in her expression. Evening, Brinny, Emma said. Bronwyn ignored her. Her gaze swept across the other knots, landing on Victoria. Without warning, she marched toward where Victoria and Dahlia sat and placed her hands on her hips. Where were you after patrol tonight? Bronwyn asked, as though she were the one in charge and had every right to question her. Victoria rose, her fingers at the buckles of her corset. She didn't have to answer to this woman, but she was eager to get out of her tight attire. Once the buckles were loosened, air came a little easier. She slipped her corset free and hung it on the hook inside her wardrobe door. She was out with someone, Aline said. Someone, as in Graham Berkeley? Dahlia's smile was far too smug. 1 foot in and out of her battle leathers, Victoria rounded on her friend, her cheeks flaming. She nearly fell over while managing to slip the other foot free and pulling looser trousers over her legs. Bronwyn sniggered at this, delighted at even Victoria's smallest mishaps. She was clearly none too happy that Victoria had returned her position as squadron leader. Aline, Emma, and Orpha all tittered, whispering to one another and then giggling behind their hands. We saw him fly with you again, Emma said. She and the other girls all congregated around Victoria's bed as though preparing for story time. Each of them stared at Victoria with big, impish grins. Obviously, the newcomers were a few years younger. Preposterous, the lot of you, Victoria said, hoping to hide the flush climbing her cheeks. The others had never acted like this over Charles Merrick. Then again, Victoria hadn't cared about Charles Merrick. So, Dahlia prodded. She propped herself on Victoria's pillows and rested her hands behind her head. How is he? How is he? Victoria repeated. Her glance darted to each of the girls as she buttoned her blouse. He's fine, I suppose. Treacherously charming, completely gorgeous, and far too invasive of her thoughts. The way he'd looked at her, the things he'd said before he'd rocked her world with a single kiss, was enough to set tinder to her blood. No, as a kisser, Orpha said, draping herself from one of the bedposts so that her hair hung freely down. What? Victoria backed into the wardrobe, Her cheeks flamed all over again as several items clinked inside. More than one girl giggled. Dahlia's eyes slid to the others before returning to Victoria's burning face. "Why else would the two of you disappear so long after patrol?" "That man has a devious look about him," Orpha added. "Really," Victoria said. She should have known they'd seen him with her. "We did nothing of the sort." She was a terrible liar. The worst lie was that she was aching for another show of gratitude from him. She could feel the ghost of his mouth even now. "I bet he's a good kisser," Dahlia said. "How would you know?" Bronwyn finally joined the conversation in a way other than a reprimand. Honestly, you'd think Bronwyn hadn't ever met Dahlia before. "Experience," Dahlia said, smirking. Emma's eyes took on a wistful haze. "How many boys have you kissed?" she said in her sweet, soft voice. "Do you think I keep count?" Dahlia laughed. "But a man like Graham Berkeley, so confident, such swagger." "And those looks?" Aline added. Dahlia nodded and went on. "Wouldn't be able to help how well he kisses." "He has a tattoo," Emma piped in. "Did you see his tattoo? That's not a gentleman." Victoria could hardly bear it. She probably would have told Dahlia of the kiss, but each of these girls... "Has anyone been to Wolverton lately?" she asked over the torment of giggles and speculation over all the things Graham Berkeley was good at. Their laughter slowly died off. They glanced at one another with their faces pinched in thought. "I have," Orpha said. "I think so?" Emma's mouth twisted. "I went a long time ago," Aline said, chewing her lip. "My sister went to university there before she left to marry Edwin Burrow." "Think about it," Victoria said, tucking the legs of her trousers into her boots. "Do any of you remember going? The ride there, or passing the farmland? Or crossing the Tinswool Bridge, perhaps?" She scanned each face. Aline's olive skin and contemplative eyes, Emma's childish features and dishwater blonde curls, Bronwyn's loud-spoken persona and pretty face, Dahlia's pretty features and blonde hair. "I don't remember how I got there," Dahlia said. "I was excessively groggy. The pain in my ankle wouldn't abate, and I kept passing out. The next time I woke up, I was in the hospital." "So strange," Victoria said, her thoughts whirling. "Why do you ask?" Aline angled her head. Victoria swallowed. She wasn't sure how to answer, but they deserved to hear the truth, whatever that was. "I'm not sure it's really there." Bronwyn snorted. Victoria held out a hand to deflect her typical criticism. "I'm serious. I need to speak with my uncle about it before I say anything else." Several of the girls chortled at this and gave out little mutterings, but Bronwyn released the bedpost and confronted Victoria with her hands on her hips. "What do you mean it's not really there? How can a whole town not be there?" "That's exactly what I'm going to ask him," Victoria said. Chapter 26. Victoria didn't see Graham when she returned to the range after speaking with the Knotts, and it was probably good that she didn't. If she had, she might have let him tug her into a corner to replay the enchanting moonlight kiss they'd shared. Or worse, she might not wait for him to move first. She might be the one to pull him aside for another dose. She certainly had no time for that. After breakfast the following morning, she dressed quickly in a striped skirt and solid magenta corset and made her way via hover carriage to the aviatory. Victoria steeled herself down the hallways. She passed exercise rooms where new young ladies were training to fill the vacancies left by Orpha and Aline's advancement. She headed through the side door leading to the simulations area. Corwall, the daytime guard, stepped forward with his bulky gait. The buttons of his uniform were more stained than they'd been the last time she'd come this direction. "Miss Victoria," he inclined his head. "Hello, Corwall, I'd like to—" "I'll send for your uncle, shall I?" She swallowed. "Not yet, thank you. I need to speak with Mr. Berkeley for a moment. Is he here?" Corwall nodded. "Aye, he is at that. He's down in the industrial area." "Thank you." For so long she dreamed of doing exactly this. Joining the men in their work during the day when it was permissible, not skulking around at nighttime to sneak parts for her various projects. That wasn't the only reason for the flutter in her stomach and the hike in her pulse, though. She hadn't seen Graham since their kiss. How could she behave like nothing had happened? Why should she? Mama wanted her to show interest in a man. Something told Victoria that if Mama knew the eccentric Graham Berkeley, a stranger from a town no one had heard of, was the man she was falling for, she would build a monastery for the sole purpose of establishing Victoria there as its one and only nun. The thought twisted her lips into a bemused smirk. She treaded past the metal walkway to the classroom area, down another long hallway, and yet more steps into the expansive warehouse's open work floor where the craft were built and repaired. She scanned through the workers. Some stopped their tinkering to give her a nod or a friendly Miss Digby. But Victoria didn't reach Graham until the final, furthermost wing at the end of the long warehouse, as he'd done the last time they'd met. He wore shirt sleeves with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. The look was attractive, to say the least. It was as though he defied convention by rolling up his sleeves, and she liked him all the more for it. Sweat glistened along his temples. Dark hair tumbled into his eyes, and a few smears of grease besmudged his tan skin. Victoria no longer mistook the tattoo etched on the inside of his forearm as another splotch of grease. She itched to ask him about it. Did it mean anything? Her heart lumped in her throat. She lifted her chin, attempting to keep her composure and to keep from flinging herself into his arms. "Good day, Mr. Berkeley." His arms were elevated to secure a large piece of metal to the underside of a craft. He peered through the window between his head and his arm and gave her a crooked grin that made her stomach flip. "You came," he said. Victoria caught herself staring at his mouth. I could hardly sleep last night. It wasn't only the oddity of their flight last night, but she hadn't been able to think of anything but him. Her mind had tossed him at her repeatedly. "Me neither," he grunted, working to secure the part into place. Victoria braced her hands against the curved piece, positioning herself scandalously closer to him in the process. He fastened several screws, and hands still elevated peered down at her. Victoria was caught. She should step back, out of his vicinity, out of the snare of his glance, but she was riveted into place as surely as the piece she'd helped him secure. "What kept you up?" He lowered his arms. His fingers brushed her arm, sending a shiver over her. "You?" There was that quirk at the corner of his mouth again. "I have that effect on women." She flushed and stepped back, dipping her chin, and chiding herself for being so transparent. Of course he did. He just had her entire squad chittering over his good looks and the prospect of kissing him. She cleared her throat. "After some serious thought, I deemed you were right. I'm going with you to talk to my uncle about Wolverton." He dusted his hands together and devoured her in a single glance, taking in the elegant ruffling black and white stripes making up her skirt to the slim definition of her waist and up to her shoulders and face. From the heat in his eyes, he liked what he saw. "You are dressed to the nines. I should have known it was for his benefit, not mine." "You want me to dress to impress you?" "Did you?" She lifted her chin, fighting a smile of her own. "Why, did it work?" Graham tilted in. He touched her with nothing more than his breath, yet its stroke was encompassing and diverting. "I'll tell you later." Victoria fairly sizzled under the insinuation of everything later might entail. More kisses? Oh, Sky, she hoped so. "When would you like to see my uncle, Mr. Berkeley?" "Mr. Berkeley," he repeated, muttering something under his breath. He rested his hand behind his neck. "If we're doing this, wouldn't it be easier to use first names?" A smile tugged Victoria's lips. "Perhaps. Call me Graham." Graham. Speaking his name burned like cinders. "And?" He extended a dirtied rag in her direction. She'd noticed him call her Tori before, but she wasn't sure she liked it. "And you must call me Victoria." "Splendid." Graham lilted his voice to give him a slight accent that matched her own. The grin threatening at her lips took full form. His eyes held hers for several seconds, and he stepped closer to her. Roots sprouted from Victoria's heels, burrowing into the concrete floor and making movement impossible. Is now a good time? His voice was hazardously low. The air squeezed around her, too thin to draw in. For what? Graham's eyes flickered to her mouth before he chuckled. To talk to your uncle, remember? She dragged in a long, slow breath. Curse this man, he was going to be her undoing. Graham! Victoria jumped and wheeled around. The voice wasn't low enough to be Uncle Jarvis's, but her heart still banged against her ribs. Oscar Radley jaunted toward them, wearing a shirt and a vest with garters at each of his forearms. He must have come straight from his father's shop. Morning, Miss Digby, Oscar said with a friendly smile and brightness in his eyes. How fortunate that you're here. Graham suggested I solicit your advice. My advice? For what? The creek, Oscar said. Her sense of control slipped away. Oscar had been talking to Graham about the monster, too? Of course he had. He told her as much the night before. Are you ready? We must go now. He's just taken a break in his office. If we're to catch your uncle, it must be now. All traces of confidence suddenly vanished. She couldn't speak to Uncle Jarvis about the creek. Only Wolverton. Are you coming with us? Graham set the rag down onto the table laden with the plans he'd been following. As a matter of fact, I can't. Graham's brows lifted. But you said you changed your mind. I could use your help, Miss Digby, Oscar added. He won't listen to me. I assure you, he won't listen to me either. If they only knew the number of times she'd tried having conversations with him about his methods where the creek was concerned. But Oscar glanced at Graham and then her once more. But you're his niece. Which only makes this more complicated. Should she go into detail of the many lectures she'd received while entering the protection program, of the many reminders Uncle Jarvis had given her that nepotism would hold no sway in any of his decisions, and in fact had often been the reason he'd gone in an opposite direction, just to make sure no one else suspected he favored her over others? I am sorry, she said, but I made him a promise that I wouldn't interfere about the creek any longer. I can't do it. Oscar's mouth bobbed open and closed, as though he were a newly banked fish. Mr. Radley, Oscar. She and Graham had just dismissed formalities. Why not with Oscar as well? You were in Wolverton for an entire year. Did you explore much? Not a lot, Oscar said, blinking out of his stupor. I was consumed with my studies, and I didn't have the pecuniary means the other students did. Graham's brows gathered. You were in Wolverton? I told you I went to university there. Is there something wrong? Just that it isn't there. Graham dug his hands into his trouser pockets. What's that supposed to mean? Oscar sounded offended. Of course it is. He opened his mouth as if to continue his argument when a door closed from the landing above. Urgency flashed in his eyes. Miss Digby, Graham, I'd love to continue this another time. I've been trying to peg your uncle down for days. You're certain you won't join us? Both men looked at her expectantly. If they were only speaking to him of Wolverton, then she would. But about the creek? We could use your ideas, Miss Digby, Oscar said as he approached the stairs. I'm sure you have thoughts on how the creature can be stopped. You being in the thick of it all. I do, but he won't listen. He won't hear you if I'm with you. She was certain of it. Her presence there would do them no favors. With one hand on the rail, Oscar frowned. That's unfortunate. Graham shrugged at her as if to say it was her decision. I'll meet up with you afterward, shall I? She turned, not giving either of them another chance to argue. Chapter 27. Graham followed Oscar into the cranky man's office. He was surprised Victoria had refused to come, but the issue of Wolverton's existence was different from the problem with the creek, he supposed. If she'd only meant to ask about Wolverton, he could see how talking about the monster might make things difficult for her. He couldn't believe it when she'd offered to fly him to the neighboring town to help him look for Starkey. The psychotic time warp thing that had taken place during their flight only made his disappointment sink deeper. Where had the old man disappeared to? Graham had followed him here. Being around Victoria was a stellar distraction, though. Seeing her in action during the attack, the way she maneuvered her plane and took control, the girl was a pint-sized powerhouse. Jarvis Digby sat behind a desk in the center of his office. The lid to a tin lunchbox hung open, and a napkin was tucked in the fabric at the older man's neck. Jarvis caught sight of them and raised a single brow. Papers piled along the edges of the room, reminding Graham of Starkey's one-room studio and the hours he'd spent organizing it for him. The only things missing were the books. Starkey was loony for books. When he wasn't drawing, he was reading. Books and blueprints had taken up the majority of the space. "Aren't you supposed to give these plans to the people who order them?" Graham had asked once when he decided to organize the stray blueprints around the room. Some were of commercial buildings, some of smaller residences. Several, though, were of monstrous homes with massive halls and floors of rooms, all completed in such impeccable detail that Graham wished he could see the finished product. Someone had to have some serious money to afford building a mansion like that. #someday, Graham thought. "There's no harm in keeping copies on hand, is there?" Starkey had asked through a mouthful of tuna fish sandwich. "That's what flash drives are for." Graham hadn't been able to help the smile as he rolled a few more papers together and secured them with a rubber band. Starkey was like an inverse Benjamin Button, where the older his body got, the more childlike he became in spirit or something. Only with his mad skills and college degree, building with toy blocks didn't cut it. A pang of homesickness swept over Graham as he remembered his old friend who was the whole reason he was stuck in this stuffy town. He looked over Jarvis's office again, thoughts shifting from Starkey to Graham's own office in Hyde Park, a suburb of Chicago. His teammates, his teachers, his roommate had probably noticed his absence by now. Had they alerted his parents? The police? Graham was sick at the thought of how much school he'd skipped. Once he finished this semester, he only had one left. He couldn't afford to miss so many days. So many assignments and tests, organic chemistry, physics, even his literature class required so much work. Missing even a day was monumental. He might have to retake a few classes, which sucked. "You've gone and dragged the newcomer into it." Jarvis yanked the napkin from his neck and slammed it on the desk. The lunchbox lid juddered. "I haven't been dragged into anything," Graham said, stepping forward. "Oscar may have some valid points, that's all." "I've said it before, and I'll say it now. I don't have time for this. Our methods work fine as they are." Graham opened his mouth, but Oscar beat him to it. "Something must be done. Pushing the creek back into the ocean only to wait for the next attack is folly. I was there. I watched a woman die. What of her son? Who will be next if we continue to do nothing?" A vein bulged in Jarvis's temple. His nostrils flared like a raging bull's. "That has been handled. I was the one who snatched the lad and kept him from watching his mother die in such a monstrous manner. Nothing like that should ever happen again, sir. I propose that we build watercraft, that we go out to meet the creature." Jarvis blinked, as if a baboon were addressing him instead of a man. He remained in his seat, shoulders rising and falling, and stared down at his desk. When he finally spoke, his words were menacing and heavy. "The citizens know to travel with gas masks. It wasn't our bloody fault. She didn't have hers ready." Oscar's mouth parted. He was clearly thrown that Jarvis hadn't addressed his suggestion. What was Jarvis's problem? It sounded as though he didn't want to stop the creek. "If only you could capture it," Graham suggested. "You could see how it was made." Jarvis goggled at him. "Exactly my thoughts," Oscar added, pointing a finger upward. "With the watercraft, we might be able to do so." "I was with Victoria, Miss Digby," Graham corrected at the repulsed glare from her uncle. "When I suggested she dart between the creature's legs, it got thrown off. It smashed against the ground and lost some of its parts. Maybe you could break it apart a little at a time." Jarvis shook his head, cutting him off with a gesture. "The changes you're suggesting are out of the question." That settled it. This guy was a moron. Rage churned inside Graham, not because Jarvis's ignorant response and lack of concern affected Graham in any way. He was livid on behalf of Oscar and Victoria, of the town. Though this place was laughable at best, these were real people in very real danger. "You're in charge of this whole thing, aren't you?" Graham accused. No wonder Victoria didn't want to come. She had to deal with this guy on a regular basis. "How can you not want to fix this crap so it doesn't happen anymore?" "See here, Jarvis," Oscar added. From his elevated voice and the redness in his cheeks, his anger was rising as well. He inhaled, lifting his chin. "Have you any methods of predicting the attacks? Perhaps if we could ready with a rope on each of the hovercraft, they could synchronize and tie the beast up somehow. We could contain it. We could—" "Synchronize?" Jarvis jeered. "The pilots aren't ballet dancers." Oscar pressed on. "Instead of pushing it to its hideaway, we need to keep it where we can see and analyze it. We must figure out its weakness and make that our means of defense." "Exactly," Graham added. By this time, Jarvis looked bored. "It's mechanical, right?" Graham said. "Is it, like, remote-controlled or something? How does it run?" "This is no toy, Mr. Berkeley. It doesn't run on batteries. Unlike a car, it has a heart and lungs." "Unlike a what?" Oscar looked puzzled. "What are batteries?" Jarvis's eyes bulged. The vein at his temple twitched. Graham's eyes narrowed. Jarvis had said it without any prompting. Cars. Batteries. Two things that, unless he was mistaken, didn't exist here. "You know, don't you?" Graham's voice was quiet. "You know exactly what's going on here. You know where Chicago is. Why Wolverton—" "Get out!" Jarvis demanded, slamming his lunchbox closed. "Both of you!" Graham wasn't going to miss this opportunity. The cat was out of the bag. "Where's Starkey? How do we get out of this place?" "I said, get out!" Victoria's uncle screamed. He sprang from his chair and chucked his lunchbox against the wall. "Say nothing! Do nothing!" He ran his hands through his graying hair, disrupting it before kicking the side of his desk hard enough to dent it. Oscar and Graham didn't wait. Graham scuttled out behind Oscar, his heart pounding. Jarvis slammed the door shut behind them. What do you suppose that was about? His face had paled. He winced, nursing his shoulder. What is a battery? Why did that make him so upset? Graham didn't answer right away. Among all of the emotions torrenting through him, relief was forefront. He wasn't going crazy. Better yet, he just found the first person in this town who might be able to give him some answers. It was just too bad that person happened to be Jarvis Digby. He considered storming back into the office without Oscar this time, slamming Jarvis against the wall and demanding answers. That probably wasn't the best solution. Using his fists hadn't ever done him any favors in the past. Victoria appeared at the mouth of the stairs, looking as sexy and sophisticated as ever. She was a knockout, with her pretty features and the soft tendrils of her brown hair piled on her head the way she had it. "I told you he wouldn't listen," she said, as though she knew how things had gone down. Had she heard Jarvis freak out? "Were you hiding outside the door?" Graham asked. "I heard him shouting. The entire aviatory probably heard him. Whatever you said must have really hit a tender spot." "It was a letdown," Oscar said. "Though I still don't know exactly what it was that upset him so." "Probably the fact that you questioned him at all," Victoria said. More shouting came from the office they'd vacated, and something else struck hard with a loud bang. Victoria squeaked. She snatched Graham's hand and gestured for Oscar to follow. They passed through a door and into an empty hallway where photos of old planes and their pilots were displayed, along with blurbs about the history of each. This must have been before the protection program. These were the first men and women ever to fly, period. Victoria stared down one end of the hall, then the other, before speaking under her breath. Fire lit her eyes, making her look full-on feisty. This girl was a fox. "What are your plans?" she asked under her breath. "What do we do now?" Graham couldn't help being impressed with her. She wouldn't defy her uncle to his face, but behind his back, she was a rebel with a corset. Obviously, building a watercraft is out of our hands. For now, that is, Oscar said. But see here. Since I've returned, I've marked action from the water's surface, always in the same place. An easier solution may be to equip the planes with a way to capture the creature. We need to know more about it, Victoria agreed. I've acquired a piece of it that I attempted to dissolve in a solution of acid. It was only a small piece, and unfortunately, the acid didn't work. It's clear we can't learn anything from it. We may need to try something more drastic. Oscar gaped at her. Graham mentioned you were experimenting. Graham couldn't help chuckling at Oscar's enthusiasm. If you know where to find the creek, we could go to it, she went on. Continuing on to his eagerness. We could get a closer look, extract a few more pieces so we can craft a better plan to kill it. Exactly. Oscar pointed upward, something Graham noticed he did a lot when he felt strongly about something. From his outburst, Victoria said, it's clear my uncle doesn't have all his wits about him at the moment. Are the two of you available tonight? Tonight? I suppose so, Oscar said. Like Graham had anything else to do. He hadn't slept since he'd arrived here, so missing some Z's wasn't a concern. At least heading out with these two would help him pass the long hours until the aviatory opened the next morning. He intended on confronting Jarvis later. Maybe he'd be more open to talking if Oscar wasn't there. What do you have in mind? Graham asked. We need to find some rope, she said, and I'll need your help. Chapter 28. Of all evenings to endure with Cordelia and Jane, Victoria couldn't believe it was this one. The charlatans felt the need to socialize. They couldn't have known about the plan she made with Graham and Oscar to rig the hovercraft that night. Victoria had to keep up appearances. If she disappeared too soon, Uncle Jarvis would know she was up to something. It was the same reason she hadn't gone with Oscar and Graham into his office. She couldn't alert his suspicions that she was going against his wishes. She couldn't lose her plane. Mama had cleared Victoria's responsibilities with her uncle for that evening, so arguing about the need to patrol hadn't worked. Not when Orpha and Aline could fill in. Your cousins haven't yet met our Mr. Berkeley, Mama chided when Victoria had confronted her about the evening. And with a handsome young man like that around... Mama, you can't marry him off. He's not even from here. Mama waved her away with a vacant hand. Victoria took a moment to check herself. And besides, he isn't our Mr. Berkeley at all. The thought made her warm under her jacket, probably because she had begun to consider him hers since the kiss they'd shared. He's staying at our home, isn't he? Mama fiddled with the floral arrangement on the entry table. Yes, he was. She hadn't seen him since they'd returned from the aviatory, but in that moment, she found the pounding of her heart was at the prospect of seeing him again. The way he spoke to her, the way he looked at her, the feel of his breath against her skin, made her mouth go dry. And he is aware of this grand meeting you've planned tonight? I've simply invited our new cousins over for dinner, and Mr. Berkeley happens to be here. That is all, nothing more, Victoria. So there shall be 3 ladies and only 1 gentleman. Mama gave Victoria a piteously patient look. She pressed her lips together. What makes you think he'll be the only gentleman here? Oh no. She should have known Mama's act was all a farce. In all likelihood, one of the other gentlemen was Lord Charles Merrick. Victoria opened her mouth to tell Mama about their broken engagement, but Mama went on. Now go upstairs and dress for dinner. Defeated, Victoria sulked all the way to her bedchamber. The moment her door was closed, she made for the desk near the window and bent to scribe a note to Oscar so he would know not to come until a later time than they'd previously arranged. With Linny's help, Victoria changed her gown at least 3 times. Each time she reminded herself that the indecision had nothing to do with her very pretty cousins meeting Graham for the first time tonight. Victoria paced around the sitting room, trying her hardest not to bite her lip. It had always been a nervous habit of hers, something that, thanks to Mama's nagging, had taken a heavy toll to break herself of. In a flicker of thought, she was waiting somewhere else, chewing her lip in much the same manner. It was a small room, with a round white basin that seemed to sink into the floor. Her pulse ratcheted, making her small movements back and forth in the enclosed space seem jarred. But she'd been expecting some kind of answer, and the impatience flooded like a flame through her veins. Victoria blinked, shaking off the moment's familiarity, and yet attempting to orient herself in it at the same time. What were these moments, these experiences that seemed to be hers and yet somehow weren't? She stretched her neck from one shoulder to the other, letting the remaining tension fade, and returning her focus to where it should be. How tedious this was, remaining here and pretending to be patient and pleased to see the two nuisances, all while losing sunlight. She, Oscar, and Graham needed to arm the Knot hovercraft with a rope on levers that could be manipulated from each plane's cockpit. They needed to apprise the other Knots that the new alterations had been made to their planes, all while keeping Uncle Jarvis from finding out. "This just won't do," Victoria said once her hair had been arranged in an elegant style that left curls dripping down the side of her neck. She couldn't be this fancy, not with the amount of work awaiting them. She stormed to her bedchamber door and thrust it open. "I'll simply tell Mama I can't. Why, Mr. Berkeley!" She collided with Graham on her way out to the main hall. His hand caught her elbow, and the exhilarating smell of his aftershave washed over her. "Didn't we go over this?" he said, his thumb stroking her arm. "It's Graham." His dark hair was swept to the side in a controlled style and gave her full view of the playfulness glinting in his eyes. The dark gold of his waistcoat accentuated the flecks of gold surrounding his irises. Clean-shaven as he was, freed from grease, he cut quite the gallant suitor. Her heart skipped a few beats. "Of course, I didn't see you." "In a hurry?" he asked, backing away and evaluating her with brazen abandon. His eyes strayed from the hem of her blood-red gown, then slowly skimmed their way to her slim waist, her bare shoulders, and to her face. After glancing over his shoulder, as though to ensure no one was looking, his hand slid to her waist, and his mouth crashed against hers. Victoria's fingers dug into his shoulders, shrouded by the heat of him, by the urgency of his lips, and the charge that ignited everywhere he touched her. His kiss was insistent and electric, surging into her and replacing the dread she'd been feeling before with vitality. She only ever felt this way when flying, but kissing Graham was becoming her new favorite experience. He urged her lips, deepening the kiss. She met his fervor with her own, wanting every moment to last as long as it could. "What are you doing?" she asked, breathless, once the kisses slowed. "Telling you you look amazing." He nuzzled her nose with his and then kissed her again, long and slow and intentional. His mouth stirred her thoughts, scrambling them, making thinking impossible. "I see. Kissing is how you express yourself, is that it?" "Only with you." He pressed another kiss to her mouth. "I like the sound of that," she said. She didn't want him going around with other women the same way, not after the way his attention made her feel singular, as though she were the only woman who mattered. "Seriously," he said, his voice husky, his eyes pinned to hers. "I thought your get-up earlier was stunning, but this? Every day here is like prom. Girls back home would go nuts." She was still trying to capture her breath. With one hand on the side of Graham's smooth jaw, she rubbed her gloved hand over her gown's satin, unsure of what prom was. After his positive response to her appearance, she decided not to press the issue, or to express the fact that she'd much rather be in trousers. "Where were you going in such a hurry?" he asked. "I was just about to tell Mama that we can't do this tonight." "Family reunions aren't your scene either." He fiddled with the black cravat around his neck. Victoria wondered who had helped him dress. Had it been Meyer? His cravat flattened. The more he mussed it, the worse it looked. "Here," Victoria said, taking the fabric. She undid the damage he'd created and concentrated on the correct order of the knot, the way she remembered Papa doing. Graham smirked as she worked. She paused, the heat of his body evidencing how close he was. A flicker of delight danced behind his eyes as he watched her. Her fingers fumbled and brushed against his neck, which didn't help in the slightest. "You—" she cleared her throat. "You look rather dashing yourself, if you must know." The idea of being admired for her appearance alone had bothered her with Charles. With Graham, she sensed it wasn't the only thing he saw in her. Not only that, but she liked that he found her desirable. Graham's eyebrow quirked. Dashing? See for yourself. She gestured to the mirror behind him. He glanced over his shoulder, and at the same moment, Victoria glimpsed the two of them standing together in the dim corridor. There was a seductive glimmer in both of their expressions, as though they'd been ensnared by the other, and neither had any desire to be freed. She suddenly wondered if the mirror had reflected the image of their kiss. Graham lifted his hand and stroked her cheek with his knuckles. The velvet touch made her stomach quiver. His gaze pinned to hers, captivating her, catching her breath. Stardust lingered in his gaze. A muscle jumped in his jaw. "Thanks for tying that thing," he said, voice soft. "I've never dressed this fancy in my whole life." "Wherever this Chicago of yours is, they don't stand on occasion, do they?" Her words were frail. She was entranced by him, by his warmth, his proximity, by the temptation of having his mouth against hers once more. If they were caught kissing outside her bedchamber, there would be wedding bells in no time at all. Mama had alluded to marrying Graham off earlier that evening. What would she think of Victoria's interest in him? Victoria hadn't ever wanted marriage before, but with Graham? He had no home, no profession, no future. Yet she could continue to fly, even were she to become his wife. Perhaps they could make something work. The thought effervesced inside of her, but she quickly tamped it down. It couldn't happen. He was trying to get home. Would he truly leave her if he found a way to? All the more reason to keep her distance from him from now on. Yet she didn't think she could. "Tell me about these cousins of yours," Graham said. Victoria withheld a groan. The mere mention of them was enough to erase the magic Graham had granted her in their stolen moment. "I hardly know them. We only just met." Graham withdrew his touch from her, and she wanted it back. The heady pull recharged the longer she stood with him, a desire to be close, to feel him touching her. He opened his mouth to speak when the bell gonged. Reality crash-landed, shattering the intoxication brewing between them. She couldn't let anything more continue with him, not until they found this friend of his, not until they discovered more of what was going on. If he tried to kiss her again, she would pull away. It would take every ounce of discipline she had, but she would do it. She grabbed Graham's elbow and guided him to the stairs leading down to the open foyer, where Meyer was opening the door and welcoming Cordelia and Jane Baldwin into gingham range. The two ladies glided forward, smiling as Victoria made her way to the bottom of the stairs. Victoria plastered a smile on her face, but Graham sniffed loudly. She peered over to find that his posture had stiffened significantly. His eyes bulged wide in consternation. Victoria gave him a pointed look. Honestly, did he have to act as though they'd been recently freed from the zoo? She lifted her hand to introduce Graham and cover his faux pas when one more addition to their party strolled through the open door. Lord Charles Merrick wore a refined suit with yellow waistcoat and scarlet cravat. He gave her a simpering smile. "Good evening," she said. She hadn't expected to see him so soon after their last conversation, and certainly not after the heated encounter with Graham in the hall just now. The ladies turned to Lord Merrick, who winked at them. Jane covered her mouth with her hand. "Aren't you going to introduce us to your guest?" Charles said, doffing his hat and handing it to Meyer, as though he had any right to ask to be introduced. She thought she'd made things clear during their last conversation. She wanted nothing more to do with him, especially after he admitted his interest in her was only at her uncle's request. She worked to keep her voice steady. "Mr. Berkeley, these are my cousins, Miss Cordelia Baldwin and Miss Jane Baldwin." Instead of bowing to each lady or offering a kind word of acknowledgement, Graham's stare only hardened before shifting to Lord Merrick. "And you?" Charles pompously bolstered his chest and stepped forward. "I am not staying." Victoria hastened to smile in placation of their shocked expressions. She attempted to recover her manners. "Surely you have more interesting places to be this evening, Lord Merrick. You wouldn't want to dine with the likes of us," she added a too bright smile. The ladies stared in puzzlement. Charles' brow furrowed. "Victoria, Darlings! Mama entered from the left of the main hall in a decadent gown of gold brocade. Its long, full skirt swept the floor with each step she took. Matching gloves climbed to her elbows. Shall we go into the sitting room? Don't you mean Cordelia and Jane, Mama? Victoria said, keeping a tight rein on her frustration. Her arms hung at her sides, though her fists clamped the red fabric of her full skirt. Enid Digby's mouth parted in a playful manner. Now really, Victoria, Lord Merrick will think you care nothing for him. Come along, come along. Though Mama headed for the sitting room, Victoria stood her ground. I have ended our engagement, Mama. I don't think it fair that he attend this evening. She knew how foolish it must appear to discuss this in front of guests, but if Charles wanted to avoid the scandal or the embarrassment, he should have declined whatever invitation Mama had given him. Allowing him to stay will only prolong whatever false hopes he clung to. Of course, from his parting comment the other day, he assumed they were still friends. But she was friends with Rosalind, and one didn't see Roz popping in at all hours. Jane giggled again, and Graham gave the girl another glower so penetrating Victoria was surprised she didn't withdraw from the shock of it. What reason could he have to stare daggers at a perfect stranger? Mama pulled her aside and spat. Charles isn't here for you. If you aren't sensible enough to accept his suit, at least let your cousins have a chance. She then smiled to the rest of them and raised her voice so they could all hear. Lord Merrick is my guest this evening. Now, if you wish to return to your bedchamber, I dare say I shan't make any effort to stop you. And leave Mama alone to arrange more marriages? Not likely. Enid Digby swept along the open sitting room with its gathering of settees and chairs around a glowing fire. A few tables were arranged at the outskirts should anyone desire to play whist. Shortly after they entered, Graham walked over and took Jane Baldwin by the arm like she was a child about to be scolded. At least a foot shorter than he was, Jane stared up at him near the fireplace, worry treading over her features. They're a friendly sort, aren't they? Mama asked with a forced smile. She waved a painted fan below her chin and gestured for Charles to take a seat beside her. Victoria couldn't help the confusion rolling between herself and Graham. Charles attempted to ensnare her in conversation, but Cordelia answered the questions he meant for Victoria. The lanky redhead fiddled with the tassels on a pillow, droning on about how pleasant their situation was at the home of their mother's dear friend, and how they felt so at home in Chuzzlewit. It was a wonder they hadn't been here before. They both tried several times to introduce Victoria in the conversation, but she couldn't keep her attention from Graham and Jane's argument near the fireplace. What were they speaking of? Jane eventually peeled herself from Graham and joined her much taller sister. Upset and confused, Jane answered Charles' next question with a grimace. Excuse me, Victoria said, rising to meet Graham in Jane's place. She could feel the heat rolling from him. His brown eyes poured into her with a vengeance. What's going on? She asked under her breath. He rested a hand on the mantel and stared at the flickering orange flames in the grate. I'll tell you why you haven't heard of your cousins before, he said, breathing heavily. Victoria drew in as close to him as she dared. What does that mean? They aren't from Wolverton, Tori. At least the short one isn't. The news sent her into a tizzy. She knew they were imposters. Mama's mouth pinched into a scowl. She gestured with her fan toward Charles Merrick, obviously wanting Victoria to engage the young man in conversation. Will just be one moment, Mama, Victoria said, leading Graham from the room. She had no set destination in mind, but walked until they reached the darkened sunroom. She hadn't thought to bring a candle with her. Moonlight poured through the plentiful windows, and she closed the door behind them. What do you mean Jane isn't from Wolverton? I recognize her, Graham said, pacing and loosening the cravat from his neck. He tossed the fabric onto a fern with large fronds and thwacked the leaf, breaking it from its stem. Except last time I knew her name was Darby Rennet, and she'd left town to live with her grandma when her parents died in a car accident. How do you know this? Victoria could scarcely believe it. But Graham wouldn't be this upset if he didn't believe it himself. Because she went to the school I did. He stopped pacing and looked directly at her in the moonlight. Victoria, she's from Chicago. Chapter 29. Rosalind stepped down the narrow stairwell and into the confined orchestra pit. The small space was painted black to make it that much more obscure beneath the theater's vast stage. Empty music stands stood like shadowy sentinels. In the back left-hand corner, an upright pianoforte lingered. Its tall back created a barrier between the player and the rest of the ensemble. Listlessly, she meandered over and sat beneath the mouth of keys, spitting out on its opposite end. With a trembling finger, Rosalind pressed down on the centermost key. It gave off a colorless ping. She much preferred the harpsichord, not only for its tinkling, star-like sound, but because her instrument was painted like the sky, and the wood's tinted decals lined the edges like trim. This pianoforte looked worn and unloved. The sight felt like a reflection of herself. She glanced around the dismal space. The faded carpet and roughly painted walls blackened her heart that much more. "This is where I'm to live out my life, is it?" she asked herself. The theater's elegant and vibrant colors and artwork were nowhere in sight in this dungeon, a pit where she would never see what was happening on the stage above. She would never see the performers or the smiling spectators in the audience and balconies. The thoughts continued to drain her from the inside out. She wondered if this was what being buried alive might feel like. She was already on tenterhooks since receiving Oscar's note an hour before. He'd invited her to go with him, Victoria, and another person Rosalind didn't know, to investigate the creek's lair. The thought thrilled and frightened her at once. How could she be brave enough to venture out that evening, and yet not have enough courage to tell Papa what she wanted with her own life? The irony wasn't lost on her. She longed to go, to be with Oscar and Victoria, to be needed for something else, something that truly mattered. A seam in her careful composure ripped loose at the thought. She lost control. She shrieked. She dove for the stack of music on top of the piano and threw it across the space. Papers scattered free, their covers bashing into several unsuspecting music stands. For good measure, Rosalind knocked over several other unfortunate stands that dared to be in her proximity. They fell to the floor with heavy clangs. Tears streamed down her face. She sank to the floor, burying her face in her hands. Her body shook at the new loss of control, at the helplessness consuming her. "Miss Baxter?" someone asked. She startled. A thin man with the scratch of a mustache and a diminished hairline made his way down the stairs. His movements were graceful and slow. "Dr. Marston!" Rosalind's hands flew to wipe the tears careening down her face. She glanced in horror at the mess she'd made. This was the maestro of the Chuzzlewit Theater Orchestra. She'd met with him just 15 minutes earlier while turning in her application and paperwork for acceptance into his ensemble, at Papa's insistence. "You don't like it here?" It's a lot to take in, that's all. I'm sure once I grow accustomed." She should claim a headache. Fake a fainting spell. Now he'll never consider her. She was showing not only signs of dislike and weakness, but worse, a temper. Perhaps that wasn't such a terrible thing. "Neither do I." He cut her off with a smile. "But our talents are made to be shared. Isn't that what they say?" "I suppose." Rosalind wasn't entirely sure what he meant. She'd never played under Dr. Marston's direction, so she wasn't sure what to make of him. Was he being sincere? "Impressive audition today, Miss Baxter," he said, stepping over a fallen stand to retrieve a stack of scores from a shelf in the wall. "Thank you, sir. But I did notice one area that could greatly improve your performance." She knew it. Even after slaving away for Papa, she still wasn't good enough. She forced her voice to remain steady, a trait she had a fair amount of practice at. "And what is that, sir?" "The only way you truly excel," Dr. Marston said as he made his way back up the stairs, "is if your heart was really in it." With the tip of his head, he left her alone in the pit. Rosalind started listening as his footsteps dissipated above her. His words lingered like a bad smell. She wouldn't excel unless her heart was really in it. Was she really that transparent that this man whom she'd never met before could discern her feelings from one wretched audition? She turned away, scoffing and clenching her skirts and her fists as more tears eked out. New footsteps thundered down the stairs. She thought at first that Dr. Marston had returned to insist she clean things up, but was relieved to find Oscar stooping below the short ceiling. "What's the matter?" Oscar asked. Rosalind wiped away the angry tears. Injustice burrowed inside of her. Dr. Marston had no right at all to judge her performance based on something as trivial as feelings. What did it matter whether her heart was in it or not? If she played the notes correctly, wasn't that all that mattered? If the maestro was this particular after their first and only conversation, she wasn't sure she wanted to play under his direction. "It's nothing," she said. "Your audition?" Rosalind gave a feeble grunt. She knew he was here to support her, to see how things went, and that he was eager to support her. Yet she suddenly wanted him to go away. "It went well. I played wonderfully. The director just said something that implies, well, I don't know." "What did he say?" Oscar's voice was gentle. He drew her to his chest, and she let him enfold her in an embrace. The smell of tobacco and wheat lingered in his lapels. He must have come directly from his father's shop. "He said my heart isn't truly in it." Oscar's chin bobbed against the top of her head. She heard him swallow. "And is it?" No, it wasn't. Rosalind couldn't bring herself to say it aloud. The truthfulness of Dr. Marston's words stung harder than the time she'd mistaken a patch of poison ivy for woodbrine and had gotten blisters all over her hands. Her skin had throbbed for days. She hadn't been able to touch anything. "I feel as though I'm waiting in line for poison, and there's nowhere to move but forward until I'm forced to take it, and doing so will end my life." "Roz, you need to tell your father. Tell him the truth. He loves you. He'll understand." "I can't." She pulled away from Oscar, squeezing her eyes shut against the sight of the black pit. She couldn't look at the mess she'd made, at the pianoforte in the corner. Dr. Marston's words refused to leave her. "You will never truly excel if your heart isn't in it." How could her heart be in something she dreaded? "Do you still wish to go with me tonight?" Oscar asked. He tilted his head to the side to keep from colliding with the low ceiling. He offered her his hand. She nodded, eager for the prospect of doing something else besides music. She needed to feel important. She needed to flee her cage. "We'll have to meet later than we planned." Oscar withdrew a note from the inside of his jacket. "Victoria said her mother planned a dinner with her cousins this evening that she can't get out of." "Blast," Rosalind said. "I can't stay out past 8. It will probably be much later before we return. Perhaps you could sneak away again." Rosalind glanced over the prison that awaited her once she was old enough for admission on the theater staff. Savagery coursed through her. "Yes, I believe I shall. You'll meet me?" He nodded. "And Rosalind?" He tucked his lips together. "If music isn't what you want, then why are you doing it?" The question stabbed such pain behind her eyes, she squeezed them shut. Tears threatened to spill, but she inhaled and kept them at bay, hating the answer that came to mind. Victoria barely listened to a word of the droll conversation being shared across the elegant table setting Mama had approved earlier that day. It was hard enough to wait here when she wanted to make for the ocean, but now, after Graham's revelation, she couldn't take her eyes away from Jane Baldwin. Jane sat daintily across from Victoria, but kept her face toward her lap. Victoria wanted to leap across the table and demand answers. What did the girl know? Wolverton didn't exist. That was true enough, but if this was the case, then how could so many people claim to have been there? Mama finally announced that it was time to retire to the sitting room, and the group sojourned near the fire. The sitting room, the last thing Victoria wanted to do, was sit. According to the clock on the mantel, it was nearly 8:30. They didn't have time for this. Jarvis and Mama left the younger crowd to gather at the card table. Jane swiped the cards from its center. Victoria exchanged a look with Graham. certain that the girl would dismiss him from their game after the way he confronted her earlier, but she smiled at him as though nothing had happened. "I'm so happy to have the chance to spend more time with you," Jane said to Victoria, shuffling through the cards. "My mother spoke of you all the time, and I so longed to visit you here at the range. I longed for a friend." Cordelia smiled at this. Victoria barely heard her. Her mind nearly burst from the questions badgering it. "What was Wolverton like?" she asked. Jane passed a card to each of them in succession. "It was, I don't know, it was much like Chuzzlewit, I suppose. Homes and gardens, a theater in the center of town, and the university, of course. Nothing as extravagant as... Sister?" Cordelia prodded. Jane's forehead wrinkled at the momentary memory lapse, and she shrugged with another smile. "In any case, Chuzzlewit is much better. It's larger, and the people here are so accommodating. I've been nothing but pleased." "Indeed," Victoria said, taking her cards, but not looking at them. "And how—" her pulse elevated. Surely Jane would be able to read right through her. Graham sent out a poorly concealed scowl. "How, pray tell, did you travel here? Was it hover carriage, or did you fly, perhaps?" "We flew, naturally," Jane laughed. Cordelia simpered beside her. Graham leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table across from her. "You remember, like, boarding the plane and everything, flying from Wolverton to here?" Victoria watched with avid curiosity. She secured her smile into place, hoping she could pass as curious. "Of course," Jane said, her eyes shifting. Well, that is to say, I did fall asleep on the journey. I've never been one to gawk out the window at scenery. Motion sickness affects me, you know." "Sure it does," Graham mumbled. He stood so quickly he nearly knocked his chair over. "Victoria, can I talk to you for a minute?" Jane's eyes darted between the two of them. "But our game has only just begun." "Try solitaire." Graham spat over his shoulder as he pulled Victoria from her seat. She faltered, opening her mouth to form some kind of apology in parting. "Is everything all right, Victoria?" Enid Digby asked in disconcertion, book in hand. Jarvis's eyes were calculating from his position near the fireplace. "Everything is fine, Mama. Mr. Berkeley has a question about our hibiscus plant in the corner, and I told him I would explain it there. It's easier to explain things hands-on." She followed Graham to the appointed corner, incurably aware of both the late hour and Mama's gaze on the two of them. Victoria was careful not to stand as close to Graham as she'd liked. She wished the two of them could somehow leave without being seen. Had Oscar already started? And what of Dahlia? Had she gotten the note Victoria had sent asking her to meet them on the beach? "I think she's telling the truth," Graham said under his breath. Victoria glanced past him to where Jane now sat playing cards with Cordelia and Charles. "Graham," Victoria said as quietly as she dared. The two leaned closer. His mouth fidgeted. "Please, can you tell me how you got here?" He buried his hands in his trouser pockets, disheveling his jacket in the process. She restrained herself from pulling them back out again. Really? Did they have no manners where he came from? "I don't know, Tori. I worked for Starkey doing housework and stuff." "You were his valet? Or perhaps a manservant?" He shook his head. "It doesn't work that way back home. People don't have servants anymore. At least most of us don't. I just cleaned for him during high school as an after-school job because he was old and had a hard time doing it for himself. And I kept checking in on him after I stopped working for him anymore. He started showing me things, teaching me how to draw and do home design basics. He's an architect, and he had other hobbies." "What sort of hobbies?" Graham glanced behind his shoulder. Victoria checked the surrounding area for possible eavesdroppers as well. Mama had joined Charles, Cordelia, and Jane across the room. Servants drifted behind couches, attending Jarvis's drink before disappearing into the main hall. "He was building this machine," Graham said, walking toward the window opposite from the fireplace. He fingered the thick curtains blocking out the night sky. Victoria stepped with him, never taking her eyes from him. He called it the gateway. The gateway, she repeated. It started making weird noises. I swear I heard voices coming from it sometimes. And then one day there was this light when I came in. I thought it was a black light at first because it was purplish, but then I saw Starkey disappear into the light. And you followed. Graham nodded. The next thing I knew, I was here, standing in the street, and this gorgeous girl forced me into her plane. A smile flooded Victoria's cheeks, but she swept it aside. I didn't force you. As I recall, I saved your life that day. His eyes captured hers. You did. Her heart became a drum, hammering his name over and over the longer she lost herself in his eyes. His fingertips brushed the exposed skin of her arm above its glove. Victoria's pulse cranked out a few unsteady beats. Caught in their game, Mama hadn't noticed the touch, but from the way Charles frowned, he had. The clock on the mantel chimed 15 minutes to 9. For heaven's sake, Victoria mumbled. Can't we leave already? Fake sick, Graham suggested. I'll act like I'm helping you to bed. Victoria's face flamed. Gracious, no. Mama wouldn't allow him anywhere near her if the word bed were mentioned. How do these parties of yours end, then? She sighed. When our guests leave. Any chance of them leaving? The two of them turned to glance across the room. Charles continued his scrutiny of them from his place at the card table, while Mama, Cordelia, and Jane were lost in the game. Victoria's heart sank. Apparently not any time soon. Were you really engaged to that guy? Graham met the other young man's stare. If Charles suspected anything was going on between them before, he could have no doubt of the turn in their conversation now. Not officially. He never asked me to marry him. It was an arrangement he and Mama were concocting that they clearly haven't been able to let go of, despite my feelings. So you don't like him? I like him well enough, Mr. Berkeley. Her response came out sounding flirtier than she intended. Oh, that pesky love business. That's what's lacking. Graham tapped his forehead with a finger and the quirk of his lips. Victoria couldn't take her eyes from his. Indeed, it was. Not as dope as I am, is that it? Victoria laughed. Aren't you pretentious? She was quick to lower her voice as Mama and the others turned in their direction. Victoria, won't you join us? I know how much you enjoy a game of cards. There was a catch in Mama's voice. Was it worry? The prospect of her daughter growing attached to someone without family connections, or even a friend in this town, would be unthinkable. But Victoria didn't care. The more she was around Graham, the larger a place he was taking in her heart. Charles had never made it past the front door of her feelings. She could hear Mama's argument already, and Victoria hated that there was some truth to it. She knew little about these long-lost cousins, but she knew just as little about Graham himself. How could she trust anything he said? Because she had to. It's drawing late, Victoria said, forcing a yawn. I'm afraid I'm not feeling myself this evening. Then she leaned toward Graham. Find an excuse and meet me in the back gardens in 10 minutes. He grabbed her hand. What excuse? She smirked. I'm sure you can think of something. She bade their guests farewell, kissed her startled mother goodnight, and hurried out the door. It was possible that Graham was making all this up for his own gain, but his surprise when her plane had spiraled and delivered them back to the shore the moment they should have been arriving in Wolverton had been genuine. How could Jane claim she was from a town that didn't exist, and not remember where Graham claimed she was really from? She would find out after they took on the creek that night. Chapter 30. Victoria pulled her frock coat tighter against the brisk ocean air. The sea lapped lazily across the sand. Stars winked down between gray clouds, and a biting wind swept across their hiding place behind the shore watcher's shed. The weather-beaten shed wasn't much of a block from the elements. The trees beside it waved ominously. A branch brushed against her neck, and she jumped. Who are we waiting for again? Victoria asked, huddling in her own coat and the hat pulled over her wild blonde curls. Oscar Radley, Victoria said, eyeing Graham. He'd somehow extricated himself from the party minutes after she'd left, and the two of them had changed and hurried here as quickly as they could. "Why didn't you tell the other knots?" Dahlia asked. "Your uncle is going to have an apoplexy once he finds out we're meeting behind his back." Victoria's gaze strayed to Graham, who stood a few feet closer to the edge of the cliff and stared out at the restless ocean. "We couldn't trust the others. You know Bronwyn would go straight to my uncle if she knew what we were doing." "And what are we doing, exactly?" Dahlia pressed. Victoria bent for the large potato sack Graham had helped her carry. Noticing the movement, Graham rejoined her side and helped her unearth the coils of thick rope within. "We're hoping for a closer look at the creek. Once we find its lair, we mean to arm our planes with rope and use that to capture the monster." Dahlia swallowed and lifted her chin in defiance of some unspoken truth. "I'm in." "I knew you would be. If we get confirmation of its location tonight, we'll tell the other girls. Dauntless Squad can fly out and trap the thing. Once we've caught it, Uncle Jarvis can do nothing but investigate." "Think of the damage you could do if it was stationary," Graham said. "Right now it dodges your flames and sinks into the water to put them out. That thing isn't going to know what hit it." Dahlia's expression grew more adamant by the minute. "No one should get hurt anymore." "Oscar and I will be in the aviatory to assist you all tomorrow," Graham said. "We can sneak away to each of your hangars and meet you there to install the rope. We just need to be discreet. That uncle of Tori's will come down on us like a rat on a Cheeto if we're not careful." Victoria and Dahlia exchanged a confused look. "Sorry," Graham said. "Cheetos are those awesome chips and what will we do when we've caught the monster?" Dahlia asked, talking over him. Her eyes were deep shadows in the moonlight. "We figure out how to kill it. Take it out then and there," Graham said. "And Oscar and I would like to study it for the prevention of future problems," Victoria added. Dahlia's eyes glistened with determination. Her lips turned up in an amused smirk. "Never thought you'd go against your uncle's command like this." "It'll be worth it," Victoria said. "When it's for the good of the town, this will work." Voices stirred from beyond the trees, and the three of them froze. Oscar crested the top of the hill first, hand in hand with Rosalind Baxter. Her hair flurried in the wind, and she hugged an arm to her chest. "Roz?" Victoria's voice was too loud. "I invited her along. I hope you don't mind," Oscar said. He winced and rubbed his shoulder. Victoria's brow furrowed. "Are you all right?" "Fine," he said quickly, dropping his hand and sucking in a slow breath. "Just an old injury that gives me grief sometimes." "Of course we don't mind Rosalind being here," she said. "As long as she keeps her mouth shut," Graham grumbled. Victoria prayed Rosalind hadn't heard him. She smiled, fighting off the unease at her very timid friend being here. What could the girl be thinking to join them in something like this? Had Oscar told her what they were going to do? "Are we done then?" Oscar asked. "Ready to commence?" "You are," Dahlia said, her eyes twinkling. She peered to the dim yellow light in the watcher's shed. "What does that mean?" Graham asked. "The three, or—" Victoria paused, receiving a nod from Rosalind. "4 of us are going to see if we can spot the brute and determine its exact location, while Dahlia rested a hand on her hip with a confident swagger and flared the note Victoria had sent her. "I'm distracting the watcher." Oscar and Graham both grinned at this. "Time to work my magic," Dahlia said, strutting to the back door of the shed. "See you all later." Victoria snickered. Dahlia had been making eyes at Harry Fenstermaker for some time. She practically jumped at the opportunity to meet him at Victoria's request. This kissing for the cause was getting to be a habit. Victoria and the others ducked behind the tree's cover, while a very stunned Harry opened the door and smiled at Dahlia's low, flirtatious request to come inside and warm up. "Are we ready?" Victoria asked once Dahlia closed out the light from the open shed door. "The boat is this way." Oscar gestured to his father's shop and the boathouse to its side, which led out to a dock in the ocean. The 4 of them continued on toward the dock, scaling carefully across the rocks and the sand. "I'm surprised you guys have boats at all," Graham said. "It seems really stupid to go out in the ocean with that thing out there." "I don't think these have been used lately," Oscar said. "The occasional fisherman will venture out, but I haven't seen anything like that in some time, and my father hasn't dared to take his boat out in light of recent events."
"Did he suspect anything when you rigged it to the dock?" Rosalind asked.
Oscar shook his head. Then he patted the pack, slung across his shoulder. "I have my telescope. I'm hoping it will penetrate through the water." "We know this is only investigatory, right?" Victoria felt the need to clarify as Graham lent her a hand. She took it and climbed onto the dock's wooden planks. "Pretty sure we got it, Tori." Graham hopped up after her. He strutted forward and gave her a wink.
"Your father won't mind us taking out his boat?"
Rosalind asked, ever the skeptic. Victoria could understand her unease with how controlling Lord Baxter was. The unease didn't bode well for their objective, however. Again, Victoria questioned whether or not Roz should join them or not, but she brushed the thought aside. This was her friend. They would be safe in the boat. All would be well. "He won't know." Oscar leaped into the bobbing 15-foot boat first, extending a hand to help Rosalind climb in awkwardly after him. Graham did the same, hurtling over the side and helping Victoria clamber over the wide girth. She'd never been in anything like this before. She wasn't sure she liked the effect the boat swaying was having on her stomach. "You all right?" Graham asked, resting a hand on her back. Victoria straightened, refusing to allow him to think her weak the way she just had with Rosalind. Graham didn't remove his hand from her back. In fact, it slid to her waist, keeping her close to him. Propriety demanded she push his arm away. Propriety could hang itself. "Of course I am." A smirk played at Graham's mouth. "Just checking." Oscar untied the tether and gave the boat a push from the dock. He and Graham worked together to wind the motor, and soon they sped off toward the coordinates of Oscar's compass. Wind and sea spray whipped Victoria's face. The exposed speed brought its own sense of release. While flying, she was always enclosed in her plane. She loved its motion. But plunging forward like this in the open air soon grew on her, and she found herself whooping at the exhilaration of it. Her elation quickly faded the more the watcher's shed shrank behind them, however, and the four of them sailed out in silence for several minutes. Once she and Graham had crossed over the farmlands, something had shifted in her beloved sky and had returned the two of them to this very shore. Would it work the same from this end? If they went out too far across the ocean, would they end up in a boat, stranded by farmland? The boat hit a wave, jostling her, sliding her closer to Graham. He braced himself with a steady hand on the boat's side. Instead of moving to a gentlemanly distance, Graham remained where he was, allowing her to cocoon next to him. She nestled in, feeling the warmth of his body in the chilly air. Slowly his arm moved and rested across her shoulders, fixing her to his side. A belonging, a rightness burned in her chest, connecting her to him more than by touch. It coursed through every part of her with alacrity that was just as stark as the sea spray sprinkling her cheeks. The lantern on the boat's helm gave off a hazy glow, spearing golden brightness to guide their way. Victoria stared at Graham's other hand, resting on his leg. She fought the urge to reach for it, to feel his fingers with hers. Suddenly, Rosalind stood, joining Oscar at the boat's narrow helm. "What is that?" she called. Victoria snapped her attention away from Graham and stood as well, stumbling forward for a better look. "Stop here," Graham called from behind her. When Oscar gave him a questioning look, Graham added, "It's as good a place as any." Oscar cut the ignition and lowered a small anchor, letting the boat bob slightly on the water's uneven surface. He removed the case from his pouch and assembled the telescope piece by piece until it became a long, golden tube. He directed it toward the murky water. "Anything?" Rosalind asked. "It's so dark," Oscar said. "I can't see a thing. I should have known this wouldn't work." Victoria chewed her lip. They should have thought this through more carefully. They should have planned some way to light the water. They couldn't very well dip the lantern in. How would they get back to shore if they couldn't see? Oscar inserted the telescope over the boat's side, lowering his face and attempting again to stare into the depths. See anything?
Graham sounded doubtful. I think something moved, Rosalind said, gripping Oscar's shirt with one hand and pointing with the other. There! Victoria glanced in the direction she indicated, but there was nothing aside from the teeming whitecaps.
This isn't getting us anywhere. Graham kicked off his shoes.
What are you doing? Victoria asked as he began to unbutton his shirt and remove it. His sculpted chest was defined and smooth, his shoulders shapely, and his stomach could rival a washboard. Her eyes widened. He was finely formed, that was for sure. Rosalind said, Now really? Before turning her back to them.
You're not meant to swim out there, are you? Oscar sounded aghast. Your telescope isn't working. It only shows a small section of water anyway. And in case you didn't notice, the ocean's pretty wide.
You can't, Victoria said, panic seizing her. No one dares swim in the ocean. It isn't safe. Graham extended his arms, showcasing that tattoo on his left forearm.
Do you guys want to find out where it lives or not? You don't have a submarine, and standing around like this is pretty pointless. I was on the swim team back home. I won't be gone for long.
Here, Rosalind said, apparently adjusted to seeing a man half naked. I was planning to give this to Oscar, but you may need it. She handed him a compact the size of her palm. It hangs from a chain around my neck for more lighting while playing in a darkened room. I don't know if it will work in the water, but it's worth a try. Graham took it and faced Victoria, his hair tousled in the heavy breeze, and he reminded her again of a pirate from a story than a real person. The boat swayed, and her feet struggled to remain upright. She was bursting to say something to him. Anything. Be careful, she finally said. Moonlight played on his features, and he gave her a reassuring smile before diving over the side of the boat. He doesn't know what that creature is capable of, Victoria said under the wind, her heart wrenching the longer she stood there. Rosalind settled in beside Oscar at the helm, and the three of them waited in anxious silence. Oscar paced to the stern, then to the left, peering over as if desperate for a glance. There! Rosalind said. Again, I knew I saw something. She pointed to where the beam of lantern light spread before the boat. In a calm area of water, the surface bubbled as if a fire blazed beneath it. Graham, Victoria said, ripping the telescope from Oscar and dipping it into the water. Chapter 31. Graham swam through the warm water with ease, kicking deeper. Rosalind's light dangled, looped around his throat. It gave off enough of a glow that he could see fish straying here and there. He could decipher rocks at the bottom of the ocean, which meant they weren't as far out as he'd thought. The pressure of holding his breath didn't burn his lungs like he knew it should. His mind kept telling him to pop up for air. But as the need for sleep had evaded him every night since he'd come to Chuzzlewit, the need for breath left him now. He kept going, swimming away from the boat's lantern light at the surface. He kept his eyes peeled for a sign of the strange metal thing he'd seen the first day he met Victoria. He should be back by now, Victoria said, tapping her feet against the boat's deck. Rosalind continued watching the eddying water through the telescope, waiting for signs of danger. Oscar hadn't once peeled his attention from the bubbling surface ahead of them. The same spot he'd been watching before continued to froth and widen. A few moments later, he took the telescope from Rosalind for a better view. That is no wave, he said. If only Graham would return. We really should relocate. What if he's drowned? Rosalind sounded frantic. An invisible fist clutched Victoria's chest. He hasn't drowned, she said, bending to remove her own shoes. She'd never swum in water this deep before, but it couldn't be that difficult. What are you doing? Oscar demanded, his eyes bulging wide as Victoria began unlacing her corset. That is certainly no wave, Rosalind said, her eyes boggling at the frothing water that grew to the size of a small geyser. The wind whipped the boat so hard Victoria stumbled to the boards. Her hand scraped hard enough to take on several splinters.
Oscar darted toward her, and she looked up in time to hear Rosalind scream. Graham pulled against the water to propel himself forward. Pull, kick, pull. He still hadn't surfaced for breath, though he'd been under for at least 10 minutes. Coach Cress would go nuts. Graham had always been good at sports, but here it seemed he could keep a pace he never had before. And on no sleep for days? It had to be the town, though he didn't know why. Another question for Jarvis Digby whenever he managed to get him alone. Something moved in the darkness beyond the reach of the light drifting from his neck. Graham paused. Waving his hands to tread in place, he squinted at the dark's masses' uneven, incongruous movements. Water began to push against him in a way it hadn't moments before. He fought to keep from being dragged by its pull. A large metal claw sogged upward as the creature came into view, and Graham would have gasped if he could. He wheeled around, searching for the boat's lantern light. Had he gone too far down? Long, clockwork arms reached. The creature's humongous body coasted through the water, plunging Graham backward from the sheer volume and speed of such movement. Now was the time to see where it was emerging from. Graham searched for any sign of its home, a cave or something, but the long clockwork arms drove the beast's bulk with so much force, Graham was again rocketed back in the water. He spun several times before getting a grip on himself. The light from the boat drifted above him, rocking from the increasing waves, and the creature the size of T-Rexes riding piggyback was heading straight for it. Frantically, Graham swum straight for it. He grabbed hold of one of the metal circles making up the creek's massive leg. The minute he did, the creek let out a guttural roar, kicked up from the ocean floor, and speared upward so fast Graham could barely hold on. Victoria couldn't believe how foolish they were. They'd come all this way without bringing any weapons. Why hadn't she alerted the other knots? The four of them should have known that coming out to it would upset the brute. They should have had the rest of the squad at the ready, in formation. Oscar struggled to ignite the boat's engine. In fact, he struggled to stay upright amid the boat's heavy rocking in these sudden waves. Rosalind dove to help him at the motor, and together they managed to pull the string. The boat's engine puttered to life. Victoria dashed forward, nearly knocking into the wheel as Oscar shifted into gear. She yanked his arm away. "Stop!" she cried. "We can't leave Graham!" "We can't stay here either!" Oscar shouted over the sea spray. He wiped his brow and urged Rosalind into the seat behind him, the boat rumbling beneath their feet. The frothing geyser they'd been watching abruptly doubled in size with a fantastic drizzle, knocking the boat back. Rosalind screamed. Victoria clung to the boat's sides. Once the wave relented, she blinked away the water dripping from her nose and eyes, desperate for a sight of Graham. He hadn't emerged yet. Was he all right? Where was he? She peered at the stars above. "What have we done?" she asked. The stars didn't answer. Oscar barreled straight for the shore instead of returning the boat to its place at the dock. Papa would be upset, but Oscar didn't have any other choice at this point. Wind whipped his hair back. Water misted into his eyes, but he forced them to remain open and kept his sights on the buildings near the sand, on Harry Fenstermaker's shed, and the cliffside it sat atop. Though he tried to convince her to sit, Rosalind stood just behind him, clinging to his waist and resting her cheek against his back. He couldn't say her closeness didn't provide a small amount of reassurance. She needed him, and he needed her, too. He needed to get them safely back to shore. A loud wail crackled across the sky. The creek burst from the water's surface, spritzing them with more water and shooting the boat forward with the force of its disturbance. Oscar lost his grip on the throttle. His heart wedged in his throat. He fumbled for the control. The monster's howling, clanking progress made Oscar's hackles rise. It was nearing. It was going to collide. They were going to die. "Oscar!" Victoria shouted. With a lunge, he found the throttle and choked it, angling it forward. The boat responded just in time, accelerating toward the shore once more. The creek followed the motorboat at breakneck speed. The sand was visible. The buildings grew larger. He should slow to avoid a collision, but he had no choice but to increase their velocity. Victoria clung to the boat's side, her face glaring at the creature behind them. She shouted something. Oscar couldn't make out the words amid the tumult. The shore was drawing nearer, much too quickly. "We're going to crash!" Rosalind cried from behind him. It was either crash against the sand or become the creature's dinner. "Brace yourself!" Oscar yelled over his shoulder. Rosalind's grip tightened around him. His hands jerked from the wheel as the boat wedged, cutting into the sand. Oscar lurched, landing hard on the deck. Rosalind toppled onto him. Victoria's cries resonated as she rammed into the rail. The three of them miraculously remained in the boat until friction slowed it to a stop. Oscar's left shoulder ached clear to the bone, more resonantly than it had since he'd first injured it in that fire so long ago. He panted in disbelief, staring at the arrow the boat had cut into the sand. A massive wave rose in their wake, climbing to the sky and threatening to blanket the shore. Riding on that wave was the creek, a conglomeration of discordant metal with arms, legs, a torso, and a vengeance. Oscar could make out its clockwork eyes and the vulnerable heart and lungs pumping from within its cage of a chest. He'd never stood this close to the beast. He couldn't help the morbid fascination that overtook him. Despite the wailing pain at his shoulder, Rosalind tugged at him. Victoria was already out of the boat, with Graham's abandoned shirt and shoes in hand. She called to Oscar, but he still stared at the monster, transfixed. It wasn't a single heart in the creek's metal chest. It was many smaller versions all mashed together like grains of dirt caught in chewing gum. To what purpose was that lump of hearts the creature's motor? Sense rattled back into Oscar's brain. He gripped Rosalind's shoulders. "Let's go!" he cried. "Graham!" Victoria leaped toward the beast in the roiling ocean. "No!" Rosalind exclaimed out after her friend. Before she made it far, she fell. Oscar barely caught her before her body smacked the boat's soaked planks. Her weight wasn't much. It never had been. But a sudden heaviness in his arm pulled, dragging them both to crash against the deck's wetness. "Are you all right?" he yelled over the discord, settling a hand at her waist. "My dress," Rosalind said, tugging at the fabric near her feet. His trousers couldn't get any wetter than they already were. Oscar knelt and yanked at the soaked fabric that had caught on a peg within the boat's side. The dress tore, freeing her to fall against him and knock his aching arm against the bench. The ground quaked. The creek hollered out a terrifying shriek that rumbled straight into Oscar's eardrums and rendered Rosalind motionless as she covered her ears as well. At almost the same moment, the town siren split the air, shrill and piercing. Harry and Dahlia must have finally seen the beast. Soon the pilots would arrive and help, though that wasn't much of a comfort. Oscar's thoughts brimmed with memories of Diana Powell's screams, the way her skin had bruised and boiled over before melting from her bones. He was caught up with the way Diana's son had trembled. When the creek's taloned arm swooped down and snatched Rosalind by the waist. "Oscar!" Rosalind shrieked, her hands spearing in his direction. "No!" Oscar scrambled to his feet, but it was no use. He was too slow. Rosalind was lifted far above his head, her screams quietening as she was snatched away from him. He'd kill it. He would kill that thing if it so much as harmed her. Oscar charged toward the beast's large legs, each the size of a tree and pieced together by circles and scraps of metal. It reeked of fish and seawater, of rust and salt, but Oscar managed to fight the churning in his stomach and latch on to one of the large metal pieces near the creature's foot. Adrenaline scoured through him. He climbed, managing to keep hold despite the slippery, wet metal. Boldness fueled him, pushing him higher and higher as he climbed the beast's dripping height. Rosalind's scream jarred him. Oscar reared enough to see the creek opening its mouth and lowering Rosalind to its toothy gape. It hadn't emitted any of its poisonous breath yet, but that didn't mean it wasn't about to. "Stop!" Oscar shouted. His arm throbbed. It grew denser the higher he climbed. He was at the thing's shoulder now, but it was no use. Rosalind screamed and flailed, prying against the creek's talon gripping around her waist. Graham emerged from the side of the creek's face, a steel bar in hand. Rosalind was being lowered, closer and closer to the trap of a mouth. Graham reached in, wedging the bar into a pulsing gland within the orifice, blocking the greenish fumes building up within. The creek choked. It staggered, making Oscar's unstable grip slip. He flailed, hurrying to maintain his flimsy hold on the jagged metal pieces. It brought its talons to his mouth, giving off a blood-curdling wail, and with its preoccupation with the vertical bar blocking its mouth, it fell back and released Rosalind. She tumbled to the sand 10 feet below. Oscar's hands slipped down the sides until he was at a safe jumping distance. He dived to the sand at the same time Graham did. Gritty grains stuck to Oscar's skin and clothing. He spat out sand in his mouth and broke for Rosalind's form. Several planes boomed overhead. Their flames seared the sky, lighting it with a brilliant haze. The creek raised its metal arms, shielding its face, gagging on the metal bar still blocking its breath. It ducked to the side, dodging the flames, crushing the sand with its gargantuan feet. The planes persisted, alternating their blazes and pushing the beast back to the sea. Rosalind had landed near the boat with her head angled to one side. Her hair had come free of its twist, and Oscar could make out the rip in her soaked skirts. "Is she okay?" Graham yelled over the ruckus. Blood dribbled down his sand-crusted cheek, and his bare chest heaved. Oscar's heart seemed to beat on the outside of him, pulsing all over his body, making him more aware of the salty air, the noise of the plains, and the ache in his shoulder. He waited for Rosalind to move, to blink. She wasn't dead. She couldn't be. Victoria ran from the boardwalk, relief overriding the desperation on her face. She threw herself into Graham's arms. Oscar couldn't hear the words they exchanged. He heard nothing apart from Rosalind's overwhelming silence. The sand played tricks on his feet, tilting him this way and that. How could anything be upright if she were gone, especially since it was his fault she'd come with them in the first place? A hand gripped his shoulder and shook. Oscar fought, pushing the hand away, but whoever it belonged to shook harder. Finally, Oscar tore his gaze from Rosalind to find Graham's severe expression. "Come on," Graham said. "We can't stay here." With the planes humming engines, the heat from their flames, the creek shouting defiance, and the overall calamity of the situation, sense kicked back in. Oscar bent to lift Rosalind's motionless form from the sand. Her head hung back, her mouth dangled open, and he carried her away as her skirt swept across the sand. Chapter 32. Dahlia's body tingled in a way it never had before. She stood on the sand and stared at the sun rising, lighting the horizon, at the ocean's deceptively calm surface. The wind whipped her hair, flapping her dress, and she battled with the thoughts raging in her skull. Her injury ankle throbbed, shouting all the hurt she couldn't quite put a finger on. Feelings that seemed to get their start from that very injury swirled in her chest. The evening had all gone as she'd hoped. She'd been invited in, she'd flirted, coaxed herself into Harry's lap, and finally gotten him to kiss her, something she had wanted to do for far too long. The evening had passed in a similar fashion. She'd guided Harry to the pad serving as a bed in the shack's corner, stealing his attention from the shore where it should have been. They'd kissed, giggled, and whispered, sharing their secret thoughts. Then the pain had ripped up her leg. She'd released a cry and lifted her skirt for a look at her ankle. Silver cogs split the seams of her bandage. She tore the ruined dress from her foot and stared in horror. "What the devil is that?" Harry asked, horrified at the sight of the metal. It looked as though a clockwork appendage had taken place of her foot. Dahlia's mouth had gone dry. She couldn't answer before the noise outside had drawn Harry's attention away, back to his window. The lesions under her skin, the pain, she had no idea it was turning into that. Her foot looked as though it had been pieced together by bits of gold, brass, and copper. It looked like After triggering the siren too late, Harry had run out to help Rosalind, Graham, and Oscar. He hadn't made it far. The creek had lifted its massive foot and crushed Harry, smashing his body into the sand, and no one had noticed but Dahlia. Her knees lost their strength. She toppled to his side, begging him to move. An hour ago his eyes had been so doting and tricksome. Now they were dull as lead. His hands that had held her so gently were distorted and mangled. Blood stained the sand behind his head. She should never have come. She should have been at her place in the aviatory. She could have helped. Her sorrow pooled down, collecting and joining the pain gnawing at her ankle. The newly formed metal appendage grew heavy, bulky, pinning her to the sand beside Harry. She stroked his forehead as a tear trailed down her cheek. "What fools we are," she said, watching the rising tide, willing the pain to disappear, willing Harry to awaken, for none of last night's mistakes to have taken place. She didn't know what to do. Helplessness coursed through her, and the tears tumbled down her cheeks. The tide lapped the sand. It came and went, its gentle sounds lulling her. Those sounds took on a whole different tone the longer she watched. The water called to her. It assured relief and respite, the way a hot bath sieved out the stress after a long day. She could sense the declaration with each lapping wave. "Come," the ocean called. "I offer comfort. Take refuge in me." Dahlia attempted to push to her feet, but her ankle was heavier than she could bear. Still, she could remain where she was. Bidding Harry a final goodbye, kissing his cold cheek, she muttered, "I'm sorry." Then, using her hands, she dragged herself toward the tide, gripping handfuls of sand until she reached the damp wetness near the white tide. The water would help this all-encompassing pain, she was sure of it. She couldn't return to the aviatory, not after this. Small waves licked their way toward her. Dahlia welcomed the slithering wetness. More tears escaped to join with it. With enormous effort, she lugged herself and her substantial leg until the water engulfed her entirely. She didn't emerge from its depths. Chapter 33. Muscles Victoria wasn't aware she had ached. Even at the smallest crevices, on her back, her thighs, her calves, everywhere. She blinked to find herself studying, not the exposed metal framework of the aviatory ceiling from within the velvet curtains surrounding her bed at the dormitory, but the gauzy white canopy draping over her bed at home. Uncle Jarvis stood there beside the bed curtains, scowling. "You're awake now, are you?" he said gruffly. Every one of his features seemed to be glowering at her. She'd never noticed how long his sideburns were. The previous night's events crashed into her memory. Her knot training had given her a false sense of confidence. How stupid they'd been. And now Rosalind was dead because of it. Guilt twisted in her stomach. She was tempted to cover her head in shame, to remain under the bedclothes for the rest of her life, but she forced herself to meet Uncle Jarvis's stern gaze. "Is Rosalind all right? And Graham, is he here?" In the creek, had they accomplished anything at all? Of course, the beast would have noticed their movement on the water and attack. "Rosalind is partially blind. It seems while she was being held by the creatures, it managed to breathe some fumes in her direction. Not enough to kill her, but sometimes death isn't the worst thing that can befall a person." "Good heavens," Victoria said in complete shock. Her thoughts rehashed every horrifying detail. Rosalind wasn't even meant to come. Why? Why had she come? Victoria attempted to rise against her pillows. She winced and slumped back. She'd been sure Roz had died, if not from the fumes, then from falling from such a height to the sand. But blindness? That was awful. "I hope you're pleased with yourselves." Uncle Jarvis loomed over her on the bed. "Your snooping has incurred unnecessary wrath from our enemy. Now who knows what the creature will do? Mr. Berkeley damaged it. He gave me the pieces he was able to extract,
But they tell us nothing. Nothing. Didn't I tell you our methods were fine? Didn't I warn you to leave well enough alone?" Fear pulsed through her at the rage in his eyes. "Yes, Uncle," she forced herself to say. "I'm sorry for what happened to Rosalind and for all of it." She pressed her chin to her chest, the words too overwhelming. At least Graham was alive. She'd been so worried when he dove into the water, when they'd had to make for the shore instead of waiting for him to emerge. He was alive. He was okay. Jarvis bent to her face. "A watcher lost his life last night. Are you aware of that? He lost his life because of you." Victoria let the words sink in. Harry Fenstermaker. Harry was dead, and it was her fault. She'd been the one to devise the plan. She'd been the one to invite Dahlia along for the sole purpose of distracting Harry. If he'd been able to do his job, he'd be alive. "And Dahlia Covington is missing. Because you—" "What?" Victoria succeeded at pushing herself up this time. She struggled to understand. Dahlia was her best friend. A tingling overtook her chest, making it hard to breathe. Dahlia was missing? Where had she gone? "What is being done to find her? Are the constables searching for her?" Uncle Jarvis backed away, pounding a fist against the bedpost. Tears pricked Victoria's eyes. Dahlia was missing. What had become of her? Had she been taken captive by the creature when it killed Harry? Grief washed anew at the thought. Harry wasn't much older than she was. How could this have happened? Part of what Uncle Jarvis said was true enough, but the injustice of it all spiked her blood. She couldn't claim all the blame. She fidgeted, her muscles screaming in protest. Oh, how she wished she could stand instead of having to endure him towering over her. "Perhaps if you decided to help us," she said softly, "something more could have been accomplished. We can't go on with the way things are. Surely you must know that." Jarvis's nostrils flared. He said nothing for a long while. They stared at one another in glaring silence until he finally turned his back to her. "Whatever the case, Mayor Goshawk has returned, and he will be addressing you four in front of the town council this afternoon. Rosalind and Oscar, I'm sure, will both be punished by their parents, as will you. And needless to say, Mr. Berkeley is no longer welcome in our house." The town hall was crowded by the time Victoria and her mother arrived. Victoria stared at the masses congregating in the one-roomed building, at the people filling pews that lined the open space before a small stage. 2 sets of staircases, one on either side, led to a balcony above. A constable was stationed at either staircase, and Victoria shuddered. She'd been to the jail cells on the far end of town only once, with Papa, long ago. The cells were dark and dank, and prisoners often took illnesses soon after their incarceration. She didn't want to go there. Rosalind sat beside her father in the pew nearest to the stage. Lord Baxter stared ahead, solemn and never once looking at his daughter or the white bandage wrapped around her eyes. That didn't stop others from staring, however. Several ladies spoke behind their hands, noses sniffing and chins raised in the Baxters' direction. A few even approached. Lord Baxter's eyes dared them to ask what happened to his daughter, and the women quickly ducked their heads and continued past. Having Rosalind on display like a freak show was mortifying. It was like a signal of their failure. That was probably why Uncle Jarvis had arranged for this trial. Of course he would involve the entire town, rather than leaving it a matter of the board at the aviatory. A riot of emotions tumbled through Victoria. Shame and guilt took precedence, tinging like bad wine on her tongue. What had they done, and what were they going to do about it? She glanced around and found the Covingtons sitting in their pew. Dahlia's mother's face was shrouded by a black veil. She intermittently snuck a handkerchief beneath it to dab at her eyes. Victoria's heart stung at the sight. Dahlia's disappearance was her fault, too. Where could her friend have gone, and why? Had Dahlia been killed as well? Victoria shuddered at the thought. If only she could sit with Graham. She wanted to ask if he had any theories about Dahlia's disappearance. He'd seen more than Victoria had that night.
Where was he? She scanned the surrounding area, hopeful for a glimpse of him. There, in the balcony, Graham sat beside Oscar and his parents. A narrow cut nicked Graham's cheek line like a red slash. Victoria angled her head, waiting for him to meet her gaze, but his attention was on Oscar. The two men whispered, glancing down occasionally at Rosalind. Graham shook his head adamantly, as if trying to convince Oscar of something, and then slowly, his eyes slid to Victoria's. The room shrunk, the balcony lowered and offered him to her in an instant. Victoria's mouth was a desert, her heart a mallet. Graham tipped a finger from his forehead down in a sort of salute, and she nodded back. She longed to abandon Mama and go to him, but she dutifully remained in her pew beside Enid Digby. She faced the center of the stage where Jarvis and a few of the other town lords sat. The mayor's seat in the center was still vacant. Victoria wondered at that. Wasn't he the one who called this meeting? Movement caught her eye. She turned to see Bronwyn, Aline, and Emma approaching with their arms folded. Bronwyn's dark eyes narrowed into a glare. "You should have told us what you were planning," she said. A lump formed in Victoria's throat. She attempted to rise, but Bronwyn shoved her back down by the shoulders. "We could have had the craft ready. We could have helped you," she went on in her deep, brassy voice. "A true leader doesn't go off on her own and endanger the whole town," Emma added forcefully, much different from her usual reserved manner. Eyes penetrated her from all sides. She forced her gaze to the knots. "You're right," she said with a sick twisting in her belly. Aline opened her mouth as if to argue, or as if surprised Victoria wasn't defending herself. Victoria wasn't sure which. She didn't know Aline well, not the way she did the other ladies. Aline had only taken Maisie's place within the last few weeks, but she felt guilty about that too at the moment. She was their leader. A squad needed to stick together. I wanted you all to be safe," Victoria said. "Horseradish," Bronwyn sneered. "You worried we would rat you out, and now Dahlia is gone." Victoria's eyes closed. There was no question of it now. She would lose her position over this, for good this time. She hadn't lost it yet. She was still their leader. Victoria rose to her feet. "No one is sorrier than I am about Dahlia. We will find her, but I tell you now, something had to be done. You know as well as I, you wouldn't have been equipped and at the ready." Bronwyn opened her mouth to argue, but Victoria spoke over her. "You would have balked at me and gone straight to my uncle. You wouldn't have known that the creek would attack any more than we did, so calm down, ladies. It's not your place to question me." The three women sniffed and exchanged glances. Bronwyn straightened her stocky shoulders. "It's no secret that I don't like you. You're arrogant, and the only reason you're the leader is because of your uncle. But as you say you're the leader, we would have followed you." Victoria gaped at them as the three women veered off to a pew a few feet back. Was Bronwyn right and Victoria had underestimated them? Maybe she was right. Maybe Victoria didn't deserve her position after all. Chatter quieted across the crowded room. A baby cried from somewhere near the door. Uncle Jarvis rose to the podium at the stage's center, and the noise softened before dying out completely. Mama stiffened beside her, and Victoria braced herself, ready for the public reprimand and her jail sentence, though she wasn't sure anything they said or did could make her feel any worse. She stared at the constables again, the men standing ready to drag her off at a moment's notice. "Thank you all for gathering here," Jarvis began. "As your town council, we felt you should know the creek attack last night wasn't sporadic as the others have been. This time, the beast was provoked." A murmur stirred over the crowd. Victoria glanced at Rosalind, then back up to Graham and Oscar, to the other knots in their designated pew, and finally to the empty space where Dahlia should be. "We have called you all here to hold the responsible party accountable. Providentially, our mayor, Dorian Goshawk, is here to address the issue as well." At the announcement, the stage's side door opened, The congregation's attention veered to the old man stepping through in a fitted blue suit with a yellow waistcoat and a white cravat. Unjust, Victoria thought. Uncle Jarvis couldn't do this. He'd conveniently failed to mention her and the others' intentions last night. They'd been trying to help, not provoke. At least give them a chance to defend themselves. That wasn't to mention his refusal to assist them in finding a way to permanently stop the attacks. Her blood thickened, adding anger to the mixture of emotions gushing through her. She struggled to retain her posture. Mayor Goshawk strode forward. He was agile for a man of his age. White hair tufted like a cloud around his ears. Victoria remembered him saying something about obtaining help from Wolverton. How that had been the reason for his disappearance the night Diana Powell had died. The thought struck her with a chill in the warm room. Wolverton wasn't there. The mayor claimed to have been somewhere that didn't exist. Unrest stirred in the balcony above. People were muttering and making shushing noises. Someone said something that sounded like, "You've got to be kidding, the mayor?" Not a few people turned to gaze upward at the balcony. Graham was on his feet with a look of complete disbelief on his face. People continued to shush him. One woman even tried to pull him to sit, but he brushed away her hands. He caught Victoria's eye, pointed to the mayor, and mouthed something. Victoria shook her head, unable to make it out amid the hubbub. Finally, Graham returned his attention to the mayor, now standing at the podium, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted, "Hey, Starkey!" Chapter 34. Murmuring broke out among the crowd, but Victoria could hardly think. Her glance traded between Graham and the old man on the stage. A.C. Starkey? Their mayor was the man whom Graham had followed to come here? Victoria sank to the edge of her seat, her hand resting on the back of the pew in front of her. If Jane was from Graham's Chicago, then it made sense that others would be too, but she never once considered one of them would be the mayor. Uncle Jarvis stood. "You're out of line!" he called to Graham, who was making his way down the balcony stairs with Oscar in tow. "If we're going to be on trial," Graham said, striding up the aisle and taking the steps to the stage, 2 at a time until he stood before the circle of lords, "we might as well be up here where we can defend ourselves." Oscar quickly followed, joining Graham on the main level. Ants crawled in Victoria's ribcage. She stood as well, but Mama yanked her back down again. "What makes you think you'll get that chance?" Jarvis argued, staring Graham down. The two men were about the same height, and neither cowered. "There will be no discussion. Doing anything differently against the creek, as you 3 suggested, as you've proven, is too dangerous. Even if we connected ropes to the planes, we can't put our young ladies in that kind of danger." "Oh, but putting them in planes to blow fire at the thing is completely safe?" Graham scoffed. Oscar lifted his chin in defiance, as if proud of Graham's interference. Jarvis's face turned puce. "You know nothing of our ways, Mr. Berkeley. You've been here a handful of days. Don't think you can—" "With all respect, sir," Oscar interrupted, "Mr. Berkeley has a point. Are the women not in danger every time they fly out?" Bronwyn stood at this interjection. "Don't treat us like we're weak, incapable ninnies." Several other knots chittered in agreement. Oscar went on, talking over them. "And what about those who aren't pilots? We put all women, children, and frankly, the men as well, in danger just by enduring the attacks, do we not?" A few people in the congregation called out in agreement. Mama covered her face with a lace-gloved hand. Oscar turned his attention to the eager listeners. "Last night we meant to find out where the creek's lair was. We intended on finding a different method of handling the creature. Perhaps if we used the largest hangar in the aviatory to store it, we could examine it." "We'll all die!" someone shouted out. "We have gas masks," Oscar argued. "We can lower it to the surface again, only this time a crew can be ready to push it to the aviatory. Maybe the Knots can position their planes over the ocean and drive it toward the town instead." "He's mad!" another townsperson shouted, followed by several nods and mutters of agreement. Mayor Goshawk stepped forward, fanning out his hands to quiet the roar. "We will discuss the matter. For now, I will deal with the 4 wrongdoers, and I suggest you all return to your homes." He turned to Jarvis. And I suggest you think better of holding a public discussion about these matters in the future." Goshawk then strode to Graham, took the younger man by the arm, and stalked off the stage toward the back exit he'd come through. A hovney waited just outside, bobbing in midair and puttering out smoky exhaust. Starkey practically shoved Graham into it. Graham whipped around on the velvet bench, nerves racing. He could hardly believe the old man was here, and acting as the mayor of all things. Starkey climbed precariously up the brief ladder and sat across from Graham. The footman closed the door behind him, and Starkey rapped on the ceiling with his cane. "Where have you been this whole time?" Graham demanded as the hovney lurched into motion. He couldn't figure it out. Not once since he'd gotten here had anyone mentioned a mayor, or that the absent mayor was tall, white-haired, and scatterbrained. "Shh! No, really," Graham persisted. "What?" "At the house, boy," Starkey said, glaring out the window. Graham nodded, staring out at the sky and the grass. Eventually, the carriage ricketed past the aviatory and then Gingham Range, veering south toward the longest house Graham had ever seen. A stately dome supported by columns stood in its center, while the shorter sides spanned out like wings smattered with windows. It took several moments for Graham to recognize it as something from one of Starkey's blueprints. "This is your house?" Starkey exited without a word and stalked across the gravel drive with the help of his cane. He ambled up the extravagant front steps and burst through the manor's huge front door. Graham stumbled in after him. A servant in a black suit approached. "I'm sorry, sir," he said. "I would have been there to greet you had I known you would be returning from town early." "Not to worry, Miller." Starkey dismissed him with a hand. He marched down a hallway to the left, never once checking whether or not Graham followed. Starkey unlocked a grand set of double doors and signaled for Graham to enter first. Graham was startled by the cleanness of the space. Starkey's studio had always been a disaster back home, but this place was impeccable. He stared in awe at the oddly familiar surroundings. Starkey had used this blueprint to teach Graham a few basics about architecture. Graham knew this layout, from the parlor to the study located on the other side of the manor's main floor. He'd always thought the number of rooms in a place like this was extravagant and unnecessary. Starkey led him to the study, where red wallpaper complemented the dark cherry wood climbing halfway up the walls. Shelves bedecked with books lined those walls. A set of leather chairs gathered in front of the fireplace, and a desk overlooked the window with a door standing just behind it. Starkey gestured for Graham to sit. Graham did so, taking one of the chairs in front of the fireplace. Starkey stood opposite, glaring down at him. "You've caused quite a bit of trouble for me, my boy," Starkey said. Graham ducked his head. Suddenly he was 14 again and filled with shame. Only this time he wasn't sure what he'd done wrong. "I'm sorry, Starkey. We were just trying—" "You were meddling in things you don't understand." Anger flared through Graham. "No one understands it, and no one is trying to, for that matter. We were going out there to learn more about it, Stark. If we can understand that thing, maybe we can fight it better." Starkey shook his head and sat down across from him. His stern look softened. "Oh, Graham, why did you come here?" Graham's brow wrinkled. "What do you mean? You led me here. Didn't you want me to come?" "Want you to come? Of course not. If I were planning on bringing you to Chuzzlewit, I think I'd do it a little more extravagantly." He released a gruff chuckle. "But you knew I was coming in that day. You asked me to come, and when I arrived, you were walking through that purple light. I thought—" He trailed off at the confusion on Starkey's face. He swallowed hard. Starkey shook his head. "I must have mixed up the days," he said with a regretful sigh. "I never would have brought you here without some kind of explanation. I would have prepared you in the very least." Graham scoffed at that. "Yeah, that would have been helpful." If it hadn't been for Victoria, Graham would have died during his first 5 minutes in Chuzzlewit, not to mention the massive amounts of confusion that followed for days. He tried to hide it as best he could, but it was still nothing short of crazy. A little orientation would have been nice. Starkey sat in silence and pinched his temples. "What's going on, Starkey? Where is this place?" Starkey opened his mouth, but a brief knock caused him to close it again. Miller entered with a tray. "Thank you, Miller." Starkey said as the butler set the tray down on the table between where Graham and Starkey sat. "Close the door behind you, please. We're not to be disturbed." "Very good, sir," the shorter man said, giving a bow before doing as he'd been asked. Starkey watched, waiting for the door to shut. Then he turned to Graham. "Best we talk somewhere more private. There are some things I need to show you." He gestured for Graham to follow him through the door beside his desk into a smaller hallway with 2 additional doors at its end. Graham remembered this section from the blueprints he'd seen. Starkey led him down this narrow hallway and through the door on the left. It opened to a small room. Its wall lined floor to ceiling with drawers. A fire pit of sorts sat in the center, white tiles elevating its circular walls several inches above the ground. A line of cable stretched before a row of cabinets hanging along the back wall, reminding Graham of a dark room where pictures were developed before digital took over everything. Various sketches hung on the cable, pictures of buildings and plants, and several of hovnies and other machines. A small pool of water glistened just below the images, almost like a landscape feature from someone's yard with stacked rocks and water trickling down. Starkey rested 2 hands on his cane and waited for Graham to close the door behind him. The air was muffled in here, as though it didn't get much circulation. Once the door was closed, Starkey shuffled over to one of the drawers and pulled out a lockbox. He loosened his cravat and pulled a chain from beneath it, revealing a key at its length. Balancing the lockbox on his arm, Starkey opened it and turned it to show Graham its contents. A dull rock no bigger than Graham's fist sat in the middle of the box. Purple and speckled with white, it was nothing that would have captured his attention were he to find it on a street somewhere. Starkey was keeping a rock locked up? What's this?" Starkey grinned. "It's what started everything." Graham reached for the rock. Starkey slammed the box shut, nearly smashing Graham's fingers. "What do you think you're doing, boy? Did I tell you to touch it?" Graham jerked back, shocked at Starkey's sudden defensiveness. Even though he was now in his 20s, Starkey still talked to him as though he were a teenager. What's so big about some rock? Starkey held the lockbox to his chest. "There's an energy flowing through it, powerful enough to manipulate the universe, powerful enough to build a gateway between worlds. There's power enough to create something from nothing, right here in my hands. Power enough to destroy everything." A chill swept down Graham's arms. "It must be handled with extreme care. You must never touch it, Graham." Graham couldn't drag his gaze from the old man. Questions buzzed through his mind. "If that's true, how on earth did you get it?" "It's a meteorite. I saw it fall from the sky myself on one of my excursions. I took it home, experimented with it, and quite accidentally transported myself here." "You're kidding," Graham said. "Not at all. It didn't look like this, though. Chuzzlewit, as it has come to be, was nothing more than a blank page when I first saw it. But I felt young here, strong again. I took a few samples of dirt and water and found that the rock piece could take me back and forth. Little by little, I figured things out until I was eventually able to build my gateway." Graham pictured the machine in Starkey's office back home. Much as he wanted to, he couldn't deny any of what Starkey said. The proof of it all was here in front of him. "So, you built this place? A whole town?" "Yes." Starkey's grin crinkled his eyes. "But how? Hover cars? How is this even possible?" Starkey tapped a bent finger at the lockbox, his eyes alight with glee. "The air here is different. It makes things possible that shouldn't be. I call it the charge. It enhances you, your physical abilities as well as your mental aptitude. That's why I can hold my breath for so long and run for miles without tiring." "Exactly," Starkey beamed at him. "What you excelled at in our world is magnified here. Same for me. I invent things, Graham. It's what I've always been good at. Here, that talent is accelerated, that much more, to the point where I've become a genius." "And that the air allowed you to just create things out of nothing?" Starkey lowered the lockbox. "Not out of nothing, but you've got the gist of it. The only thing I can't create is the people.
This place is too good to keep to myself. I took people off the streets, people who had nothing, and brought them here. I gave them the chance to start anew in a new society, a more genteel world. Here everyone knows their place. There's so much less angst and confusion. Everyone is happy here." Graham shook his head. "That's messed up, Starkey. You're telling me you're like kidnapping people?" Starkey looked offended. "What do you take me for? I give them a choice. Their lives were so miserable. Really, you can't imagine what they were before. You'd never recognize them. They jumped at the chance to leave that behind. Many of them came to me, in fact, asking to forget." Graham swallowed. "You're saying you erased their memories? None of them remember where they came from or who they were before." "Even Victoria?" "No, they don't." "Dude," Graham exhaled, his thoughts crashing with one another. His fists clenched. He sank against the wall, attempting to grasp everything Starkey was saying. He had to talk to Victoria about all of this. Starkey set the lockbox in his drawer and slammed it shut. He hobbled back toward Graham and gripped his shoulder. "This is very important, Graham. Look at me, my boy." Graham straightened, cleared his throat, and met Starkey's wrinkled gaze. He couldn't remember looking directly at Starkey like this before. Not with so much intensity in the old man's eyes. "I know what you must be thinking, but you must not tell them. Their brains would start to schism. Trying to reconcile two separate and distinct personalities, it would cause insanity at best. Mental paralysis at worst. A cognitive disconnect. You hear me?" Mental paralysis? This was insane. Complete and total madness. What had Starkey done? "Effectively, a coma," Starkey said, readjusting his weight against his cane. "If you tell anyone what I've told you, they're as good as dead." Victoria elbowed her way through the crowd, but by the time she reached the door where Mayor Goshawk had frog-marched Graham through, they were nowhere in sight. No, not Mayor Goshawk. Starkey. She couldn't believe Chuzzlewit's very own mayor was Graham's long-lost friend. How could the mayor be the man Graham had been searching for all this time? It didn't make any sense. What would happen now? Would he take Graham back home to Chicago? The thought of him going away left her with a helplessness she couldn't shake. The charges had been dropped. There were no repercussions. Not that she'd relished the idea of being accompanied to jail, but it was odd to have the matter cut so suddenly, as if none of it mattered. Not Harry Fenstermaker's death or Dahlia's disappearance. It was as if the mayor wanted them to forget about everything. The crowd leaked from the town hall, filling the streets with upper-class men in tailored suits and women in flounced skirts and colorful corsets that matched the feathers in their hats, leading children equally dressed in fine clothes to awaiting hovnies. Those of the lower class, in more simple dresses with longer sleeves, hustled children along to return to their homes and chores. Victoria was grateful for the hubbub in the streets. It gave her time to think. Uncle Jarvis hadn't said Dahlia had died. He'd said she'd gone missing, and the distinction wasn't lost on her. She wasn't sure what had happened to her friend, but she knew Dahlia wouldn't just disappear. She was too spirited for that. Besides, where would she go? Wolverton wasn't there. Part of her worried Dahlia had been taken, carried off by the creek. But she'd seen the beast retreat into the ocean, and it had carried no prize with it. Harry's had been the only body they'd found on the beach. Shame welled within her at the thought of Harry. It didn't matter that the mayor had dismissed the charges. If she hadn't gone after the creek last night, Harry would still be alive. She steeled herself. There was nothing to be done for Harry, but they could still find Dahlia. She straightened her shoulders and made for the watcher's shed. Perhaps Dahlia had left a note that no one had discovered yet. Victoria lifted her skirts, ready to ascend the rocks leading to the overlook, when a claw gripped her upper arm. "Not so fast!" She gasped in revulsion to find Uncle Jarvis snarling down at her. His gray hair flurried in the breeze, and a slight derangement lingered behind his eyes. "Release me!" Victoria attempted to wrench free of his grip. He pinched tighter. "The last thing any of us needs is your snooping. Get home." "Uncle!"
He shoved her toward a hovney bobbing beside the boardwalk and Fenstermaker's broken bookshop. Victoria stumbled forward with a little squeak. "Do not defy me, Victoria. Not now. Not ever again." "We have to find Dahlia." She lifted her chin, refusing to move. His nostrils flared. "You've done it enough. Just stay out of this." He gripped her arm again and shoved her toward the hovney, hardly giving her time to lift her feet onto the stepladder the footman had lowered. "Do not let her out of your sight," Jarvis ordered. The footman bowed his head. "Very good, sir." Jarvis slammed the door, glowering at her through its window. Seeing Uncle Jarvis unhinged was a fearful sight. Something in his eyes told her he knew more than he was letting on. He knew what had happened to Dahlia. If that was the case, why wouldn't he give her any answers? He turned his back on the hover carriage as it bobbed away. Victoria kept her eyes on the silent horizon for as long as she could until it traded places with the rolling grasses and manor homes scattered along the way to Gingham Range, while determination coursed through her. She would find out what her uncle knew. She would find her friend. Chapter 35. Graham ran a hand through his hair. Starkey's words left him pockmarked on the inside. He was reeling from everything Starkey had told him. Victoria needed these answers. She was so eager to understand. That was why she'd gone after the creek in the first place. It would kill him to keep this from her. But if he told her, the truth could drive her insane. Starkey fixed his eyes on Graham, waiting for him to reply. Graham shook his head as another piece clicked into place. "If you created this place, does that mean you created the monster too? The creek?" Starkey shook his head and sagged against his cane as though the thought was a weight in and of itself. I knew we would broach that subject eventually." "You made that thing." It wasn't a question. Why would you do that?" Starkey sighed, his shoulders hunching. "I didn't create it. Exactly. It's hard to explain." "Try." Graham crossed his arms over his chest. Starkey gestured to the door. "Not here. I'm tired of standing." He returned the lockbox to its drawer and limped to the door, leaving Graham with no choice but to follow him. Back in the study, they settled into the soft chairs by the fireplace. The tea on the tray Miller had brought in was now cold, but Graham poured himself a cup and drank it anyway. He needed something to sustain him. "Chuzzlewit is a remarkable place," Starkey said, resting his cane across his lap. "It allows miracles to happen, but those miracles don't come without a cost. I didn't realize it at first, and there was no way I could have predicted it, but the energy has to be balanced. You see?" Graham didn't see. What was the old man rambling about? Starkey leaned his head back against the high-backed chair. "I'll be honest, Graham. I don't fully understand it. All I know is that after a few years of building and creating here, the creek rose from the ocean like a vengeful angel. I believe it satisfies Chuzzlewit's need for equilibrium. It's the natural law that governs this place. Destruction to balance out creation. As if the very act of generating life called death to my shores. And every time I use the gateway, the creek attacks." Graham's lips parted. Realization flooded through him. "So, the attack last night, that wasn't us at all. That was you using the gateway." Starkey nodded. "I'm sorry you got wrapped up in it, but I got you out of it, and I'll make sure Jarvis doesn't come after you again. The man sometimes forgets his place here." Graham was no longer listening. "I have to tell Victoria. She's probably killing herself over this, blaming herself for what happened to Harry and Dahlia and the town. I can't let her think it was her fault." He stood and turned to the door. "No!" Starkey leaped from his chair faster than Graham would have thought possible and grabbed Graham by the arm. "You can't do that. You'd be doing her great harm." Graham deflated. Right. Cognitive disconnect. Mental paralysis. "But I can't just—" "You can, and you must," Starkey insisted. "If you care about her at all, you must." Graham sank back down into his chair. This was all too much. "All right, I won't tell her. But we have to do something about the creek. It's killing people, Starkey."
I know. Starkey ran a hand over his face. It's unfortunate. It's gotten so much bigger even within the last few months. We'll have to increase the size of the knot team to keep it at bay. Keep it at bay? Graham shook his head. Starkey, we have to destroy that thing. Starkey's eyes whipped to Graham, piercing him with their intensity. No! We can never do that. Didn't you hear a word I said? The creek is balance. If you destroy it, you will destroy Chuzzlewit itself. So that's it. We just let the monster keep attacking the town. I'll stop using the gateway for a while, Starkey said slowly, formulating his plan as he spoke. Yes, that should do it. We'll take a rest and build up the knots. Get a bigger defense system. If we can just keep the creek from getting into the town, it will be fine. No one needs to know. Graham's eyes turned to slits. You mean no one needs to die? Starkey waved a hand dismissively. Yes, of course, that too. Graham sank back in his chair, processing it all. Sure, he knew there would be a wild explanation for this place, but he'd never imagined this. A town full of memory-wiped people living out a strange Victorian fantasy, whose lives depended on the very thing that threatened them all. It was too much. He stood and headed for the door. Where are you going? I have to think. Of course you do, my boy. But remember, mum's the word, right? Right, Graham said. He grabbed the door's slanted golden handle. And Graham, you can't stay here with me. Not using the gateway also means I can't use the stone to wipe anyone's memories. We can't alert anyone's suspicions. I'll see to it that Jarvis takes you back. Whatever. Graham shut the door behind him and staggered out into the ornate foyer. His thoughts circled like hubcaps that spun even when the car stopped moving. He stared up at the extravagance Starkey had supplied himself with. The high ceiling climbed at least 100 feet to the top of the room's dome. The fine wood trimmings and furniture, the decadent carpets and paintings. Starkey had made it seem like a noble thing he was doing, rescuing people from misery. But Graham couldn't help noticing that Starkey had given himself some pretty sweet digs here. He'd even set himself up as mayor. His motives weren't completely altruistic. And he continued using the gateway, even when he knew it would make the creek attack. Graham stepped out into the sunlight and inhaled deeply, filling his lungs, letting them expand. There wasn't a hint, not even a smell of something different. There was nothing strange tinted to generate any kind of suspicion. He wondered how Starkey had known about the air. How had he found he could create something from nothing in the first place? He kicked a few stray rocks, his mind slamming with the magnitude of it all. How much of the town had Starkey created? Even that rock Graham had just kicked? He wished he could talk to someone, but he couldn't take that risk. Across the grassland, speckled with a few trees, and beyond the lake, Victoria's house came into view. Graham didn't want to go back to Gingham Range, but he had to see if Victoria was okay. He picked up his pace and ran along the lake that curved lazily. Considering the fact that he hadn't seen her since their escapade with the creek, aside from being at their town meeting, he suspected she'd been sent to her room like a naughty child. If her uncle had been half as hard on her as he'd been to Graham, Graham pitied the poor girl. He ducked through manicured trees that were so square he was surprised they hadn't been trimmed with a hedge trimmer or a chainsaw and made his way to the back. While still huge, the house wasn't anywhere near as large as Starkey's. Numerous windows interrupted the ornate manor. 3 of them had balconies. One had to be hers. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, he whispered, hands in his pockets. After several moments of deliberation, movement caught his eye. The curtains parted at the window in the center, giving him the sight of her face. Bingo. Now the trick would be getting up there. Climbing a balcony couldn't be that difficult. He reached for the vines snaking their way up along the brick and prayed they were sturdy enough. He supposed he could toss pebbles to get her attention, but that left him exposed on the back lawn, and he didn't like that. He wanted to see her without interruptions. The vines held under his weight. He worked to place his footing in the braided openings on the branches, and soon clasped the stone.
hurtling himself over the balcony's edge. Winded, he turned to catch his breath and take in just how far he'd climbed. The grass was at least 20 feet below. Heart thundering, Graham strode to the double doors. Had he gotten the right room? What if he'd climbed to her mother's balcony instead? He cringed and hung to the side, searching for a crack in the curtains. They were unmoving and blocked any and all views into the room. That did him no good. Graham decided to risk it. He fingered the handle, gratified when the knob turned beneath his touch. The door opened without so much as a whine, and he peered inside. Victoria stood with her back to him, one arm curled around one of her tall bedposts, long curls dangling like ribbons down her back. Graham had the urge to run his fingers through those curls, to dip his nose and drink in her smell. He took a few moments to admire her figure in a light pink corset and cream-colored skirt. The ruffles, he knew, flounced when she walked. He cleared his throat. Victoria whirled around. Confusion quickly gave way to delight. She was stunning with her hair down. "Graham!" His foot hit the carpet, but before he could say her name, she threw herself into his arms. Graham cradled her to his chest. Her soft hair fell against his arms, her body pressed close to his, and he bent his head and inhaled. She smelled like roses. His fingers wove through the curls, and he held her as tightly as he could. Her corset's rigid lines cinched her waist. Its clasps dug into his stomach. He wondered what she would feel like without the stiff garment. "I was so worried about you," she said. "Mayor Goshawk looked so angry. He pulled you off the stage, and I thought—" Her hazel eyes widened and welled with tears. "I was afraid I'd never see you again." Graham stroked her cheek, keeping her close. He took in her lovely features, her slim face, big eyes, and pouty lips. He trailed his thumb across the fullest part of her mouth. She pressed a kiss to his thumb, sending fire through him. He wasn't sure he'd been around a woman who made him so instantly flicker to life. He was aware of everything about her, the heaving of her chest as she struggled for breath, her slim shoulders and waist, her beautiful spirit. He tried picturing her in jeans and a t-shirt, hanging out at the skate park with him or at the mall. Could she really be from home? He'd often gotten tongue-tied around her, struck by her beauty and by his overwhelming awareness of her, and now was no different. Words would do him little good when all he wanted was her. Her pupils dilated, her gaze flicked to his mouth, her chest heaved against his, and he couldn't keep his distance any longer. Graham cupped her face in his hands and gently, so gently, guided her mouth to his. His lips moved tentatively, not wanting to miss a single moment of hers against them. Victoria released a small noise, and the sound curled inside of Graham, making him rapidly ravenous for her. He deepened the kiss, increasing its tempo. Victoria rose onto her tiptoes and wove her hands through his hair, meeting him measure for measure. "What was that?" she asked, breathless. "That was me saying I couldn't leave without you." "That's what I thought it was." She kissed him hard, determined, pointedly. Graham slowed the passion of his kisses, drawing away and indulging in a final, lingering kiss. "I came because I had to see you." "I'm glad you did. What's going on?" Victoria asked. "How can the mayor be your A.C. Starkey?" Graham stroked her cheek. He gazed at her lovely face. Cognitive disconnect. The last thing he wanted was for Victoria to end up in a coma. He couldn't do that to her. "I don't understand it. Starkey, he didn't explain much." The lie soured his stomach. Something inside of him urged him to do it, to tell her the truth, come what may. Victoria's pretty amber eyes squinted in confusion. "But he must have said something. You've been gone ever so long. What were you talking about all that time?" Graham's gaze shifted. We were talking about how to get me home." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Victoria backed away, hurt reflecting in her gaze. "Of course. I should have realized." She tucked her lips into her teeth. He longed to reach for her and pull her to him again. Idiot. He just told her he wouldn't leave without her. Why had he talked about leaving at all? For days now, he'd wanted nothing more than to find Starkey and get the freak out of this town. Now that he'd found him, he wasn't all that anxious to get back home after all. Graham missed his family, sure. His mom was probably worried sick, and his dad had probably searched every inch of Illinois for him. He was painfully behind in his classes by now. He didn't hope to be able to get caught up, even if he were able to return that moment. His roommate, his teammates on the university track team, his friends, everyone he knew was probably worried about where he'd gone. Graham felt uneasy about that, but he couldn't deny that the desire to stay was bigger than the desire to go. It made no sense, but there it was. "Nothing's been decided yet," he hurried to say. "Starkey can't. He's not sure he can get me home after all." Not yet, anyway. Graham supposed he'd have to leave eventually. He couldn't turn his back on everything he'd left behind. "So it looks like I'll be staying here for a while." If Starkey planned on avoiding using the gateway until they built a larger team of knots, then Graham would have to hang tight anyway. Relief stole across her features. Her smile dawned, brightening her face. "My uncle said he disinvited you. Where are you staying now?" "Not Starkey's. He didn't want me there either. He said he'd talk to Jarvis about taking me back." Victoria's shoulders relaxed. A grin spread over her face. Graham's breath caught. She was really something. "That would be wonderful. I mean, so that you would have somewhere to do this." He couldn't help himself. Their obsession with properness and keeping distance didn't apply where he came from. He reached for her hand, intertwining his fingers with hers. Victoria watched the gesture. She watched his every movement until he pulled her against his chest. Her eyes were wide and innocent, glittering with wonder and expectation. His heart faltered at that expression, at how beautiful she was, at the line of her jaw and curve of her lips. He lowered his head. She tilted hers upward. "Something tells me your mother wouldn't be too happy to find me in here," he said, the words brushing across her mouth. "We'll have to keep you a secret then. Did you know some of these chambers are connected with hidden doors?" "Are they?" "Mm-hmm." She smiled against his mouth. "That would be interesting." Victoria giggled. The sound nearly undid him. Graham dipped in for a kiss. Voices echoed through the doorway. "Victoria!" Panic flooded Victoria's eyes. She glanced at his arms secured tightly around her and shoved him away. "Mama!" she whispered. Moment shattered. Graham scurried to the balcony. He dipped in for a final kiss before dashing out the way he'd come. Victoria closed the glass doors and the curtains, blocking him from view. Exhilarated, unable to sweep the smile from his cheeks, he climbed back down, practically falling to the grass below. Grinning like a fool, Graham pushed to his feet, dusted his pants, and jerked to find Jarvis glaring at him from beside a line of hedges. "Out for a stroll, Mr. Berkeley!" It took enormous effort to keep from glancing up at Victoria's window. How long had this guy been standing there? Had he seen Graham Romeo it up the balcony? Jarvis folded his arms. "I've spoken with the mayor. Your friend seems to think it wise that you continue to remain here with us." It sounded like he was admitting Starkey thought it wise for Jarvis to eat horse crap. "Sounds good," Graham said. If it wasn't for Victoria, he wouldn't accept the offer. This guy was a douche, but he wanted to be as close to her as he could. "I think you'll be more comfortable down in the servants' quarters. That will give you easier access to the backyard, which is obviously your preferred entrance into the house." He quirked a brow, staring as if challenging Graham to speak. Graham forced himself to maintain eye contact. "Meyer has a dog, Mr. Berkeley. A large dog. And we will be taking precautions to ensure you don't feel the need to climb any more balconies." Chapter 36. "Why, Mr. Berkeley," Mama said the next morning when Graham joined them for breakfast. He wore a tan suit with a blue waistcoat and cravat tied just so. His dark hair was slicked to one side, giving him a devilish appeal. Victoria could scarcely breathe, remembering the way he'd held her, the way he'd kissed her the night before. She'd hardly been able to sleep, replaying the delicious moments in her mind. He'd smelled like wind and chestnuts. She swallowed, forcing her face down until she could be sure she wasn't blushing. Meeting Graham's gaze was a mistake. His brown eyes glinted at her, brandished with riddles. She feared she'd never see him again after he'd been carted off the stage by the mayor. The relief of seeing him at her balcony window last night had been overwhelming. "I see you've joined us again, Mr. Berkeley," Mama said. Victoria blinked at Mama's civility. The whole town knew the two of them had snuck out and provoked the creek to attack. Then again, Mama hadn't said much of anything to her since that night. "Starkey didn't want me staying at his house," Graham told Mama, crumpling his napkin to his lap. "He told Jarvis to keep me here." "I've had a change of heart, it would seem." Jarvis entered behind Graham. Though he wore a suit and a smile, he looked crankier than if he'd spent the night with the livestock instead of in a comfortable bed. "How is Rosalind Baxter this morning?" Mama asked as he took his place at the head of the table. Meyer stepped over and poured juice into Jarvis's cup. "Starkey said her eyes would heal," Graham offered before Uncle Jarvis managed to reply. The older man didn't seem to appreciate being interrupted. He snapped his mouth shut and glared. Victoria lifted her napkin to hide a small smile. "Indeed," Jarvis said. "Her eyesight will return in a few days, at most." "What a relief," Mama said, apparently oblivious to any contention between the two men. "That poor girl." "And what of Dahlia? Have they heard anything?" Victoria asked. "The constables have found no trace of her," Jarvis said, "but they are giving it their very best." "You won't be needed at the aviatory," Jarvis said to Graham, switching tack as he reached for a scone. Graham bobbed his head, chewing. "No problem. I was planning on going to Starkey's anyway." Victoria couldn't understand the clamping sensation in her chest. Starkey said he didn't want Graham staying at his house, but Graham was going back again? Jarvis slammed a fist on the table. The dinnerware clinked, and Mama jumped and released a little squeal. "His name," Jarvis said, looking murderous, "is Dorian Goshawk, and it would be wise for you to address him as such while here in Chuzzlewit." "His name." Graham's nostrils flared. He hesitated, seeming to think better of whatever he'd been about to say. He glanced at Victoria. "Sure, whatever." He wiped his mouth and placed the napkin near his plate. He nodded at Mama, Jarvis, and Victoria in turn. "I'll see you guys later." "Excuse me." Victoria slid from the table as well. "Sit down," Uncle Jarvis barked. She ignored him, hurrying out to the foyer. "Graham!" He was almost to the door. He paused, lingering a moment before turning to face her. For some reason, she sensed him slipping from her, as though she was losing something valuable and was powerless to stop it. Her shoes patted the floor to where he stood. "You're leaving? Now?" Cold washed up her spine with invisible hands, making its way to her scalp. Though his lips moved in reply, it wasn't his voice she heard. A deeper, darker voice shouted, yelling at her in the corners of her mind. She flinched at each striking word, at each verbal threat. The sinking pain of memory rammed its way over her, threatening to take over, to knock her from her feet. "Tori?" Graham's voice was vague and uncertain. He gripped both of her arms as if to steady her. Sweat broke across her temples as he came back into view. Tears pricked her eyes. She trembled. "My mind isn't what it should be," she said. I must go." She turned and rushed up the stairs. Graham wasn't sure what had just happened. Victoria had looked almost deranged. Her expression weighed him down the entire Hovney ride to Starkey's Manor. What had she meant her mind wasn't what it should be? "What's troubling you?" Starkey said at the base of his stairs. It was disconcerting to see him here, dressed like everyone else, instead of his jeans and button-up shirts with the collar open to reveal a small snatch of swirling white chest hair. Miller handed him his cane. Questions had splintered Graham's skull all night, and now, after seeing Victoria tearing at the seams, he'd come to a decision. I need to tell her. From the look of things, that cognitive disconnect you mentioned is already happening. You mean Victoria? Starkey frowned. Who else? Graham said. Concern hardened Starkey's brow. Come here, he said, leading Graham back to the white room with the fire pit and the landscaped pool of water beneath the cables where random sketches hung. Without a word, Starkey limped to a different drawer than the one he'd retrieved the lockbox from. He pulled a thin file free from dozens of others. His lips pressed into a thin line, and he passed the file to Graham. What's this? Read it, Starkey said. If you still think Victoria should know who she was before, then you can tell her and accept the consequences. You mean you kept files on everyone? Of course I did. There was no warmth in his old friend's tone. The file was thinner than Graham would have expected. What did it have? Her life story? Her birth certificate and immunization records? Drawings and artwork from her grade school days? Or her real name? It was all right here, in his hands. Chills swept over him. All he had to do was open this and see what the file contained. Now that he had the information, though, he wasn't sure he wanted to know. Was it worth the risk? Not 10 minutes before, Victoria had nearly blacked out before his eyes. From what Graham could tell, it wasn't going to stop anytime soon. Would it help her if she knew what was happening? If she knew, she could prepare her mind for it. She could even prevent the disconnect. Graham swallowed, fighting the lump in his throat. How? How do you erase these people? How do you use your stone, Starkey? The old man's voice was soft, and he spoke distantly, as if replaying the steps in his mind. It was a reaction with water. The same continuous movement of water condensing in the air, falling back down as rain, creating the oceans and streams, happens here too. Combine that water cycle with charged air and a power like what's contained in the rock, and the effects are astounding. It's like magic. Water, air, and a rock from the sky. That was all it took to become God? To create a town, transport people to it, wipe and replace their memories? Graham adjusted the folder so it was face up. He was ready to open it. I'll leave you to it, Starkey said sadly, his cane knocking on the floor with every step. Graham trembled at the sound of the door closing behind his friend. He was tormented in both body and mind. Would this do any good? He thought again of Victoria, broken and despaired, passed out and trapped in her own mind, without any escape, without any peace. If he could save her from that, he would. With another breath, he opened her folder. Victoria paced beneath her cherry blossom tree near the lake. She smacked a low-hanging branch in an impulsive huff. Several loose pink petals wafted to the ground. She'd searched everywhere she could for Dahlia. She stopped at the constable's station, but they were currently out searching for the missing girl as well. Victoria tried talking to a few of the townspeople, but no one had seen Dahlia. She even stopped to pay her condolences to the fenstermakers at the loss of their son, and they knew nothing about Dahlia's whereabouts. Needing to talk to someone about Dahlia, about Graham's imminent departure, she'd stopped to visit Rosalind. But Roz had been asleep, and her father wasn't allowing her any visitors. What Victoria really wanted was to speak with Graham. After he left during breakfast, she was trying to think of plausible excuses to call on the mayor. But she'd never done so before, and she certainly couldn't now without making things obvious. Then again, hadn't she made things obvious last night by letting Graham kiss her the way he had? She'd felt so warm in his arms. No form of attack could destroy her peace because she'd been with him. She wanted to feel that again, that desire and the fire of being wanted. But she couldn't very well go around kissing him in front of everyone. She was a fool. Now that he'd found his friend, Graham was going home. He told her he wasn't leaving yet, but she couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been lying to her. He'd said he wouldn't leave without her, but then told her he had discussed how to go home. Perhaps that was the reason for sneaking into her bedchamber last night. He may have been saying goodbye. After the intimate moments they'd shared, the kisses, the hidden laughter, she wanted more. She wanted a lifetime of moments just like it. The thought frayed her from the inside out. It made her feel like a case devoid of its cargo. Would he really leave? Would he go without telling her? Watching him leave earlier that morning had unraveled something inside of her. Her mind had flailed. And though it had seemingly recovered, she wasn't sure she ever would. Victoria. His voice struck as though it was tempered to be heard only by her. Her heartbeat speared to a sprint. She worked to keep her emotions steady as she turned. Graham wore the same tan suit he'd had on that morning, though he'd mussed the cravat so it dangled loosely from his collar. His hair was also unkempt, as though he'd been running his fingers through it. Parts of it were even stuck up at odd angles. He was still here. He hadn't left yet, and he looked as frazzled as she felt. He contemplated her with sadness, as though he'd been entrusted with the untold mysteries of the universe. You okay? She ignored the question. His eyes looked like goodbye. She couldn't bear it. Did the mayor determine a way for you to go home, then? Blast her trembling voice for giving her emotions away. She lowered to the grass, spreading her skirt around her. Hey. He sat down beside her. I know it's silly, she went on, wondering where the words were coming from. But I've never been one to keep my feelings hidden. The expression of one wearing her heart on her sleeve definitely applies to me. I simply can't hide the fact that I will miss you when you're gone. Mr. Berkeley. There, she'd said it. The words didn't come anywhere near to the wrenching battle taking place within her chest, but she wasn't coherent enough at the moment to think of anything better to say. She wasn't sure why he'd taken such a firm hold on her heart in such a short time. He'd given her the freedom to be herself. He'd presented her with the possibility of a future where she could love someone, marry someone, and still be who she was, still fly. Being with Graham had only enhanced who she was, not diminished her. She wasn't sure she could find anyone like him again. He nudged her with his knee. Haven't we gone over this? It's Graham. Oh, don't tease me. Not now. She rose to her feet, unable to remain still. I know I didn't express as much last night, but I suppose that's why it's eating at me the way it is now. After being with you, I can't bear that you will be leaving soon when A hovney puttered past, emitting small puffs of smoke from its exhaust and adding a strange spectral hint in the air. Graham rose to his feet as well. He removed his suit jacket and hung it from the end of one of the branches. She tried again. This town relies heavily on tradition, but I grow tired of the daily routine. Ever since you've come, Oh, hang it all! She was a blithering idiot. She should never have said anything. What was she trying to say, that she wanted him to marry her? Suddenly she wished he'd never come, that he hadn't found her sitting by her tree. It was her own fault for showing him where it was. She turned, bent on returning to the range. His hand caught her wrist. Victoria, he said, his voice gentle. Don't restrain me! She wrenched her hand free. It was unfair of him to torture her like this, to fake his feelings and let her blather on about hers. He grabbed for her. This time he cupped her face in his hands and smoothed his thumbs across her cheeks. The fight drained out of her under his touch. I know, he said, his eyes scanning hers. I know, and he brought his mouth to hers. Awareness burst over every inch of her. The kiss was soft and yet charged with a rush, a motive in binding her to him with an unspoken vow. That was the problem. She didn't want unspoken vows. She wanted the real thing. She never thought she would, but she did. He tasted like her sky, like freedom. With Graham, she felt as though she could be anything, do anything, and he would still want her. She returned it, snaking her fingers into his soft hair. Coldness crept up her neck, encasing her skull. Suddenly, it wasn't Graham she was kissing, but another man, one far less gentle and enchanting. The image surged in her mind painfully, as if trying to rip her skull from her body. Victoria pulled away with a cry. Her legs lost their strength. Graham caught her before she fell to the ground. "Tori!" His arms wrapped around her, holding her to him. Sweat trickled down her back. "What's happening to me?" She pulled back just enough to look into his eyes. He rested his forehead against hers and fiddled with the clasps of her corset, tucking his finger beneath the bottommost one at her stomach. "I don't know if I should tell you." "You know?" She was frozen, captured by realization. He didn't deny it. Even if he did, his eyes didn't deny it either. "You know why I'm slowly losing myself? Tell me." He shook his head, his expression tortured. "I can't." Irrational anger flared through every inch of her. She pushed away from him. He'd kissed her so desperately. He held her heart so completely, the realization of just how much stole her breath. She closed her eyes. "Tori! Go away, Graham!" He ran a hand through his hair. "Starkey told me. He thinks—" He cut off, cursing. "I can't tell you." She sniffed. "If you're so happy to share things with him and not me, I suggest you go back to your precious Starkey and leave me alone." Chapter 37. Victoria lifted her skirts and took off. Graham abandoned his suit jacket hanging from its branch and chased after her as she circled the lake. She may be fast, but he was faster. "I mean it," she called over her shoulder. "Just leave me alone." Graham increased his pace and ran in front of her, turning so he faced her. "Would you let me talk?" Her eyes sparked at him. "I thought you couldn't." Graham lost his footing and stumbled to the ground. His backside hit hard against the gravel, and he groaned. "Are you all right?" Victoria slowed, her chest heaving. She dropped to the ground beside him, resting her hand on his bent knee. She was dazzling. She looked like someone from a photo shoot with her teal corset cinched up, accentuating all the right parts of her. The white shirt below the corset puffed at the sleeves and revealed a snippet of her shoulder. Her hair curled and framed her fierce eyes and knockout expression. A glower, really. But for what it was worth, she might as well be America's Next Top Model. Graham found it hard to breathe. He remembered the picture Starkey had of her in that folder. Straight brown hair hung to her shoulders. She'd worn a loose yellow shirt with little pink flowers on it and had a careworn expression on her young, lovely face. He hadn't been able to fathom what could make a girl look as sad as that, and then he'd read her file. "Can you walk? Did you hurt your leg?" "I'm fine," he said, taking her offered hand and rising to his feet. He brushed a hand across the seat of his pants. She tried to extract her hand, but he didn't let her. "I want to help you," he said, "but it's complicated." Starkey's warning about accepting consequences played fresh in his mind. Victoria's eyes glimmered. "Tell me," she pleaded, her expression fading into vulnerability. "Whatever it is, I want to know." He thumbed her cheek. Was it possible Starkey was wrong about the cognitive disconnect? He didn't fully understand the creek. Maybe he didn't understand everything about memories either. Something was going on with Victoria, something Starkey couldn't explain. If it were Graham, he'd want the truth. Victoria stopped him with a hand on his chest. "What is that?" Graham followed her startled gaze to the water behind him. Directly in the lake's center, the water was frothing, burbling as surely as a geyser at Yellowstone National Park, and something was rising from it. Chapter 38. "There's one in the lake!" Victoria screeched, gripping her hair. "There's one in the lake!" A smaller version of the creek rose from the lake's geyser, trembling and moving with a strange lilt, as though its joints had been recently pieced together and it wasn't quite sure how to move. Graham blinked. It wasn't possible. The creek lived in the ocean. Starkey said it had always lived in the ocean. But Starkey said... Graham cut off, unable to finish. His hands flew to his hair and he rotated as if worried he'd fall over. Panic streaked through his thoughts. bringing transparency with it. "He said he wouldn't use the gateway, that it wouldn't attack. What are you saying?" "What does he think he's doing?" Graham said, gripping her arms. "What are you talking about?" Graham couldn't answer. He could only stare at the thing rising out of the lake. Starkey knew what would happen. Why did he do it? "Quickly!" Victoria cried, gripping his wrist. "What has he done?" Graham muttered. "Come on!" She jerked him toward her hangar. The ground shuddered beneath his feet, rumbling like a quake with the miniature monster's movements. Graham charged toward Victoria's plane when the siren's harsh shriek pierced the air. Victoria ducked and covered her ears. The sun beat down, reflecting off the monster's metal, stabbing slices of light into her eyes. Its claws plowed into the grass, scarring the beautiful landscape. Victoria was transfixed in horror as the thing bucked several times. It then held still long enough to let her see the hearts grouped within its metal chest. The beast gnashed iron teeth. One tooth jarred upward like a shiny tusk. It then released a small roar that Victoria barely heard over the siren's continued wail. "Are you coming?" Victoria yelled, stealing her attention back to him. He'd already lifted the door of her hangar and was up Elsie's ladder, holding on to the open hatch while bending to offer a hand in her direction. Victoria tucked up her skirts and ran to him, climbing the ladder as quickly as she could. Shouting clamored behind her. She stole a quick glance over her shoulder. Bronwyn, Emma, Aline, and Orpha were all running to their hangars as well. Orpha tucked her auburn tendrils of hair into a quick bun atop her head. Victoria made her way into the cockpit, settling into her familiar seat and pressing the hatch closed with a button. She fired the machine to life and gradually idled forward. She didn't dare to take the air. This miniature fiend wasn't anywhere near as ominous as its triple-sized counterpart. Where did the beast come from, she wondered, and how did her uncle not know about it? If he'd known of a second beast, surely she and the other girls would have been briefed on it. She pulled out of her hangar, and the other planes rumbling around her. Citizens ran helter-skelter, including a few Exodus knots and training corsets. One girl screamed, pressing against her hangar's side as if paralyzed. The smaller creek was heading straight for her. "Felicity!" Victoria shrieked. Utter helplessness waved over her. The addled monster opened its mouth as green fumes collected within its jaws. "Run! Why doesn't she run?" Graham swore behind her. The miniature creek snatched the girl by the waist, practically snapping her in half before dropping her back to the ground from several feet up. Bile climbed Victoria's throat. She screamed, and the beast reared around as if it hurt her. In that moment, the valley hushed. A tingle snagged Victoria's spine, churning her stomach. "Get in the air, Tori," Graham said in a deathly groan that pinned her to the back of her seat. "Here comes the big one." "What?" She craned her neck for a visual. Sure enough, the creek charged through the countryside, careening faster than she'd ever seen it move. Trundling on uneven legs, thanks to the pieces that had been chunked away during the past few attacks, the creature made speed, tearing at the ground and leaving gashes behind in the grass. The ground shook as the brute headed straight for its smaller counterpart. Headed straight for them. "Fly, Tori!" Graham shouted, slapping the back of her seat. "Get this thing in the air!" Upon the creek's approach, its counterpart lifted its head and released a faint call. 3 times its size, the creek released a violent, thunderous response that shook the ground. A few other planes took to their respective landing pads and were airborne in moments. Victoria followed suit, triggering the thrust. They shot forward with such swiftness her stomach gave a strong lurch. She searched her beloved sky, her gaze skimming the countryside below. Large gashes had torn into the terrain, exposing slashes of dirt. Trees were upended, bearing their roots as though the large oaks were nothing more than plucked weeds. The Hovney depot had been grazed. Heaps of bricks were gouged from its side and sprinkled to the grass. Evidence of destruction was rampant, but the towering creek that had bounded through was nowhere in sight. "Where is it?" she cried, hands trembling around the joystick. Behind her, Graham moved frantically as well, just as anxious for a sign of the creature. The buildings were scarce here in the countryside. There was nowhere for the two monsters to hide. How can they have just disappeared? If only she had her headset. The other knots hovered as well, obviously having the same difficulty. They were ready to attack, but there was no foe to target. They didn't disappear, Graham said. His voice held a shade of wariness. You're not going to like this. But they're headed toward your house. What? Graham's hand spidered her head, turning her attention southward. Trees were smashed. A portion of the aviatory's outer wing had been chunked away. A hover carriage lay steaming on the ground before Silverton Manor's tangled wrought iron fence that had been curled from the ground like used matches. Victoria could see the range, standing dignified and monumental and far too exposed. The smaller beast plodded in that direction, following its much larger predecessor. Her airways closed. Mama was there. Uncle Jarvis, Linny, Meyer, the other servants. Panic crept at the base of her skull. The thread of that white, cold memory hovered, but she rammed it away. This was no time to lose her head. They'll have no warning, she said, angling the plane around and altering its course. The siren was an alert for the knots only, until now. Ordinary citizens, those in the countryside, took no heed but to go indoors or strap on a gas mask, should they wish to view the events. It was as Rosalind had said, the creek had never made it this far inland before. She gunned the acceleration, slamming into her seat as a result. Rolling their heads and moving their clunky limbs across the ground, not caring about the flowers they upended or the damage each of their steps scraped into the landscape, the monsters passed another grand home. Graham was right. They were headed straight for Gingham Range. Victoria was frozen, her thoughts percolating. She didn't know what to do. Hurry, he said from behind. You can ward them off. Fly over and bar their way. I can't. That will put us directly in their path. If only we had time to attach our ropes. Thoughts like that would do no good now, but she couldn't help thinking them. Would the warning have come sooner if Harry was still in his shore watcher's shed? There, Graham called. To your left. The other knots gathered around the brutes and began spewing their flames at the creatures. Fear fisted over Victoria's heart. That was her home. If the monsters didn't destroy it, the flames surely would. We've got to draw their attention away, she said. I don't see how, Graham said. She chewed her lip, determination hardening in her throat. Losing heart now was the last thing they needed. If Dahlia were here, she'd chirp in the headset for Victoria to get a grip. The knots could share ideas. Just because Victoria couldn't rely on their input didn't mean it was time to pack it in. Victoria willed herself to take courage. She angled around to the back of the manor, seeing the pattern created by the hedge maze. This was the first time she'd ever flown over her home. How she'd taken this place for granted. It was a lovely structure, and now she was going to lose it. And Mama, where was Mama? The knot's orange flames burst through the vacant blue sky. Victoria joined their formation and slammed her finger against the control, detonating her own blazes at the creatures. The creek bowed low to its miniature before it wheeled around. Using the force of its motion, it whacked at two of the planes and sent them spinning. Victoria's heart wedged into her throat. Fortunately, neither of the planes hit the ground. They struggled to right themselves and returned to the fray. The smaller monster rose on its haunches like a bear at the base of a tree and began clawing at the range's cream-colored brick. That's Fiend, Victoria said. Fuel levels depleted, the relocation gave her machine time to replenish, and she changed gears, hovering lower to meet the monster head on. Too late. She realized she should have kept her height. The larger of the two bullies lifted a massive clockwork arm and swung at the east wing of Gingham Range. No! Blood thumped in her ears. Bricks flew. Dust and ashes exploded in a plume of disarray. The little beast rose on its haunches and released a disturbing cry. The sound grated Victoria's ears. The creek plunged itself into the middle of the manor, sinking its claws into the shingles and tearing bits of the roof away like sprinkles on a cake. The smaller creek hobbled forward, its movements a rickety gait, and trampled the gardens she loved so. It kicked through Mr. Tolbert's garden shed like it was nothing more than a sand castle. The hours she'd spent in that shed, and her automaton, she'd never finished it. "No!" Victoria said, able to do nothing but stare at the destruction. The larger beast tore its way through, swiping its metal talons, gashing straight into now exposed rooms. It knocked beds, chairs, books, and tea things off the manor's unprotected edges, as if they were nothing more than useless trinkets. This was her life, and it was being ransacked. Her palms sweated. Anger surged through her. She gripped the joystick like a weapon. Her home, her beautiful home. "Those ruddy good-for-nothing! Burn the monsters!" Graham shouted from behind. The fuel gauges had refilled and were at the ready. She gritted her teeth and propelled Elsie forward. 4 planes spewed flames at the large brute dancing in the center of the destruction it created. The creek cowered under the impact. It lifted metal arms covering its barbaric face. It lowered its arms enough to snarl at the planes, exposing its strands of raw materials, silver, lead, bronze, gold, all blended and spurred together. The plane shot hotter, harder, faster, knocking the monster back. It tumbled into the wall, crashing the upper sitting room onto its head, and the planes blew, charring the elements, causing the monster to retreat. "It's leaving," Victoria said. "It's working." The creek cowered. Head cocked to the sky, it released a guttural snarl. The planes followed. They blew no more flames, but in moments they would again. They would drive it to the ocean. The smaller monster watched its likeness, its clockwork eyes rolling and clicking. Victoria aimed at the smaller monstrosity. She pounded her finger against the trigger. Flames belched from her hovercraft. The metal vermin lifted its arms and roared. Strangely enough, it seemed to stare directly at her as it did so, though she wasn't sure it could see properly through rust and clicking ridges of metal. "Die already!" she muttered. "Die, you terror!" The monster acted as though it might defy her, but to her relief, it surrendered. Head hanging low, it galloped in the creek's wake, staggering away. Victoria knew she should follow and see that it joined the other, but she was distracted by the commotion below. The small creek had retreated, but the flames hadn't. The fire latched on, catching onto the debris and invading caverns that had been brick walls only an hour before. Servants scrambled out of the burning manor. Still adorned in their black serving attire, they ran, covering their faces with their hands or pieces of cloth. Victoria searched, but no elegant lady in a fine dress of any kind could be seen. Mama, where was Mama? The underside of Victoria's skull burned, but not from heat. It burned the way ice did, scorching into her mind and ballooning without warning. In place of the burning manor, in place of the sight of her dashboard with its knobs and gauges, she was in a room, hugging her knees to her chest. She was alone. She was sitting all alone. Her tongue swelled, making speech impossible. And though she urged her limbs to move, though she mentally fought, kicked, and raged against the imposing thought, it nearly consumed her. "Tori!" Graham shouted, shaking her shoulders from behind. "Snap out of it! Wake up, Tori!" The ground was coming far too fast. They were going to crash. "Victoria!" Graham yelled. She shook herself. Her surroundings poured in. The scorching flames eating Gingham Range, the blackened plumes of smoke billowing through the air and clogging her airways. She wasn't in a room. She was in her plane. And if she didn't act, they were going to die. Victoria yanked the joystick, pulling out just in time. The plane juddered. Victoria's stomach swirled, bile climbing into her mouth. She worked to steady their trajectory, to slow her speed. She released the landing gear, aimed for a length of lawn, and set the plane on the ground. She panted, staring at the dash. Her palms tingled, her fingers ached, her heart pounded, and she stared and stared. "I'm sorry," she said, To the plane, to the dash, to her hands, to Graham. It's happening more and more. I'm sorry. No need to be sorry, Graham said. Let's get back there. Do you have a fire department here? What? She could barely register his question, but she glanced back in the direction he indicated. Victoria was shaking too hard to properly open the hatch the first time. It took several tries before the hatch released, before she was able to pry herself free from the plane and join Graham on the ground. Her knees lost strength. She toppled to the ground. Graham knelt beside her. Are you all right? He asked, concern mashing his handsome face. No, she said, clinging to him. She couldn't stay upright otherwise. Though they were several hundred feet away, black smoke billowed upward from the range. Fire ate its way through the structure. The sound of glass shattering struck Victoria with avid force. She winced, horrified, unable to take her gaze away. She imagined orange tongues searing the carpets, eating table legs, and lapping up decorative woodworking that took years to craft. It licked bit by bit, spreading like a disease through her home, leaving only orange and smoke permeating the air. Chapter 39. Graham held Victoria to his chest. Her sobs multiplied, and she trembled against him, her tears wetting his shoulder. He rubbed her back while an overwhelming helplessness coursed through him. Elsie and the other planes speckled the destroyed landscape like large landed bugs. The metal creatures had upheaved grass and plowed through gravel. They'd left scrapes on the roads. The town that had once been as picturesque as a painting was now in tatters. Graham's attention pegged to the sleeping lake. The small creek had fled, dragging its injured body back into the water. Now, the lake looked as it always did, still and silent as though nothing had happened. The urge to investigate stitched through him, pricking at his fingers and urging him to let go of Victoria and dive in. He wanted to see where the metal beast was hiding. But he cradled her while she cried. She needed him. There would be time for all of that later. Gingham Range was a heaping mess. Flames had scoured through the whole thing before the simple fire carriage had made it. Blazes had lined every window and crawled into the air from every point of the house like a bad orange hairstyle. Victoria's mom, Jarvis, and the servants who'd made it out clustered near the wreckage, some still holding their gas masks as though the alien-looking contraptions could somehow help them. Mrs. Digby huddled in a blanket, sniffling and occasionally wiping her nose with that same blanket. Graham wondered who she really was. Was she really Victoria's mother? Beside her, Jarvis stood and stared with blank eyes. Beyond them, the Merrick guy Victoria was supposed to marry glared openly at Graham. He'd come with the fire carriage and had hung near the sidelines, as though he was being useful simply by being in attendance. Graham couldn't think about him now. Only one person was on his mind. Starkey. Starkey had done this. The old man knew what would happen. He told Graham he wouldn't use the charge for a while. He'd lied. Why would there be a second one? Victoria's voice was muffled against his chest. We can scarcely handle the first. Graham rubbed her back. His thoughts stampeded in every direction. The other knots wandered around their parked planes, examining wreckage, and from the way they glowered at one another and pointed fingers, they were bickering. A hover carriage puttered noisily up the once immaculate drive. The driver was visible through the front, bubble-shaped window. He slowed the hovney to a stop. It teetered and hovered, several feet above the gravel. The driver dismounted and scurried to open the passenger door and lower its ladder. A broad man in a yellow waistcoat, no suit coat, and that scarf cravat thing hopped out, followed by Rosalind Baxter. Her black hair was tied back, and the pink corset and billowing green skirt were a good look for her. She opened a frilly umbrella and squinted toward Victoria, still wrapped in Graham's arms. Rosalind's eyes weren't bandaged anymore, but from the distant stare she held, he wasn't sure how much she could actually see. She gave him a wilted, sympathetic smile and headed toward him, Graham bent to whisper in Victoria's ear, "Your friend is here." Victoria sniffled and pulled away. Redness rimmed her lovely eyes. She hurried to wipe her cheeks. "Goodness, your shirt!" He swiped a hand at the wet spot. "Something to remember you by," he said stupidly. She smiled before turning to pull the other girl into a hug. Enid Digby, still wrapped in a blanket, had turned to speak with several of the knots. The house was ruined beyond repair, and the more Graham saw, the angrier he felt. Rosalind had her arm draped around Victoria's shoulders and was leading her to where her dad stood near their hover carriage. Graham treaded off, not bothering to say goodbye. Chapter 40. Graham stormed into Starkey's manor. He'd ignored Miller's offer to wait in the entryway while Starkey was alerted. He'd marched through to the old man's study and found him sitting in one of the armchairs in front of the grand fireplace. "What did you do, Starkey? You knew the creek would attack if you used the charge. You never should have—" Starkey lowered the book he'd been reading. Great Expectations. What a joke. Were Great Expectations what Starkey had had when he'd started this whole mess? "Come on, Graham! You don't think I did that!" Graham stuffed his hands in his pockets and ignored the books. He ignored the lamps, the bare rug before the fireplace. He ignored the memories this reignited, how much Starkey had loved old books, how he'd had a collection of them back home. "Didn't you? Gingham Range is a pile of ashes. Victoria's mom is hurt. Rosalind Baxter is hurt. The shore watcher died. That one girl, Dahlia, disappeared. Victoria told me about that Powell lady who died. How long are you going to let it go on? These lives are on your hands, Starkey. You're not helping these people. You're damning them. You've got them trapped in this fake existence, in a world they can't leave if they wanted to. What are you going to do if they figure out what's going on? That you're the one who's doing it?" Starkey's nostrils flared. He thrust the book to the carpet and rose to his feet. He was tall, but not as tall as Graham. "I tell you, boy, I didn't use it." "Then how did this happen?" Graham shouted. He could still smell smoke from the fire in his skin, in his clothes. If Starkey was telling the truth, that could only mean one thing. "Things are out of your control, Starkey." The old man shook his head. Graham was shocked. He had to have heard the siren or looked out his window at the very least. How could he be so in denial about all of this? Graham lowered his voice. "There are 2 of them now. And if what you said is true, that you didn't trigger this attack, then you're losing control of them." "Do you know how I found Oscar?" Starkey's breathing was labored. He'd just gotten beaten up by his gang, his supposed family, for wanting out. He was a bloody pulp on the sidewalk, and when I tried to help him, he pushed me away. The kid almost died, Graham, and yet he held so much devotion to the people who nearly killed him, he refused to speak against them. Enid Digby was dying of a drug overdose. Jarvis was once an Air Force pilot, but the government refused to uphold his VA benefits, and he was living on the streets, begging for money from anyone who passed his way. Though startled by the truths of their lives, Graham ignored the sympathy they provoked. Starkey couldn't argue his way out of it this time. He couldn't keep trying to justify what he'd done. Not anymore. "If you don't destroy the creeks, everyone in this town will die." Starkey's nostrils flared. "If I destroy them, we're all stuck. No one will ever be able to enter. No one will ever be able to leave. Then you've got to let everyone go." "No!" Starkey snapped. "I saved these people. I brought them here to a safe reality where they could have a good life." "They're not safe here!" Graham shouted. Starkey pointed to the window. "Everything I've done here will be lost. If you go back to Chicago, you lose Victoria. Is that really what you want?" Graham's argument slipped from his lips. "She'll lose herself, boy. You'll be condemning her and everyone else to their misery." "She's already miserable," Graham said. His anger diminished and all he felt was pity. Could Starkey really be this blind? Most of these people here are. Admit it, Starkey. Your experiment was a failure. You've ruined these people's lives instead of saving them. Starkey's lip curled. With a roar of outrage, he upturned the table beside his chair, his shoulders rising and falling from the exertion. Graham took several careful steps toward him, hands raised. It wasn't the first time he'd seen the old man this angry before. The last time Starkey had gone ballistic and threw dishes from the counter before storming out and leaving Graham to clean it up. Graham had never known what had bothered him so much. The next time he'd seen him, Starkey had acted as though nothing had happened. Now, Graham suspected his anger had had something to do with Chuzzlewit. "I know it's the last thing you want to hear," Graham said, "and I'm sorry, but you know I'm right. You know it." Starkey blinked, over and over. He stared at nothing for so long Graham opened his mouth to give him a verbal prod when the old man finally nodded. "You're right." He sank into the chair beside the overturned table. "Blast it all. You're right, boy." "People will understand," Graham said. "It might be difficult to admit defeat, to admit the truth, but at least the creek won't be there to keep killing them." Starkey stared off at his study, trapped in whatever thoughts tumbled through his mind. "It will be impossible to send them all back at once," he said, his voice tepid. Graham sat on the other chair and stared right at him until Starkey's blue eyes returned to his. "So we pick a few at a time," he said. Starkey shook from the weariness drooping near his eyes. He looked older than Graham had ever seen him. He closed his eyes and rested his hand against his head, as if doing difficult calculations. "See to it, my boy. Select a few people you think should go first. You should go with them when they do. Be there to help them transition back home." Graham's entire body trembled. He took a shaky breath. "When? When did they leave?" "Midnight tonight." "Tonight." His chest tightened. Graham took several more moments to ensure he would be steady on his feet, and then rose. He paused before Starkey. When the old man didn't look at him, Graham crouched at his side. Finally, Starkey let his defeated gaze drift in Graham's direction. Graham patted his head. "I'll alert the knots to be ready. And when it's all over, we destroy the gateway. It's how it has to be." Chapter 41. Rosalind felt her way along the hall. It had only been within the past few days that she'd begun to decipher distinct outlines of things. The suit of armor in the corner, a long table with a lace runner topped by vases of lilies. She counted doorways until she reached Papa's study. The forlorn hum of a cello rang down the hall, winding around her veins the way it had done since she was a child. She loved the sound, but now it only filled her with dread. Each reedy sound extricated memories of her father, yes, but mostly of Oscar. He'd learned the same instrument under Papa's tutelage after all. And that was exactly the reason she couldn't sit by any longer, not after she'd snuck out again last night, not after hearing Oscar tell her he loved her, not after he'd asked her to marry him. Papa hated to be interrupted when he was playing, and from the passion resonating through the sad, solemn melody pouring down the hall, he was playing his heart out at that moment. He was angry. He'd made that fact clear plenty of times over the last few days, especially at having to permit the Digbys and Graham Berkeley to stay with them after the destruction of their home. Papa was not pleased to allow the instigators of his daughter's almost blindness into his home to partake of his charity, but Rosalind had insisted in front of Victoria and Mrs. Digby, leaving Papa no other choice. "The last people in the world who deserve our help," Papa had grumbled as they'd arrived on his doorstep. Rosalind finally made it to Papa's study. The sound of the cello dispersed and was followed by polite applause. Rosalind blinked, trying to discover who else was in the room with him. A set of seated silhouettes created a circle a short distance from where Papa sat. Her courage faltered for a moment. She was tempted to slink away, unnoticed. That was the old Rosalind. She had to speak with him now, before it was too late. "Rosalind," came Enid Digby's chiming voice. "Lovely to see you walking about, my dear." "Thank you, Lady Digby," Rosalind managed. Her brain teemed, searching out ways to politely request an audience alone with Papa. "And how are your eyes today?" "Better," Rosalind said, remembering to smile too late. "Thank you." "It was lovely, Danton," Lady Digby said to Papa. Rosalind watched their shadows and heard footsteps leave the room, until silence was all that remained. "You should be lying down," Papa said. He propped his cello on its stand. She imagined the stern bend of his brow accompanied the disapproving tone. Though she could perceive light in the shapes of furniture, she still held a hand before her, ensuring the place was clear while moving forward. "Papa, there is something I must—" "Not now, Rosalind." "Yes, now." She stomped her foot, nearly losing her balance. "You can't keep pushing me away until you hear what I have to say." "I know what you have to say. That boy came to me this morning, but my answer is no." She could hardly believe it. "Why? What is so wrong with my marrying Oscar?" "Everything. I have worked too hard for too long." Tears rushed to her eyes. "I should have known. You withheld his letters from me, didn't you? I should have known you'd never allow me—" "I did nothing of the sort. That boy never wrote to you. Not once." Rosalind blinked. How she wished she could see. Oscar wouldn't lie to her, not about this. "Then where did the letters go?" "I've put too much into your future for you to spend it with him. You don't know what that boy was before, but he's certainly no one—" "Before? What are you talking about?" Papa tapped his shaky finger to his temple and turned away from her, his silhouette disturbing the light. "I should have known you'd come with questions. It's all that Berkeley's doing. I should never have allowed him to stay here, not when Goshawk warned me about him." "Papa?" Rosalind asked, utterly confused. "No, you can't interfere, Rosalind. We must have continuum. We must keep the momentum we've started here, and you marrying Oscar isn't a part of the plan." Injustice rankled her. She wasn't a child any longer. She was a woman. "Shouldn't that be my decision?" "You are my daughter. Your decisions belong to me, and I'm telling you no." Rosalind's chest heaved. The tears she'd been warding off pushed in, streaking down her cheeks. They were riddled with the despair exploding in her chest. She ran from the room. She couldn't stay here any longer, but neither could she make it clear into town again on her own. With Papa in such bad humor, he'd undoubtedly warned the servants off from helping her. Perhaps she could get a message to Oscar. They could run away. They could— Voices just down the hall from her room caused her to stall. "I will. I promise I'll tell you," Graham said, his voice carried soft and hushed. "I'm honestly just trying to figure out how to say it." "Why not just have it out? Be forthright, Graham. You can tell me." A plea dripped from Victoria's voice. Rosalind tarried. This sounded like a private conversation, but she was running out of options. She had to act now. She fingered the wood of the wainscoting along the hall, waiting for the right moment to interrupt. "Starkey has this room at his house," Graham went on. "He uses this stone, and every time he does, the creaks emerge." "You mean the mayor is the reason for the attacks?" Graham cursed under his breath and added something that sounded like, "I'm not doing a very good job of this." Rosalind took his break as her cue to enter. "I'm sorry to interrupt," she said, rounding the corner. A blush climbed her cheeks as their silhouettes parted and allowed light between the two. They'd been embracing. "Forgive me," Rosalind said, backing away and knocking her toe into the doorway's corner. "No, Roz." Victoria's voice held a smile within it. "Please come in. How are your eyes today?" "I can discern the outlines of things," Rosalind said, holding her hand out and feeling her way forward. Victoria's soft hand took hers, and she led Rosalind to a chair. "How do I get a hold of Oscar?" Graham asked. His taller silhouette stepped closer, and he knelt beside her chair. "We need to talk to him." "I've been wondering the same thing myself," Rosalind said, her throat tight. Oscar's voice replayed in her head. "I love you, too." Victoria rubbed her friend's back. "What happened?" "He asked Papa for my hand and has been refused. What am I to do?" Rosalind plunked her face into her hands. "Easy," Graham said. "Come back to Chicago with me." Rosalind gasped, hearing her friend do the same. She wasn't sure where Chicago was, but if it was far from here, that was all she needed. "Leave Chuzzlewit? Are you in earnest?" Rosalind asked. Graham shrugged. "Why not?" Rosalind sniffed, pulling a handkerchief from her skirt pocket. I suppose I'll have to speak to Oscar about it." "Call him over then," Graham said with a laugh. "You guys are in serious need of cell phones." Rosalind tried to focus on him and on Victoria, who'd fallen silent. "Of what?" "Never mind him," Victoria said. "So you are leaving?" she added to Graham. "We have to." His apologetic tone made Rosalind cower inside. She grew more and more aware that this was an entirely different conversation and she'd walked in on some kind of intimate moment. She'd heard Mr. Berkeley was from a strange town, but she didn't care where they went, as long as they got away. "You would do that?" Rosalind asked, breaking the silence. "You would take Oscar and me with you?" "You betcha." She blinked again. Tears added more than outlines to her vision in that moment. Rosalind gasped at the clarity she saw in Graham. She could see how Victoria was so taken with him. He was very handsome. Victoria sniffled and rose, her footfalls treading away from them. They were heavy, too, as though she were upset for some reason. She couldn't figure that out. Inside, Rosalind soared. All those years of forced lessons, of a life not lived, the feelings she'd wrapped in Oscar. The future suddenly offered nothing but possibility. In that moment she felt limitless, unbarred. The freedom beat through her chest like a bird's wings. "I believe I could hug you right now, Mr. Berkeley," Rosalind said. Graham laughed, and Rosalind was surprised when his arms did just that. He wrapped them around her and squeezed her tightly. Neither of them noticed until it was too late that Victoria had left the room. Chapter 42. Oscar scrambled around his room, cramming clothes into his satchel until it bulged. He couldn't believe it. Of all the things Lord Baxter could have said to him when he asked for Rosalind's hand, he'd said that. The refusal hadn't been based on Lord Baxter's dislike of Oscar's social status, or his supposed unworthiness of the man's only daughter. It was a response Oscar had never expected. "Marriage for you in any capacity isn't possible, Mr. Radley." Oscar grimaced in frustration and rubbed his shoulder as the old, familiar ache resurfaced. Baxter had no right at all, to make any presumptions about whether or not he was capable of marrying. To make matters worse, the man's tone had been cloaked with sympathy. Sympathy, as if he could feel sorry after saying such a thing straight to Oscar's face. Oscar, for one, was going to prove him wrong. He would go to Rosalind's that very night. They would get out of Chuzzlewit. He knew Wolverton. They could make a good life there. Rosalind wouldn't refuse. She'd said as much when she'd promised herself to him the night before. The memory of that moment rendered movement impossible. In fact, it nearly took his breath away. He'd never held her as tenderly as he had last night, and her mouth had an impossible effect on him as well. He shuddered, remembering her response to him deepening their kisses. He'd wanted to bind her to him then and there. He would give her his hand, whether her father liked it or not. Mrs. Rosalind Radley. Oscar could think of nothing more fitting. Hastily, he shoved several books into another satchel and reached for the loose brick in the wall. They'd need all the money they could get their hands on. His fingertips wedged the brick out. Pain stabbed into his shoulder. Oscar sucked in a breath through his teeth. The brick was no heavier than a river rock, but its weight became too much. The ache gnawed. It bit into his shoulder with sharp teeth. Oscar cried out. His hand went limp, and the brick slipped from his limp hand and dropped to the floor. He slumped against the wall as the pain became unbearable. He couldn't remember the genesis of this pain. It was an old injury, but through the acrid, uneasing pain, he couldn't remember the details. Trembling, eyes stinging, teeth grinding, he tried to stand. He had to get to Rosalind. He pushed against the brick wall. With effort against the strain, he winced, but managed to reach into the small hole for his money and shove the wad into his pack. The biting pain wouldn't cease. It pestered him like a bird, pecking at the joint at the cliff of his shoulder. It intensified, dug, chewed its way in, striking him clear to the nerves. "Argh!" Oscar cried out. He banged through the door and out to the landing, shuffling his way to the water closet. A light gleamed through the small room's narrow window. Frantically, he tore his shirt up over his head. He reared back, letting out another mortified shriek at the sight of his reflection. His bare chest was toned and smooth, something he'd always been proud of. But at the crux of where his throat met his shoulder, it was as though the skin had melted to reveal the bone. Only where bone should be an off-white color, where blood should have seeped from an open gape in the flesh. Instead, there was metal. His exposed shoulder was made up of tiny, intricate cogs all pieced together. Each piece was rounded, soldered together like silver, copper, and brass bubbles, all creating an intricate miasma of machinery. A scream ripped from Oscar's throat. Chapter 43. Rosalind stood near her harpsichord, tracing her fingers over the instrument's delicate, detailed beauty. The warm, rich wood, the painted sky beneath the open lid, the black keys and their white colleagues, all were dear friends to her. This was the one thing she would truly miss. That was curious, really, considering how it had also served as her prison bars. She didn't know what to expect, but Graham had told her not to bother packing. She was simply to know that getting to this Chicago of his was going to be a little, how did he put it? Weird. "If you come back with me, it won't matter what your father thinks," Graham had said. "In my world, you'll go back to being yourself, who you were before you came here, and then you guys can be together however you want, and nobody will give a crap." Heat had risen in Rosalind's cheeks. "Really, Mr. Berkeley, what a thing to say." Graham had grinned. "It's true. People can date whoever they want. They can be whoever they want. You don't want to play piano for a boatload of dances or some schmoozy theater? Fine. Go to school, learn something else, paint, ride horses, build cars, whatever. It's completely up to you." A smile had overtaken Rosalind's face like a slow sunrise. This world of his seemed rather fanciful, and if he'd told her about it weeks earlier, she would have doubted a place like that could exist. But after talking to Victoria, after the mayor turned out to be the mysterious Starkey, after Papa had refused Oscar's hand without giving her a say in the matter. "But we've only got one shot at this tonight," Graham had said before leaving. "So if you want to escape this life and go back to who you used to be, you and Oscar have to decide now. There's no going back." The thought hadn't given her a moment's pause. There was no doubt. She wanted to be with Oscar, and on their terms, not on those inflicted by others, by Papa, by society. A place like America couldn't exist. Yet Graham and Victoria seemed to think otherwise. And Rosalind trusted her friends. The sky outside was growing dim, filling with the oranges and purples of an oncoming sunset. She hastened to her desk and scribbled a note, hoping Graham was able to find Victoria, as he'd meant to when he'd left here moments ago. With a final glance at the harpsichord, and with gratitude at her rapidly returning vision, Rosalind lifted her skirts and dashed through her home, trailing the way down the servants' back staircase. Midnight. Her heart drilled in her chest. She would be leaving with Oscar in a matter of hours. Rosalind scurried past a storage room where a servant knelt to stoke coals for the fire. She passed the scullery, where the sound of pots and clattering dishes being cleaned clanged, and she arrived in the large servants' hall. A long table was the main feature of the room. The walls were bare, save for a line of bells along the back. The smell of broth, chicken, and freshly stewed vegetables churned clear into Rosalind's stomach. Freshly baked rolls resided to cool on the countertop. She fought herself from pecking at one the way she'd done as a small child. Eartha stood beside the cook, peering into a steaming pot. "Well, I don't know, Eartha. It seems to have enough salt already," Valerie the cook said. She had olive skin and an accent from somewhere Rosalind had never placed. Rosalind cleared her throat. The two women turned. Eartha's mouth twisted as if she'd swallowed something sour. "Miss Rosalind, what in mercy's name are you doing down here?" Rosalind smoothed down her skirts, willing her voice to remain controlled despite the way her heart cavorted in her ribs. "I'm leaving tonight, Eartha, and I need you to give something to Papa for me." Eartha and Valerie exchanged a look. Eartha removed her soiled apron and tossed it onto the counter. A few other servants scurried past with the final preparations for dinner, and more clanging and shouting came from the scullery down the hall. "I'll not be involved, miss. I've orders from your father. I'm not to let you leave the house." Now that's enough. All Rosalind's life, she'd allowed others to control her choices and actions, but something had awoken in her. Her vision had returned. She'd pledged to be Oscar's bride, and she wouldn't allow anything to get in her way any longer. "I'm the mistress as much as my father is the master, and I have a say as much as he does. And I say I'm leaving this accursed town." Valerie stared wide-eyed, the soup steaming behind her. The servants stopped their bustle and gave the attention befitting a lady of Rosalind's station. Eartha's nostrils flared. She opened her mouth as if to argue, but Rosalind thrusted the note into her servant's hand. "You give this note to him, Eartha, or I'll be sure he knows of your clandestine meetings with Wilker." A few of the younger servants gasped and giggled. Eartha's face blanched. "The stable boy? Fie, miss. Lies don't become a lady." "I've no wish to be a lady," Rosalind snarled. "Not any more." After a moment's hesitation, Rosalind snatched a roll from the cooling rack and made for the back door, her skirts sweeping the stone floor. Sunlight blared at her, but the air had cooled and crawled its way to the skin at her collar. Rosalind buttoned her spencer as the sight of Oscar teetering toward her on the back step made her heart soar. "Darling!" she cried. He'd gotten her note. He was here. She could hardly wait to tell him of all the events that had transpired. Her vision had returned, and it didn't matter if the servants overheard or how much they knew, not now. From her understanding, Chicago was another land entirely, and once they were there, they would never return. Oscar stumbled through the back courtyard. He wore an overlarge coat, and from the look of it, nothing else aside from his trousers. Where had his shirt gone? She waited for him to reach her, to envelop her, to explain himself, but he never made it to where she stood. Instead, he staggered drunkenly, crashing into a grouping of potted plants. Rosalind rushed to his side. "Darling, whatever is the matter?" His weight bore heavily to one side, as though he were concealing an anvil beneath his arm and could no longer manage to carry it. His face was pallid. Sweat trailed down his temples. "I must," he winced, propping himself on the paving stones. "I must get to water." Rosalind peered back to find Eartha and Valerie's noses pressed to the glass. Eartha stepped out, wringing her newly replaced apron in her hands. "He looks sick, miss," she called. "He looks like he needs a doctor." "Yes," Rosalind said, her words ringing. "Valerie, send for Dr. Alverson at once." The two servants rushed back in, slamming the door behind them. Oscar attempted to stand. With some effort, Rosalind helped him, worry tripping through her. She lifted beneath his arm, and he cried out in pain, faltering to a nearby stone bench. "What can I do, my love?" she asked, her thoughts whirring. What a terrible time to fall ill. Graham had said they must go tonight. Oscar would have to leave as he was. He breathed like a madman, his mouth agape. One bare arm left the confines of his overlarge coat. Rosalind averted her sight the way a proper lady should before throwing caution to the winds and staring at his bare chest. A pocket watch or something glinted from his shoulder within. "I need water," Oscar said. "It will take this chafing away. I need to be in water." He pointed beyond the wrought iron fence, not to the gardens, but to the lake winding from the road near the left wing of Silverton Manor. "I'll have Eartha draw you a bath. Come." He fought her embrace and dropped to the ground like an animal. Rosalind struggled to keep hold. In the process, she slipped the coat from its drape around his shoulders. While his skin was smooth, creamy, and completely bare from the torso up, his left arm was made of cogs, just as surely as the massive arm that had gripped her a few nights ago. It clicked and fidgeted in a back-and-forth motion under her scrutiny. Oscar lunged to replace the coat as Rosalind released a slow scream. Tears blossomed in Victoria's eyes. She couldn't bear to cry in front of Graham, and so she'd run off like a foolish child. She darted out of Rosalind's fine home to the lake, to her tree. Graham was leaving her, tonight, from the sound of things. The thought ransacked her chest like her own personal creek, ripping away at her heart with its sharp talons. If only he'd never come. Her life had been fine before, patrolling at night, training with the other knots, living on her own. She tried to think of other justifying reasons, avoiding Mama whenever she could. That was another positive. Her life had been better without Graham in it. Oh, blast it all. She hated the feelings caving within her. The truth was, she hadn't felt alive, the way she did in the sky, until she'd met him, until he'd challenged her to do more. And as much as Dahlia and the other knots might tease her for it, she hadn't felt truly alive until he kissed her. She craved him the way she craved breath. Stupid girl, she muttered to herself, pounding the dirt beneath her tree. Fool girl, why did you ever balance your hopes on him? She had. She'd never been able to picture herself married to anyone, and the idea of becoming a mother and having a family had revolted her. But she'd started picturing all of that with Graham. A life together, a family. Now he was about to shred that dream to pieces. Victoria? Curse it. He'd followed her? She refused to look at him. Instead, she tossed her hair and glowered at the hover carriages chugging past, at the pair of swans idling by on the still water, anywhere but at him. In 3 more strides, he was there, gripping the limb above her head. You okay? As a matter of fact, Mr. Berkeley, I'm not. He grunted and moved in closer. I keep trying to tell you what's going on, but it hasn't been working. You were right. I'm just going to come out and say it. Remember how I said Jane was from Chicago? You all are. Every person in this town. You're from my world. She pried her gaze from the pair of swans and stared at his deep brown eyes. What? He took her hand, that single touch defined her existence in that moment, twining around each of her nerves. Aside from a few bird chirps, silence cloaked the air. Victoria could protest, but she met his ardent expression. I can tell you're mad at me, he said. I've been trying to tell you. He couldn't be serious. She scraped her memories, trying to recall something, anything. Was he telling the truth? You knew me from before? Not exactly. Starkey did, though. He did? The mayor knew, and he'd never said anything. What was going on? Graham looked around for a few moments, as if wondering whether or not the dirt held any threat. He opened his mouth and closed it. He released her hand and began pacing. You know how you've been having flashbacks you can't explain? It's because he wiped your memories. He uses this stone. It reacts with water and a charge, a power in the very air we're breathing right now. And it's what's making the creek attack. The air? She asked. The sky, her beloved sky? Who knew even the sky held secrets? Her pulse galloped. She gripped the bark of the tree as if needing something to still her, to ground her. Starkey said you all had a horrible past, and he erased it. He gave you all a new life, a great life. Do you remember any of this? Victoria shook her head, though someone else must be controlling the movement. It couldn't be possible. He couldn't be telling the truth. But how else could she explain the memory lapses and moments of déjà vu that came as if from another time? She'd always felt separate from her family, too. Could this be why? Starkey asked me to pick people and start sending everyone back home, a few at a time. It's not safe here anymore. The only way to stop it is to send everyone home. So you've selected Oscar and Rosalind. You're abandoning the rest of us? She blinked at the burning behind her eyes, vexed at the tightness in her throat. It made sense. He had a life back home, a life she knew very little about. There was so much she didn't know about him. What? No, I want you to come with me. Her world stilled. You do? Graham sauntered toward her, looking glorious and mischievous all at once. Everything about him, his presence, the heat of his proximity, the directness of his gaze, expanded inside of her, making her fit to burst. He slid his hand to her cheek. The air thinned and compressed inside her lungs. I've thought it over, he said, and you are the only part of this stuffy town I'll miss. I've tried imagining going back home, back to school, back to everything, and the only dark part is leaving you behind. I want you, Tori. I want you there with me. Her heart surged. She gripped her wrist, placed a hand on his waist, and waited for him to seal the words with a defining kiss. But he didn't kiss her. He drank her in as something guarded shifted behind his eyes. The bushes creaked nearby, as though a twig were being snapped, but she ignored it. Before you decide, 'cause I know I'm asking a lot, there's something you should know. How? Rosalind could barely find the words. Oscar's head hung. He trembled with apparent difficulty against the stone bench. He succeeded at replacing his coat over his shoulders and sat there shuddering. She was surprised to discover burn marks and other scars on his good arm and along the skin of his back. What had caused them? How is this possible? She asked. What did that creature do to you? Oscar breathed with effort. His blonde hair pulled free of its tie and hung loosely around his neck. His skin was sickly pale, and she bent to his level, her skirts pooling around her. Her corset prevented a full range of motion, of breathing, but she managed to help Oscar to his knees. He clung to her, pressing his cheek to her stomach. I must get to water, but I had to see you first. Rosalind glanced back at the large window in the servants' quarters, as well as the window in the staff entrance door, but no faces peered through any longer. We must get to Graham, she said. We're leaving, my love. Graham knows things. He can help. Her words trailed away at a sudden realization. She'd seen Oscar like this before. After she'd first met him, there had been an attack near the shore. Oscar hadn't made it to his gas mask in time. The fumes had swirled their way to him. The mare had dashed over, carting Oscar away in a carriage. Back when there were horses here. Back when there were no planes. Back when... Panic flinched, solid and consuming. It climbed to her skull, all fire and gripping and fearsome. It couldn't be. She lived in Chuzzlewit her whole life. She'd been a musician. She'd been... How could she have been on the beach that day? She wasn't, the present part of her argued. She'd never been to the ocean during patrol before the other night. Yet the memory remained. But the memory couldn't be true. The first time she'd met Oscar had been at her estate during music lessons shared in the same room. Papa had always kept her away from the shore. And where had the horse-drawn carriages come from? They'd always used hovercraft to get from one point to another in town. More importantly, how could she have forgotten it? How could she have a completely different life now? Oscar clawed at the pavestones like a deranged tiger. Pain was apparent on his handsome face as his overcoat slipped further. Rosalind's brain grew agitated with worry. She pulled out her pocket watch. It was a few minutes after 8. Only hours remained, but she couldn't get Oscar to Starkey's Manor on her own while remaining discreet. No one else could be allowed to see him like this. She hugged him and spoke in his ear. I will get Mr. Berkeley. Can you wait here? No! Oscar hissed, rising to his knees and clinging to her. Roz, don't leave me. His body burned against hers. His bare chest was slick with sweat. She smoothed his blonde hair and pressed a kiss to his feverish lips. Stay near the bench. Valerie has gone for the doctor. I'll return with Graham Berkeley as quickly as possible. Not bothering to summon the footman, she lifted her skirts. She darted behind the hovney, puttering its way down the road, hovering and swirling dust beneath its metal structure. and Rosalind did the second thing that day a lady never did. She ran. Chapter 44. Victoria's mind raced. Graham wanted her to come. He wanted her. She stared at Graham, concern warring with her delight. What did he need to tell her, and why did it have him so distressed? Perhaps his family would object. He'd never told her much about them. Or he had previous obligations of some kind. He worried about his reputation, bringing a lady back with him after being gone for so long. He'd mentioned school, too. Was he a student like Oscar was? Whatever it was, she knew it wasn't enough to deter her. She'd made up her mind the minute he'd asked her. She had nothing to hold her here. Mama had Cordelia and Jane to fawn over now. The two girls welcomed Enid Digby's pampering, something Victoria had always detested. She refused to marry Charles. If she went with Graham, she could leave all of that behind. Graham paced in his tan suit coat, red waistcoat, and cream cravat, his shoes brushing along the grass. Gosh, how do I even say this? He said so quietly, Victoria almost missed it. Victoria, I didn't invite you right away because Starkey said if you remembered your past self, it could cause some mental damage. But I've thought it over. I think it will help you to know. I think it will make the flashbacks and déjà vu you've been having stop. What do you mean, it could cause some mental damage? He took her by the shoulders. It doesn't matter. I trust Starkey, but I don't think he's right. I think you need to know exactly what you're agreeing to, if you decide to come with me. If it will get the flashbacks to stop, then I want to know. At least she thought she did. If what he was saying was true, her whole life had been a lie. All her memories were fabrications. She could see herself going with Graham, slowly regaining herself. Would she want him then? Would he still want her? Is it that bad? She asked in a daze. Graham paused, as if unsure whether or not he should go on. Your name was Jenna. The whiteness began. It started at the base of her skull, bringing with it a crisp, stinging pain. She closed her eyes. Your father was a mechanic, and you lived with him above his shop. But he was caught selling drugs and got thrown in jail, leaving you all on your own. Stop, she said. The whiteness climbed the edges of her brain, cold and killing to every one of her cells. She thought she'd been ready. She thought she wanted this. You got into some trouble after that. You dropped out of high school when... I said stop! She shrieked. Fear, panic, and worst of all, the lightness draped her mind. Sadness and shame descended, but she couldn't escape them this time. They dredged in her chest like a bog. A kind man's face flashed in her mind. He admitted that he'd been arrested. He would be leaving her to fend for herself. Good heavens, she remembered him. She remembered her father, her real father. The image clashed with the thought of Thomas Digby, a gray-haired man who'd raised her, who'd encouraged her. He taught her to ride horses. He'd allowed her to accompany him on his excursions. He'd taken her to watch the planes being built. Tears streamed down her face. Both images suffocated her. Both were too much, too hard to grasp. The strength left her knees. She teetered against the tree. Graham kept her from losing her balance. Victoria, are you okay? I shouldn't have told you. I have to think, she said, staggering to the water's edge. Right. He hurried to catch up with her. I know it's a lot, but Tori, I don't care. You're you, no matter what happened in the past. I mean, your past only matters if you let it. Her throat clamped. She peeled her gaze from the water to look into his entreating brown eyes. She couldn't bring herself to speak. I care about you. I don't know if it's love yet, but I think we're on the way to that. And no matter what it is, no matter what you did, we can figure it out. You'll be with me. You'll always be with me over there, okay? Victoria blinked at him, drowning in the irony of it all. Out of nowhere, a laugh ripped from her throat. We're on our way to love? You don't even know who I really am, or what I've done that's so terrible. She quivered under the realization of it all. Graham reached for her, but she shoved him away. A look of hurt crossed his face. I do. I know. Starkey told me. But I told you it doesn't matter. You're still here. Her head shook. I don't want to go back there. her voice as weak as a shadow. "I can't become that person again. I have to think this through, Graham." "Sure, but—" He ran to block her way. Gradually, she lifted her eyes to his. "Midnight, at Starkey's. You'll need to warn the Knots. There'll be another attack." In an act of desperation, he took her face in his hands and pressed a kiss to her mouth. The act brought new tears to her eyes. Graham rested his forehead against hers. "I hope you'll be there," he said. "I understand if you won't, but I hope you will." Oscar dragged his body along the grass in a slow, mechanical motion. Move forward, pull. Move forward, pull. His nails carved into the dirt. Blades of grass tickled his palms. The pain in his neck increased, but he couldn't stop moving. He wasn't sure how long it'd been since Rosalind left, but he wasn't able to loiter and wait for the doctor's arrival, especially not when he was certain the doctor could do nothing to help him. Rosalind didn't understand. Not even Graham would understand. His mechanical arm gripped the ground with strength he'd never known, leveraging him forward. Perhaps the strain was too much, but he couldn't slow. He had to. Pain lanced along his collarbone. Keep. It blossomed in his chest like an explosion, spearing up his throat, into his chest. Pain so strong mastered him. It took control, rendering him incapable of movement. He still controlled his voice, however, and he screamed out as pain tacked onto his bones. It drilled into him like a sculptor's picks, transforming his bones into something else entirely, something not quite human. Oscar collapsed, gasping for breath, for anything to take this away. But the dirt could do nothing to help him. No, the dirt couldn't. The water could. Water cool and inviting. It would wash over this burning, unbearable discomfort. Trees bowed over the lake's edge, and as Oscar slowly, tortuously slithered his way to it, it began to burble. The water's surface churned like a pot set to boil, and a form rose out of its center. Oscar knew what it was. His bones turned icy cold as if metal had replaced them inside his skin. The miniature creek lifted a claw. The beast was the size of a small house, and Oscar needed to change that. He needed to join with it. It all made sense. Lord Baxter's talk of experiments, his denial of Rosalind's hand. What could Oscar have been thinking? Of course he could never be with her, not like this. And while the thought severed his heart like it was trying to rip the organ from his chest, he had a new master than his own self-will. The creature rose from the water, beckoning to Oscar. He was almost there, almost to the wet ignorance, to the forgetting. There'd been another time he'd ached to forget himself. He'd huddled in the fetal position on the concrete while pain from their hands, their feet, pummeled into him, scattering through his body. A group of angry boys and men surrounded him, beating him for wanting out of their brotherhood, for wanting a different life than the one he'd been living. He fought now. He struggled against this gripping memory as his will poured back in over the creatures. But he couldn't stop. Any second now, and he would be in the water. What would happen to him then? Would he lose himself completely? There was more to life than what he'd been living. He'd known something was off since he returned from university. He had to find out the truth. Oscar dug his palms into the dirt. Graham and Victoria were leaving that night. And Rosalind. Oh, merciful heavens, Rosalind. He hoped she would forgive him. Giving it everything he had left, he ducked from the creature's reach. Pain burst like shards in his chest and neck. His effort wasn't enough. The creature grabbed him, sinking too fast into the lake's depths. Chapter 45. Rosalind dashed like an outright idiot around town, asking for Graham Berkeley's whereabouts to no avail. Hysterical, pulsing in distress, she whirled, cursing herself for leaving Oscar when he'd needed her most. Finally, she spotted Graham near the lake by Victoria's home. Gingham Range was a pile of ashes and brick. The disarray and charred ground was a bullseye to even the most casual observer. "Graham!" Rosalind cried, rushing to him, her lungs raw with breathing so fast. Graham was pacing, whacking at a low-hanging branch and disheveling its blossoms. "I should never have said anything," he muttered as she drew nearer. "I should have just taken her with me regardless. Then again, if Starkey's right and her memories come back, she'd know I knew, and she'd be pissed." He whacked the branch again. Rosalind paused, hating the delay but unsure how to interrupt. "I had to tell her the truth," he said, sounding resolved, "as much as it sucked." "Graham," Rosalind said, urging her steps. He startled at the sight of her. "Roz," he said, glancing around. His cravat hung limply as though he'd been tugging at it. His hands upended the bottom of his suit coat to delve into his trouser pockets. "Oscar needs our help." He shook his head, scuffing his shoes along the grass. "Sorry, but I've got a lot on my mind right now. I just told Victoria what I told you, about your memories coming back, and it didn't go so well." Rosalind mustered her courage and reached for his hand. "I'm sorry, but there's not a moment to lose." "Hold up." He held her back, his eyes narrowed. "How did you cope so well? The news didn't jar you at all." "He's turning into the creek!" she shouted. "What?" "It's his arm. He's becoming mechanical somehow. He could barely move, Graham. He kept saying he needed water, and heaven only knows what that can mean." Graham said a word Rosalind blushed to hear. "Where is he?" "At Silverton Manor. Please, we must go now. I've been searching everywhere for you." Graham darted off, not waiting for her to follow. She ran as best as she could, but he kept a pace she could never hope to maintain. Still, it didn't take long for them to arrive at her grand estate. "In the back, Mr. Berkeley," she called when he headed for the main steps. "The back of the house." Graham changed course, veering around the hedges lining her home's landscape, around a statue at the east wing's corner and back. She walked as quickly as she could, her lungs aching. A distinct trail lined from the stone bench where Oscar had been, through the garden into the lake. It was as if someone had taken a plow and cut a line along the grass, overturning the dirt. The line led directly to the lake's bank. Rosalind couldn't breathe. "He's in the water! Oh, mercy, he's in the water!" "Calm down," Graham said, shucking his suit coat and tugging his cravat the remainder of the way free. Rosalind's chest heaved. Her breathing rose to a convulsive level. Graham shook her. "Do you have a watch? How much longer until midnight?" The moon was at a higher point in the sky than it'd been when she'd left to find him. Hands trembling, she pulled the slim pocket watch from her corset. "It's 9:30. Crap." Graham turned to the water and stared at the violet sky. "Go get Starkey. Hurry, get the mare. You still have your light?" She removed the chain from within her corset and handed it to him. Graham draped it around his neck. "If I'm not back out by 10, start throwing pebbles into the water. You got it? But get Starkey here first." "You can't possibly be thinking of jumping in." Graham leveled her with a glance. "That's exactly what I'm thinking." He turned and nosedived into the shallows. Victoria stared at her sky. The stretch of blue no longer stole her breath. That perilous space between cloud and foot held more danger than she'd ever realized. She thought its only danger was the hazard of rising too high. But that was just it, wasn't it? The higher one rose, the harder one fell. That was the sky's all-powerful threat, or rather delight, to let one fall. She fell now. All of her hopes plummeted like a rock through water, taking every sense of scrutiny with it. How had she ever felt free here? She thought of Elsie's control panel. How she'd thought flying her plane had been the ultimate freedom, the power to move such a contraption with nothing more than the palm of her hand. Certainly, it was freedom within a fence. She was a horse allowed to roam as far as the gate provided. She felt tricked and played for a fool. She'd only been given the impression of control, to keep her placated in this invisible cage. She had no choices here. Even her sky could grant her nothing but a tether. She was from another place, another world completely. Graham hadn't made it up. There was far too much evidence to support everything he'd said. 2 hours ago, she'd wanted nothing more than to run away with him, to see his Chicago, and escape the monotony of her life here. But after his news, she wasn't sure of anything anymore. The memory had been too painful, too difficult. She couldn't give into it. Moving like a drone, Victoria returned to the dormitory. The other knots were gathered around a table, playing cards. Many had removed their corsets and sat in shirt sleeves and leathers. Some even lounged in their camisoles and pantalettes. Though the sight wasn't anything new.
"Victoria,"
Orpha said, rising.
"we haven't seen you here since Dahlia disappeared."
Oh, Victoria said distractedly. The rags tied to Emma's blonde hair jiggled as she shook her head.
"We didn't want to bother you, not when you just lost your home," Aline added,
her hair lacking its usual curl. She wore just a shirt and her loose training trousers. She rose from the table and pulled Victoria into an embrace. This was so different from the last confrontation they'd had at the town meeting.
"How are you since the dreadful event? You've been staying with Rosalind Baxter, haven't you?"
"We knew we couldn't keep you away for so long," Bronwyn added. Her usual animosity was gone. Her tight curls bunched around her white camisole, her hands resting on the card table. Victoria stared at each woman in turn. Aline's olive skin, Bronwyn's tangled curls, Emma's pale, babyish expressions. It was true. Victoria hadn't realized, but she hadn't been back here since Dahlia had disappeared, since Rosalind was injured, since her home had been destroyed. Apparently the knots were being additionally kind to her, as if to make up for that loss.
"You're just in time,"
Bronwyn said, taking a drink from the tinted glass bottle near her elbow.
"I need a partner.
I'm losing sorely."
"There!"
Aline slapped her cards to the pile in the table's center.
"I won."
Emma groaned and slouched down in her seat. Victoria examined each of them again, and a new thought dawned. Who had they been? Had they been experiencing bouts of déjà vu like she had? She wondered if they were wondering the same thing she was, if there was more to life than this. But hadn't she had a good life here? Victoria took a deep breath. "Put your cards down, ladies. I have something I need to say." The girls all exchanged glances, but they did as they were asked. Bronwyn folded her arms, but remained seated. Emma, Aline, and Orpha slid one another a look as if in preparation for the upcoming lecture. Dahlia's bunk remained empty. Her boots and battle corset dangled in the open wardrobe beside her bed. "Dahlia." "I had to see you," Victoria said. "I can't explain, but you must be at your hangars and ready for patrol at midnight tonight."
"Midnight? Why so late?"
Bronwyn's voice was higher pitched than usual. The others chimed in as well.
"Is this some kind of drill? Has Jarvis approved this?"
"Ladies," Victoria snapped, "it's imperative that you listen to me. The Creek is going to attack at midnight, and you must be prepared. You all saw what happened to Gingham Range. You know there are 2 creatures now." At the mention of her home, the girls turned somber. Not Bronwyn, though. As per usual, Bronwyn persisted in arguing.
"How can you know that? There's no way to predict its movements."
"I told you, I can't explain. But you must believe me, you must. The mayor has found a way to predict its attack, and I'm telling you, for the sake of the town, as your leader, you must be at the ready." The girls stared in curiosity, mingled with amazement. Victoria had laughed with these women. She'd lost with them, won with them. They'd shared secrets and dreams. They'd shared heartaches and hopes. They'd had their disagreements as well. For these women were as close to family as anyone could hope for. Her plan slowly solidified. She loved Graham, but she didn't want to know who she was. Facing that fear, the sadness, the shame, was too much, even to be with him. Every time she thought of going back to Chicago and becoming who she used to be, she felt she might go insane. Starkey was right. She couldn't handle being 2 people at once. But she was their leader. She was a knot, the first ever to lead the Chuzzlewit protection program. These women needed her. Her town needed her. She couldn't abandon their sinking ship. Graham dove into the murky water. Fish scattered away from the chunks of moss he disheveled. Even more moss coated the rocks at the bottom, which leveled away from him, dropping abruptly to blackness. As it had in the ocean, Rosalind's light floated just ahead, secured around his neck. Water thickened against his efforts, but he pushed forward. He'd seen that small creek rise from this lake. If what Rosalind said was true, did that mean Oscar would become a third one? She'd said his arm was completely made of metal, but Graham had worked with him. He'd seen him without a shirt, and Oscar had looked normal. What else was Starkey not telling him? He made for the drop where the water turned murkier. If Oscar was anywhere, he would be in those depths. Rosalind's light helped, and he kicked forward against the pull of the water. There, at the bottom, amid a tangle of moss, Oscar floated as though chained. His eyes were closed. His good arm drifted slightly to one side away from his body. And Graham saw it. The creature. The monster. The creek lurked like a giant metal spider with Oscar in its clutches. Graham kicked harder, making straight for his friend. Oscar's mouth bobbed as though he were gasping for breath. Graham hurried to him, tipping his friend's head back. His fingers grappled the metal circling Oscar's chest, but it didn't budge. Graham pried and pounded, following the line of cogs to see where the creature ended and Oscar began, but he startled. He nearly gasped, though there was no air to gasp. It wasn't the creek holding Oscar. It was Oscar. His chest and left arm had become metallic components, looking so much like the creek that Graham would never have been able to tell the difference. Graham took hold of Oscar's motionless body and pulled. The creek's horrific obstruction of a face reared. It yanked Oscar back. Oscar's eyes shot open. "No," he said, somehow speaking under the water. Air bubbled out from his mouth. "It needs me." They didn't have time for this. Graham punched the creek's clockwork face. The beast gurgled a shriek and rocketed back against the rocks. Graham cradled an arm around Oscar's chest and lugged him toward the surface. It wasn't a smooth ascent. Oscar fought him. He smashed a palm over Graham's face and forced him back down. Graham fought back, jerking him, kicking his free arm and legs, worming against Oscar's struggling form. Finally, his head broke the surface. "Over here!" a woman shouted, waving. Graham caught sight of Starkey and Rosalind waiting near the lake's muddy bank. Now that he'd surfaced, Oscar seemed to have lost his will to move. He grew heavier in Graham's grip. Graham gasped for breath and shoved Oscar's bulk forward. Starkey splashed into the shallow end and gripped Oscar's good arm. He yanked as Graham pulled. It was like moving a cement block through mud, but together they eventually got Oscar to the grass. Rosalind rushed to his side. A line darkened the bottom of her skirts where she'd been waiting. Goosebumps shivered along Graham's arms, and he coughed a few times, but his shaking couldn't be anything compared to the chill and hacking Oscar was experiencing. He shuddered, his body quavering against the ground. "What in tarnation were the two of you doing in there?" Starkey bent at the waist, panting from the exertion. Oscar's bare chest, chin, and hair dripped with water. He hacked a few more times, cradling his mechanical arm. "Dude, Starkey, do you want to tell me why he's a transformer?" Graham demanded, wiping lake water from his face and whipping his hair back. Starkey had to know this would happen. Starkey's nostrils flared. He glowered as though he were angry at Graham for diving in to rescue his friend. "I shouldn't even be here. Your gateway needs attention or this plan of ours isn't going to work. Do you realize that it's already 10:30? We can't prolong this. It must be at midnight. That's what I've set it to." Oscar coughed again, belching water from his lungs. A wet strand of hair dangled across his face. Kneeling at his side, her face a mask of concern, Rosalind rubbed his back. "Have you seen Oscar?" Graham asked. Starkey's glower deepened, but he took a good look at the other young man. Recognition settled across his face. He groaned, closing his eyes. "I didn't think this would happen again." "What does that mean?" Oscar said. His voice was scratchy. He coughed and more water dripped from his chin. Starkey bowed to offer him a hand. "Come with me. We don't have much time, and you'll need to get away from this lake." Chapter 46. Rosalind insisted on helping Graham cart Oscar toward Starkey's awaiting hover carriage. The footman waited patiently, as though a half-mechanical man rising from the water was yesterday's news. Graham helped lug Oscar's robotic side. He heaved Oscar into the carriage, then helped Rosalind, then Starkey, before he climbed in. Within moments, they were puttering away. "An explanation," Graham said, staring at Oscar's exhausted slump against the velvet-lined seat. "Any time, Stark." Starkey rested his hands on the cane standing between his feet. "It began happening last year. You were stupid and daring, Oscar, rushing out to help someone on the sand the way you did with that small boy. But the fumes got to you. I took you back to Chicago for a short time to reverse the damage, hoping it wouldn't start again. Once I brought you back." Oscar shivered, shirtless and soaked on the seat next to Rosalind. The adoration and worry never left her face. She watched Oscar as Starkey spoke. "You mean the year I was supposed to have been spending in school?" "You were in my home," Starkey confirmed. "In Chicago." "How can that be?" Graham asked. "I never saw him there." Granted, he hadn't been working for Starkey as regularly as he had during high school, but still, he dropped by to help the old man now and then. "No, I made sure of that," Starkey said. Oscar's brow furrowed. But I distinctly remember things. I was there, sir. I distinctly remember Wolverton." "I implanted your memories," he said, hitting the roof of the hover carriage with his cane. "One thing I failed to do was get your letters to Rosalind. He only thought he'd sent them. I do apologize." Rosalind frowned. "Then why isn't this happening to me? I was exposed as well." Starkey stared at her knees as if seeing something none of the others could. "Not to that extent." Oscar released several more chopping coughs. "So this transformation only happens with extensive exposure?" "Yes, just so," Starkey replied. Outrage sliced through Graham. "So that's what this is? The creek isn't killing people, it's turning people into itself?" He remembered seeing the up-close jumble of organs, the multiple hearts all mashed together. "Are the people, in there?" "That's where Dahlia Covington went as well, isn't it, Mayor Goshawk?" Rosalind asked. "She'd been attacked. She was physically wounded by it, and then the night Harry died, Dahlia disappeared just after the creek attacked me." Starkey's eyes were sad. "I'm afraid so." "We've got to stop this," Oscar said after another sequence of coughs. The carriage slowed to a stop. "I intend to do just that, Mr. Radley," Starkey said. "How?" Graham asked. Inside," Starkey grumbled, thrusting the carriage door open. Oscar fell out of the hovney, landing hard against Graham's shoulder. Graham winced, staring at the polished piecework of his arm. "Quickly now," Starkey said, ambling up the front steps of his house and glancing around to ensure no one saw them. Graham wasn't surprised when Starkey showed them through to his study, through the hallway, and to that last door on the left where the drawers and the water feature were. But this time, he stopped in his tracks. The cable hanging before the cabinets had been extended. It now stretched the full length of the walls, and hundreds of photographs were clipped to it. "Rosalind," Oscar mumbled incoherently as she helped him toward one of the few chairs in the room. Wet hair clung to his temples. Graham ran a hand through his own wet locks and then hustled over, gripping Oscar's deranged shoulder and offering his aid. He recognized several townspeople in the pictures, though he didn't know many of them by name. Words were scribbled onto the back of each picture. Something small was taped to each corner. Was that hair? 10 years, Starkey grumbled, and it's about to go up in smoke. He dug through a few more drawers and retrieved the lockbox. "What are you doing?" Graham asked. Starkey opened the lockbox and removed the speckled rock within. "If you want to save Oscar, you've got to get him through the gateway now." "Now? I told Victoria midnight." "It has to be now. If he becomes part of the creek, there will be no saving him. We can't possibly fit something as large as the creek through my gateway." Starkey dipped a pitcher into the water feature in the corner and dumped its contents into what Graham had thought was a fire pit in the room's center. Twice, 3 times. Starkey added water. "What are you doing?" Graham asked again. "And what is that rock?" Oscar adjusted himself on the chair. Rosalind chewed her lip, not taking her hand from Oscar's good one. Starkey slipped a pair of thick gloves on and cradled the rock like an egg. He placed it in the fire pit's center, directly in the water he'd just poured.
This is a meteorite, and it's chock full of the energy in the air here. Potential energy just waiting to be harnessed.
Harnessed? Oscar sounded confused. Starkey nodded at him, turning his attention back to Graham.
I know you and Miss Digby mean well, but this right here is energy. It can't be created.
Or destroyed, Graham said, remembering his physics class.
It can only be converted, Starkey said, and this is me converting it.
He retrieved more water and poured it over the portion of the rock that was elevated higher than everywhere else.
Every time I do, it opens my gateway.
The water began burbling, shifting the energy in the air. The hair on Graham's arms pricked. Sticking up as surely as if he'd contacted static electricity, the water began to purple, inking like an oil spill. The air hummed, vibrating as though Victoria's plane were charging over their heads. And then the air began to undulate. It rippled as a vortex began swirling above the rock. Graham had seen this before. He gazed in amazement at this smaller version of the light he'd witnessed back in Starkey's office. Wrongness soured his stomach. These pictures weren't up the last time he'd been in here. And why couldn't they wait for Victoria to come? As long as they kept Oscar in here, it wasn't like he would burst out and make for the lake again. Oscar huddled in his chair against the wall, eyeing the water hungrily. Rosalind rubbed his back again, but her attention had shifted. She stared with curiosity at the pictures on the cable.
Who is that?
She asked, her attention on the beautiful, sad girl with bronze skin and a haunted smile.
She looks like me.
Graham's brows knitted together. Rosalind continued her search, ignoring the growing purple light.
And this is Eartha and Lady Digby. Oh, here is Victoria. What is she wearing?
What? Graham stormed over. Sure enough, there was a picture that had been in her file, and right beside it was Graham's senior picture. It was a few years old. He'd given it to Starkey at the beginning of that school year. He tore it from its clip. What is this doing here? The purple glow lit Starkey's face, giving him a haggard expression.
He said, thinking it over. You may as well take Oscar and Rosalind's down too, as the three of you won't be returning.
Graham fought the urge to crumple the photograph in his fist. You're erasing them, aren't you? Once we leave.
Have to, my boy. I have to.
Graham's blood boiled. This wasn't right. You're going to rewrite them. Wiping their memories won't solve anything, Starkey, don't you get that? Did he think he could continue on with things as they were once Graham, Oscar, Rosalind, and Victoria left? Did he think he could keep up with the farce he'd created here? Why? Why did Starkey care so much? Why not let these people go? Starkey's eye twitched.
Stop telling me what to do, Graham. This is my world, mine.
These are people, Graham shouted. They're not your puppets.
They're mine.
The vortex swirled higher above the rock, growing in size. The mulberry shock of light was blinding. It was now wide enough for a person, or three, to leap through. What would happen once they did? Starkey had said they wouldn't be able to come back. Was Starkey going to risk more lives, just so he could have this power?
Don't do this,
Graham pleaded, his pulse throbbing.
Go back to Chicago, Graham, or I'll include you. Rosalind,
he shouted, peering behind him. She'd lurked back to Oscar. Her eyes were wide, frozen in fear and confusion. And she stared at Starkey as though he were the monster instead of the creek. Maybe he was.
Rosalind, get him over here. You've got to leave now before it closes.
Rosalind darted a worried glance at Graham. She was still coherent, which meant whatever mind erase Starkey intended hadn't worked yet. Starkey was right. If they were leaving, it had to be now. A whirring sound emanated from the vortex. It stirred the air, making Graham's hair flutter. The pictures bobbed on their cable. Graham stared at his senior picture. He couldn't go back home. Not now. People would still die here. The creek would only grow. But he had to get Oscar as far from Chuzzlewit as he could before he did anything else. With Starkey's attention on Oscar, Graham stepped around the fire pit, picked up Starkey's extra glove, and slid his hand into it. "It's gotta be now, guys," Graham told Rosalind, tucking his hand behind his back. As far as he could tell, neither of them saw what he'd done. Rosalind's jaw tightened. She gave Oscar a resolved look and offered him her hand. Oscar shuffled forward, limping heavily. Rosalind gritted her teeth but remained by his side. She moved to support his weight with her shoulder. The air continued undulating. The purple vortex threatened to engulf the entire room. It wouldn't be long before it reached the dangling pictures, and something told Graham they didn't want that to happen. "Now, guys!" he barked, working to hide his gloved hand behind his back. If they took much longer, this wouldn't work. He needed them to go now. "You first, Roz," Graham said, hurrying over to help support Oscar's weight. He remembered facing a similar light. He'd watched Starkey jump into it. He'd followed on impulse. "All you have to do is jump right through its center." "I can't," she cried. Terror overtook her face. "You can," Starkey said. His white hair swirled in the vortex's wind, and the violent glinting in his eyes gave him more of a deranged look than before. "You'll arrive, safe and sound, back in my studio. I've done it 100 times. "It's the only way for Oscar to heal," Graham said. "Just jump." "Not without Oscar." "I'll be right behind you," Oscar said through clenched teeth. The pain in his arm must be overwhelming. Veins popped along his forehead. Rosalind's hair flurried harder around her face. Her skirts eddied as well. She pressed her lips shut and flattened her hands on her legs to keep it from billowing. "Go," Graham ordered. His shoulders tensed and a pain nipped between his shoulder blades as the purple light expanded and nearly reached his shoes. "Get moving. He'll follow." Starkey offered her a hand. She took it, and with a final glance at Oscar, she released a squeal and leaped, disappearing into the vortex. "Your turn," Graham told Oscar. Oscar stumbled, almost toppling to the floor. Graham shot out both hands to steady him, inadvertently displaying the glove he'd tried to hide on his left hand. "Graham," Starkey said, eyeing the glove with suspicion. "What are you doing?" "Now!" Graham shoved Oscar. Arm hanging solidly down one side, Oscar lumbered forward and half leaped, half fell into the vortex, disappearing into the light. The plumb, corkscrewing light kissed the edges of the pictures, stirring and twisting them on their cable. Graham didn't hesitate for another second. He dropped to the ground, staying low, careful to avoid the furling light. Weight on his forearms, he army-crawled the few feet left to the pit. "No!" Starkey shrieked. His white hair stood on end. "Graham, stop!" Graham reached over the side of the small basin. His fingers closed around the rock, which burned through the glove in the process. The air surged, whipping hard. It steamed and snaked, and then dissipated almost at once. Drops of condensation trickled on Graham's skin like rain. "What are you thinking, boy?" Starkey's face was wide with shock and fury. Graham pushed himself to his feet. "I won't let you do this," he said, clutching the rock in his gloved hand. With a snarl, Starkey rushed at Graham. He tripped over the circular pit. Much younger and more agile, Graham dove back, pushing the old man to the ground. He didn't want to hurt him, but he didn't have much choice either. "Sorry, Stark," he said, panting, "but I've got to." Starkey struggled to push himself up. Graham shoved him back down again and broke for the door. He yanked it open and slammed it behind him, holding the knob, considering his options. Moments later, Starkey tugged and twisted the knob from within the room. Graham held the knob fast. "Miller!" Graham called. He'd pay for this, and he knew it. Once Starkey got out, both he and the butler would. But it had to be done. "Miller!" "Sir?" the butler said, appearing from down the hall. Starkey pounded on the door from within. He jerked the knob a few more times with surprising strength. Graham didn't relent. "Guard this door and don't let your master out. We're doing it, Miller. We're stopping the creature." He waited, wondered if Miller would argue or side with his employer. But Miller's brows arched, and his face settled into resolve. "Very good, sir," the butler said, removing a ring of keys from his pocket. "Miller!" Starkey shouted from inside the door. "Miller, release me at once!" "You'll lose your job," Graham said, clutching the rock to his side. Miller shrugged more casually than he would have thought. He secured the key in the lock. "It's the right thing to do, sir." Rock in one hand, Graham released the knob in the other and exhaled. He wondered how much Miller knew about what Starkey had been up to all these years. If he'd cleaned the rooms, he had to have wondered what everything in there was. Had Starkey confided in him? "Thanks," Graham said. "Keep him in there as long as you can." Chapter 47. Victoria stood in the runway before their hangars. Her feet were splayed apart, her arms were crossed, and she was dressed to kill in her battle corset, leathers, and boots climbing to her knees. And she wasn't alone. Bronwyn, Emma, Orpha, and Aline filed behind her in a standing V formation. The collection of women in dark leather, combat boots, and death in their eyes, the fact that they were all willing to follow her to the edge of the ocean, infused her with an unprecedented sense of power. On her own, she was only one woman. Together, they could take on the world. Together, they could handle anything. In all the times the siren had sounded, Victoria was always the first to respond, the first to charge, to gear up and soar. But she hesitated now. The whiteness, the pain of who she used to be, had nearly made her crash the last time she'd flown. If it hadn't been for Graham, she would have. How could she fly now? She'd only endanger her squad. "What's the holdup?" Orpha asked. Victoria closed her eyes. "I can't." Bronwyn stepped forward and stared her down. "You're kidding, right?" Victoria inhaled, opening her eyes to the astonishment on their faces. "I'm sorry. I'm not myself anymore. I should have told you before. I have these flashbacks, these episodes, and they're becoming too severe. It would be better if you went without me." "Victoria," Emma said sadly, as if she didn't know what else to say. Orpha chewed her lip. "Please listen to me," Victoria said. "You must—" "You listen." Bronwyn's pretty face went rigid. "I can't tell you how many times I wished I'd hear you admit defeat." Victoria chuckled in spite of herself. Emma smiled. She'd been with the Dauntless Squad from the beginning as well. "But it's not right to fly without you," Bronwyn finished. "We fly with you," Emma echoed. Orpha and Aline nodded, stepping forward as well. "That's just what I'm saying." The words came up Victoria's throat like knives. "I can't. Bronwyn, Emma, you know I can't." Both women had been there during their training session when they'd been practicing the burst. They'd seen how Victoria had lost control. They'd seen it the previous evening when Victoria had been flying with Graham and nearly become part of the rubble around her house. Bronwyn's stocky shoulders fell. Emma nibbled her lip, clearly agreeing but not wanting to voice it aloud. Aline held Victoria's headgear in her hand. "Even if you can't fly," she said, "lead us from the ground." Victoria swallowed. She analyzed each pair of eyes. Bronwyn's were hard and insistent. Emma's were hopeful. Orpha nodded again, and Aline lifted the headgear higher. Their confidence and insistence spread chills down Victoria's arms. It touched her to the very center. "I don't know what to say." "That's a first," Bronwyn snickered. "How about mount up?" A smile spread across Victoria's cheeks. Emma and Orpha smiled too. Victoria took the headgear from Aline, who grinned and hugged her. Soon they were all hugging her, releasing little squeals of delight. "Midnight it is!" Bronwyn shouted just as the siren broke through the night. Emma's eyes widened. Victoria darted a panicked glance to the pocket watch on its chain within her corset. "It's only 11 o'clock, she whispered. "I thought you said midnight," Orpha said, covering her ears. "Apparently it's now," Victoria shouted, placing her headpiece in her ear. "Ladies, mount up!" The girls whooped. Victoria watched as each opened her hangar and guided her plane out. Rumbling noises chopped the night sky, reverberating in Victoria's chest. One by one, each plane took off, soaring above her, and soon their rumbling became a distant echo. "You coming, Digby?" Bronwyn's voice bellowed in her ear, striking sense into her. A hovney puttered up the road, swirling dust beneath its underbelly. "Right behind you," Victoria said, waving it down. "Let's get you to shelter!" the driver shouted as she climbed to the velvet seats within. Victoria grasped his arm before he could close her door. "Take me to the beach," she shouted over the siren. The driver's face paled. "Are you mad?" She reached beneath the bench and, finding the gas mask, rammed it against his chest. "The beach, sir, now!" He gave a nod and hurried into his seat, taking a few moments to secure the gas mask into place. She set her own mask from beneath the bench. The rubber pressed against her nose, stifling the air. Plastic clamped her cheeks and pinched her headgear into her skin. She couldn't wear them both. The mouth covering alone would have to do. She needed to stay in contact with the girls. The Hovney drifted and meandered through the countryside, taking her as far as Down Street. Clouds cloaked the sky above, but citizens no longer ran in frenzied disarray seeking shelter. The streets were deadly quiet beneath the moon. "Thank you," she told the driver. "And now get yourself home. Get where it's safe." "You here yet, Digby?" Bronwyn called. "Ladies?" she called, running down the boardwalk. The roar of their planes sheared through the sky with rumbling cacophony. The four of them floated over the sand, stirring small tornadoes beneath them. "It's coming!" Aline said. "It's nearly here!" Victoria's heart thudded. The frothing line of foam was 50 feet out, making its rapid way toward the shore. She hadn't seen this from a civilian's perspective in so long. "Remember the burst," Victoria called to them. "Flare out, get as close as you can and confuse the monster. Then all but one pulls back, rendering it completely unsure which of you to go after." "We can't do that without you," Bronwyn argued. "Yes, you can. This time, we're not observing or dismembering. Bronwyn, you shoot to kill. That thing has a cluster of hearts. That's your target." "Victoria!" She scaled the cliff up to the Watcher's shed, determined to find shelter there and watch their progress, to help where she could. She climbed the path, scraping her hand on a rock. "You heard me. Shoot to kill." "Yes, ma'am," Bronwyn said, with vigor. Graham ran. He ran so hard his lungs should have ached. He knew he left Miller in a bad spot, but he had to get this thing as far from the old man as he could. Without this rock, Starkey wouldn't be able to create his gateway anymore. It was a risk he had to take if it meant protecting people's memories. He couldn't let Starkey erase them again. He couldn't let him keep subjecting them to the Creek's attacks. He only hoped Oscar and Rosalind made it through okay. He crossed the miles between the countryside and the seaside as though it was nothing more than a track race. Soon, he passed the smaller, packed-in homes and made for Down Street and the boardwalk. His hand grew sweaty within the glove, but he gripped the rock and broached the beach. Planes rumbled in an aerial dance with the monster. They weren't in precise formations this time. Instead, they bobbed back and forth, zooming in and out around the brute's swinging arms. Victoria's plane wasn't there, however, and Graham's heart caught. There were only 4 planes. He searched, anxious for a sign of her. Was she back at Starkey's? Had she decided to leave after all? The aircraft shot flames and spurts of orange fury. The heat was smothering, and the smell of fuel that expelled from the planes with each blast coated the air so thickly Graham could hardly breathe. Something was different about this attack, though. Before, the planes aimed for the Creek's face. They hovered lower this time. This time they swooped in, aiming for its chest. Its chest. Dread struck him, urging him to move faster. Whether they knew it or not, those were people's hearts. Maybe even people the Knotts knew and loved. Victoria's friend Dahlia was in there. Graham raced toward the cliff. He had to find a headset. He had to warn them. He hiked the craggy steps to the shore watcher's shed. Whoever replaced Harry had to have a headset, some way to communicate with the girls. Graham rushed through the door, panting. A bed lay in the corner, a wooden table and chair beside it. A long counter was situated below the window. Several machines sat atop it, including what Graham assumed was the siren. But there was no watcher on duty. Instead, Victoria stood at the window, her fingers tapping the piece at her ear. "Emma!" she called. "The opening is yours. Come from behind. Aim for the hearts." Graham dashed forward, grabbed her by the shoulders, and whirled her around. Victoria screamed. Her eyes widened in fear. The expression dimmed when she saw that it was him. She exhaled and smacked his shoulder. "You scared me! What on earth are you doing?" "Call them back," he said, pointing behind her. "Call them off." "What? Why? We're killing it this time, Graham. We can't keep letting it," he shouted over her. "You can't." "Why not?" "Because," he said, panting, the rock growing increasingly heavy in his hand. His fingers began to strain. "Dahlia is part of it." Chapter 48. Dismay fisted over Victoria's heart. She couldn't figure out how Graham had managed to find her here. Why his hand was covered in a thick black glove, or why he held a large rock in that hand. They could get to that later. What did he mean Dahlia was part of the creek? "Are you certain?" she asked. He panted as though he'd run all the way here. Perhaps he had. "Oh, I'm certain, all right. You can't kill that thing, or you'll be killing her and everyone else trapped in it." Dahlia was part of the monster? It was as though a mechanism clicked in her brain, piecing together what she knew. Uncle Jarvis had denied giving her answers. He'd insisted they do nothing but push the beast back into the sea over and over. Dahlia had disappeared after the creek had attacked the shore. Graham's eyes were forceful and insistent. Though she wasn't sure how it was possible, she knew he was telling the truth. She whipped her attention back to the scene out the window, to the planes confronting the monster. "Retreat! Are you kidding me?" Orpha cried. "What's going on, Digby?" Bronwyn shouted. "Revert to evasive maneuvers," she said. "X formation, push it back into the sea. I repeat, do not kill the creek." "Whatever you say," Emma grumbled in frustration. The girls' voices protested in her ear, but she disregarded them. She was pleased that despite their confusion, they were obeying. The 4 hovercraft fell back and drew a line over the ocean, waiting for their fuel to recharge before firing again. The creek seemed confused by their retreat as well. It blinked its clockwork eyes multiple times before diving down and re-emerging. Victoria turned back to Graham. He looked windswept and bedraggled, and yet somehow still managed to make her heart thump. "Now tell me, what do you mean it's Dahlia? And why are you holding a rock?" Graham lifted his gloved hand and showed her the fist-sized rock speckled with purple and white like a geode that had been cracked open. "This is why it's happening. We saw it. Oscar was turning into it, too. You know that injury in his arm? His arm turned to metal." Victoria gasped. "Starkey admitted it himself. Oscar wasn't in Wolverton going to school. That was just a story Starkey made you all think while Oscar recovered and turned human again. The people who've gone missing, the ones who were killed, they turned into the creek." She couldn't wrap her head around this, but there wasn't time for doubts. Sincerity burnished in Graham's brown eyes. He wouldn't lie about something like this. And besides, Dahlia had completely disappeared. What other explanation was there? "How do we stop it?" she asked, her pulse pounding in her ears. "How can we possibly bring them back?" "I have an idea." Graham set the rock on the table below the window. "Starkey was creating a small gateway to send Oscar, Roz, and me back to Chicago. He was going to erase everyone's memory after that. With this stone, he didn't want to fix things at all." "But we have to fix it." "Exactly. He sent Oscar back again because whenever a person is away from the charge here, they go back to themselves." Graham stared deeply into her eyes, as if wanting her to understand what he was getting at. If going back to Chicago would undo the creek's power over people, if that was the way to return them to their human forms again. "We need to send the creek through." Graham shook his head. "Starkey said we have to move a few at a time through his gateway, because there's no possible way to get something as large as the creek through at once." "But we have to do something," she said, growing frantic. "We can't kill it if Her father could be in there. Diana Powell. So many people who had been killed by the creek. On the other hand, they couldn't allow the monstrosity to keep coming. Sooner or later, they'd all be consumed. Graham gestured to the stone on the table. "This rock has to be combined with water in order to convert its energy,
and I'm pretty sure I know where we can find enough water to give the stone the amount of power it needs to create a massive gateway." He rolled his eyes toward the window, tilting his head for emphasis. Victoria glanced at the tumultuous sea, gray and rolling beneath a murky sky. The creek rose and batted a large talon at the Knott's V-Gull formation. The girls broke, spearing sideways to avoid the impact. "One large enough to pull the creek through to Chicago and free everyone," Victoria said, cottoning on. "We need your knots to lure the creek to the edge, where the sky meets the sea, as far away from the town as we can. They drop the rock in and pull out last minute, just in time." Victoria's entire body hummed. "I can't ask them to do that. They could be killed." She was the only one who could pull out of a dive that quickly. They'd proven it in training often enough. It was one reason she'd been appointed their leader. She was the best pilot they had. "Then you do it," Graham said. "Why aren't you out there?" Victoria stared at him. She wondered if he could see the conflict in her eyes. I can't get in a plane." "Why not?" Her voice thickened. "You know why." "Your flashbacks? That doesn't happen every time," he argued. Tears pricked. "But if it does, I could ruin everything. If I fell into the ocean with the rock in the wrong place, it would be disastrous." She skirted past him to the opposite side of the shed. Reality crashed around her, hot and stark and unmistakable. She couldn't send her knots to carry out a potentially deadly tactic like that. Not when she knew they couldn't pull out of it. Her lungs heaved. Deep down, she knew what needed to be done. If she faced those memories, they wouldn't haunt her any longer. But facing them might drive her insane. Facing them might destroy her. But it might not. She looked out the window. The creek snapped its metal jaws, flecking water as it dipped its head back, and released a discordant howl. Emma's plane diverted just in time to avoid being struck. How long could they hold it off? The creek wasn't responding to their flames as it usually did. It wasn't retreating. If anything, it was growing stronger. Victoria steeled herself, casting aside the uncertainty coursing through her. She had to help them, no matter what it took. After telling the Knot she would signal out for a few minutes, she removed her headgear. "I have to face them, Graham." "The Knots?" She shook her head. Her jaw quivered. "The memories," she said on an exhale. His gaze focused, pinpointing her with understanding. "Are you sure?" "If you hold me." The side of his face twitched. "I can do that." He took her hand and guided her to the bed. Graham situated himself against the wall, with one leg propped on the mattress and the other hanging off the side. He then guided her closer. Victoria sank against him, reveling in the feel of his arm around her waist, securing her to him. She felt his chest rise and fall. "Lean on me," he said. Nestling her back against his chest, warm and safe, she placed her hand over his and rested her forehead against the stubble on his cheek. "I'm scared." The sensation crawled across her body, tightening her shoulders, making her hands clammy and her heartbeat race. Do you want me to tell you? That seemed to trigger it last time." She swallowed. Her muscles tightened. She had the sudden urge to bolt from the bed, but she burrowed against him. His arms were the only thing keeping her from falling to pieces. "Yes," she said. He brushed a hand across her hair, smoothing it away from her face. "Your name was Jenna." The whiteness engulfed her mind as Graham spoke. It stabbed beneath her skull, saturating parts of her brain that had been dormant, suppressed. It breathed life into the lost parts of her. Victoria turned to wrap her arms more fully around Graham, aching, fighting against it. "It's okay," Graham said. "You're strong." She had to do this. She had to let this happen. Victoria inhaled through her nose. Her muscles tingled, turning supple. Graham's arm secured her, and she did as he'd bidden. She leaned on him, relying on his steadiness. A flicker at a time, the memories that had been plaguing her for so long came into full being. Police lights blared outside her dad's mechanic shop. Her dad, her real dad, so handsome, so downtrodden,
frowning when he'd told her he was going to jail. She'd felt so empty, so alone without him. She'd adjusted, however, and things started looking up one Saturday when she was sitting in the laundromat on the corner. She'd been watching clothes swirl in the windows on each machine when a good-looking boy approached and started flirting with her. He was the first person to pay any attention to her at all since her dad had been taken away, and she'd clung to his attention like she'd starved for it. He'd kissed her hand. He'd kissed her. She hadn't said no when he'd wanted everything from her. Victoria squeezed her eyes shut at that memory, at the warning that had nodded inside of her beforehand, and then the loneliness and regret that had swamped her when he'd abandoned her afterward. She'd become pregnant, and she was more alone than she'd been before. Others had encouraged her to give up the baby, to abort it. But Victoria hadn't been able to bring herself to do it. She herself was abandoned. How could she do that to an innocent being who had no say in the matter? Victoria had had the baby. She'd become a teenage mother. The experience had been painful, frightening, and yet fulfilling all at once. She'd never loved anything or anyone as much as she loved that small, sweet boy. Life had been hard. Eventually, Victoria had given up on school and decided to work whenever she could. He'd heard about the baby. He'd come to visit and promised not to leave her again. He'd offered to babysit while she had to work. Victoria clutched her stomach as spots flashed in her vision. Graham's arms tightened around her as she flopped onto her side on the bed. He fell with her, cocooning her against him, not letting her go. "Shh," he whispered in her ear. "It'll be all right." She squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head, not wanting the memory to stutter through. "I have to do this," she whispered to herself, bracing her arms over his around her. Graham placed his cheek against hers. "It's okay," he said softly. "I have you." His pulse thrummed steadily, and she leaned into him, letting him soothe her. Soon the memory continued. She'd been foolish. Against her better judgment, she'd allowed him to babysit. There'd been a party down the street, and he'd figured the baby would be safe. He'd left their baby sleeping on the bed. The baby had rolled over and suffocated in his sleep. Time stopped. Betrayal rocked her to the core. Victoria had reeled from the anguish. She'd wanted to die right along with her helpless son, her little Asher. She'd found Rosalind in the street, only she wasn't Rosalind then. They'd been friends, and Rosalind had told Victoria about a man she'd met, a man who promised he could help her escape her life. Victoria had stormed into A.C. Starkey's apartment, raging, demanding he send her away before she ended her life, and Starkey had accommodated her. Victoria gasped out of her reverie, pinching her lips tight to keep from trembling. She rolled, clinging to Graham as the white light of memory dissipated. She sobbed while he rubbed her back, reliving the memories anew, soaking in the sorrow. "Shh," Graham soothed, holding her tightly. He smelled of wind and chestnuts. "It's okay." The world spun and slowed all in one moment. Her heart broke, cracked, lost all of its light. Eventually her tears slowed and she lay across from him, breathing, existing. She stared at a freckle on Graham's throat, lacking energy, her body cold, her eyes burning. "I'm here," Graham said, coddling her as though she were a child. Her mind frayed, speckled with pain streaks of starkest white. It hummed, vibrated, threatened to break along with her heart. She wanted to stumble, to fall, to collapse and never rise again. But Graham wouldn't let her. He was with her. In that moment, a new light coiled in her heart. She wasn't falling. She wasn't broken. She wasn't alone. Graham wiped her tears with his thumb. It took several tries, and with the final one, he let his hand linger, stroking her face. "Are you all right?" he asked. "You knew?" About her mistake? Her awful, lovely, heartbreaking mistake? He swallowed, smoothed back her hair, and nodded. "Starkey showed me. You never answered my question. Are you all right?" Rising onto his elbow, he took her face in his hands and gazed into her eyes, examining, scanning for signs of disconnect. Victoria sat up. She wiped the tears from her eyes and took in the shed's Spartan setup. The hollow in her heart dispelled to a dull hum. "I'm all right. You know you're past now," Graham confirmed, sitting beside her at the edge of the bed. "I do. And it hasn't broken you." She thought this over. The sorrow was ripe and fresh, but faint all at once. It was different. "I will always carry that sorrow with me, Graham," she said. "I lost him. I lost a baby I never should have had. But he was a part of me in so many ways. Starkey's charge wasn't powerful enough to erase him completely. I'll never forget this regret. I regret it so much." Her voice broke. She closed her eyes, taking a moment before continuing. Graham watched her, so attentive, so careful. "My name might have changed, and the way I speak and dress may be different now, but he didn't change who I am. Not really. And while I was running from it, I couldn't overcome my past. Now that I know about it, I can face it easier." She wasn't healed yet, but confirmation revolved in her chest. She could start to heal now instead of Starkey's solution of merely covering the wound. It had never left her. It had still been trying to make its way into her life. Wounds demanded to be felt, and she'd needed to process it. Others in Chuzzlewit needed this too. Who knew how many of them were dealing with something just as hard, having it ghost in their minds without any sense? They couldn't keep hiding here, running from their problems. She couldn't keep running from hers either. She smiled at Graham, grateful he'd helped her see that. He tilted in and pressed a kiss to her mouth. "Are you ready?" he asked. "To get back out there?" She sniffed, wiped her cheeks, and stood. Crossing to the window, she retrieved the headgear from where she'd left it on the table and tapped back in. "Bronwyn?" "My lady," Bronwyn replied cynically. "Remember how you said you'd follow my orders, even if you disagreed?" A pause. "I don't like the sound of this." Victoria inhaled. She elevated her chin. "Emma, Aline, Orpha, keep the creek distracted. Bronwyn, I need your plane." Chapter 49. Bronwyn landed on Down Street, climbing from her cockpit with confusion in her gaze. Victoria quickly thanked her and climbed into the cockpit. Graham followed in after with the rock in his gloved hand. "If we can get the creek through to Chicago," Graham said as the hatch lowered, closing them inside, "it will turn back into the humans who are a part of it." "You're sure?" Victoria readjusted the seat. She checked her situation, analyzed gauges, and wrapped her hands around Bronwyn's joystick. This wasn't Elsie, but she couldn't very well run down to Hovney, order it back to the aviatory, and retrieve her own plane. The creek was nearing the shore. Any moment it would break through their defenses. "Yep," Graham said from behind her. She started the ignition, noticing how low the fuel levels were. There was nothing to be done for it. They had to go now, before the creek decided it was done batting at the other planes. Or worse, before their fuel ran out as well. She made speed, lifting at the end of the street, and climbing into the sky, kicking up sand as she went. Determination settled into her bones. She felt more right with herself than she ever had. She knew who she'd been. She knew who she was now. She knew exactly what she wanted. Nothing was going to stop her. "Break for the shore," Victoria called in her headset as she approached the other 3 planes. "I've got it from here." "Good luck," Emma said. The plane circled around in retreat. The creek's head whipped in their direction, its clockwork eyes clicking. Victoria's stomach plummeted. The girls had it this far out. She couldn't allow the creek to head for the town, not now. "How do we get it to follow us?" Graham said, voicing her doubts. "Hold on." She pitched the joystick to the left hard. The plane responded, jolting and juddering. It took every ounce of control she had to make the craft circle the brute's head. Faster, faster, faster around she went. The beast reeled, whipping its head back. It struggled to catch her. It lunged forward with a massive splash that rippled in waves toward the shore now 20 feet away. "You're making it angry," he said. "That's the idea." She continued taunting it, flying in as close as she could, then pulling back. She zipped to its head, then reared and caused it to hit itself as it swung for her. Again she circled its head before spearing off at the last minute, off toward the edge of her world. The creek released a clangorous bellow. The waves from its motion surged high and wide. Glittering and enraged, the creek shot from them, its mouth gaping wide as with silver and bronze teeth. "It's moving fast, and so must we," Victoria said. She tried remembering the coordinates that had appeared when she'd bounded back from the farmlands the day she'd taken Graham to find Wolverton. Going too far would mean subjecting the farmers on the other side to the creek instead, and they needed it to remain in the water. "It's working," Graham said, hammering a hand on the back of her seat. "It's working!" From her reflective mirrors, she glimpsed the monster cycling after her, swimming in the direction she headed. She choked back the fear attempting to burble in her throat and instead let energy fill her. This was for Dahlia. This was for Graham, for the town, for their memories and the lives they'd each lost. "This is far enough," Graham said. "Open your hatch." "Are you sure?" "Open it!" She slammed her palm against the hatch release. At the same moment, the creek vaulted itself up from the water. The colossal creature, its sea-stained metal dripping with algae and foam, barreled straight for them. It struck her plane. The craft spun in mid-air. Air crushed Victoria in a rush through the open hatch, popping her ears, whirling her hair and obstructing her vision. Graham shouted behind her, "Close it! Close it!" "No!" Victoria's restraints battled gravity's pull with every whirl. She couldn't close the hatch, not now. Bracing herself with her feet, she struggled to regain control. The gauges on her dashboard screeched, but no matter how hard she jerked on the controls, the plane wouldn't respond. They were at a tailspin. "We're going down!" she cried. "Hold on!" Graham called. "Heaven help us!" Her heart thundered. Thinking fast, she released the joystick and applied full rudder in the opposite direction of their tailspin. The plane lurched, spearing hard to the left, halting their rotation within moments. Victoria's head rattled. The dizziness twisted through the contents of her stomach. She pressed her head against the headrest, gripping the joystick. She had to keep control. Soon the dice in her head stopped rolling and she opened her eyes. "Let's not ever do that again," Graham said. His restraints made clicking noises as he unbuckled them. "Be careful," Victoria said, scanning the horizon for a sign of the creek. It swam directly beneath them, coming in and out of view. Its jaws gaped open as if waiting for them to plummet into it. "There it is! Now, Graham! Throw it now!" He didn't hesitate. He took aim and with a grunt, chucked the rock as hard as he could into the sea below. Every second they had to wait was agony. She couldn't leave too soon or the creek would follow. She had to time it just right. Once Graham was back in his seat, Victoria closed the hatch, waiting, pulsing. Violet light splashed across her vision. It shattered across the horizon, opening to a blinding paleness. She braced herself against the dashboard. "No, no, 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 I faced this. I faced it." "It's not you, Tori. It's working. Go! Get us out of here!" A seam ripped straight through the sky, severing it. It ripped at invisible stitches and left a gaping, dark chasm behind. Magnetic energy surged, pulling the plane in the gaseous direction. They were going to be sucked through it. "No!" Victoria said, gasping. She smashed the throttle, powering her plane in the opposite direction. An ear-splitting howl cracked through the air. It slashed through her ears, churned her stomach, sawed at her teeth. She wanted to relinquish, to release her hold and let it consume her. But there was no going backward, only forward. Determinedly, she gave the throttle all she had. It speared toward the shore. But they were losing altitude. Her fuel gauges were dangerously low. The water was coming at them, fast. "Prepare for impact," she warned Graham, readying the eject nozzle and praying they were far enough away from the rift in the sky. With a final glance behind, she saw it. The purple, hazardous light swallowed the creek whole, knocking back a drink of ocean for good measure. Within moments, the beam vanished, shooting them forward to crash in the sand. Chapter 50. Graham stared at the fireplace. The fire crackled in its tomb beneath a wide mantle ornamented with gold. Its chimney narrowed its way up to the tall ceiling. A.C. Starkey laid on the gaudy four-poster bed, his eyes closed. He let out the occasional murmur. "Wasn't supposed to say that," he grumbled this time. Graham wondered what the old man was dreaming about. Did he know what had taken place at the sea the day before? Starkey had said energy couldn't be created or destroyed. It could only be converted. And boy, had they converted it. There had been several moments during the flight where Graham was sure he and Victoria wouldn't make it out alive. Either that, or he thought they'd get sucked back to Chicago along with the monster. Not that that would have been the worst thing that could happen. He could have finished school, gotten his degree, gone on to dental school like he'd planned. But he would have always wondered about Chuzzlewit. The smaller creek had attacked from its place in the lake in response, but the knots had been ready for it. Even the Exodus training knots had joined the fray. They'd managed to corner the little transformer and stab a tranquilizer into the chamber where the hearts rested, immobilizing the creature. It was now contained in one of the girls' hangars, with guards at the door at all times. The room's thick wooden door opened, and Victoria entered. She looked amazing in a black skirt and floral corset. Her hair hung loosely around her shoulders, and she smiled at him. Graham had told her all about what had happened in Starkey's white room, how Oscar and Rosalind had leaped through the vortex. Just before, Starkey managed to erase and rewrite everyone's memories again. But things had been so hectic with the smaller creek, the two of them hadn't had much time to talk since. "How is he?" she asked. "No change," Graham said. "Miller said he didn't mean to hurt him." "Of course he didn't," Victoria said. "It was self-inflicted. Especially since Starkey was fighting to get through the door you both locked him in." Miller had told Graham how Starkey had tried using a chair to break his way out. He'd knocked the chair against the door over and over before Miller had heard a pain-filled cry. When the commotion had stopped, Miller had hastily opened the door to find Starkey had collapsed to the ground. The exertion had been too much. And now he lay there, in a white nightshirt beneath the maroon bedding, his wrinkled skin pallid, his hair bluntly white. Every once in a while the old man would groan and shift, but he hadn't woken since Graham and Victoria had returned from the beach. "I still can't believe Oscar and Roz are gone as well," Victoria said. "I know, but it was necessary," Graham said. "You should have seen him. His arm was completely cluttered with metal cogs. He was turning into that thing. There was no other option." Victoria flattened her lips in a sympathetic smile and made her way to Graham. He straightened. The last time they'd spoken, he'd held her while her memories of her previous life had cascaded over her. She'd crumpled in his arms. Would she be guarded around him now? Did it bother her that he knew her darkest secrets? He was glad for the chance to talk to her, just her, again. He'd wanted to before now, but he hadn't been able to leave Starkey. She took the empty seat beside him and placed her hand in his. Graham inhaled, letting her touch do the talking for now. If she was taking his hand, that meant she didn't mind, did she? Starkey mumbled again, turning his head. Graham slinked to the edge of his seat. "Starkey?" The old man's eyes fluttered open. "Are you all right, sir?" Victoria asked. Starkey smacked his lips a few times. Victoria reached for the pitcher of water on his bedside table. She poured him a glass and tipped it to his lips. Starkey struggled to rise enough to sip before flopping back to the pillow. "What have you done, boy?" Starkey croaked. Graham touched Starkey's arm. "The rock is gone. The creek is gone. The smaller one is contained." Brow-lined in pain, Starkey shook his head against the pillow. "I told you, you can't stop it. If I thought that would work, don't you think I would have tried it?" He attempted to sit up, coughed a few times, and slumped back. "Would you have, though?" Graham exchanged a glance with Victoria. "We both know you didn't want anything to change around here. You loved your power too much." Starkey's nostrils flared, but rather than argue, he closed his eyes, as if admitting that it was the truth. "Do you think it worked?" Victoria asked, sounding unusually timid. "Do you think the creek made it back to Chicago?" "Probably," Graham said, "but that's for the best." He tried to picture what the scene must have been like. Had people changed back to themselves instantly? Or had the metal monster rampaged through Chicago's canals before people separated themselves and swam free? "I'm sure it did," Starkey said. "Those who are trapped in it will be restored. They'll just have a bit of shock until then." He squinted his eyes as if this thought upset him. "And you've doomed us all. We're stuck here now, boy. We're all stuck." Victoria slid her fingerless lace-gloved hand over Starkey's. He tightened over her fingers. Of all things, she was smiling. The thought didn't bother her. "I have a feeling it will be okay," she said. Starkey shook his head again, but he patted her hand. It was the truth. Graham knew he'd never get home now. He worried about his parents, about the heartache his mom must be going through with his disappearance. He missed his family. He missed his friends and teammates. He missed the possibility of opening a dental practice once he was done with school. But they still had that other creature to deal with. He could help Victoria find something that would reverse the charge's effects. Maybe somehow they'd even find another way home. But until then, he was glad to be here with her. Victoria gazed out at the ocean. A cool breeze swept across her cheek, flurrying the stray hairs from her neck. She closed her eyes and inhaled, drinking in the clear, salty breeze. It was calm, so calm. And it wasn't only the sea that had been pacified. The trembling within her had as well. It was all over. There would be no more need for her to patrol the sky with her knots. No more need for a person to man the watcher's shed. No more gas masks. No fear of the night. Her occupation had become irrelevant. This had been her biggest worry with her upcoming engagement to Charles. But her life was still her own. She would fly again, on her own terms. More and more frequently, memories were resurfacing since her moment with Graham in the shed. Her childhood, working on cars in her dad's repair shop, little Asher, the baby she'd lost, his first gummy smile, his tiny fist in hers. The memories of him would always hurt, but she didn't want to lose them either. It would be like losing him all over again, and he deserved to be remembered. She understood now the scorn she'd felt for those young mothers. It wasn't disinclination toward children in general. It was her sadness, a sadness she couldn't have understood at the time. Footsteps approached, and she opened her eyes. Graham had mounted the rocks and was reaching the peak of the overlook where she sat. He wore shirt sleeves and trousers and ducked his head down before lifting it again and giving her a handsome smile. "Hey," he said, hands in his pockets. "Can I sit with you?" "Please." She smoothed a hand over her skirts. "I had to get out of that house, if only for a moment." "I don't blame you." He lowered to the rock beside her. Finality settled between them, filling the air with awkwardness. For a fleeting moment, she'd been ready to give everything up for this man, to go back with him to an unknown world. But she hadn't run. She'd stayed and faced her problem, her many problems, and she was glad for it. Victoria rested her head against his shoulder. She was glad he'd stayed as well. "I never said thank you." "For what?" "You were there for me, Graham. The most painful thing about those memories, about the life I left, was how alone and abandoned I felt. I can't tell you what it meant that I didn't have to face them alone." He drew her to him with an arm around her waist. "Never alone again," he said. "Though I think you know my preferred method of saying thank you." With a little laugh, she shoved away from him before settling against him once more. She stared out at the sea. "It's as you said. I'm me. I know myself as Victoria Digby, a pilot, a mechanic, and a connoisseur of the sky secrets." "That sounds about right." She shifted, pulling back for a better look at him. The wind played with his dark hair, brushing its strands across his forehead. "And you?" "Me? Are you okay? You've wanted to go home since you arrived here. You could have left. You could have jumped from my plane and gone back with the creek." "It crossed my mind," he said, exhaling. But I didn't want to." He gazed at her, the ocean reflected in his eyes. That gaze solidified inside of her and sent chills down her arms. he'd stayed because he wanted to. What about your life, your goals, your school, your family? He had so much to look forward to. He told her he was a star athlete on his team, and the years of dental school would go by faster than he knew it. Why had he stayed? He didn't answer for so long Victoria forced a smile, attempting to lighten the situation. I get it. You've been gone too long, is that it? It'll be too hard to go back and catch up on everything. Now look who's avoiding his problems. I did want to avoid something. A major problem. Her throat tightened. And what might that be? He scooted closer to her. If I'd gone back, I would have been away from you. Biggest mistake I'd ever make. She laughed, but when she met his gaze again, his eyes burned. This was no joking, playful banter. He was all seriousness. That couldn't be. He couldn't truly mean what he was saying. Her heart trembled. Oh, Graham, there are worse mistakes. He had given up his other life to be with her. I don't think so, he said in a low voice. Her body heated. Her nerve endings tingled in the anticipation of the moment. He slid his hand to the nape of her neck and plunged his mouth to hers. This kiss was a grasp and a promise. It was a reassurance of everything he was trying to say. He'd always used kisses as a way of expressing himself, and this one filled her with both solidarity and weakness all at once. It wove through her, urging her closer. His hand slid to her back. Her heart beat against his, and still he kissed her, his lips holding a charge all their own. He meant what he'd said. He wanted to be with her. She didn't think she'd ever find anyone who made her feel this way, as though being with him was a completion rather than a drudge. But she had. She waited for her breathing to slow. I'm glad you stayed. Me too. He placed a kiss on her forehead and another on her mouth. She didn't know how long it lasted, but when it slowed, the two of them sat together for a long time after, watching gulls soar on open wings beneath the clouds. Epilogue. Dahlia was drenched. One moment she hadn't been conscious. The next she'd been plunged to life, inundated by awareness, awakened and unable to breathe. It took only moments to register that she was underwater. She strained for the light above the surface. She swam, clawed, climbed, until her head broke free, and she gasped, gulping in air. Fresh, precious air. The beach was nearby. People clustered there, loitering in the sunlight, soaking in its rays, digging their feet into the sand or building castles with it. A few tossed a ball back and forth to one another. Men's bodies were covered only halfway, and women's bodies were scathingly bare, with only parts concealed. The sight would be quite the scandal. It would be enough to summon a town meeting back home. Yet here they were, splashing in the waves and tossing children into the air with the largest smiles she'd seen anyone wear. Dahlia paddled her arms, kicking her legs toward the shore. Finally the sand met her feet. Her dress hung heavily, weighing her down. This wasn't the ocean she knew. It wasn't the one she'd defended. It led to the sky in one direction, that was true, but the other direction was flanked with buildings higher than she knew they could climb. They dominated every turn. The tallest was darker than the rest and antlered with two spires spearing straight upward. Many other people crawled from the water, fully dressed as she was and receiving odd looks from those already on shore. Dahlia didn't recognize any of them, yet their images tickled her memory. "Where are we?" one woman asked. She had black hair and dark skin, her dress sagging around her body and hugging her features. Dahlia scanned their surroundings. "I'm not entirely sure," she said. Yet a sense within her flickered. It needled her, heckling and refusing to be silent. This didn't look like home. Yet something told her it was.
Hey, what's up? It's Cortney here. I just wanted to hop on for a quick minute and say thank you so much for listening to the Perilous in Between. I hope you love the story. This one kind of plays with your mind a little bit, and I really love that about this audiobook. If you like this video, please hit that like button and leave me a note in the comments because I'd love to hear what you thought of the story. Please make sure you subscribe to my channel so that you don't miss out on future uploads. Thanks so much.
This has been The Perilous In-Between, written by Cortney Pearson, narrated by Georgia Lee King. Copyright 2018 by Cortney Pearson. Production copyright 2023 by Cortney Pearson.